A shrill buzzing filled his ears like a greenhead fly whining right beside him. Chen, how are you deaf? Why aren't you saying anything? Today is Xiaoya's 19th birthday, and you brought this shabby little thing to fob her off. Chen Hao knit his brows. His head was pounding from the hangover, as if it were about to explode. The 3 gene of Baijiu still churned violently in his stomach. By habit he reached for a cigarette, but his fingers closed on nothing. That single motion jolted his consciousness fully awake. Before him was no longer the KTV box reeking of vomit nor the pot-bellied investors forcing him to drink himself senseless. Dazzling sunlight, blue sky, white clouds, and a large face caked with cheap foundation and etched with meanness filling his vision. Zhao Qian, Lin Xiaoya's so-called dearest best friend. The woman was a true piece of work. Her main occupation was stirring up trouble, her side business pimping for Lin Xiaoya, and in the end, she had triumphantly delivered Lin Xiaoya onto the bed of a nouveau riche. Beside Zhao Qian stood a girl as delicate as a white blossom. A white floral dress, long straight black hair, eyes glistening with moisture. She was biting her lip, looking as though she had suffered every grievance in the world. Lin Xiaoya, the perfect ex who had kept him panting after her like a lapdog for 7 years, whom he had supported through graduate school and into a job only to be rewarded at the end with a green hat. Damn, the curse slipped from Chen Hao's mouth before he could stop it. Was heaven dissatisfied with how suffocatingly he had died once already and now forcing him to watch this pair's performance all over again on the eve of his death? Who are you cursing? Chen Hao, you've grown some nerve, haven't you? Zhao Qian exploded, thrusting the pink gift box so close it nearly jabbed his nose. Strutting around with a 200 yuan Maybelline and pretending to be some great lover. Just now Chairman Zhang of the student union was about to give her an Ericsson phone. Xiaoya turned him down just to wait for you, and this is what you offer. Lin Xiaoya tugged lightly at Zhao Qian's sleeve at just the right moment, her lashes lowered, voice so soft and sweet it seemed it could be wrung into drops of water. Qian, don't say that. Chen Hao's family isn't well off. For him to buy this, he must have been scrimping and saving for a whole month. I do envy the girls in the next dorm who can receive Nokia phones from their boyfriends, but I don't mind. That damn tea-like undertone. Same formula as ever, same oh-so-familiar flavor. Chen Hao almost laughed. His former self must have had cement poured into his skull to take this act for kindness and understanding. She might as well have gold digger carved right across her forehead, yet still insisted on erecting a virtuous archway for herself. In the past, this was the point when Chen Hao would panic, apologize over and over, and swear that next month, even if he had to sell his blood, he would buy her a phone. But the Chen Hao standing here now was a seasoned old hand who had clawed his way through the business world for more than a decade, and whose heart was darker than coal. He narrowed his eyes, letting his gaze roam over Lin Xiaoya's face. She did look truly pure, no wonder she had once bewitched him into idiocy. Chen Hao, cack out your tongue. What's with that look in your eyes? Zhao Qian shouted, bluffing ferocity. Xiaoya doesn't mind your poverty because she's kind. Don't you dare mistake kindness for cheapness. Enough, stop screeching. You're making my head hurt. Chen Hao dug a finger into his ear, his voice lazy, tinged with a roguish indifference. He stretched out his hand, palm open. Hand it over. What? Zhao Qian was stunned. The cosmetics. He jerked his chin toward the box. Didn't you just say this thing was too embarrassing to give? Without thinking, Zhao Qian passed him the box. She assumed he wanted to take it back and exchange it for another gift. Chen Hao took the pink box and weighed it in his hand. The very next second, before their eyes, he yanked open his backpack zipper, flicked his wrist, and tossed the box straight inside. Since you think it's beneath you, then don't take it. Chen Hao patted the backpack and said carelessly, perfect, I'll save the expense. Lin Xiaoya's aggrieved expression froze mid-performance, her eyes widened in disbelief. Where was the old Chen Hao, timid and deferential, who had treated her like some ancestral goddess? Chen Hao, what do you mean by this? Lin Xiaoya could no longer maintain her act, her voice grew sharp. Today is my 19th birthday. What does it mean that you're taking your gift back? I know it's your birthday. Chen Hao looked at her, a mocking smile curving his lips. Precisely because it's your birthday, I don't want you to feel wronged. Since this piece of junk isn't worthy of you, I'll take it away so it doesn't offend your eyes. With that, he turned and strode off, clean and crisp, the very image of a heartless man yanking something out by the roots. Chen Hao. Lin Xiaoya trembled all over with rage. It was the first time any boy had dared treat her like this. Zhao Qian finally reacted, screeching like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You bastard. How dare you treat Xiaoya like that? Believe it or not, she'll break up with you right now. Chen Hao's steps paused. He turned back to look at the two flustered girls, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. Do it then. Anyone who doesn't break up is a grandson. I've got one more word for you both. Scram. Hands thrust into his pockets, whistling, Chen Hao strode away with long, unhurried steps, leaving the two girls standing there, windblown and bewildered, doubting their very lives. He had barely walked a short distance, when, as if to cooperate with this breakup drama, the heavens opened, and a heavy rain came pouring down. In Beijing's April, the rain still carried a chill. Ice-cold rain beat against his face and trickled down his neck into his clothes, yet Chen Hao felt gloriously alive. He wiped the water from his face and pinched his thigh hard. The pain was real. This wasn't a dream. He had truly come back. Back to the year 2000, that wild era when rough men rose from the grassroots and gold lay scattered everywhere. All the suffocation and regret of his previous life, the so-called blessing of 996, the shouting matches at counters in Huiqiangbai, the despair as the coin market crashed. All of it could go to hell. I'm back. Chen Hao bared his teeth in a grin, laughing in the curtain of rain, savage and unrestrained. In this life, he would not be the harvested leek, he would be the one wielding the scythe. Jinghong Building 7 Dorm 302. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. A rich, unmistakable scent unique to a boys' dormitory rushed out. Chen Hao drew in a deep breath. Damn, this was it. This was the smell of youth. Smoke curled thickly through the room like some spider demon's cave. On the lower bunks, 3 bare-chested guys were hunched before a bulky CRT monitor, clicking furiously, the sound effects of Red Alert 95 booming. Third bro, you useless piece of trash, where are your tanks? Our base just got raided. Shut up. I'm saving for a nuke. One shot to the soul. The chubby guy near the door heard the commotion, turned around, and stared in surprise. Holy crap, Hauga. Did you go celebrate Lin the Campus Belle's birthday, or did you visit the Dragon King Temple to pray for rain? The fatty was Wang Chong, a Beijing native from a family that dealt in construction materials, simple-minded, rich, and fiercely loyal. In his previous life, when Chen Hao was down and out, this brother had loaned him money without a second word, nearly falling out with his own family over it. Chen Hao had carried that debt of gratitude across 2 lifetimes. Tossing his soaked backpack onto the bed, he fished out the Maybelline box and sent it arcing through the air. Catch! Wang Chong scrambled to grab it, and seeing the packaging froze. What's this supposed to mean? Maybelline. The birthday gift you bought for Lin Xiaoya. Why are you giving it to me? I'm not in a guy's Hauga, and I've got no use for this. It's for you. Use it to cheer up that little childhood sweetheart of yours who's still in high school. Stripping off his wet shirt to reveal a lean, ribby frame, Chen Hao toweled his hair with bare shoulders exposed, and said evenly, I broke up with Lin Xiaoya. The clatter of keyboards and mouse clicks came to an abrupt halt. His roommates turned in unison. Even third bro, who had been directing Apocalypse tanks, stopped mid-command and stared at Chen Hao as though at an alien. Who didn't know that Chen Hao of room 302 was a hopeless romantic? To win over Lin Xiaoya, he once stood in a blizzard for 3 hours straight. You broke up. Wang Chong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How it's not April Fool's Day today. Did you two just have a fight? Come on, women all need coaxing. Here, take these cosmetics back to her. Coax my ass. Chen Hao dug out a clean t-shirt from the cabinet and pulled it over his head. She thinks this stuff is cheap and wants a mobile phone instead. I'm done serving her. Let her get lost. Awesome. Lu Bo on the upper bunk gave him a thumbs-up, admiration written all over his face. Fourth bro, you finally grew a spine. I've long told you that woman reeks of green tea. You were just too deep in it to see. It's good you ended it out with the old in with the new. Tonight it's my treat. We'll hit the back street for skewers and celebrate you returning to single life. Another day. I'm a bit tired today, my head's a mess. Chen Hao waved them off, climbed onto his bed, and pulled the blanket over his head. He wasn't actually tired, he simply wanted a moment to think in peace. The sound of keyboards clacking and hushed conversation once again filled the dorm. Under the blanket, Chen Hao lay still with his eyes closed. The year 2000. Pony Ma was still masquerading as a female netizen in chat rooms. Old Ma was still slurping instant noodles in Lakeside Garden, and Old Lee was still tapping away at code in a tiny office in the resources building at Jingda. The Nasdaq bubble had just burst, yet the sparks of the domestic internet had only begun to glow. All the upcoming tides of opportunity were swirling in his mind, but he was faced with one fatal problem. He was broke. There were only 200 yuan in his pocket, not even enough for a simple Nokia keypad phone. Without capital, all foresight and early awareness were nothing but empty talk. Buy lottery tickets. He had long forgotten the numbers. Trade stocks. He couldn't even afford a single lot. Right game hacks. Too slow to bring in money. He had to make money, make fast money, and secure his very first pot of gold. Chen Hao turned over restlessly. Suddenly a fragment of memory from his previous life surfaced in his mind. It was 2015. While he was fixing a computer and helping deploy a server for the chief surgeon of a private hospital, that chief had bragged to him on the balcony. Shaoqing, you see that building over there? The one with the semicircular terrace. It's the most famous one around here. Famous. It doesn't look all that special. A couple of years ago, a coal boss bought it and planned to renovate it. Guess what happened? When the workers were hammering down the basement wall, they smashed into an entire wall of cash. All 100 yuan bills and gold bars too. They supposedly counted for a whole day and night, several tens of millions. Holy crap. Who hid it there? That's what you don't know. The previous owner was a woman said to be the lover of some. Back in 99 or 2000, that big shot got into trouble. The woman was scared out of her wits and sold the house overnight before fleeing abroad. She never knew the man had stashed so much money in the basement. Poor thing, starving at the foot of a mountain of. At the time, Chen Hao had taken it as nothing more than idle chatter over tea and a meal, something to listen to, and then forget it. Aside from envy and resentment, it stirred nothing in him. But now, Chen Hao jolted upright. April 2000. If his memory served him right, that big shot should already have been in trouble by now. Which meant the mistress was currently in a state of sheer panic, desperate to sell the villa at a low price and flee overseas. And that money was lying in the basement of the villa, waiting for some destined soul to break through the wall. Several tens of millions in cash and gold bars. In this era, when house prices in the capital were only 2,000 to 3,000 per square meter, it was an astronomical figure, enough to knock a man senseless. Chen Hao's heart began pounding wildly, thudding against his chest. This was his ticket to the road leading to becoming the richest man. South 4th Ring, Jinxiu Manor, semicircular terrace right by the corner, next to the private hospital. The key information was crystal clear. If that woman was rushing to run, the villa would definitely be listed with an agency, maybe with the keys sitting right in their hands. As long as he could get inside. He glanced at the wall clock, 2:30 in the afternoon. Outside, the rain was still falling, the sky heavy and overcast. In such weather, darkness would come early. A perfect time to swoop in and pick up a windfall. Chen Hao flipped himself out of bed in one smooth motion. How not sleeping? Wang Chong was still commanding his tank army on the screen and asked without turning his head. No, I'm going to take care of something. Chen Hao pulled out a dark tracksuit and changed into it, then found a baseball cap and clamped it over his head, brim lowered to cover most of his face. At the door, he halted and looked back at Wang Chong. Xiangzi, what's up? Wang Chong took off his headphones. Lend me 500 yuan. It's urgent. I'll pay you back next month. Wang Chong didn't even ask why. He simply fished his wallet out from under his pillow, pulled out 5 notes, and handed them over. Here, pay me back whenever. If it's not enough, I've got more. Chen Hao took the money and clenched it tightly in his fist. It's enough. Thanks, brother. He pulled the door open and plunged headlong into the wind and rain. South 4th Ring, Jinxiu Manor. My gold mine, I'm coming. In the year 2000, the South 4th Ring was as desolate as a third-rate town. Chen Hao sat in a rickety bus that jolted as if people were dancing inside, swaying for almost 2 hours before finally arriving. Outside the window, there was nothing but wasteland and unfinished housing projects. Who would have imagined that this godforsaken place would have housing prices high enough to drive people mad 20 years later? When he got off the bus, the rain still hadn't stopped. If anything, it had grown heavier. Chen Hao didn't use an umbrella, shoving his hands into his pockets and strolling through the rain. It wasn't that he couldn't afford one, he simply felt like someone newly released from a cell. Getting drenched was just right to cool his head. He tightened his cheap jacket around himself, narrowed his eyes to find his bearings, and made his way toward the private hospital he remembered. For now, it was only a community clinic, 3 stories high, standing solitary at the edge of the wasteland. Comrade, I need to register. Chen Hao clutched his stomach, feigning near-death misery, and slapped a 5 yuan. The middle-aged woman behind the window didn't even lift her eyelids. What's wrong with you? Got soaked in the rain, my stomach hurts, feel like I'll have diarrhea. Chen Hao improvised without missing a beat. Internal medicine. Take this booklet upstairs. Chen Hao snatched up the medical record booklet, but didn't head to the consulting room. Instead, he slipped straight up to the 3rd floor, like someone who knew the place well. At the end of the corridor, there was a window, an excellent vantage point. He pushed it open, and cold wind, laced with rain, slapped him in the face. From here, he could overlook the entire Jinxiu Manor Villa district. The cluster of European-style buildings in the rain set against the surrounding desolation looked utterly out of place, like a royal palace built in the middle of a slum. At this moment, the neighborhood was deathly quiet, no different from a ghost town. Chen Hao's gaze swept the area like radar. Soon he locked onto his target in the far corner of the compound, right beside a patch of wild woods. It was the one with the semicircular terrace on the 2nd floor. There were no lights inside, the curtains were drawn, making it impossible to see what was going on. The lawn in the yard was somewhat overgrown, clearly unattended for a long time. Everything suggested that the villa was currently vacant. That was the one. Chen Hao fixed his stare on the house. Several tens of millions were down in that basement, gathering mold. But vaulting the wall and going in right now was not a good idea. Smashing open the hidden wall in the basement wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Down below, a security guard in a raincoat was wandering past on patrol. He might be largely for show, but if Chen Hao stirred up too much commotion, he wouldn't even have a chance to explain himself. He needed a legitimate way in. How? Buy the villa or rent it? Chen Hao went downstairs and circled along the outer wall of the compound. At the main gate, he spotted 2 small agencies, Haichang Real Estate and Anja Property. In 2000, real estate agencies were far from standardized like in later years. Most were mom-and-pop shops. Their business covered everything from sales and rentals to housekeeping and cleaning. The keys were very likely in their hands. But there was a problem. Chen Hao looked down at himself. A cheap tracksuit soaked through, and on his feet a pair of canvas shoes with the soles coming unglued. Altogether, he looked like a drifter who had just pulled an all-nighter at an internet cafe. With this getup, walking in and saying he wanted to buy a villa, they'd probably fork him out with a pitchfork. I need a proper outfit. Chen Hao patted the money in his pocket and flagged down a battered Shally taxi. Master Daliasha Market. Turn on the meter, don't take the long way. The driver rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror thinking that someone heading to a secondhand market was putting on quite the airs, but he said nothing and stomped on the accelerator. Half an hour later the Shali car stopped at the famous counterfeit goods hub in the capital, Daliashu Market. This place is a treasure trove for the poor and a paradise for pretentious people. Chen Hao squeezed into the crowd, his target clear, striking with precision and decisiveness. He spent 80 yuan to acquire a Gucci jacket adorned with the prominent double G logo. The logo was so eye-catching it might blind a dog. He spent another 50 yuan to buy a pair of shiny Pierre Cardin pointed leather shoes. Finally he ducked into a shabby barber shop that didn't even have a revolving sign. "Boss, a haircut," Chen Hao said, pulling out a hastily drawn sketch and slapping it on the table. "Cut it like this, the front hair should stand up, I want it to look intimidating." The barber stared at the sketch for a long time before understanding what this non-mainstream style was about. Half an hour later, sporting a hairstyle later known as the American Pompadour, Chen Hao walked out of the barber shop. He found a public restroom, stripped off his wet clothes, donned his new outfit, and stuffed his old clothes into a counterfeit Adidas sports bag he had just bought for 20 yuan. Looking into a stained mirror, Chen Hao ruffled his hair, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance. The damp earthiness combined with a brashness exuded a nouveau riche aura. Perfect. Returning to the entrance of the Jingxiuan, Chen Hao pushed open the glass door of Anjiao Real Estate. Dingling clang. Wind chimes jingled. The shop was small, filled with the smell of instant noodles. 2 women were huddled together, knitting sweaters while gossiping. One was in her 40s with big wavy hair, and the other looked like she had just graduated in her early 20s. Upon hearing the noise, both women looked up simultaneously. The young girl caught sight of Chen Hao's colorful outfit, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, likely wondering which rural area this non-mainstream character came from. However, the middle-aged woman Li Wan brightened up and abruptly tossed the sweater in her hands aside. Having been in the business for years, her eyes were sharp. Nowadays the wealthy come in 2 types. One is low-key like an old farmer, and the other is the kind who practically slaps their brand names on their foreheads. This young man, dressed in all branded clothing, walked with an air of confidence, his gaze as arrogant as could be, was definitely the type whose family had some money and who loved to show off. Such people are the easiest to fool and the most generous. "Hey handsome, looking at houses?" Li Wan approached him with a beaming smile. Chen Hao ignored her, striding straight to the sofa and plopping down, tossing the Adidas bag onto the coffee table. "Do you have any villas?" Yes. We have plenty." Li Wan's face lit up, her makeup almost falling apart as she turned to the dazed young girl and shouted, "Xiao Zhang, are you blind? Pour some water for the boss." Then she turned back, rummaging through a thick property catalog from the cabinet and plopping down opposite Chen Hao, her enthusiasm akin to that of a long-lost father. "What is your surname, boss? How big of a place do you want to see? Our Jingxiuan is the most upscale in this area with all types of layouts." Chen Hao glanced sideways at her and said nonchalantly, "No need for formality, my surname is Chen. I don't have many requirements, just one thing: it has to be quiet. My father runs a few factories in Zhejiang, and he sent me to Beijing for school, while I also look for a place to live. Money is not an issue, but the house needs to be good. Don't bring me any shabby stuff to disgust me. Zhejiang, running factories, studying, not short on cash." With these keywords, Li Wan almost felt like kneeling to Chen Hao on the spot, singing "Conquer." "This isn't just a client, this is a walking ATM. "Oh, so you are young Master Chen. My apologies." Li Wan immediately changed her address, pulling out a large bunch of keys. "Rest assured, young Master Chen, I have several good properties here specifically reserved for someone with your discerning taste. Let's go, we'll go see them right now." Entering the community, Li Wan greeted the security guard, smoothly leading Chen Hao straight to the first property. In the center of the community stood a bare house. It was empty, and even speaking echoed. Chen Hao walked in with his hands behind his back, frowning deeply enough to squash a fly, and disdainfully kicked the cement dust on the floor. "This is it." Chen Hao looked displeased. "There isn't even a floor tile. How can anyone live here? Are you expecting me to buy cement and sand to decorate? Do I have that kind of free time?" Li Wan's smile froze for a moment, quickly forcing a smile. Yes, young Master Chen is right. This place indeed does not suit your status. Let's look at the next one, the fully renovated one." The second house was decorated quite luxuriously in European style, resplendent, with complete furniture and appliances. "How about this one, young Master Chen? The owner is in a hurry to sell, while abroad, ready for you to move in with your bags." Li Wan was enthusiastically making her pitch. Chen Hao walked around the room and finally stopped in the living room, stomping the floor with his faux leather shoes. "This decoration style is too tacky, like a KTV. And this balcony is too small, it's not even bigger than my bathroom." He walked to the window and knocked on the glass. "Isn't this single layer? Is the sound insulation any good? I'm a light sleeper, ooh, I can't stand the slightest noise." Li Wan cursed internally. "With that Gucci jacket paired with red plum cigarettes, you're not exactly the epitome of taste either." But she had to keep flattering. Yes, young Master Chen, you have refined taste. This style is indeed a bit nouveau riche. Let's change it again." After seeing 2 houses in a row, Chen Hao was complaining about this and that. Li Wan was exhausted, her legs feeling like they had lost an inch, and her smile was on the verge of falling apart. Young Master Chen, our community's properties are all right here. If you still don't like them. Chen Hao stood up, a look of disappointment on his face. Is this it? The most upscale? I see it's just a rural big tile house level. Forget it, I'm not looking anymore, it's a waste of time. Saying that, he made as if to leave. Li Wan saw a big fish about to escape and immediately panicked. This was the son of a factory owner from Zhujiang. If this deal went through, she'd earn half a year's commission. Hey, young Master Chen, wait. Li Wan quickly grabbed Chen Hao, gritting her teeth and saying, actually there's one more. It's a bit off the beaten path, but I guarantee it's absolutely quiet. She lowered her voice, leaning in mysteriously. The owner of that house is in a hurry to leave Beijing, and the price is particularly low. That's a real mansion. Chen Hao paused. He turned around, looking at Li Wan with a half smile. Why not bring it out? Lead the way. Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief, quickly leading the way, passing through a small garden, going further and further until they reached the corner of the community. A slightly desolate standalone villa stood quietly there, right next to a patch of wild woods. Chen Hao looked up. On the second floor was that familiar semicircular terrace. This is it. Young Master Chen, look at this environment. It's a private yard, absolutely no one will disturb you. Li Wan pulled out a large bunch of keys, searching for the lock, while boasting, moreover, this house has an enormous basement. Chen Hao stared at the tightly closed door, his heart began to race. But his face remained impassive, even criticizing with a slight pout. Looks a bit eerie. Alright, since I'm here, let's take a look. Click. The key turned the lock, clicked open. The door opened. The heavy solid wood door creaked open, releasing a musty, dusty odor that struck like a physical blow, so pungent it triggered an immediate hacking cough. Young Master Chen, please step in, and mind your step. Li Wan sidestepped deferentially, her fingers already tracing the light switch in the dim entryway. A few recessed ceiling lamps flickered to life, casting a feeble amber glow over the long dormant mansion. Furniture remained intact, shrouded entirely in white dust covers, rendering the space eerily reminiscent of a haunted set from a suspense drama. Chen Hao said nothing. Hands clasped behind his back, he strode silently inside. He paced deliberately through the living room, each footfall eliciting a brittle groaning protest from the aged hardwood floor. At the window, he pushed it wide. Cold wind rushed in, momentarily lifting the stale, mold-laden air. Double-glazed insulated glass. He rapped a knuckle against the pane, then curled his lip in mild disdain. Acceptable, barely. But the ceiling strips have deteriorated, sound insulation is negligible. Li Wan trailed behind with a practiced, apologetic smile, though inwardly she seethed. What does this brat know about acoustics? He's barely out of diapers. After inspecting the ground floor, they ascended to the second. Master bedroom. Guest bedroom. Study. At every threshold, Chen Hao paused, always finding fault. Why is the plaster bulging here? Could there be water leakage? What's that odor emanating from the wardrobe? Formaldehyde levels must be dangerously high. Li Wan's brow glistened with sweat as she scrambled to reassure him. All solid wood, eco-friendly lacquer. That smell is simply from prolonged stagnation. Ventilation will clear it right up. Finally, they stood at the top of the staircase. Chen Hao's gaze drifted, casual, almost careless, toward the unmarked door leading downward. That's where the money lies. What about the basement? I'd like to see it. He asked, voice effortlessly nonchalant. Absolutely. This way, please. Li Wan hurried ahead, leading the descent. The basement was vast, divided into 2 distinct zones, one cluttered with forgotten belongings, the other a compact bar, its counter barren except for a few dust-coated glasses. The air hung thick and damp, the mildew sharper, more invasive. With each descending step, Chen Hao's pulse quickened, yet his expression grew increasingly disdainful. He lifted a hand to cover his nose. Good heavens, what is that stench? Are you cultivating mushrooms down here? Molds blooming on the walls. Is this even habitable? As he complained, his eyes swept the surfaces, subtle, unblinking, meticulous. According to the surgeon-in-chief's account, the cache was concealed within a hidden wall cavity in the basement. Young Master Chen, basements are naturally humid, and this one's been vacant for years. Just install a dehumidifier later. It'll resolve everything. Li Wan rushed to smooth things over. Enough. Let's go back upstairs. I'm getting a splitting headache from this miasma. Chen Hao waved dismissively and turned away. Back in the first-floor living room, he made no move to leave. Instead, he dropped onto the dusty sofa, crossed his legs, and propped his feet casually atop the coffee table. Snap. He lit a cigarette, drew deeply, then exhaled slowly, a veil of smoke drifting between him and Li Wan. The house. Meh. Slightly better than the previous 2, but not by much. Young Master Chen, this is the best value property in the entire neighborhood. At her words, Li Wan's heart leapt into her throat. If you're truly serious. Who's the owner? Chen Hao cut in abruptly, his gaze sharpening, incisive. Not someone who fled after committing a crime, I hope. A jolt shot through Li Wan, but she recovered instantly. Heavens no. The owner runs major enterprises, expanded overseas. Full power of attorney rests with me. All documentation is in order. Transfer can happen anytime. Fine. Name your price. Li Wan's eyes gleamed. She raised 8 fingers. Urgent sale. 800,000 yuan. You won't find a standalone villa this spacious anywhere else at this price. 800,000. Chen Hao laughed. A dry sardonic ripple of amusement. Mayam, do you take me for a fool? This place is remote, its decor dated, and its basement actively cultivating fungi. How dare you ask 800,000? 650,000. Take it, or walk away. I'll keep looking. 650,000. Li Wan nearly sprang to her feet. Young Master Chen, you've slashed the price like a butcher. I couldn't even broach that figure with the owner. Then don't broach it. Goodbye. Without another word, Chen Hao turned and strode toward the exit. Wait, young Master Chen. Young Master Chen. Panicked Li Wan seized his sleeve, jaw clenched. 700,000. Final offer. I absolutely cannot go lower. I'll starve if I accept less. Chen Hao halted, turned, and regarded her with a faint, inscrutable half. In truth, he couldn't afford 650,000. Not even close. After purchasing counterfeit goods, his pockets held just 400 yuan. Yet he had to project unassailable affluence. He paused, feigning deep contemplation, then sighed. 700,000 isn't entirely unreasonable. But I have one condition. What condition? Her eyes brightened instantly. My family deals in commerce, and we hold feng shui sacred. This house has lain empty too long, its yin energy is oppressive. I need to settle my spirit, and attune myself to its chi flow. Here's how it works. I'll stay 3 days. If I sleep soundly, no nightmares, no anomalies, then precisely 72 hours later, I'll pay 700,000 in full. Not a single yuan deducted. A trial stay. Li Wan blinked, stunned. In all her years selling property, she'd never encountered such an eccentric request. Then consider it declined. No, wait. She lunged to block his path, mind racing. 700,000. One successful transaction meant tens of thousands in commission. And though this young man was demanding, his attire and demeanor unmistakably signaled wealth, not pretense. If he walked away, the property might languish unsold for months. She assessed the risk swiftly. All valuables had long since been removed. The remaining items were immovable fixtures, built-in cabinets, heavy furniture. Without the owner's authorization, security guards would never permit their removal from the compound. This youth might seem erratic, but his generosity suggested integrity, not petty theft. Young Master Chen, your request is highly unusual, but for you I'll make an exception. Li Wan gritted her teeth. Agreed, 3 days. But no damage, understood. Rest assured, I've stayed in more hotels than you've seen in your lifetime. Professionalism is second nature. He withdrew 300 yuan from his pocket and slapped it into her palm. Consider this your trial stay fee. Yours to keep whether or not I buy. Li Wan clutched the bills, her face crinkling into radiant, genuine delight. 300 yuan. Pure bonus income. Young Master Chen, magnanimous beyond measure. It's settled. She briskly selected a key from her ring and handed it to him. This opens the main gate. Young Master Chen, shall we head out now? First I'll need bedding and toiletries. He accepted the key, weighed it thoughtfully in his palm, then slipped it into his pocket. I'll accompany you. They exited the villa together, Li Wan carefully relocking the door behind them. At the security booth near the compound's entrance, she greeted the guard warmly. Xiao Wang, busy. The guard, a burly man in his 30s, smiled upon recognizing her. Ah, sisterly. Showing another client around. Yes. She gestured casually toward Chen Hao. This is young Master Chen. He's taken the corner villa. He'll reside here temporarily to assess the ambience. Formalities await the owner's return. Please extend your courtesy. The guard appraised Chen Hao, his branded apparel, his ease beside Li Wan, and nodded without hesitation. Understood. That brief exchange erased any lingering suspicion. Once outside the gate, Li Wan pointed toward a distant intersection. Young Master Chen, head that way. 10 minutes walk brings you to a large supermarket, well-stocked, reliable. She pressed an umbrella into his hands. Rain hasn't ceased. Please take this. I must return to the office immediately. Should anything arise, visit me anytime. Chen Hao accepted the umbrella, watched Li Wan sway back toward her storefront, and then headed straight for the supermarket. Chen Hao entered the supermarket, purchasing the cheapest bedding set, a toothbrush, and a towel, along with a powerful flashlight. As he exited the supermarket, twilight was settling in. Chen Hao did not rush home, but turned into a narrow alley, finding a hardware store. The store was dim and cluttered, with the owner dozing at the counter. Boss, I need a sledgehammer, the kind that can break down walls. Chen Hao lowered his voice. The owner lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, asking, how thick is the wall? I don't know, but it's quite thick. Then this one will do. A heavy 8-pound sledgehammer suitable for mountain breaking. The owner retrieved a hefty iron hammer from the corner. Do you need anything else? Also a large pair of pliers, a steel saw, and a box of saw blades. After paying, Chen Hao carefully stuffed the tools into the freshly purchased bedding roll, wrapping it tightly, so that from the outside it appeared to be a regular bedding set. With everything done, he picked up the heavy bedding roll and made his way back to the Jinxiu Manor. Passing by the security booth, he deliberately stopped to nod at the guard Wang Gu and casually handed him a red plum cigarette. Wang Gu, you're working hard. Chen Hao, you're too polite. Are you moving in? The guard accepted the cigarette, glancing at the large bundles Chen Hao was carrying. Yes, just trying it out for a couple of days. If it's comfortable, I'll buy it. Chen Hao smiled innocently, his tone relaxed. All right, take care. If you need anything, just call me. The guard had no doubts, and even kindly opened the access door for him. Chen Hao swaggered into the community. Night fell, and the rain continued to pour. Chen Hao reached the villa's door and inserted the key. Click. The door opened. He locked it behind him and fastened the security chain before letting out a long sigh of relief. Huff. He tossed the heavy bedding roll onto the ground, and with a whoosh, the rope came undone, revealing the 8-pound sledgehammer. Gripping the hammer, its weight reassured him. Step 1 accomplished. He lightly punched the air. Now it was time to open the treasure chest. Chen Hao did not rush to act, but first unwrapped the bedding, neatly arranging the pliers and saw on the floor, like a surgeon preparing for a precise operation. Except his surgical target was a wall. With all the tools ready, he headed towards the basement. Creak. The wooden stairs groaned under his feet. Chen Hao held the sledgehammer, his gaze scanning every inch of the wall like an X-ray. Thud, thud, thud. He raised the hammer and began to strike rhythmically. Solid. Try another spot. Thud, thud. Still solid. He started tapping inch by inch from the entrance. The sound echoed in the empty basement, sending chills down one's spine. After a full circle, all he heard was a dull resonance. All solid. Chen Hao paused, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Impossible. Could my memories from 2 lifetimes be wrong? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The former chief surgeon had been adamant. This could not be baseless. His gaze swept again, finally landing on the small bar counter. Behind it was an empty wooden wine rack covered in dust, looking like a worthless piece of junk. Earlier he had instinctively thought there couldn't be any space behind it, so he skipped over it. But what if that was just— Chen Hao quickly walked over and knocked on the adjacent wall. Thud, thud. It sounded dull and solid. He squeezed into the narrow gap behind the bar and raised the hammer, gently tapping the wall behind the wine rack. Knock, knock. The sound changed. It was no longer the dull, dead sound, but an echoing, hollow tone. Damn. Found it. He suppressed his excitement, carefully observing the wine rack and the surrounding walls. He suspected there might be some clever mechanism here. But looking around, neither the wall nor the seemingly ordinary wine rack had any switches or buttons. But it didn't matter. If I can't find the mechanism, I'll use the most primitive method. As long as I pinpoint the location, the rest won't be a problem. Move aside. He gritted his teeth and forcefully shifted the tall, solid wood wine rack a small distance. Behind it, a seemingly ordinary white wall was revealed. Chen Hao squatted down, choosing a relatively concealed spot, half a meter off the ground, raising the sledgehammer ready to smash down. Boom. Suddenly a thunderclap roared outside, shaking the ground. Immediately after, a torrential rain fell, with raindrops pounding against the basement's air vent, creating a cacophony of pitter-patter sounds. Heaven helps me. Chen Hao grinned, exposing a set of white teeth. The thunder and rain were the heavens, sending him a soundproof wall. The surrounding villas were far away, and with this dreadful weather no one would notice the commotion here. No longer hesitating, he swung his arm round, exerting all his strength, and smashed down hard. Bang! The wall surface cracked, and dust flew up. Bang! 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 The dull thuds echoed in the basement. His palms were numb from the vibrations, his arms felt like they were filled with lead, and sweat dripped into his eyes, causing a stinging pain. But he was like a tireless madman, relentlessly striking, oblivious to fatigue. 10 minutes later. Crack! With a sharp sound, a fissure finally appeared on the wall. Chen Hao's spirits lifted, and he struck around the crack again, with fervor. Whoosh! Several broken bricks fell, revealing a fist-sized black hole. He dropped the hammer, panting heavily, and grabbed the flashlight to shine it inside. The beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the wall's interior. The first thing that caught his eye was a red, blue, and white snake skin bag bulging and blocking the hole. Chen Hao's heart raced to 200 beats per minute. He picked up the small steel saw, his hands trembling, carefully reaching in and making a cut on the snakeskin bag. Sizzle! The canvas ripped open, revealing what was inside. They were rectangular items resembling bricks wrapped in old newspapers and thick plastic wrap. With the tip of the saw blade, Chen Hao gently pried open the surface of one of the bricks. Grayish blue. That was the unique color of the 90 version of the 100 yuan bill. Huff! Chen Hao collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a long breath. I did it. I truly did it. Leaning against the cold wall, he grinned foolishly. As he laughed, his eyes surprisingly became a bit warm. In his past life, he worked himself to the bone, arguing over a few coins. In this life, with just a swing of the hammer, he could smash tens of millions into his pocket. This is what life is all about. Chen Hao did not rush to widen the opening. The house had not yet been transferred, and any unexpected incident could occur. If he brought down the wall, it would be troublesome. He carefully cleared the opening slightly, ensuring his hand could fit through. Then he reached in and grasped the first. So heavy. This solid bundle is worth 100,000. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. He continued to pull out 10 pieces, neatly stacking them at his feet. 1 million. That's enough. Having more would be inconvenient and not safe. Chen Hao first tidied up the bricks and debris he had just smashed out, then pushed the wine rack back into place, and casually placed a few shabby ornaments on the bottom layer to block the opening. Unless the wine rack was moved, no one would discover the secret behind it. After finishing all this, he turned back to look at the pile of bricks on the floor. This is the impact of 1 million in cash. In his past life, he had tens of millions in his cryptocurrency account, but that was just a string of numbers far less shocking than this pile of banknotes. This smell is truly delightful. Chen Hao grabbed a bundle of money, brought it close to his nose, and took a deep breath, looking intoxicated. With money in hand, the path ahead would be smooth. This house must be bought, and it must be done openly. As for this 1 million in cash, the current banking system is not yet networked and regulation is lax. As long as he doesn't deposit large amounts in deposits in different banks in batches, no one will check. As for the 70,000 needed for the house, he could easily come up with an excuse later. But that is a matter for another time. Chen Hao stuffed the 1 million in cash into the Adidas sports bag he bought for $20. ZZIP. The zipper closed, and the once flat sports bag instantly bulged and felt heavy. He carried the bag back to the first floor, then went up to the second floor, choosing the cleanest secondary bedroom to lay out the new bedding. Lying on the bed, Chen Hao placed the sports bag filled with 1 million beneath his head. It was hard and uncomfortable, but he felt it was the most comfortable pillow in the world. Outside, thunder and rain roared while the villa was eerily silent. Chen Hao rested his head on 1 million, staring at the ceiling, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Sleep. How can anyone sleep like this? He flipped over and hummed an unknown little tune. I am really happy today, truly happy. As dawn broke, Chen Hao woke up. The rain had stopped and outside birds were chirping joyfully. He lay in the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Last night's sleep was not restful after all. He was resting his head on 1 million. Who? He rolled out of bed, opened the Adidas sports bag, casually unwrapped a brick, and took out 20,000 to stuff into his pocket, then zipped it back up and left it on the bed. After a quick wash, Chen Hao changed into yesterday's outfit and strolled out of the community. There was a public phone booth by the roadside. He walked in and dialed the dormitory phone. Beep. Beep. It rang for a long time before someone answered. Wang Chang's voice was thick with sleep. Who is it? Calling me early in the morning. It's me, Chen Hao. What the hell? Bro, hell. Wang Chang instantly woke up, his voice loud enough to be deafening. Where have you been? You haven't come back all night. Lu, and I thought you were going to jump into the moat. Jump into the moat. Ridiculous. Chen Hao lowered his voice, pretending to be dejected. I'm fine, just feeling a bit down, came out to clear my head. Help me cover for the classes these 2 days. Just say I have a fever, or if that doesn't work, say I have hemorrhoids and need to get surgery. Okay. Wang Chang sighed. It's not worth it for that woman. Is the money enough? If not, my brother can bring it to you. Hang up. Chen Hao ended the call and smiled. Although the excuse of a heartbreak was lame, it was useful. Now it was time to handle the main business. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to an industrial bank on the 3rd Ring Road. The bank lobby in 2000 still had those old-fashioned counters with no number calling machines, and everyone was queuing. When it was Chen Hao's turn, he pushed his ID card and 10,000 in cash towards the window. I want to open an account and deposit money. The teller was a young and beautiful woman, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the stack of cash. In these times, it's rare to see young people casually pull out 10,000. All right, sir, please fill out this form. While Chen Hao was filling out the form, the teller began to promote, sir, if you don't need this money urgently, you can consider a fixed deposit. The interest is much higher than a savings account. Chen Hao pretended to hesitate for a moment, then put on a troubled expression and lowered his voice. Miss, a fixed deposit is fine, but I have a little problem. What problem? The teller asked curiously. Oh, don't mention it. Chen Hao sighed, looking helpless. My old man runs a wholesale business and only collects loose change and old bills. It's a mess piled up in the house. I just wanted to ask if you could spare me some of those money wrapping paper bands. It would help me sort the money at home. The teller realized what was going on. The bank's money wrapping paper isn't worth much, and there are piles of it in the storage room. Giving some to a customer is not against the rules and could strengthen their relationship. Who knows, this handsome guy might become a big client. That's not a problem. How many do you need? How about a couple of hundred? I have a lot of cash, it uses up paper. Chen Hao casually made up a number. All right, please wait a moment. The teller processed the card, turned around to grab a big bunch of brand new money wrapping paper, thoughtfully putting it in a brown paper bag and handing it over. Here you go. If you need more, just come back. Thanks, beauty. Once I sort out the money, I'll deposit it all with you. Chen Hao painted a big picture, took the items, and turned to leave, leaving the teller with an expectant smile. Back at the villa, Chen Hao locked the door and drew the curtains. He dumped the 98,000 cash on the floor, forming a small mountain. Then he began to do an extremely tedious but necessary task: money laundering. Literally washing money. He unwrapped the bricks that were covered in old newspapers, mixed all the sequentially numbered new bills together, even deliberately rubbing the money on the floor to get some dust, then reshuffled them as if playing cards. Next he took out the money wrapping paper he got from the bank, bundling 10,000 into each stack and rewrapping them. All that remained in the room was the rustling sound of counting money. This task looked enjoyable, but was genuinely exhausting. Chen Hao's hands cramped from counting, and his vision blurred as he barely managed to organize 70 bundles. These 70,000 would be used to buy the house. The remaining 20,000, he was too lazy to deal with stuffing it back into the bag. The money was prepared, but he did not rush to find an agent. If you're going to act, you must do it thoroughly. It was agreed to try living for 3 days. If he hurried to buy it the next day, it would seem too naive and arouse suspicion. He stayed in the villa for a whole day, eating bread when hungry and sleeping soundly when tired. It wasn't until the morning of the 3rd day that he, with his messy hair, leisurely walked into Wanjiao real estate. "Oh, Chen Hao, you're here." Li Wan, with keen eyes, spotted the god of wealth and hurried over. "How's this?" "It's okay, I guess." Chen Hao yawned and sank into the sofa, crossing his legs. Aside from being a bit eerie at night, everything else is fine. "Let's buy that one." "Really?" Li Wan's voice split with excitement. "That's great. He'll contact the owner right away." "Full payment?" "Of course, when have I ever paid in installments?" Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Yes. Chen Hao is generous." Li Wan hurriedly dialed the phone. "Hello. Miss Zhou. I'm Shaoli." Yes. That villa has been confirmed by the client. Full cash payment. We can sign today." "Alright, see you in the afternoon." After hanging up, Li Wan looked at Chen Hao as if he were her own father. "Chen Hao, the owner, will arrive at 2:30 this afternoon. What do you think?" "Alright, I'll come back this afternoon." Chen Hao waved his hand and got up to leave. At 2:40 in the afternoon, a red Honda Accord screeched to a halt at the store entrance. The car door swung open, and a young woman dressed in a trench coat stepped out. She was quite beautiful, but her expression was haggard, and her gaze was unfocused. As soon as she entered the store, she wasted no time, and directly looked at Chen Hao. "Are you the buyer?" "Yes, I am." Chen Hao nodded, his eyes sweeping across her face. This woman was likely the rumored mistress. It seemed the rumors were true. She was indeed in a hurry to escape. "Miss Zhou, this is young Master Chen." Li Wan quickly introduced. "Alright, enough with the pleasantries, let's sign the contract." The woman appeared very impatient, not even bothering to sit down, standing directly by the table. "Did you bring the money?" "I did," Chen Hao replied, lifting the Adidas sports bag from beside his feet and unzipping it. Inside were 70 bundles of 100 yuan bills tied with industrial bank tape, creating a striking visual impact. Li Wan and Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss Zhou froze for a moment, grabbed a bundle of cash, and skillfully flicked it, listening to the crisp sound. After verifying a few bundles and confirming they were real, she visibly sighed with relief. After waiting for a while, she counted all the money. "Alright, let's sign." The contract was a standard template, 3 copies. Chen Hao picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name. Miss Zhou also signed, her hands trembling slightly. "Sister Zhou, this house is quite nice. Why are you willing to sell it?" Chen Hao asked casually, while stamping his seal, seeming to inquire without intent. "Is there something troubling you?" The woman's expression changed, and she glanced at him warily. "It's none of your business. I'm moving abroad to settle down. Keeping this house is just a burden." "Moving abroad sounds good. The air is fresh there." Chen Hao smiled and didn't press further. He understood that this woman just wanted to take her money and leave, not wanting to stay even a second longer. Indeed, after signing and receiving the money, the woman counted out 14,000 for Li Wan as a commission, stuffing the rest of the cash haphazardly into her bag without even counting. "Here are the ID card and property deed. Sister Li, please help me with the transfer. No need to call me once it's done. The house is yours anyway." After hastily finishing her speech, the woman turned to leave with the heavy bag of money. "Wait." Chen Hao suddenly called out to her. "Sister Zhou, we still need to go to the property management to transfer the utilities." Though the woman was impatient, she knew this was the procedure and could only follow Chen Hao to the property management office. The two quickly completed the paperwork. From this moment on, Chen Hao was the rightful owner of the villa. Before leaving, Chen Hao intentionally walked up to the property manager, handing him a cigarette. "Manager Li, I plan to tidy up the house in the next few days, so there might be some noise." The property manager accepted the cigarette, smiling as he reminded Mr. Chen, "If it's a major renovation, you need to report in advance." "I'm not renovating, just cleaning up a bit, changing some furniture, and maybe rearranging the layout." Chen Hao waved his hand, looking relaxed. "The noise won't be too much. I just wanted to give you a heads up, so the neighbors don't complain." He was laying the groundwork for the demolition to come. As long as the property management was mentally prepared, even if they heard some noise, they would think it was just furniture being moved or a simple renovation. "Alright, then you get busy, and just let us know if anything comes up." Once outside the property management office, Miss Zhou didn't want to linger for even a moment. She jumped into that Honda Accord and sped away without a trace. Chen Hao leisurely walked back to the villa. The air was fresh after the rain, but he could smell the scent of money. It was intoxicating. Standing at the door, he gazed at the mansion that belonged to him, his emotions a mix of complexity and excitement. Click! The key turned, and the door lock popped open. Chen Hao pushed the door open, and then slammed it shut behind him. Bang! From this moment on, this house was entirely Chen's. Chen Hao walked toward the basement, arriving at the small bar, and moved the wine rack aside. The hole in the wall that he had hastily concealed was now exposed. Chen Hao raised the hammer aimed at the edges of the hole, and with all his strength he struck down. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sound of impact echoed again, and debris flew everywhere. Sweat streamed down his back, soaking his t-shirt, but he didn't feel tired. Only excitement surged within him. After several minutes the hole was widened enough for an adult to crawl through. Chen Hao tossed aside the hammer and shone the flashlight inside. The outermost snakeskin bag had already been partially emptied. He reached in and laboriously dragged the woven. The bag was heavy, containing 20 bricks. Adding to the previous 1 million he had taken, this bag held a total of 3 million. Chen Hao dragged the bag to the side without looking at it further, instead directing the flashlight beam back into the hole. The scene illuminated by the beam made his heart race. Inside were neatly stacked woven bags in red, blue, and white, nearly filling the entire cavity space, piled up to half a person's height. After counting, Chen Hao found at least 20 more. If each bag contained 3 million, that would start at 60 million. Hiss! Chen Hao inhaled sharply. 60 million in cash was undoubtedly a huge fortune in this era. He wasn't greedy, he simply dragged out another bag. With the previous 200,000 added, he now had over 500,000 in cash on hand. That was enough. At this stage, too much money would only be a burden. Struggling, he repositioned the wine rack back to its original place and meticulously cleaned up the debris on the floor before moving the 2 woven bags upstairs in 2 trips. Clatter! 5 million in cash spilled onto the bed in the master bedroom, forming a small mountain. Chen Hao sat on the edge of the bed, lit a cigarette, and stared at the pile of money in a daze. While it was exhilarating, trouble was also brewing. The first issue was how to keep this money safe. In the year 2000, the security situation in Longhua was nowhere near what it would become later. Just 2 months prior, a grassroots billionaire who had built his fortune in education was kidnapped in the corridor of his residential complex. The robbers made off with over 200,000 in cash. In this era, a wealthy person without sufficient background was like a fat sheep walking among wolves, likely to be targeted and torn to shreds at any moment. The second problem was how to convert this money into legally explainable assets. If he just wanted to lie low and be a landlord, things would be much simpler. Holding this cash, he could disperse it across the country, slowly buying properties without going through the banking system, avoiding any attention, enough to live a stable life. But Chen Hao was not willing to settle for that. He was a reborn individual. Was he going to live another life, just to be a salted fish? He might as well die in the bathroom of a KTV. What he aimed to do was stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid wielding the scythe. To achieve this fortune needed to be brought to light and invested in the future's trends. This required a special identity, one that would make everyone reluctant to probe into the source of this money. Chen Hao lay atop the pile of cash, crossed his legs, and let his mind race. Memories from his past life flashed through his mind, countless people and events. Suddenly a thought struck him. He recalled the city of Kyoto's most unique cultural ecology. Here an old man eating fried liver at a roadside stand might casually claim to be a leader. The taxi driver engaging in conversation might be full of insider secrets, saying, "I have a relative in a certain ministry." The truth behind these legends was rarely questioned because everyone understood one principle: the waters ran deep, and one could never know which stone concealed a true dragon. In his past life, Chen Hao had personally witnessed a second-generation official from a ministry carrying an environmentally friendly shopping bag from a supermarket taking the bus to work. He had also seen a deputy director in the finance sector riding a dilapidated electric scooter to work in the financial district. In this city, the most low-key individuals were often the ones you couldn't afford to offend. As long as you dared to act, and as long as you acted convincingly, everyone would default to believing you were genuine. Because the cost of exposing you could be far higher than the cost of playing along with your act. I need to find a tiger skin to drape over myself. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, and a figure floated in his mind: Sun Kai. After being dumped by Lin Xiaoya in his past life, Chen Hao no longer obediently worked as a programmer. He decided to venture into entrepreneurship. He had successively worked as a street vendor in Huiqiang by the leader of a cryptocurrency group, and later considered dealing in new energy. Sun Kai was a third-generation friend Chen Hao met during his cryptocurrency trading. Sun Kai's grandfather Sun Jinyue held the position of a member in the advisory committee of the Long Kingdom, and served as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Culture, representing a typical aristocratic family. Such families enjoy a good reputation, possess extensive connections, and have numerous former students and officials, yet they lack direct power and do not become the focal point of power struggles. Most importantly, the Sun family is populous, but has a declining male line. Old Sun had 4 daughters, but only one son who was in poor health and passed away young, leaving only Sun Kai as the sole descendant. However, the 4 daughters of Old Sun had branched out, giving birth to many grandsons and granddaughters with a variety of surnames among relatives. This makes it difficult for outsiders to discern whether someone with the surname Chen or Li is actually related to the Sun family. Chen Hao was quite familiar with the Sun family situation and had even met several core members of the family. At this point in time, Sun Kai should still be studying in a beautiful foreign land, only returning to the country a few years later. Chen Hao planned to play the role of Sun Kai's distant cousin who had just returned to Beijing. As long as he could find Sun Kai in the coming years and solidify this relationship, the plan would be completely set in motion. Alright, let's do it this way. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, stuffed 500,000 in cash into the wardrobe, changed his clothes, and went out to hail a taxi. "Driver, take me to Qianmen Hongdu Garment." The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, said little, and stepped on the gas towards the city center. Hongdu Garment is located on a street near Deshilan. The storefront looked ancient, resembling an ordinary state-run shop, but the brass plaque at the entrance and the few Zhongshan suits displayed in the window exuded an extraordinary air. This place specializes in making clothes for leaders in the capital. Chen Hao pushed the door open, and an elderly tailor busy ironing clothes did not look up. "Comrade, ready-made clothes are to the left." "I'm not here for ready-made clothes, I want a custom order." Chen Hao strode directly up the wooden staircase to the second floor, which housed the custom department, where several rows of samples hung, radiating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. An elderly tailor wearing reading glasses was measuring and cutting fabric. Upon seeing Chen Hao, he paused his work. "Young comrade, what kind of clothes do you want?" "2 sets of youth suits." Chen Hao walked over and casually touched the fabric hanging on the wall. "I want 80s wool polyester in a deep navy blue. Also, the waist should be slightly tapered, but not too much. I want it to look spirited and not constricted when seated." Upon hearing this, the tailor's expression changed. In this day and age, young people either wear suits or jackets, and it is rare for anyone to actively request a youth. Moreover, this young man had such precise requirements for the material and style, it was clear he had been influenced by elders who often wore such attire. A connoisseur indeed. The tailor's attitude became much more courteous. "Come, young comrade, stand here, and he'll take your measurements." After measuring, Chen Hao paid a deposit and strolled into nearby Deshilan. Entering the Weiliansheng shoe store, he barely glanced at the displayed cloth shoes and directly said to the shop assistant, "Get me a pair of formal shoes with a layered sole, size 42. Also a pair of loafers for everyday wear." The shop assistant was taken aback. This was a discerning customer from the old capital and hurriedly smiled to fetch the goods. Next, he visited the Daming optical store and got a pair of half-frame gold glasses, replacing his black-framed ones. Finally, he stopped by Panjiayuan. In front of the stalls hawking fake antiques, he didn't stop at all and directly dove into a small shop selling bracelets. After half a day's effort, he found a bracelet made of small leaf red sandalwood, already polished to a deep and warm hue. 2 days later, Chen Hao picked up the custom-made clothes from Hongdu. Upon returning to the villa, he stood in front of the dressing mirror, beginning his transformation. The deep navy youth suit fit perfectly, maintaining both solemnity and a sense of uprightness. He wore black layered sole cloth shoes, a small leaf red sandalwood bracelet on his left wrist, and half-frame gold glasses on his face. The person in the mirror was already a far cry from the impoverished student of 2 days ago. Chen Hao gazed at himself in the mirror, starting to mimic the demeanor and tone of voice he recalled from Sun Kai. Eyes should be vacant, carrying a hint of detachment from mundane affairs. The corners of the mouth should curve down slightly, as if teasing a smile, making it hard to read. The speech should be slow, exuding calmness and composure. Interesting. He raised an eyebrow at his reflection, then quickly reined in his expression, returning to that "From today on, I am young Master Chen." He practiced in front of the mirror repeatedly until he felt the person in the mirror had completely transformed into another Sun Kai. A third-generation man accustomed to the waves of the capital's aristocracy. The packaging was complete. But how to play this card? Suddenly a person popped into Chen Hao's mind. In his past life in the cryptocurrency circle, he had encountered a master at a high-end gathering. That fellow, after getting drunk, boasted about how he started in the millennium. The Ministry of Electronic Information had just merged from the Ministry of Electrical Engineering, and the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, and internal management was chaotic with many assets and regulations not sorted out. The logistics department, in order to generate revenue, rented out some and used offices in the ministry's compound, albeit in limited numbers. Very few people knew about this, and those outside the circle had no clue. That master managed to rent an office there, and hung it directly under the ministry sign, fooling the people coming to conduct business, thus earning his first pot of gold. At that time, Chen Hao found this story merely an amusing conversation piece. But now it inspired him. The ministry's compound. What better place to serve as the stage for his new identity's debut? Without hesitation, Chen Hao stood up and left, hailing a taxi at the roadside, heading straight for the Qianmen Quanzhou flagship store. In the year 2000, the flagship store was bustling with the aroma of roast duck and crowds of scalpers. Chen Hao did not enter the store. Instead, he strolled around outside for a couple of circles, his eyes darting around. Soon a thin, shifty-eyed guy approached him and whispered, "Buddy, looking for tickets? Roast duck and Moutai vouchers available." Chen Hao shot him a sidelong glance, not wasting words, and directly pulled out a few 100 yuan bills from his pocket, waving them with 2 fingers as he spoke in a thick Beijing accent. 2 vouchers. Also get me 2 white skins and a sanjiu. Just make sure they are genuine. Don't bring me the inferior goods meant to deceive outsiders. The scalper's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. White skins refer to the internally supplied white-tailed pandas, while Sanjiu denotes hard Zhonghua, with a number 3 on the pack. Anyone requesting these 2 items is undoubtedly an experienced connoisseur. Oh, a connoisseur. The scalper's previously lewd expression transformed into one of respect, his body bending slightly. Got it. Please hold on or I'll get it for you, guaranteed genuine. Half an hour later, Chen Hao was carrying a bag of cigarettes and stopped by a nearby department store to buy an old-style faux leather briefcase. Stuffing the cigarettes into the bag, he had all the props ready. Qinzhou Road, a Ministry of Electronic Information. The row of Soviet-style buildings was solemn and imposing, with armed police standing guard at the entrance and the golden plaque gleaming in the sunlight. Chen Hao did not get out at the main entrance, but instructed the driver to turn and stop at the side entrance of the guest house. He paid and got out. Clutching the briefcase in one hand and the bracelet in the other, he walked calmly into the lobby. The lobby was carpeted in deep crimson, several uniformed attendants huddled together idly cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. That attire, those bearing, surely marked him as scion of a high-ranking compound. Such figures were in truth no rarity here. Chen Hao paid no heed to their gazes. Hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely across the lobby like an inspector reviewing operations, leaving them waiting for a full 2 minutes before ambling up to the front desk and rapping lightly on the counter with his knuckles. Tap, tap, in. Hey comrade, I've got a question. Ni's voice was languid, laced with effortless condescension. A young female attendant snapped upright at once, hastily tucking her sunflower seed shells behind her back. And good day. How may I assist you? Chen Hao frowned, massaging his temples with a look of genuine exasperation. In. Has the department head overseeing real estate at your agency service center been reassigned? The attendant blinked, startled. Such an internal matter was hardly common knowledge among ordinary people. Which official do you mean, NTCH? The portly fellow in charge of infrastructure and tertiary enterprises. Chen Hao wore an expression of mounting impatience, feigning strained recollection. Was he surnamed Zhang before? Or Li? Was it Li? My grandfather insisted I find him to collect something, but I've been swamped lately and completely forgot. And he spoke deliberately vague, blurring the boundaries between prominent surnames. At the words grandfather and collect something, the attendant instantly grasped the implication and instinctively corrected herself in, do you mean Director Wang Qiming? Infrastructure has always fallen under Director Wang's purview. Old Wang. Wang Qiming. Chen Hao slapped his forehead in sudden realization. What a memory. I've had too much on my plate lately. Where's his office now? Still room 302 in that gray building at the rear. No. Director Wang has long occupied room 205 on the second floor of the red building. Unsuspecting, the attendant revealed the detail without hesitation. Chen Hao raised his wrist to check his watch, furrowing his brow even deeper. It's already 11:30. Will he still be in his office? I'd hate to go there only to find he's off at a meeting. This wretched building doesn't even have an elevator. It'll ruin. Thoroughly disarmed by his demeanor, the attendant smiled warmly. At this hour, Director Wang is usually dining at the second-floor cafeteria, the central restaurant. It's his long-standing habit. Understood, thanks. Chen Hao grinned. No need to trouble myself at the red building then. I'll intercept him straight at the restaurant. With that, he tucked his briefcase firmly under his arm and strode purposefully toward the staircase leading upstairs. The second-floor central restaurant was serene and nearly empty. Chen Hao paused at the entrance, scanning the room, his gaze swiftly settling upon a table by the window. A middle-aged man in a gray administrative blazer sat there, receding hairline slightly portly, picking his teeth with a toothpick while gesturing authoritatively at a nearby attendant, radiating unmistakable bureaucratic authority. He was almost certainly the one. Chen Hao drew a slow, steady breath and subtly adjusted his expression before stepping forward and approaching Wang Qiming directly. Wang Qiming, mid-reprimand, suddenly sensed someone beside him and instinctively looked up to find an unfamiliar young man gazing down at him with detached composure. That gaze held none of the deference owed to a superior. Rather, it resembled the cool, appraising look one might reserve for a household steward. A jolt shot through Wang Qiming's chest, and his rebuke froze mid-sentence. Chen Hao gave him no time to react. He pulled out the chair opposite Wang Qiming and sat down squarely, posture commanding. Your Director Wang Qiming, correct? He used a declarative sentence. No honorifics, no softening. Like a senior officer issuing a roll call. Wang Qiming was utterly stunned. The toothpick hung motionless in midair. He was certain he'd never met this youth before. I am. And you are. Chen Hao remained. With unhurried precision, he unzipped his briefcase and withdrew a plain white packaged cigarette, a brand devoid of any insignia, then extracted one and extended it toward Wang Qiming. Wang Qiming's pupils contracted sharply. White packaged cigarettes. And these were not available on the open market. His eyes flickered over Chen Hao's attire, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This young man was undoubtedly a scion from a high-level compound. Observing Wang Qiming's reaction, Chen Hao finally spoke, measured and unhurried. My name is Chen Hao. My maternal grandfather's surname is Sun. He named no specific elder nor stated his purpose. Yet in Beijing's rarefied political terrain, half-spoken words often carried more weight than full disclosures, especially when addressing seasoned bureaucrats whose livelihoods depended on reading between the lines. Chen Hao paused, granting Wang Qiming space to infer, and only then continued slowly in, I heard there's a secondary building on the compound available for office leasing. NIV come to inquire about the details. Maternal grandfather, surnamed Sun. Wang Qiming instantly ran through every senior leader surnamed Sun in his mental roster. None matched this young man. But did it truly matter? Beijing's intricate ecosystem pressing for absolute clarity was the gravest of social missteps. When someone chose to speak in ellipses, it meant they preferred discretion, and the fact that this youth said maternal grandfather rather than paternal grandfather added further layers of implication. Add to that Chen Hao's impeccable attire, identical in cut and bearing to every elite compound scion Wang Qiming had ever encountered. Better to believe than to doubt. Even if the odds were 1 in 10,000 failing to treat him with due respect could narrow his own path, Wang Qiming instantly transformed, his face blooming into warm, crinkled smiles brimming with affability and, oh, Brother Chen, we're kindred spirits from first sight. This lobby's too crowded and conspicuous. Let's step into a private room. I've got some fine tea waiting. He personally ushered Chen Hao into an adjacent vacant private room, then turned sharply to shout at an attendant in Don't you have eyes? Bring premium tea, my finest tea guanyin, and a clean ashtray. And the attendant hurriedly served tea and water. Once the door clicked shut, only the two men remained inside. Brother Chen, about that office leasing matter you mentioned earlier. Wang Qiming initiated the conversation himself, his tone now genuinely solicitous. Do you have any particular requirements? Chen Hao lifted his teacup, gently blew across its surface to disperse the foam, then set it down untouched. He acknowledged with quiet brevity. I heard there are vacant rooms available for lease within the compound. Ah, yes indeed. Wang Qiming explained eagerly. It's a small auxiliary building currently under. Given our current drive for revenue generation, we're seeking to activate idle assets. But this initiative hasn't been publicly announced. It's known only to a few select units within our system. Chen Hao nodded, took out the white packaged cigarettes, tossed one to Wang Qiming, and lit one for himself. Amid curling smoke, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and spoke with studied nonchalance. Since you've called me brother, I won't beat around the bush. I've just returned from abroad. My grandfather insisted I join the bureaucracy, but I refuse. That rigid 9-to-5 life feels suffocating. Instead, I want to build something of my own, starting with registering a company just to test the waters. Any enterprise needs a respectable base. Commercial office buildings feel chaotic. I dislike them. I heard this compound is tranquil, secure, and housed within a central ministry compound. So I came to take a look. Wang Qiming nodded vigorously, deeply empathetic, and absolutely. Today's youth yearn to forge their own destinies, not tread worn paths. Brother, your ambition is admirable. I as your elder must support you wholeheartedly. Chen Hao smiled faintly, but offered no reply. With deliberate slowness, he unzipped his briefcase again and withdrew a hard pack of Zhonghua cigarettes alongside 2 vouchers for Quanjued roast duck. Then casually slid them across the table. I arrived in haste, brought nothing grand. Just a small token, please don't think little of it, Brother Wang. Wang Qiming's eyes narrowed as he regarded the cigarettes and vouchers. Modest in value yet perfectly calibrated in social nuance. This young man was clearly no mere opportunist trading on family prestige. Wang Qiming's mind raced in, agreeing would cost nothing, merely extending a favor. After all, the building held abundant vacant rooms. Why not lease one to him? Doing so would also earn goodwill with the Sun family, perhaps proving invaluable someday. Refusing, however, would be a grave insult, an unwarranted slight against a compound scion whose background remained deliberately opaque. Should he later complain to elders, Wang Qiming's career could well unravel. The calculation was effortless. Oh brother, how could you be so formal? Wang Qiming chided playfully, even as his hands moved swiftly, tucking the gifts into the cloth bag the attendant had brought and sliding it discreetly beneath the table. We're kindred spirits. Let's keep this warm and frequent. But since it's your heartfelt gesture, I'll accept it with humble. Come, there are still several vacant rooms in the building, all superbly situated. Let me personally escort. The two left the guest house not through the front door, but via an internal passage directly into the ministry compound. The courtyard was shaded by lush trees with several red brick buildings in the style nestled within. Wang Qiming led the way while making small talk. Did you just come back from abroad, little brother? It must be quite chaotic over there, right? I heard that George W. Bush and Gore are about to come to blows over the votes. Chen Hao chuckled and casually commented, it's just a show between the two parties. No matter who ends up in power, they want treat us kindly. Chen Hao maintained a speaking style that mimicked Sun Kai, only hinting at understanding without revealing too much. Soon the two arrived at the northwest corner of the compound. An independent five-story small red building appeared before them. Although somewhat old, the signs reading Agency Service Center and Retired Cadres Activity Center hung at the entrance. Wang Qiming took Chen Hao straight to the 4th floor. The corridor was spacious with a polished terrazzo floor and deep red wooden doors lined both sides. Little brother, take a look at this room, south-facing 30 square meters, with good lighting. Wang Qiming opened a door at the end of the corridor. Chen Hao stepped and looked around and shook his head. It's too small and cramped. If we have a guest in the future, there won't be anywhere for them to sit. We in the business value a sense of occasion. Wang Qiming showed him a few more rooms, but Chen Hao either disliked the layout or found the location too remote. Finally, they arrived at the door of a suite in the middle of the corridor. This room was originally an office for a project team. It has been empty since they were disbanded. Wang Qiming opened the door. Chen Hao stepped inside, his eyes brightening. The large suite of over 60 square meters was spacious and bright with a slightly old but impressive large desk by the window along with a set of genuine leather sofas. The inner room, although a bit smaller, had a private bathroom, ensuring excellent privacy. A little renovation and it could serve as a meeting space in the outer room and a resting area in the inner room. This is the one, Chen Hao said, patting the large desk with satisfaction. This place has good feng shui, or it will bring me prosperity. Little brother has a sharp eye. Wang Qiming gave a thumbs up. This is the best place on our floor. Originally there was another unit wanting to rent it, but I held out. It seems you and this place are fated. How much is the rent? Brother Wang, give me a fair price. Chen Hao turned around smiling. Wang Qiming had already calculated in his mind. Normally renting this suite to an external unit would cost at least 25,000. However, for this Chen little brother, it was an opportunity to build relationships and money was secondary. Our external quote is 25,000 per year. But since you're family, I'll make an exception and let you have it for the lowest price, 20,000. 1 month's deposit and all utilities included. What do you think? 20,000 for a 60 square meter suite in the ministry compound was quite a bargain. Chen Hao was overjoyed inside but maintained a calm demeanor. Brother Wang is generous. Let's settle on. He paused for a moment, then expressed a hint of hesitation, his tone slightly tentative. But Brother Wang, my company isn't registered yet about the contract. It's no big deal. Wang Qiming waved his hand grandly. We don't have so many rigid rules here. Just pay me first, and I'll give you a receipt and proof of address. You can take the proof to get your license, and once the company is set up we can sign the formal contract later. This was a classic example of how things were done smoothly within the system. Got it. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Brother Wang. Chen Hao extended his hand and shook Wang Qiming's firmly, his gaze sincere. I'll come by tomorrow to pay and handle the paperwork. I'll be counting on you to look after me in this little plot of land from now on. Good. We'll keep in touch, we're all family now. With the deal settled, Chen Hao stood up to take his leave. Wang Qiming saw him all the way to the gate of the compound and watched as he got into a taxi before turning back. Meanwhile, sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Chen Hao gazed at the rapidly retreating street scenery, a proud smile on his face. He had secured an office in the ministry compound. With this golden signboard, the following stories would finally start to gain credibility. The taxi stopped in front of the Administration for Industry and Commerce building. Chen Hao pushed the door open and got out, striding directly toward the entrance. On the steps at the door, several middle-aged men holding folders were gathered together, smoking, their eyes scanning the crowd of people coming and going. Seeing Chen Hao's well-tailored attire, a crew-cut man immediately snuffed out his cigarette and quickly approached with a face full of false smiles. Boss, here for business. Are you registering a company or making changes? I have connections, no need to wait in line. Chen Hao paused, sizing him up, his tone indifferent. Registering, and it needs to be expedited. The crew-cut man immediately sensed he was dealing with a big client, and his smile became even more sincere. You've come to the right person. My name is Lu Wei, just call me Old Lu. I know this area's business like the back of my hand. I guarantee I'll get it done quickly and efficiently. What name do you want to register for your company? Kyoto Yanwang Cultural Development Co. Ltd. Chen Hao directly stated the name he had prepared. Let's go with the minimum registered capital, 100,000. Old Lu calculated in his heart. This name sounded quite grand, and not like something a typical small boss would choose. Moreover, the other party spoke clearly and with purpose, showing he had done his homework. Boss, about the address and capital verification. Old Lu asked tentatively. In these times, registering a company was most troublesome regarding the address and registered capital. Many shell companies would find agents like him paying to use an address and having them help with the capital verification. I'll handle the address and the money myself, Chen Hao said. You just need to run the errands and take me through the process. How much will it cost? Normally it's 800, but for you, if you need it expedited, I'll push you ahead in line. The name verification and getting the license will require some extra arrangements, so 1,500. I guarantee that within a week the license, official seal, financial seal, and legal person seal will all be ready for you. That works. Chen Hao pulled out his wallet and handed over 20 bills. This is 2,000. 1,005 is yours, and the extra 500 is for your arrangements. Make sure all the processes are expedited for me. Such extravagance. Old Lu held the money, his posture immediately bending as he nodded and bowed. Don't worry. I guarantee there won't be any issues. I'll go get started on the name verification right now. He took Chen Hao to the window to submit the materials and then slipped into the back office. Within 10 minutes, he rushed out, his face beaming. Boss, the name Yan Huang can be used. Chen Hao nodded. I'll bring the documents for the registered address tomorrow. Got it. Old Lu handed his business card to Chen Hao. If I'm not here when you come tomorrow, just call the number on the card, and I'll come to meet you. The next morning, Chen Hao, carrying a briefcase full of cash, stepped back into the Electronic Information Ministry compound. He navigated his way effortlessly to Wang Qiming's office. Wang Qiming was reading a newspaper, and upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he immediately stood up enthusiastically. Little brother Chen has arrived. Chen Hao placed the bag on the desk, unzipped it to reveal neatly stacked cash. Brother Wang, here's 20,000 yuan for the rent and deposit. Great, I'll take you to settle the payment. Wang Qiming led Chen Hao to the finance office to get a receipt, then took him to the adjacent comprehensive office. Xiao Zhang, issue a usage certificate for this, boss. Chen, for the suite on the 4th floor we're using to register the company. Wang Qiming instructed a young staff member directly. Understood, director. The staff member was quick and efficient, soon printing the document, stamping it with the large red seal of the agency service center, and respectfully handing it to Chen Hao. Having someone to guide him made a significant difference. Things went exceptionally smoothly. Chen Hao took the document and directly hailed a taxi to the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Chen Hao handed the documents to Old Lu, who had been waiting at the entrance. Old Lu, I've brought the things, he said. Old Lu glanced at the documents, his eyes widening in surprise. The address was clearly written as Qinshu Road, OXX Courtyard. Looking at the bright red official seal. Holy crap. Old Lu gasped, realizing this was a ministerial compound. Who could rent a place inside to register a company, if not someone extraordinary? His gaze toward Chen Hao was now filled with awe. No wonder he was so generous. It turned out he was connected to significant figures. Don't worry. I'll get it done as fast as I can. Old Lu patted his chest in assurance. In a week, the certificate and seal will definitely be ready. Then I'll accompany you to the bank to open a corporate account. The company registration process was already on track. Chen Hao returned to the Jingxin estate, changed out of his youthful attire, and put on his previous sportswear and canvas shoes before heading back to school. As he pushed open the door to dormitory 302, he found Wang Chong and the others inside. Upon hearing the door open, they turned their heads in unison. As soon as they saw Chen Hao, the atmosphere in the dorm became somewhat strange. Wang Chong stood up and walked over to Chen Hao, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. How good you finally came back. I thought you were truly going to be haunted by love and retreat into solitude. He paused for a moment, lowered his voice, and said indignantly, for the past 2 days Zhao Qian has been running her mouth in class, saying you've moved on to someone else, and dumped Xiaoya, calling you a scumbag. We all thought it was Lin Xiaoya who didn't want you anymore, but it turns out you were the one who made the move. Chen Hao casually threw his backpack onto the bed, scoffing as he said, a scumbag is still better than a sycophant. He didn't take this trivial matter to heart at all. By now his outlook had long surpassed such romantic entanglements. He had a professional class in the afternoon, so Chen Hao grabbed his book and headed to the classroom. As soon as he entered, dozens of gazes fell upon him simultaneously. Ignoring them, Chen Hao walked straight to a seat in the back corner, opened his book, and appeared completely calm. The class proceeded without any turbulence, and he pretended not to hear the whispers behind him. As soon as the bell rang, Chen Hao packed his things and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the classroom door, he found his way blocked. Zhao Qian stood with her arms crossed, looking at him with a mean expression. Chen Hao, you scumbag, after hiding for 2 days you finally dare to show your face. You toyed with Xiao Ya's feelings, and now you want to run away. Are you even a man? Her voice was sharp and loud, instantly attracting most of the remaining students' attention, and the previously noisy classroom fell silent as everyone waited to see the drama unfold. Lin Xiaoya followed behind her, tugging at Zhao Qian's sleeve, gently persuading her. Qian, don't be like this, just let it go. Though she said to let it go, her watery eyes were filled with tears, looking at Chen Hao with a mix of grievance and expectation, as if waiting for him to apologize like before. Chen Hao looked at the two women performing this act, and felt utterly bewildered. He couldn't be bothered to get angry. He simply turned to Lin Xiaoya and said, I'm just a poor guy who can't even afford a phone, not worthy of you. He smirked slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Stop wasting my time here. Go find your chairman Zhang, or some other wealthy sycophant instead. Don't keep someone waiting. After saying that, he sidestepped the two and walked straight out. Lin Xiaoya's face turned pale, and her eyes immediately reddened. She couldn't understand why the Chen Hao, who once obeyed her every word and was willing to give everything for her, had become so heartless and cruel. It's just a phone, right? Even the dorm next door has one, why can't she have it? How could he say such things to her? Chen Hao, you're a bastard. Zhao Qian, furious, stomped her feet and screamed at Chen Hao's back. The surrounding students who had been eavesdropping exchanged glances. Previously they had all taken Zhao Qian's word for it and thought poorly of Chen Hao. But now after hearing Chen Hao's words, and recalling how close Lin Xiaoya had been with Chairman Zhang from the student council, they began to have their suspicions. It turned out that it wasn't Chen Hao who was the scumbag, but Lin Xiaoya who valued wealth over love. Suddenly the glances directed at Lin Xiaoya's back grew more complicated. Listening to the unusual discussions around her, Lin Xiaoya could no longer stay and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. Chen Hao paid no attention to the commotion behind him. He walked out of the teaching building, not returning to the dormitory, but instead strolled out of the school's east gate. The road beneath his feet was the main thoroughfare of University Road. On either side of the road, top universities in the country stood in a row. Jinghang University, Kyoto University of Science and Technology, Longhui University of Geosciences. Most of the shops along the roadside were small restaurants, stationery stores, and clothing shops appearing somewhat worn and infused with a sense of the millennium. As Chen Hao walked, he carefully observed the shops on both sides of the street. He couldn't leave his cash to gather dust in the basement. He needed to find a business with large cash flow that wouldn't attract attention to transform his money into compliant assets. In this era, what could be more profitable and suitable than an internet cafe? If he could open a large chain of internet cafes, it would not only cater to the impending internet wave, but also perfectly resolve his funding issues. Chen Hao's gaze kept sweeping over the shops by the road, especially lingering at the entrances of those with signs reading XX Internet Cafe and Network Time. Dingling. He casually pushed open the glass door of an internet cafe. Inside, the lighting was dim with dozens of CRT monitors casting a faint blue glow, illuminating faces that were slick with oil. The sound of keyboards clicking filled the air with sporadic noises from Red Alert and CS games occasionally, mixed with a few classic expletives. Behind the cash register, a young man with bleached hair was lounging with his legs crossed, staring at the screen while chatting with netizens, barely bothering to lift his eyelids. Chen Hao strolled around in the narrow aisle. It was filled with smoke and had poor equipment, but the occupancy rate was truly terrifying. There was hardly any space to stand. This was the internet cafe of the year 2000, growing wildly, filled with gold, but also a hotbed of filth. He visited 7 or 8 cafes in a row, and the situation was mostly the same. The largest ones had only 50 to 60 machines, all rented storefronts. Some were even located on the ground floor of residential buildings, with a few shady youths hanging out in front. This business was indeed profitable, but it was also a hot potato. The current public security was nothing compared to later years. Internet cafe owners, without some skill, couldn't handle rowdy troublemakers, nor withstand the malicious suppression from competitors. He saw that several internet cafes had baseball bats and steel pipes behind the cash registers. Most of these owners were local people with some social background. As a student, it was unrealistic for him to manage such a chaotic place by himself. He needed to find someone trustworthy who could maintain order to be the general manager. Moreover, there was another issue. Most of these internet cafes were rented spaces. Currently, rent in Kyoto was still quite cheap, and internet cafes could be considered highly profitable. But once housing prices and rents began to soar, in a few years these profits would be ruthlessly devoured by landlords. If he wanted to do this, he couldn't just be a tenant. He needed to purchase the property. He envisioned creating a large-scale comprehensive internet cafe that combined internet access, dining, and leisure, even turning it into a chain. Chen Hao had a preliminary plan in mind, but he was not in a hurry. Finding the right people and suitable locations would take time to search and filter. Unknowingly, Chen Hao had walked from within the 4th Ring Road all the way to the outskirts of the 5th Ring, then circled repeatedly through several streets surrounding the University Road area. A dull ache began pulsing through his calves. Only then did he realize he had been walking for nearly an entire afternoon, likely racking up tens of thousands of steps. He paused at the roadside, watching Xiaoli and Santana sedans glide past when a thought surfaced. It was time to acquire a car. Whether for convenience or for the next phase of his plan, a vehicle was an indispensable. In his strategy, he would need to move frequently among diverse venues and interact with people from all walks of life. In this society where judgments are made instantly, and often superficially, a fine automobile served as the most effective calling card. It spared him countless explanations and unlocked doors that would otherwise remain firmly shut. With that in mind, he hailed a taxi at the curb. "Driver, please take me to Yatsuan Auto Trading Market." Over 20 minutes later, he arrived at the largest automobile trading hub in northern China. Chen Hao stepped out and ignored the swarm of dealers rushing toward him, striding directly toward the market's most imposing sales showroom. He pushed open the glass door. Gleaming like polished mirrors, the showroom floor held several brand new autos, arranged with elegant asymmetry. A few salesmen in crisp suits stood chatting in a cluster. Upon noticing Chen Hao's entrance, only one young salesman reluctantly approached, his expression blank, devoid of warmth. This indifference was not born of disdain for Chen Hao's attire, but rather reflected the era's reality. Audi cars were in such overwhelming demand that no sales pressure existed. Especially the A6, the so-called official vehicle, was fiercely coveted. Buyers not only paid premiums, but also endured long waiting lists. With no performance targets looming, the sales staff naturally lacked urgency. Chen Hao's gaze, however, settled immediately on the black Audi A6 stationed at the showroom center. Its fluid silhouette and the iconic four-ring emblem stood in the year 2000 as undisputed symbols of authority and stature. Do you have the 2.8-liter luxury executive edition in stock? He tapped the cool engine hood casually. The young salesman glanced at him briefly before replying coolly, no stock available. Orders for this model are booked 3 months ahead. I can't wait that long, Chen Hao stated bluntly. I'm willing to pay a premium. At the word premium, a flicker of interest finally lit the salesman's eyes. He appraised Chen Hao anew. Though young in appearance, his demeanor carried unmistakable seriousness. Even with a premium, you'll still need to wait. The supply is simply this tight. Though his words remained dismissive, he gestured toward the office behind him. If you're truly serious about purchasing, speak with our manager. Chen Hao followed him into the manager's office. A portly middle-aged man in his 40s sat sipping tea. Manager, this gentleman wishes to take delivery of the 2.8 immediately. The manager set down his teacup and looked up. When the salesman added he's willing to pay extra, a warm smile instantly spread across his face. That premium would flow largely into the pockets of management, a substantial tangible income boost. Well, young sir, you're clearly accomplished beyond your years. The manager sprang to his feet, warmly offering a seat. Stock is indeed scarce, but since your sincerity is evident, I won't let you leave empty-handed. He raised a hand, fingers splayed, 50,000 yuan extra. In 3 days I'll transfer a brand new unit from another branch, guaranteed pristine. 50,000 yuan, enough to buy half a Xiaoli sedan at the time. Chen Hao didn't haggle, he simply nodded. Agreed. The manager's grin widened. This young man was refreshingly decisive. However, I need 2 additional favors from you, manager. Chen Hao said, leaning back comfortably on the sofa. Of course, anything within our capacity. First, I don't yet hold a driver's license, but I can drive. Arrange an expedited issuance for me. The manager chuckled. This was exceedingly common. A trivial matter, he declared, slapping his chest. 5,000 yuan. 1 week. Your license will be in. Second, Chen Hao continued. I require a Beijing Jing A8 license plate. Money is no object. The manager's smile froze instantly. His jowls twitched, his expression twisted into profound discomfort. Young sir, you've truly put me on the spot, he murmured, rubbing his palms together with a wry, strained smile. A Jing A plate. I might pull strings, spend some funds, and explore possibilities. But Jing A8. That isn't something money alone can resolve. He lowered his voice. That sequence is reserved exclusively for elite central departments. Though ours is Beijing's largest dealership, our reach simply doesn't extend that far. Chen Hao understood instantly. He hadn't expected the auto sales manager to accomplish this task. He'd merely posed the question to gauge its difficulty and scarcity. Evidently, the plate's value exceeded even his expectations. And precisely because it was so rare, acquiring it became imperative. It formed a pivotal element of his entire plan, a crucial credential in constructing his new identity. Understood. I won't press you further. Chen Hao didn't linger. From his bag, he withdrew 20,000 yuan and placed it squarely on the desk. This is the deposit. He hadn't carried large sums with him today. This top-tier Audi A6, excluding the premium, would cost roughly 600,000 yuan upon registration. Carrying sacks of cash across the city was out of the question. Excellent. Rest assured. The manager exhaled deeply and hurried to collect the money and issue the receipt. Emerging from the Audi showroom, Chen Hao hailed another taxi. Settling into the rear seat, he closed his eyes, but his mind raced with relentless precision. The Jing A8 plate. Clearly this required contacting old Wang. Only through his network could such a feat possibly be achieved. Driver changed destination, Chen Hao said, opening his eyes. To Qinshou Road, the Ministry of Electronics and Information compound. The taxi halted at the ministry compound's gate. Chen Hao checked his watch, 4:30 p.m., nearing official dismissal. Rather than heading straight to Wang Qiming's office, he settled into a comfortable sofa in the guesthouse lobby and picked up that day's newspaper. Promptly at 5 o'clock, employees began streaming out of the compound. 10 minutes later, Wang Qiming emerged, briefcase in hand, walking with unhurried, deliberate strides. Brother Wang. Chen Hao set down the paper and greeted him with a smile. Wang Qiming blinked in surprise. Then his broad, fleshy face crinkled into delighted folds. Ah, Brother Chen. What brings you here? Something urgent? Nothing major, Chen Hao replied lightly. Just handled some personal matters over at Yatsuan. Happened to pass by, and since I've been troubling you lately, I thought I'd treat you to dinner. Wang Qiming hesitated briefly, then agreed readily. Fine, tonight's actually free. This young man knew how to navigate social nuance, and Wang himself wished to probe deeper into his intentions. Perfect. Chen Hao grinned. It's still rather chilly. How about hot pot lamb? Donglishan, what do you think? Sounds good. Let's go to the flagship branch. Their mutton is authentic. At the front door of Donglishan's flagship store, the bustling dining hall on the first floor was filled with voices and warmth. Wang Qiming, familiar with the place, led Chen Hao straight to a window-side booth on the second floor. A purple copper hot pot was set on the table, the charcoal fire glowing red with a clear broth floating, sections of green onion, slices of ginger, and shiitake mushrooms. Simple, yet exquisite. Hand-sliced fresh lamb, tofu skin, frozen tofu, cabbage, vermicelli, and more were spread across the table. Brother, come, let's moisten the pot first. Wang Qiming tossed some lamb tail fat into the pot, and watched as the fat melted before picking up a slice of lamb shoulder. After briefly swishing it in the boiling broth, he placed it into Chen Hao's sesame sauce bowl. Try this, the meat is tender. You can't find this flavor elsewhere. Thanks, Brother Wang. Chen Hao was not polite, taking a big bite coated in sesame sauce. It's indeed authentic. After a couple of shots of erguo too, their conversation flowed freely. Actually, I'm not cut out for the system by nature. Chen Hao set down his glass, seemingly self-deprecating as he said, my grandfather used to work in the cultural sector. That old man was stubborn and principled, always believing that we younger generations should work diligently, without seeking shortcuts. Every time I asked him to make a connection, he would puff up and glare at me. The cultural sector, surnamed Sun. As these keywords were dropped, Wang Qiming's hand, which was picking up food, paused slightly. The scope immediately narrowed. In Kyoto's cultural sector, few leaders with the surname Sun could be counted on one hand. It seemed that his previous guess was quite accurate. He felt reassured yet maintained a calm demeanor, continuing the conversation. Indeed, the old leader was of high moral integrity, someone we should learn from. However, young people have their own ideas, and that's normal. Exactly. Chen Hao sighed with a bitter smile. There are too many rules in the system. I can't stand that kind of confinement. That's why I'm starting this Yanhua culture. I want to do something of my own. Additionally, I studied computer science in college, and am quite interested in the internet, planning to move in that direction in the future. Cultural endeavors are great. That's your family's traditional trade, with depth. Wang Qiming gave a thumbs up. As for the internet, currently several departments are holding meetings every day to study it, claiming it's a big trend. But I think that thing is too abstract, something you can't see or touch. Brother Wang, this is not just a trend. Chen Hao poured Wang Qiming a full glass, speaking with certainty. In a few years, the newspapers and televisions you see, now even our shopping, will all move online. You might not even need to take a wallet when you go out. Wang Qiming was momentarily taken aback, although he found it a bit unbelievable. Seeing Chen Hao's confident demeanor made it hard to refute, so he could only smile and agree. If that's true, it would be phenomenal. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Chen Hao felt the time was right and shifted the conversation. By the way, Brother Wang, I booked an A6 at the Asian Games Village today, the 2.8 version. Wow, going straight for the top. Wang Qiming's eyes lit up. In this era, only a few senior leaders in the department were qualified to drive an A6. This guy's first move is a top configuration. With such financial power and background, there's no doubt about it. Yes, Chen Hao pretended to be troubled, rubbing his forehead. The car is fine, but the license plate is giving me a headache. I'll often need to enter some big establishments to discuss matters, and with a regular plate, I keep getting stopped by the guards at the gate, which is quite humiliating. I was thinking of getting a Jing A8 plate to make things easier. But you know my grandfather's temperament, as soon as I bring it up he scolds me for being ostentatious and refuses to help. You see, a regular Jing A is just not quite right. I was thinking of spending some money to arrange one, but I just got back and don't have any connections. Wang Qiming understood immediately. Many third-generation individuals like this, their elders are strict and don't provide convenience, so they figure out solutions on their own. He pondered for a moment, his mind racing. Directly obtaining a brand new Jing A8 plate was beyond his means. But if it could be modified a bit. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Wang Qiming. Brother, this matter isn't entirely hopeless. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. We have a logistics company under our service center established years ago, and it's basically just an empty shell now. This company happens to have an almost scrapped old Santana, which has been collecting dust in the warehouse. That car was assigned to the old leader back in the day with a plate starting with Jing A83. Jing A83. Chen Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Wang, are you suggesting that old car should have been scrapped long ago? Wang Qiming chuckled. I'll find someone to work the connections, and you can buy that scrapped car. Then we'll go to the vehicle management office to handle the paperwork claiming the vehicle is being scrapped and updated, keeping the license plate, and directly transferring it to your new A6. Although this operation may be a bit troublesome, it's compliant. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Chen Hao felt ecstatic. This old Wang was indeed a seasoned figure in the system, adept at exploiting such loopholes. Without further ado, he pulled out an envelope from his briefcase and pushed it towards Wang Qiming. Brother Wang, I'm so sorry for the trouble this is causing you. Here are 20,000 yuan. You can use it to grease some palms and treat the brothers to some tea. If it's not enough, just let me know anytime. Wang Qiming squeezed the envelope's thickness, having a rough idea. This kid is quite savvy. He didn't decline, casually slipping the envelope into his pocket, patting his chest in assurance. Don't worry, brother. This matter is on me. I promise to get it done for you within 3 days. A few days later, Agent Liu called saying that all the company documents and seals were ready. Liu personally accompanied Chen Hao to the bank to open a corporate account. Following that with the new business license in hand, Chen Hao returned to the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department. In Wang Kaiming's office, he signed the official rental contract for the suite. Afterwards, Wang Qiming called in the manager of the logistics company, who was surnamed Qian. Within a few cups of tea, a second-hand car transaction agreement was finalized. Chen Hao purchased the rusted scrap Santana from the logistics company for 20,000 yuan under the name of Kyoto Yanhua Culture Development Co. Ltd. As soon as the paperwork was completed, Chen Hao wasted no time. He first returned to the Jingxuan Manor, retrieved enough cash from the basement, and stuffed it into a large travel bag. Then he hurriedly took a taxi to the Audi sales center at the Asian Games Village. In the manager's office, when the manager saw Chen Hao enter with a heavy bag, his face instantly lit up with excitement. "Oh, Mr. Chen, you finally made it. We've cleaned the car 8 times for you. The money is right here, count it." Chen Hao didn't waste any words, placing the bag on the table and unzipping it. Dozens of tightly bundled 100 yuan bills were casually piled on the table. The manager immediately called in the finance team, and it took them over half an hour to count the money. After confirming everything was correct, the manager personally led Chen Hao to the car delivery area. A brand new black Audi A6 was parked there, its paint gleaming under the lights. "Mr. Chen, this is your car. All the paperwork is complete, we just need a license plate." "I've got the license." Chen Hao pulled out a stack of documents and the old chip Jing A83 license plate from his bag, handing it to the manager. "Here are the transfer papers and the plate. Please help me get this plate onto the new car. I'll wait right here. Once it's done, I'll drive away directly." The manager took the plate, glanced at the number, and nearly dropped it in shock. Jing A83. He suddenly looked up at Chen Hao, his eyes filled with awe. This young man is truly... "All right, please hold on tight." The manager took the documents and license plate, personally leading 2 subordinates straight to the vehicle management office. Chen Hao sat in the VIP lounge, crossing his legs and sipping hot tea. 2 hours later, the door of the manager's office was pushed open. The manager walked in with a beaming smile, placing a deep blue driver's license, a bag of vehicle documents, and the car keys on the coffee table in front of Chen Hao. "Young Master Chen, I have fulfilled your request. Everything is taken care of." Chen Hao picked up the driver's license and glanced at it. It bore his photo and information, with the issuance date being today, without any issues. He tucked the driver's license into his pocket, took the car keys, and stood up. "Thank you." He walked directly towards the exhibition hall, with the manager following closely behind, escorting him to the side of the A6. Under the sunlight, the black paint of the car appeared very elegant, with the blue and white license plate Jing A83 on the front bumper standing out conspicuously. Chen Hao opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. A distinctive scent of new car filled the air. He skillfully inserted the key and started the engine. Accompanied by a slight vibration, the 2.8-liter V6 engine emitted a steady and powerful idling sound. The Audi A6 drove out of Yasi City, heading towards Jinghang University. While driving, Chen Hao discovered a rather troublesome issue. He felt like a split-personality actor. At school, he was the impoverished student Chen Hao, and outside, he was the influential young Master Chen. Switching between these 2 identities was exhausting. He couldn't possibly visit such an upscale estate every day, right? Moreover, he couldn't drive a car with the Jing A8 license plate back to school. It would draw too much attention. In Jinghang University, too many people knew him. They all recognized him as an ordinary student from a humble background. Driving such a car back would undoubtedly bring troubles and inquiries. At school, he had to continue maintaining the persona of a poor student. This meant he needed a more convenient base, a place that allowed him to switch identities freely and also provided parking. With one hand on the steering wheel, Chen Hao aimlessly cruised around the vicinity of University Road. Unknowingly, the car passed Jinghang University and arrived next to the nearby Huqing University. Rows of brand new high-rise residential buildings came into view. Huqing Jun. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. This was a renowned investment hotspot. Dubbed the cradle of internet entrepreneurs, many prominent figures had started their journeys here. The key was its proximity to schools, strict security, and residents of a certain status, ensuring no one would bother to inquire about their neighbors. Moreover, the property prices here would soar to over 100,000 per square meter in the future. Buying here was undoubtedly a profitable venture. "This is the place." He turned the steering wheel, driving the Audi A6 straight towards the sales office. The security guard at the entrance straightened up instantly upon seeing the car with the Jing A8 license plate, saluting sharply as the barrier rose rapidly. Chen Hao parked the car at the entrance of the sales office. Several salespeople who had been chatting at the door immediately surrounded him, their faces adorned with professional and enthusiastic smiles. "Hello, sir. Are you here to view the property?" "Sir, Huqing Jun is the highest quality development on University Road. You won't be disappointed if you come to take a look." A female salesperson in a professional suit with long legs and a graceful figure squeezed through the crowd, swiftly opening the car door with a sweet smile. "Hello, sir. I am sales manager Sun Li, and am delighted to assist you." Chen Hao nodded, getting out and closing the door with an elegant motion. Upon entering the sales hall, a massive model of the property occupied the central position. Sun Li held a laser pointer enthusiastically pointing at several buildings. Sir, our main offerings now are spacious units ranging from 120 to 160 square meters, with 2 elevators servicing 8 households boasting a high utilization rate. 2 elevators for 8 households. Chen Hao frowned and interrupted her directly. Are you suggesting I compete with 7 other households for the elevator? That's too troublesome. Sun Li quick-witted immediately sensed she was dealing with a true wealthy client. Her eyes brightened, and the laser pointer swiftly moved to the top of the model. Sir, if you prefer tranquility, these several top-tier units are absolutely perfect for you. Penthouse duplex 2 levels combined over 300 square meters. Only 4 households per floor ensuring excellent privacy, plus a huge terrace. Currently we hand over the properties in a bare state, allowing you to decorate according to your tastes. Chen Hao's interest was piqued. Are there any furnished units ready for immediate move-in? I don't want to wait. Yes. Sun Li's eyes sparkled. We just happen to have a penthouse duplex model room exquisitely decorated. If you're interested, I can take you there right now. The viewing vehicle headed straight to the underground parking lot with the elevator going directly to the top floor. Upon exiting the elevator, the corridor was spacious and bright. Sun Li opened one of the doors. Please come in, sir. A strong European palace-style ambience wafted out. A massive crystal chandelier, gilded plaster lines, intricately patterned wallpaper, and heavy velvet curtains adorned the space. This somewhat outdated decoration style in hindsight was synonymous with opulence in the year 2000. Chen Hao walked around the room. Although he wasn't fond of this decor style, he was generally satisfied. This unit had been a model room for several months, and the smell of various decoration materials had mostly dissipated, making it ready for immediate move-in. He'll take this one, Chen Hao decided. He walked to the door and pointed at the tightly closed door next door. Has this unit been sold? Not yet, this one is still in bare condition, Sun Li replied honestly. Alright, I'll take this one too. Chen Hao spoke as casually as if he were buying 2 cabbages at a market. Sun Li was completely stunned, doubting her ears. Sir, are you saying you want to buy both units? Yes, Chen Hao nodded. They'll live in one, and the other will be for my subordinates to work in. Also, Chen Hao pointed to the middle of the corridor. I have a request. I want to install a door at this position to completely separate these 2 households from the other 2, creating an independent space. Can that be done? This request was a bit excessive as it involved using public space. However, Sun Li hesitated for only a second before nodding vigorously. Of course we can do that. This is a super big deal. Even if the request were more unreasonable, I would instantly agree. She quickly took out her phone. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll ask our manager right away. The call was quickly connected and Sun Li reported the situation at lightning speed. A few minutes later, a stout, middle-aged man appeared panting as he exited the elevator. He was the sales office's general manager. Hello, boss. I'm the general manager. Here, my surname is Liu. Manager Liu wiped his sweat while warmly extending his hands. Chen Hao shook his hand. Manager Liu, there won't be any issues with installing the door, right? Absolutely no problem. We'll take care of it, ensuring it looks grand and is secure. Manager Liu assured, patting his chest. What about parking spaces? I want 4 right next to the elevator altogether. Sure. We will definitely reserve the best spots for you. During this era, most people were not yet accustomed to buying parking spaces. The garage was empty with spots readily available. What are the prices? Chen Hao asked directly. Boss, since you're being so straightforward, we will definitely offer you the biggest discount. Manager Liu immediately replied. The parking spaces will be offered at an 80 discount. For the property, if you can pay in full, I will apply to our boss for a 5 discount. Sure, I'll pay in cash up front, Chen Hao stated. Manager Liu and Sun Li's smiles grew even brighter. They quickly calculated the total price. 2 duplex units along with 4 parking spaces with all discounts factored in totaled 3,600,000. They'll bring the money over to sign the contract tomorrow morning, Chen Hao said. The next morning, the Audi A6 parked again at the sales office entrance. Chen Hao opened the trunk, pulling out 2 heavy travel bags, and strode into the hall. Bang! The 2 bags landed heavily on the desk. Inside were stacks of 100 yuan bills neatly bundled with bank straps resembling 2 small mountains. The entire sales office fell silent instantly, with everyone wide-eyed. In an era before the Wenzhou real estate speculation swept the nation, no one had seen so much cash. With over 3 million in cash piled before them, the scene was absolutely breathtaking. Manager Liu immediately came over with several finance staff to count the money. The contract was quickly signed. Chen Hao handed over a copy of his ID to Manager Liu. Please take care of the property certificate for me. Rest assured, we will ensure everything is handled perfectly. Manager Liu nodded and bowed. The door you requested, we will arrange for workers to come and install this afternoon. After completing the paperwork, Chen Hao did not return to the villa, but drove straight to a nearby shopping mall. He bought all the necessary living supplies from bed linens to toothbrushes and towels. By evening, when he returned to the top floor of Hucking Jiyuan, a brand new deep brown solid wood door had been installed in the corridor, completely isolating his 2 units from the neighbors. Chen Hao used the key to open the model room's door. He neatly arranged the items he bought, planning to stay here from today onward, although he couldn't withdraw from the school dormitory, otherwise it would be hard to explain to his counselor. In the afternoon, Chen Hao drove his A6 back to the Jingxia Zhuanjuan to withdraw some cash, before heading straight to the Furniture City on the South 4th Ring Road. The Audi A6 parked at the entrance of the Furniture City. Chen Hao opened the door and stepped out, walking directly towards the most expensive mahogany section. The manager with a keen eye immediately spotted the Audi with the Jing A8 license plate, which was known to be the vehicle of the god of wealth. He quickly dismissed the hesitating walk-in customers and hurried out to greet him. Boss, looking for furniture? Please come inside. We just received a batch of top-quality red sandalwood. Chen Hao nodded and walked straight into the store. His gaze swept over the furniture, and he quickly made a decision. I want that set of mahogany tea table accompanied by 6 round chairs. And I need a 3-meter-long mahogany big desk, with an official hat chair. Also a display shelf and a... He chose the most expensive items in the store. The manager followed closely behind, his smile growing brighter as he regarded Chen Hao as a top-tier customer. Chen Hao also picked out a set of computer desk and chair for his residence at Huaqing Jieyuan, also made of mahogany. Deliver these to the small building of the Agency Service Center at the Qianshou Road Electronic Information Department, 4th floor. And deliver these to Huaqing Jieyuan. Have the sales office staff help me receive them. Chen Hao swiftly wrote down 2 addresses. The total cost of the furniture amounted to more than 500,000, and Chen Hao directly pulled out a woven bag full of cash. The manager looked at the large pile of cash, somewhat dumbfounded. Although they had seen many big clients, very few had taken out so much cash. After collecting the money, the manager quickly assured him, rest assured, we will make sure it is delivered this afternoon. With the furniture sorted out, Chen Hao drove to Panjiayuan. He didn't bother with the indistinguishable antiques, but went straight to a few shops specializing in reproductions. I want a batch of antique porcelain, both blue and white, and famille rose, just make sure they look authentic. Also a few pieces of calligraphy and paintings, landscapes, flowers, and birds properly framed to give an impression of age. These items were not for collection, but merely to fill his office's display shelf and create an atmosphere rich in cultural depth. After spending over 10,000 and buying a trunk full of antiques, Chen Hao returned to the courtyard on Qianshou Road. The delivery truck from the Furniture City was already waiting at the entrance. After the security verified the information, several workers began to grunt as they moved the furniture to the 4th floor. Chen Hao's office soon became lively. The commotion from the moving was quite loud. During office hours, the noise quickly attracted Wang Qiming, Wang Qiming curiously walked up to the 4th floor and saw Chen Hao directing the workers in arranging the furniture, the office already taking shape. Chen, my brother, you are starting to tidy up. He entered the office looking at the antiquated tea table and display shelf with eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect you to like such an old-fashioned style at such a young age. Chen Hao picked up a cloth and wiped the newly arranged desk casually, saying it's what I grew up seeing, I'm used to it. He half-jokingly explained, my old man really likes these things, saying that our Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture is hidden in the details of these items. Having been influenced by it, I have come to like it as well. Those trendy items look flashy, but they always feel a little lacking in depth. Wang Qiming nodded thoughtfully. In a culturally prominent family, having such preferences is quite normal. Alright, you all go out first, I will handle the rest. Chen Hao dismissed the workers and began to arrange things himself. He placed the antique porcelain and calligraphy he had found at Panjiayuan on the display shelf and walls. Wang Qiming watched with a smile, occasionally helping to pass things along. The two took more than half an hour to finish. Wang, come down and take a look at my new car. Chen Hao locked the office door and led Wang Qiming downstairs. When Wang Qiming saw the black Audi A6 parked downstairs, his eyes lit up. Nice, the A6 is really impressive. Thanks to you, Wang, for your help. Chen Hao smiled and opened the car door. By the way, Wang, could you help me arrange an access vehicle permit? It would be more convenient for me to enter and exit the courtyard in the future. No problem at all. Wang Qiming waved his hand. But this matter isn't under my jurisdiction, you need to find the security department. It's just about time to get off work, I'll call their deputy director Old Li, and we can have a meal together. I can mention it to him at the dinner table. Wang Qiming glanced at his watch, took out his phone, and dialed the number. Hello Old Li, are you done with work? I have a younger brother here, let's eat together. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance. After hanging up, Wang Qiming said to Chen Hao, Old Li is named Li Weigua, a northeasterner, a former soldier, and has a straightforward personality, but don't be too formal. Before long, a stout, middle-aged man with a buzz cut strode over. He walked with purpose, his back straight, clearly a military man. Old Wang, let's go. Li Weigua's voice was booming. Come, let me introduce you. Wang Qiming pointed at Chen Hao. This is Chen Hao, my younger brother. This is a distinguished guest in our courtyard. Young brother Chen, this is Deputy Director Li Weigua from the security department. Hello, Director Li. Chen Hao proactively extended his hand, neither servile nor overbearing. Li Weigua shook his hand firmly. The three didn't walk far and found a northeastern restaurant near the courtyard. They ordered goberadis and xian and chicken stewed with mushrooms along with a few bottles of local beer. Li Weigua was straightforward, and after a few rounds of drinks he opened up. Wang Qiming naturally brought up the matter of the vehicle permit. Li Weigua, after hearing it, slapped his chest directly. What's the big deal? With your license plate, who dares to stop you? But to keep it formal, you still need to get a permit. Tomorrow bring me a copy of your vehicle registration, and I'll get it done for you by the afternoon. He agreed without asking for any benefits in return. Chen Hao raised his glass. Thank you so much, Li Gu. No need for formalities. Li Weigua clinked glasses with him and downed it in one go. The atmosphere became lively, and the three began discussing current social issues. Life is getting harder these days. Li Weigua sighed and lit a cigarette. In recent years, many from state-owned enterprises have been laid off, and many of my old neighbors have lost their jobs. Soldiers coming from the army are also finding it increasingly difficult to find jobs. Many excellent soldiers cannot find decent work. He spoke with a hint of sadness. The soldiers I trained were all top-notch. What happened? After returning from service, they either had to work as security at nightclubs or take odd jobs for a few hundred a month. Don't you feel frustrated? Hearing this, Chen Hao felt a pang in his heart. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Li Weigua seriously. Li Gu, to be honest, my company just started and is in urgent need of people, especially two reliable, discreet individuals to help me drive and handle some errands. If you have trustworthy brothers who are struggling, please recommend them to me. I can't promise much else, but I guarantee I will not mistreat my own brothers. Li Weigua suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp as a knife, staring at Chen Hao. Brother, are you serious about this? Absolutely. Chen Hao replied decisively. Great. Li Weigua excitedly slapped his thigh. Then I really have to thank you on behalf of those kids. I just happen to have two guys in Kyoto. Both are excellent soldiers, but are too straightforward and have offended people, so they're not doing well now. One is named Zhao Gang, nicknamed Gongzi. He was the squad leader of the reconnaissance company, skilled in fighting stealth. He has a fiery temper and couldn't stand a privileged kid bullying a new recruit, so he beat him up. That privileged kid had some background and managed to get him a disciplinary action, forcing him to leave the army. Now his mother is seriously ill back home, urgently needing money, but had rather carry bricks at a construction site than work as a thug for those unscrupulous nightclub owners. The other one is named Wang Jun. We all call him Dajuan. He comes from the automotive battalion, and he's a wizard behind the wheel. He can perform all kinds of special driving techniques with his eyes closed. He was originally assigned to a printing factory, but the factory closed down as soon as he returned. Now he's working for a private boss, making only 300 a month. Li Weigua sighed. Both of these soldiers are capable, but they have bad tempers and struggle to adapt. If you could give them a place to stay and a meal, I only would owe you one. After listening, Chen Hao had already made a decision in his heart. These two were exactly the kind of people he needed. They were capable, had principles, and were currently down on their luck. As long as you give them respect and an opportunity, they will repay you with their lives. I trust the people you recommend, Li Gu, Chen Hao said directly, while looking at Li Weigua. How about this? Have them come directly to my office tomorrow. The salary will be 3,000 for the probation period, and after that we can adjust based on their performance. 3,000. This figure stunned both Li Weigua and Wang Qiming beside him. In the year 2000 in Kyoto, the average salary for ordinary workers was still around 800 to 1,000. 3,000 is definitely a salary that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Li Weigua's face turned red with excitement as he stood up, lifting a full glass of baijiu. Brother Chen, I won't say anything else. I will remember this favor. I'll drink to this. With that, he tilted his head and downed the drink in one go. Chen Hao smiled and stood up as well, raising his glass. Li Gu, you're being too kind. Then it's settled. Have them come. Rest assured. Tonight, I will go catch them. He'll make sure they are delivered to you early tomorrow. If they dare to embarrass you, I'll skin them alive. Li Weigua patted his chest and promised loudly. The morning sunlight filtered through the few old poplar trees in the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department, casting dappled patterns on the concrete ground of the playground. Chen Hao parked the Audi with the Beijing A83 license plate by the side of the road and got out. In the corner of the playground, 4 men stood by the parallel bars. Li Weigua, dressed in training gear, was talking to 2 men in faded old military uniforms, accompanied by one of his aides. The 2 men stood straight like 2 javelins driven into the ground, their feet clad in liberation shoes that fit perfectly despite not wearing military boots. Seeing Chen Hao approach, Li Weigua waved his hand, his loud voice startling the sparrows in the trees. Chen, my brother. Over here. Chen Hao walked over quickly. Morning, Li Gu. Morning. Li Weigua pointed to the 2 men beside him. These are the ones I mentioned to you last night, Zhao Gang and Wang Jun. Chen Hao sized up the 2 men in front of him. The one on the left was slightly shorter, but as strong as a leopard, his gaze somewhat gloomy, with dark stubble on his chin. That was Zhao Gang. The one on the right was tall and sturdy, his hands broad, with a look of simplicity and awkwardness on his face. That was Wang Jun. Their gazes were also scrutinizing Chen Hao. In their eyes, he was just another young master with money to burn. They had seen plenty of such people, most of whom acted imperiously, treating retired soldiers like dogs, ordering them to fight or deliver things to their chaotic lovers. The wariness in their eyes was hard to conceal. Chen Hao paid no mind, and pulled out an unopened box of white cigarettes from his pocket, tore open the seal, placed one in his mouth, and offered the box to them. Care for one. Special supply, quite strong. It wasn't Zhonghua, but the most common white skin in such compounds. The two men were momentarily taken aback. In certain circles of the 4-9 city, this cigarette was a symbol of status. They hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. Snap! Chen Hao pulled out a lighter, not in a hurry to light his own, but first leaned forward to Zhao Gang, sliding the flame toward him. Zhao Gang instinctively reached out to shield the flame. In that instant, Chen Hao's gaze fell on Zhao Gang's outstretched right hand. There was a thick layer of calluses at the base of his thumb, and the outer side of his index finger's second joint had a yellowish wear, left over from playing with a dagger. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke casually. Such calluses don't form without at least 5 years of reconnaissance experience. Zhao Gang's hand shook slightly, as he suddenly looked up, his once dormant eyes suddenly flashing with intensity, fixed firmly on Chen Hao. An expert? How could a rich second-generation under 20 understand this? Does the boss know his stuff? Zhao Gang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Chen Hao smiled lightly, and took back the lighter to light his own cigarette. An elder in the courtyard mentioned it before my family's bodyguard had one of these things. This seemingly casual remark instantly closed the distance and elevated his status without effort. A family with a bodyguard. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun exchanged glances, the tension in their shoulders easing slightly. If he came from such a red family, the nature of things would be different. At least there would be decorum, and he wouldn't be reckless. Li Weiguo silently gave a thumbs up. This Chen Hao, though young, was deft at handling people. Let's get straight to the point. Chen Hao pinched the cigarette, leaning casually against the parallel bars. Li Guo has told you what I intend to do, right? Wang Jun spoke in a low voice. The commander said to come drive. Boss will lay it out here, as long as it's not illegal or immoral, and no killing or arson, it'll drive safely for you. But if it's dirty work, we can't do it. Zhao Gang remained silent, but his attitude of silence said it all. They were desperate for money, but after wearing that military uniform for so many years, some of their principles hadn't softened. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. You're thinking too much. I'm in legitimate business. My company just started, and I need 2 trusted aides. Most of the time, it's just driving around helping me run errands, handling some trivial matters. Sometimes I might need you to block some troublemakers, but it's definitely not to make you act as thugs. Hearing this, the two men visibly relaxed. Regarding the compensation, I've already discussed it with Li Guo. Chen Hao looked into their eyes and continued. The trial period is 3,000 for 1 month, 5,000 upon confirmation. Meals and accommodation are covered. There's a bonus at the end of the year. Although Li Weiguo had already mentioned this figure to them last night, hearing Chen Hao confirm it in person made their breaths involuntarily grow heavier. In the year 2000, the majority of the working-class salaries in Kyoto were still hovering around 800. 3,000 was a salary reserved for the elite. Zhao Gang's fingers were tightly gripping the cigarette, and his nails were turning white. His mother lay in the hospital, and the daily medical expenses flowed like water. Previously, he worked on a construction site exhausted, and could only earn 600 a month, which wasn't even enough for the medical fees. That 3,000 was a lifeline for him. Boss, this salary is too high. Zhao Gang was a straightforward person. He believed that good fortune wouldn't simply fall from the sky. Whether it's worth it or not, I decide. Chen Hao waved his hand, interrupting him. What I value is Li Guest's recommendation and your skills. Additionally, I heard that Gangzi's family is in some trouble. Zhao Gang lowered his head, gritting his teeth, and remaining silent. That was his sore spot, his weakness. Chen Hao turned to Li Weiguo. Li Guo, which hospital is Gangzi's mother in? It's our department's designated hospital, but because of the lack of money, her medication is about to stop. Li Weiguo sighed. Chen Hao nodded and looked at Zhao Gang. The company has a rule. If an employee has an urgent family matter, they can advance half a year's salary. After we finish the onboarding, you can take 18,000 to pay the medical fees. If it's not enough, let me know. Zhao Gang abruptly raised his head, his eyes instantly reddening. 18,000. In this era, that was a substantial sum. He and Chen Hao were not related, and they hadn't even started working, yet the other party dared to give him so much money. Boss, aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and run? Zhao Gang found it hard to believe this was real. Chen Hao smiled, his expression calm. If the soldiers brought out by Li Guo lack even this bit of loyalty, then I'd be blind to consider this 18,000 a lesson learned. Beautiful. This statement not only flattered Li Weiguo, but also greatly respected Zhao Gang. Thud. Zhao Gang said nothing, and directly knelt on one knee, nodding heavily towards Chen Hao. Boss, this money counts as a loan from you. From now on, this life is sold to you. Chen Hao reached out to help him up. You're overestimating it. I won't buy lives, or I just need you to get things done well. He then turned to Wang Jun. To Jun, you too. If your family needs money, feel free to speak up. Hey, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wang Jun was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with joy. Winning people's hearts can sometimes be that simple. With sufficient compensation and ample respect in this simple age, what one gains is unwavering loyalty. Let's go, I will show you around. Chen Hao led several people to the 4th floor of the service center. Inside the office, the rosewood furniture emanated a faint wood fragrance, and the porcelain on the antique shelf gleamed with a gentle luster in the morning light. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun stared at the grand office, afraid to step, heavily worried about dirtying the carpet. Chen Hao opened a drawer, took out a spare key for an Audi, and tossed it to Wang Jun. Jun, from now on you will drive that A6. This car has an old license plate from the department, so drive it properly, but don't be afraid of trouble. Wang Jun caught the key with both hands, feeling it with affection. An Audi A6, oh, I've never driven such a good car, even when I was driving for the leaders in the army. Gangzi, just stick with me as my assistant. Here's an office key for you as well. When I'm not around, help me keep an eye on things here. Li Weiguo looked at the two in their faded old military uniforms, and said to Chen Hao, Brother Chen, since these two will be following you on field work, they need to change their clothes. Although tidy, the style is too old-fashioned, and they will stand out too much on the streets. He turned and shouted to the doorway, Xiaozhang, go to the security department's storeroom, and fetch 2 sets of the latest summer military uniform size XL. And bring 2 pairs of Type 97 combat boots. Remember to remove the shoulder insignia when you bring them back. In no time the clerk Xiaozhang walked in with 2 sets of brand new camouflage uniforms and 2 pairs of shiny black combat boots. Chen Hao looked at the 2 uniforms, pulled out 500 yuan bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into Xiaozhang's hand. Li Gu, consider these uniforms as company work gear. We can't let the department pay for this, oh, let's keep it professional. Li Weiguo initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Chen Hao's resolute gaze, he gave Xiaozhang a knowing look. Alright, since you insist, take it, and we'll settle the accounts later. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun received the new uniforms, running their hands over the fabric. The latest military uniforms have a solid feel. The two went into the inner room to change. When they came out again, their entire demeanor had changed. The black combat boots thudded heavily against the floor, and the fitted camouflage uniforms accentuated their broad shoulders. Li Weiguo looked at them with satisfaction and nodded. Having arranged everything, Chen Hao turned his gaze to Li Weiguo, who had been smiling beside him. Li Gu, I am very pleased with these two. Let's have a drink tonight. Li Weiguo waved his hand, feeling emotional. Brother Chen, we can talk about drinking later. Today this matter is you giving me face. Gangzi's mother's illness has always weighed on my mind, but my meager salary is not enough to help. You've really helped me a lot. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness, and with Chen Hao giving him face, he felt he should return the favor. Brother Chen, I see your license plate is Jing A83. It's nice, but sometimes when running errands outside, just having a plate isn't enough to intimidate. Li Weiguo lowered his voice and said mysteriously, do you want to get something more powerful? Chen Hao's heart stirred. He knew exactly what Li Weiguo was referring to. That was a privilege symbol, unique to this era. But he feigned ignorance on his face. What do you mean, Li Go? The configuration from the national security. Li Weiguo pointed out the window. Our service center has a cooperative relationship with the logistics of the national security. Every year they give us several security vehicle permits supposedly for running errands, but most of them are just sitting idle. Chen Hao's eyes lit up as he quickly said, Li Gu, can you handle this? That would be great. I mentioned it to my grandfather before and got scolded, and I was worried about what to do. The old man is just cautious. But in our line of work, sometimes it really is inconvenient without this kind of protection. Li Weiguo waved his hand. Leave this to me. I happen to have 2 unused permits from this year. After saying that, he took Chen Hao straight to an office in the security department. Li Weiguo took a file bag from the safe, pulled out 2 documents. One was a plastic sealed document with a red background and yellow letters prominently displaying the word safety, along with a small line of serial numbers. The other was a paper pass printed with National Security XX Bureau Special Traffic Pass stamped with a bright red steel seal. This was a get to fail-free card on the roads back in 2000. When traffic police saw it, they would generally let you pass without a second thought. Brother Chen, this is the real deal. Although we are external staff, the traffic police system recognizes this. Li Weiguo handed the documents to Chen Hao. In the future, if you encounter any temporary inspections, just put this on the windshield, and it works wonders. Chen Hao took the documents, feeling secretly pleased. Now the courtyard child's cover was completely secured. Li Gu, since we have the permits then. Chen Hao gestured to his car. Can we install that? Li Weiguo understood immediately. Flashing lights, loudspeakers. This was the most stylish configuration on the streets of Beijing back in the day. This is not compliant to install outside, and it would be easy to get checked. Li Weiguo thought for a moment. Just so happens we have a Hongqing auto repair factory under our service center right in the backyard specifically for repairing leaders' cars. The mechanics there are skilled and discreet. He turned to Wang Jun. You can handle this, right? Wang Jun grinned, showing off his white teeth. I modified the leaders' cars during my time in the army. I know how the wiring works, where to hide the switches. I'm clear on everything. Alright, Li Weiguo decided. Then you drive the car over there now. I will call the factory manager and have him take out that set of imported police gear. Install it in the front grille. Chen Hao pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, about 2,000 yuan, and stuffed it into Wang Jun's hands. Go buy some cigarettes and share them with the mechanics at the repair factory. Don't let them work for nothing. Wang Jun took the money and the car keys, excitedly leaving. Li Weiguo watched Wang Jun's back, then took out a piece of stationery from the drawer and quickly wrote a few lines, stamping it with the service center's red seal. This is to temporarily assign retired soldiers Wang Jun and Zhao Gang to assist our service center in security work. He handed the assignment letter to Chen Hao. Brother Chen, keep this. In case you encounter any inspections or strict traffic police, show them this. It's an internal document that can prove your identity. Chen Hao accepted the paper fully aware of its importance. After arranging everything, Li Weigua checked the time. All right, Brother Chen, I have a meeting to attend. You all carry on. After leaving the security department, Chen Hao returned to his office feeling a sense of accomplishment. The ministry office, the retired soldiers' security, the courtyard's license plate numbers, and the national security certificate. This operation was thoroughly executed. Before noon, the black Audi A6 parked again at the service center's entrance. From the outside, it looked no different from before. But upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see two small flashing light heads hidden deep within the grille. And in the driver's armrest compartment lay a black handheld loudspeaker. Wang Jun stood beside the car holding a deer leather cloth and carefully polishing the already brand new paint. Zhao Gang was seated in the passenger seat. Chen Hao opened the back door and sat inside. Boss, where to? Wang Jun turned back and asked loudly. Chen Hao leaned against the leather seat looking through the tinted window at the bustling street outside. To Zhongwankan. All right, hold on tight. Wang Jun deftly shifted gears and released the handbrake. With a low rumble of the engine, the black Audi A6 drove out of the ministry compound. The black Audi A6 weaved through the bustling traffic of the North 4th Ring Road in Kyoto. The roads of this era were not as congested as in later times, but most of the vehicles were old models like the Sherry Fukong and the classic Santana. Wang Jun gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed ahead, his hands and feet in perfect sync. The car entered Zhongwankan Street. Blue and white barriers lined both sides of the road with construction cranes standing tall. This was the distribution center for electronic products in Longhua and the birthplace of countless future internet giants. Wang Jun pressed the brake and the Audi A6 came to a stop in front of the top electronics building. The black car with the Jing A83 license plate drew attention as it parked by the roadside. Those in the know understood exactly what this license plate represented in Kyoto. Chen Hao pushed open the car door and stepped out. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun followed closely behind him. Chen Hao led the two into the lobby, and as soon as they entered, a cacophony of noise greeted them. Chen Hao did not stop at the computer assembly booths, instead heading straight for the most prominent Nokia display on the first floor. Various mobile phones were neatly arranged in the glass counter. In an era where pagers had not yet completely exited the stage, owning a mobile phone was an undeniable symbol of success. Chen Hao's gaze fell upon a mobile phone in the center of the counter. It was a silver Nokia 8850. The all-metal body and sliding cover design glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the lights. This was Nokia's top flagship model, released in 2000, priced at over 7,000 yuan, equivalent to more than a year's salary for an ordinary worker. The saleswoman behind the counter was busy counting money when she noticed Chen Hao and his entourage, causing her to pause her work. She looked at Chen Hao's attire, then at the two towering bodyguards behind him, and a smile spread across her face. Boss, looking for a phone. This just arrived, the 8850 with the titanium alloy shell, the top choice for high-end individuals. Chen Hao pointed to the 8850. They'll take one. He then pointed to the adjacent blue Nokia 3210. They'll take two of these as well. The 3210 was this year's hot-selling model. Although cheaper than the 8850, it still cost over 2,000 yuan. The saleswoman was taken aback, not expecting such a swift response, without even asking for the price. All right, they'll get the new phones for you. Will you be paying in cash or? Chen Hao said nothing, pulling out a stack of unsealed 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and slamming them on the counter. Cash, make it quick. The smile on the saleswoman's face broadened as she eagerly accepted the money and began counting swiftly. The vendors at the surrounding counters craned their necks to watch, their eyes filled with envy. In an era where card payments were not yet common, paying in cash was the most direct way to make a statement. In less than 10 minutes, all three phones were unboxed and tested, and Chen Hao also set up 3 SIM cards. Chen Hao picked up the 8850 and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he shoved the two 3210s along with their packaging into Zhao Gang and Wang Jun's arms. Take these, one for each of you. The two froze at a loss for what to do. In the army, even the squad leader didn't have such equipment. Boss, this is too valuable, we can't accept it. What are you being so fussy about? Chen Hao frowned. These are work tools. Am I supposed to shout at you every time? Providing you with phones is to ensure you are always on call. Don't let me down. The two exchanged a glance, and then cautiously accepted the phones. The three left the top building. The Audi A6 started again, made a turn, and headed towards the nearby Huaqing Jiyuan. The security guard at the entrance spotted the black Audi from a distance. Before the car even approached, the security guard stood up straight, raised his hand in a formal salute, and then pressed the lever to lift the barrier. The car drove directly into the underground parking lot. Chen Hao directed the car to park next to the elevator. These 4 spots are our dedicated parking spaces, he said, pointing at the empty spaces. Then they took the elevator to the top floor. Chen Hao pulled out a key and unlocked the newly installed solid wood door. I bought these 2 apartments. He pushed open the door of the model apartment and took the two on a quick tour. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun walked on the thick carpet, looking at the crystal chandeliers and luxurious furniture, not daring to glance around. They had never dreamed of stepping into a place like this before. Afterwards, Chen Hao took them to the adjacent bare apartment. The room was empty with only gray-white cement walls and dust from construction covering the floor. Dajuan, while I'm at school, you stay on standby here. Gongzi, besides the office matters, you also need to keep an eye on this. For this bare apartment, find 2 renovation companies tomorrow and have them propose plans. I'll choose one to proceed with. The style should be modern and minimalist to serve as both an office and a place for you to rest. Budget is not a problem, but it needs to be done quickly and the materials should be the best. Zhao Gang pulled out a small notebook he carried and started jotting down notes meticulously. Also go set up the broadband and landline for both the office and this place tomorrow, and make sure the broadband is the fastest available. After arranging these tasks, Chen Hao returned to the master bedroom of the model apartment. He pulled down the curtains, took off his suit, and changed back into sportswear. He swapped his leather shoes for an old pair of canvas shoes. He tidied his hair in front of the mirror and stuffed the 8850 into his old backpack. When he came out again, he had transformed back into an ordinary university student. Dajuan, take me back to Jinghang University and stop at the East Gate. Once we arrive, you bring the car back and park it in the space and wait for my call tomorrow. Wang Jun acknowledged and started the car. The Audi A6 exited the underground parking lot. At the roadside by the East Gate of Jinghang University, Chen Hao got out with his backpack and turned to walk into the campus. Back in dorm 302, Wang Chong was playing games on the computer. Hearing the door open, he abruptly turned around. Damn, how go? You finally came back. Wang Chong abandoned his game and jumped up, rushing over with a face full of anguish. What have you been doing these past 2 days? Disappearing into thin air. I've been coming up with excuses for my leave and even had to get my hemorrhoids removed twice for you. Chen Hao tossed his backpack onto the bed and casually replied, had some urgent matters to deal with. Wang Chong sighed, lowering his voice and looking serious. You should hurry to the office building. Liang Bo has been looking for you several times. Liang Bo was their department's counselor, a first-year graduate student working part-time. He had a bit of a power complex and loved to act authoritative, especially in attendance checks. He got angry in class and said you've been absent without leave and it's a serious issue. If you don't clear this up, he'll report it to the department and you'll face a major demerit or even probation. Wang Chong looked worried. How good that guy has a petty mind and has been looking for a typical case to catch. You've really walked into his line of fire this time. Liang Bo. Chen Hao twisted open a bottle of mineral water on the desk, taking a sip as an image of a tall, thin figure with glasses, always acting like a leader with his hands behind his back, floated into his mind. In his past life, he had been submissive to this counselor, fearing he wouldn't graduate. But now, Chen Hao smiled. A graduate student who hasn't even left school thinks he can intimidate me. Alright, got it. Chen Hao's tone was relaxed. I'll meet him after class tomorrow morning. He knew very well that before graduating it was necessary to placate this little Buddha called a counselor. If not handled well, it would indeed be inconvenient in school. Wang Chong looked at Chen Hao's seemingly indifferent expression, feeling even more anxious inside. Are you still drinking water? The counselor is about to explode. Wang Chong walked over and grabbed the mineral water bottle from Chen Hao's hand. Quickly think of a reason, just say someone at home is sick, it has to sound serious. Chen Hao looked at his anxious roommate and felt a warm surge in his heart. In his past life, he had suffered terribly, with only Wang Chong, his wealthy roommate, never looking down on him, even lending him money when he was at his lowest. This friendship felt especially precious in this era of materialism. Alright, stop shaking it around. Chen Hao smiled as he took the water bottle back from him and screwed the cap on. I know what to do about this. I'll visit the office tomorrow and sort it out. He stood up and patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Thanks for covering for me these days. Let's go to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria for some stir-fry. Ooh, it's on me. Wang Chong looked at him suspiciously. You're treating. Isn't your living allowance all? Cough, didn't it run out? Let me treat instead. It's the end of the month. Don't push it. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Chen Hao didn't give him a chance to refuse and pulled him outside. The two arrived at Jinghang's 3rd cafeteria. It was mealtime and the cafeteria was bustling with noise. Students were lining up at various counters. Chen Hao squeezed to the stir-fry counter, ordered several hearty dishes, twice-cooked pork-boiled fish and kung pao chicken, and also got 2 bottles of Yanjing beer. Finding a corner to sit down, Chen Hao took out his wallet. He pulled out 500 yuan bills and pushed them across the table to Wang Chong. This is the 500 I borrowed from you before. Wang Chong stared at the 5 bills on the table, stunned. His family was in business and didn't lack money, but to the old Chen Hao that 500 was more than a month's living expenses. How go, what's this? Wang Chong lowered his voice and looked around. You're not involved in any illegal activities, are you? Don't worry, it's clean money. Chen Hao picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and ate it with greasy delight. I picked up some side jobs these days, wrote some code for a small company, and the boss was quite generous with the advance payment. In the year 2000, the internet wave was sweeping the globe and tech-savvy college students were in high demand. Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief, accepting the money. That's good. I was worried you'd do something desperate and sell. Cough, sell blood. The two clinked their glasses and the cold beer went down smoothly. After a few rounds, Wang Chong hesitated for a long time, poking the chicken cubes on his plate with his chopsticks, until he sighed, "How good, there's something I need to tell you even though it's unpleasant." Lin Xiaoya is now with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the vice president of the student council? The one whose family owns a supermarket and drives that old Santana around campus like a big shot. Yes, that's the guy. Wang Chong said indignantly. I heard Lin Xiaoya just broke up with you, and she's already in. Now the whole department is saying you're a toad trying to eat swan meat, and got kicked to the curb saying you're a joke. Chen Hao scoffed, raising his glass and taking a sip. If someone is willing to take on such a prime example of green tea, that's a good thing. I should thank Zhang Wei for helping me with the garbage classification. In his past life, he had humiliated himself for this woman only to be met with betrayal in the end. Now Lin Xiaoya seemed nothing but a joke in his eyes. Thinking about the fate of being drained dry that Zhang Wei would experience, he even felt a twinge of sympathy. Wang Chong stared at Chen Hao for a long time, confirming that he wasn't forcing a smile, before happily saying, "Damn. How good your state of mind is impressive. Come on, let's celebrate your escape from suffering." The next morning the teaching building at Jinghang was bustling. Chen Hao, carrying his backpack, walked into the lecture hall as the bell rang. The previously noisy classroom fell silent the moment he stepped through the door. Dozens of eyes turned towards him, filled with sympathy, schadenfreude, and mockery, all waiting to watch the drama. Chen Hao is back. I heard he got dumped by Lin Xiaoya, and has been hiding outside too afraid to return to school. Serves him right, he can't even afford to date the flower of the department, he should take a good look in the mirror. Whispers spread around him. Chen Hao maintained a blank expression as he walked straight to an empty seat by the window in the back row. He placed his backpack down, took out his textbook, and ignored the discussions around him. The class passed quickly. The old professor lectured on the dull topic of discrete mathematics, while Chen Hao sketched the preliminary plan for an internet cafe in his notebook. The bell rang for the end of class. The professor packed up his teaching materials and left the classroom, while students began to stand up in groups, preparing for lunch or switching classrooms. As Chen Hao was stuffing his textbook into his bag, he heard the sharp sound of high heels clicking on the floor behind him. Zhao Qian walked in, linking arms with Lin Xiaoya, her head held high. Today Lin Xiaoya was clearly dressed up, wearing a floral dress with light makeup. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, wore a provocative expression, her gaze fixed on Chen Hao. She pulled Lin Xiaoya and purposefully walked through the crowd that had yet to disperse, stopping right beside Chen Hao's desk. The students who hadn't left yet paused, their eyes eagerly watching this scene. Hey Xiaoya, can I borrow your phone? My old pager is out of battery again. Zhao Qian deliberately raised her voice, afraid others wouldn't hear. Lin Xiaoya hesitated, glancing at Chen Hao. Chen Hao kept his head down, zipping up his bag, ignoring her. This disregard made her feel uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth and took out a purple flip phone from her bag. An Ericsson T10S. This phone was very trendy at the time, with a flip design and bright colors. This was the hottest female phone of the year, priced at over 2,000. In an era when most students were still using IC card payphones, this phone certainly stood out. Wow, a new Ericsson. So beautiful. It must be a gift from Zhang. How generous. The girls around exclaimed, making Zhao Qian even prouder. Hello, darling Xiaoya and I are in class. Yes, that poor guy is here too, just looking at him is annoying. How can someone like him have the face to come to class? He can't even afford a phone, yet he dreams of dating a swan. Oh, it's just laughable. She looked at Chen Hao out of the corner of her eye, her expression filled with contempt and a sense of vindictive pleasure. Lin Xiaoya stood beside her, feeling that Zhao Qian was being a bit much, but her vanity, wanting to be envied, kept her from stopping it. She looked at Chen Hao's profile and thought to herself, do you see this? This is the life you couldn't give me. Are you regretting it? Are you in pain? Chen Hao had no interest in engaging with Zhao Qian's trivial antics. He finally finished organizing his bag, stood up, and prepared to walk around them, as if he didn't see these two living people. Just then, dee-lee-lee-lee-dee-lee-lee-lee, a crisp ringtone suddenly rang out. It was the classic default ringtone from Nokia. Everyone froze, instinctively looking at the Ericsson in Zhao Qian's hand, thinking it was her phone ringing. But Zhao Qian also wore a puzzled expression. Her phone wasn't even dialed yet. The sound was coming from Chen Hao. Chen Hao stopped in his tracks and pulled out a silver metal object from his pocket. The all-metal body glistened with a cold silver sheen under the fluorescent lights. Chen Hao gently pushed with his thumb. The sliding cover opened, revealing a delicate keyboard. It was the Nokia 8850, the top-tier phone of the year, which most of his classmates had only seen in television commercials. The students who had just envied the Ericsson T10S now stared wide-eyed. Compared to this device, Zhao Qian's Ericsson instantly looked like a toy from a street stall, exuding a cheap feel. He pressed the phone to his ear. Hello. Zhao Gang's voice came from the other end. Boss, it's Gongzi. The renovation company's proposal has come out. When would you be free to come over and finalize it? Chen Hao thought for a moment and replied, I need to meet with the counselor now. In about half an hour, have Dajuan pick me up at the East Gate. I have no classes in the afternoon, so we'll come by to review the proposal. Okay, boss. Chen Hao pushed the slide cover closed with his thumb and casually stuffed the phone into his pocket. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and looked at Zhao Qian, who stood petrified in the middle of the path, casually uttering 2 words, "Move aside." Zhao Qian froze in place as if she had been frozen solid. Her face turned a deep shade of purple. The mocking words she had just uttered now felt like slaps on her own face. Lin Xiaoya's complexion was pale. She stared fixedly at Chen Hao, her mind a chaotic mess. How could this be? Wasn't he someone who couldn't even afford a pager? Where did he get the money to buy a top-tier phone? Chen Hao ignored her reaction, sidestepping the two, and walked straight out of the classroom. This disregard made Lin Xiaoya feel an unprecedented humiliation. It wasn't until Chen Hao's figure disappeared into the hallway that a wave of discussion erupted in the classroom. Wow, that was the 8,850, right? It's definitely real. That metallic feel can't be fake. Is Chen Hao some invisible rich second generation? The discussions surged like a tide. Lin Xiaoya felt as if she were stripped naked under a spotlight. Shame, regret, and anger intertwined. I don't believe it. It must be fake. That's a model phone. Zhao Qian screamed, trying to salvage her pride. How could that poor guy possibly afford it? But the looks from the surrounding classmates had already changed towards them. The envy had transformed into mockery. Lin Xiaoya could no longer stay there. She snatched the Ericsson phone from Zhao Qian's hand, lowered her head, and rushed out of the classroom. Hey, Xiaoya, wait for me. Zhao Qian hurriedly chased after her. Chen Hao walked on the way to the office building. He had no interest in the thoughts of those 2 women. To him, that was just a bit of noise in life. What he was thinking about now was how to deal with Counselor Liang Bo. Chen Hao entered the office building and arrived at Liang Bo's office door. He straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. A young man's voice came from inside. Chen Hao pushed the door open. In the small office of about 10 square meters, there were 2 facing desks, and the desk by the window was piled with blue student files and notebooks. A young man in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses was hurriedly writing something on the paper. Liang Bo, a first-year graduate student in the computer science department of Jingheng University, was also a part-time counselor for freshman students. In this era, graduate students held significant value, and those who could stay at school as counselors were the creme de la creme of the department. Hearing the footsteps, Liang Bo looked up. Noticing the commotion, he looked up, saw it was Chen Hao, slammed his pen down on the desk, and sneered. Oh, isn't this the busy man, Sean? You still know to come back. I thought you had dropped out. Chen Hao did not respond to the taunt, quickly walked to the desk, slightly bent over, and appeared apologetic. Teacher Liang, I truly apologize. I had something urgent and didn't manage to ask for leave. Didn't manage to? Liang Bo slammed the desk forcefully, his tone severe. You missed 1 class meeting and 3 professional classes. Do you know how strict attendance is in the department now? You are committing an offense. He pointed at the attendance sheet while spitting words. According to school regulations, I have the right to report you to the department and give you a demerit. What does a demerit mean? Scholarships, evaluations, membership in the party. None of it has anything to do with you. Even graduation could be affected. You're only a freshman. Do you want to ruin your future? Liang Bo grew more agitated as he spoke. Chen Hao lowered his head, quietly listening like a student who had made a mistake. He understood these young people who just gained power very well. What they wanted was not justification but attitude, that kind of respect that made them feel valued. When Liang Bo finally calmed down to sip tea to moisten his throat, Chen Hao seized the moment to softly say, Teacher Liang, you are right. But I truly have difficulties. His voice lowered, carrying a tinge of helplessness and bitterness. You might know about my family situation. I don't want to add to my family's burden, so I've been looking for a part-time job outside these days. Part-time job. Liang Bo frowned, pulling out Chen Hao's file to take a quick glance, confirming that his family situation was quite ordinary. From a working-class family in a poor county with his mother laid off, studying in a place like Kyoto was indeed stressful. His expression softened slightly, but he was still frustrated. Working while studying is good, but it should not delay your studies. How much can you earn doing things like handing out flyers or serving dishes? That's a waste of life. You are a student of the computer science department at Jingheng University. You need to have a long-term vision. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn money after graduation. It's not serving dishes, Chen Hao hurriedly explained. I'm doing technical support at a startup internet company. Internet company. Liang Bo's eyes changed. As a graduate student in the computer science department, he was sensitive to those words. You're only a freshman, what technical support can you do? I self-taught programming in high school, and now I'm assisting senior colleagues with LAN setup and server maintenance. The boss sees that I'm from Jingheng and takes good care of me. The pay is also decent. Upon hearing decent pay, Liang Bo's gaze flickered slightly. His monthly allowance was only 500, and now, with a girlfriend, life was tight. Since it's related to your major, that's somewhat valuable. Liang Bo's tone softened. But rules are rules. I can overlook it this time, but it won't be the case next time. If you fail the final exam, not even a deity can save you. Thank you, Teacher Liang. I will definitely work hard. Chen Hao agreed readily, but showed no intention of leaving his face, displaying a look of hesitation. Is there something else? Liang Bo picked up his pen again. There is something I would like to consult you about, Teacher Liang. Chen Hao scratched his head, adopting a humble demeanor. The company I'm with recently took on an outsourcing project to create a management system for a large internet cafe. The boss thinks the work is too fragmented and wants to outsource it. Liang Bo paused his pen, internet cafe management system. Yes, it's about billing, screen locking, and member recharge, that sort of thing. Chen Hao observed Liang Bo's expression, throwing out the bait. The boss wants someone with solid skills and needs it done quickly within 2 months. Liang Bo felt a stir in his heart, but there were ready-made software options on the market. The market options are too rigid, the boss wants a custom solution. Chen Hao saw through his thoughts and continued to explain. For example, adding snack sales, automatic game updates, and so forth. At this point he revealed the trump card. Because they need it urgently, the boss is offering a high price. 10,000 yuan in cash. Clatter. Liang Bo dropped the pen he was holding on the table. 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, an ordinary worker might only earn that much in a year. For a poor graduate student like him, this was simply a windfall. Liang Bo swallowed hard, picked up the pen again, and tried to keep his voice calm. 10,000 yuan. Just for a management system. Yes, that's the budget. Chen Hao looked sincere. But my skills are lacking and I don't know any big names. Hearing you lecture just now, I remembered that you are one of the top students in our department, so your skills must be fine. I wanted to ask if you know any senior brothers or friends who would be willing to take on this private job. Liang Bo took off his glasses and pulled out a piece of velvet cloth from his pocket, slowly wiping the lenses. His heart raced with excitement. This task was far too simple for him. The logic of the Internet Cafe Management System is not complicated. Its core consists of the billing module and client control, easily manageable by anyone with a basic understanding of C and socket programming. In just 2 months he could handle it all by himself, at most bringing in a roommate to lend a hand. 10,000 yuan. With that money he could buy a portable music player for his girlfriend and a new computer for himself. Liang Bo put his glasses back on, and his gaze towards Chen Hao had completely changed. The previous sternness vanished, replaced by concern and warmth. Ahem, Chen Hao, Liang Bo said earnestly, such private jobs often come with many pitfalls. Many bosses disappear after the project is finished without a trace. You lack social experience, making it easy for you to get taken advantage of. But the boss is quite nice. He even offers a 30 advance payment. Chen Hao replied, pretending to be naive. It's just that finding the right person is challenging. If you have someone in mind, Teacher Liang, could you please recommend them? It would help me fulfill my obligations back home. Liang Bo pretended to ponder for a moment before reluctantly speaking up. Actually, this kind of system is not very technically demanding. I just finished a project recently and have a bit of free time. Moreover, I have some understanding of internet cafe operations, having assisted friends in the past. Chen Hao immediately jumped on the opportunity. That's wonderful. If you're willing to take it on, I can rest assured. No need to worry about being taken advantage of. Do you think the 10,000 yuan fee is reasonable? The fee is secondary. The main thing is to hone my skills. Liang Bo waved his hand dismissively, adopting a lofty demeanor, as if he viewed money as dirt, but then quickly added. Of course, since this is a commercial project, it's only fair to go by market prices. 10,000 yuan is quite reasonable. Great, I'll go back and tell the boss right now. Chen Hao appeared even more excited than Liang Bo. As long as you give your approval, this job is as good as done. A contract will be signed and advance payment will be made. Liang Bo smiled, stood up, and patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. All right, you can handle the negotiations. Since you facilitated this, it's only fair to give you a referral fee. How about 10%? No. Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly, looking anxious. Teacher Liang, you're slapping my face. You just helped me with my attendance issue. I'm grateful enough as it is. You keep all the money. Oh, I don't want a single. After a pause he added, as long as you can be a bit lenient on my attendance in the future, I will be completely satisfied. What a thoughtful student. Liang Bo felt extremely pleased. This student might skip classes, but he knows how to handle things. Alright, as long as you don't go too far, just make sure you don't miss any key classes. He'll take care of the minor issues for you. Liang Bo was in a great mood. If you encounter any technical difficulties in the future, feel free to ask me. We can't let people look down on graduates from our computer science department. That's fantastic. With your support, Teacher Liang, I feel much more secure. Chen Hao climbed further up the ladder of flattery. The two chatted a bit more about the system's functions before Chen Hao finally took his leave. He walked out of the office, shutting the door behind him. The corridor was empty, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the terrazzo floor. Spending 10,000 yuan for peace of mind and simultaneously securing a custom internet cafe management system was quite the deal. Now that things were settled with the counselor, it was time to check on Zhao Gang's renovation plan. Stepping out of the office building, Chen Hao took out his Nokia 8850 and dialed Zhao Gang's number. Hello Gangzi, I'm at the east gate of the school. Have Dajuan bring the car over. Chen Hao walked to the east gate and waited for a while. A black Audi A6 silently glided to the roadside, stopping in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Wang Jun's honest face. Boss, get in the car. Chen Hao opened the door and sat in the back seat. To Hucking Jun. With the door closed, the Audi A6 slowly started merging into the main road. The Audi A6 stopped in the underground garage of Hucking Jun. Chen Hao pushed the door open and got out with Wang Jun and Zhao Gang following closely behind. The three took the elevator straight to the top floor. The door to the bare apartment was wide open and two people were standing inside. One was a middle-aged man in a suit, while the other was a young man wearing black-framed glasses and a checkered shirt. Upon seeing Chen Hao and the others enter, the two immediately approached, their faces beaming with warm smiles. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Lu Jiangwo from Hongda Decoration. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhang Ming from Yezefeng. Chen Hao nodded, not wasting any time, and went straight in. Let's discuss on-site. A group of people arrived at the bare apartment. Zhang Ming was the first to open the blueprint he had brought with him. Mr. Chen, based on your layout, we have designed a European palace-style scheme. Look as you enter, we designed 2 Roman columns here with plaster lines above, multi-layer crystal lights for the ceiling, and the walls covered entirely in gold silk wallpaper. This style is currently the most popular and appears luxurious and grand. The blueprint depicted a stunningly ornate design filled with intricate patterns and arches. In the renovation market of 2000, this style was indeed mainstream and considered the standard for the so-called wealthy. Chen Hao merely glanced at it before averting his gaze. Too noisy. He offered a 2-word evaluation. Zhang Ming was taken aback. Noisy. Visually too noisy. Chen Hao pointed at the Roman columns. This is a place for work and relaxation, not a KTV venue. He turned to the young Lu Jiangwo, who appeared somewhat tense, but the proposal he handed over caught Chen Hao's attention. With a primary color scheme of black, white, and gray, minimalist lines, and large areas of blank space. Mr. Chen, I focus on modern simplicity. Matte dark gray tiles, dark toned sturdy furniture emphasizing lighting and flow without unnecessary decorations. Isn't this what would later be known as the minimalist style? That's it. Chen Hao pointed at the blueprint, but it needs to be even more minimal. The skirting board should be recessed, the door frames must be extremely narrow. I want a sense of order and sophistication. Lu Jiangwo nodded, rapidly taking notes. What's the quote? Chen Hao asked. For this specification, including hard and soft decoration, if all materials are from top-tier imported brands. Lu Jiangwo quickly pressed the calculator. It would cost around 1500 yuan. Zhang Ming gasped in shock. In 2000, you could buy a small 2-bedroom apartment in the 3rd ring for 1500 yuan. Chen Hao did not bargain. 1500 is acceptable. But I have 2 requirements. First, environmental standards must be met. I need to move in a week after completion. Second, the construction period must be compressed to 20 days. 20 days? Lu Jiangwo showed a difficult expression. That's too rushed, the cement needs to dry. Chen Hao interrupted him. He'll pay extra for drying equipment and work 3 shifts. Can it be done? Lu Jiangwo gritted his teeth. Yes. As long as the funds are in place, he'll personally lead the team to stay on-site and supervise. Gangzi signed a contract with him and paid the deposit. 10 minutes later, the renovation details were finalized. After sending off the design team, only Chen Hao and the 2 others remained in the empty room. Chen Hao turned around, his gaze landing on Zhao Gang and Wang Jun. Both were still in their camouflage training uniforms, without shoulder patches, standing straight in combat boots. This attire was normal in the military or training camp, but stood out too much in a commercial setting. Gangzi, at your service? Zhao Gang instinctively stood at attention. Relax a bit. Chen Hao waved his hand. When we signed the contract with the decoration company, I noticed you both seemed a bit stiff, and I figured they took you for thugs from the streets. Zhao Gang awkwardly touched his nose. Boss, I'm used to it. I can't change it. Chen Hao scrutinized the 2. You will need to stand in for me on many occasions. This attire can intimidate people. Dajuan can drive as my bodyguard in this outfit, but as my assistant you need to look the part. He checked his watch. Let's go. First we need to stop by the South 4th Ring to pick something up, then head to Guamao. At 9:55 in the morning, a black Audi A6 slowly drove into Jingheng University. The pass and special license plate behind the windshield prompted the security guard to salute and let it through without stopping. At the entrance of the office building, Liang Bo stood on the steps smoking. He had deliberately worn a suit today, though although the cuffs were slightly frayed, it still managed to make an impression. He occasionally glanced at the Casio watch on his wrist, his expression growing somewhat anxious. A 10,000 yuan contract was too important for him. With a screech, the Audi came to a halt at the bottom of the steps. Liang Bo was taken aback. He recognized the car. It was now a standard government vehicle, even the base model costing several hundred thousand. In an era where the average salary was less than 1,000 yuan, only the rich or the powerful could afford such a car. The door swung open, revealing a long leg clad in black trousers. Zhao Gang emerged from the vehicle standing tall. At 185 centimeters, dressed in a black double-breasted suit, with Ray-Ban sunglasses perched on his nose, an aura of intimidation radiated from him, even felt from 3 meters away. Liang Bo's fingers, which were holding the cigarette, trembled slightly, ash falling onto his shoe. Instinctively he tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out, feeling a bit nervous. Is this the company leader that Chen Hao mentioned? Just then the passenger door opened, and Chen Hao stepped out with a backpack. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. One moment it felt like a scene from a gangster movie, the next it transformed into a youthful campus film. Chen Hao quickly approached Liang Bo, an apologetic smile on his face. Teacher, Liang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. He turned to point at Zhao Gang behind him, introducing him. This is Zhao Gang, the assistant to the general manager of our Yanhuan Cultural Company. Since the boss has an important government meeting today and couldn't make it, he specifically sent assistant Zhao to come and sign a contract with you. Hearing this, Zhao Gang removed his sunglasses, stepped forward, and extended his calloused hand. Hello, Teacher Liang. Liang Bo was taken aback, quickly extending both hands to shake Zhao Gang's. The roughness and strength of the grip startled him. This was definitely not someone who worked in an office. This was a seasoned fighter. Hello, Assistant Zhao. Thank you for taking the trouble to come personally. Liang Bo said, slightly bending at the waist, and Chen Hao timely added from the side, Assistant Zhao, this is Teacher Liang Bo that I mentioned to you. He is a top talent in our department, a technical expert. This project entrusted to Teacher Liang is absolutely reliable. Zhao Gang glanced at Chen Hao, who was winking at him, then adopted a serious expression and recited the lines he had memorized from the night before. Chen Hao often mentions Teacher Liang in the company, saying you have solid expertise. The company places great importance on this project. Since it's recommended by Chen Hao, we trust you. Yes, indeed, I will not let you down. Liang Ba's smile grew wider. Shall we go upstairs to discuss? Chen Hao suggested. Please, after you. Liang Bo stepped aside to lead the way, accompanying Zhao Gang ahead. The three entered Liang Ba's office. Zhao Gang sat straight on the only guest chair, his back as stiff as a javelin. Chen Hao took out a pre-printed contract from his bag and placed it on the table. Teacher Liang, here is the contract. Please have a look at the terms. It's mainly about the project timeline and confidentiality agreement. Liang Bo took the contract and pretended to flip through a few pages. In truth, he had no intention of reviewing the details, his eyes drifting to the amount at the end of the contract. 10,000 yuan. Liang Bo suppressed his excitement and quickly signed his name. Seeing this, Zhao Gang pulled out an envelope from his suit pocket and placed it on the table. This is a 3,000 yuan advance payment. The remaining 7,000 will be settled in a lump sum once the project is delivered and accepted. Liang Bo stared at the envelope, his breathing slightly quickening. He controlled his expression, nodding modestly. Your company's efficiency is truly impressive. Rest assured, I will deliver the final product within 2 months. As for the specific technical requirements, Chen Hao will coordinate with you. He is a key talent being cultivated in the company, and the boss has entrusted him with the oversight of this project. Zhao Gang stood up and put his sunglasses back on. The company has other matters, so I won't stay longer. Assistant Zhao, at least have a drink of water before you go. Liang Bo hurriedly tried to keep him. No need. Zhao Gang turned and left, and Liang Bo immediately rose to see him to the door. It wasn't until the sound of the Audis engine faded downstairs that Liang Bo sighed with relief and plopped back into his chair. He picked up the envelope, his fingers feeling the thickness of the stack of cash, his face beaming with joy. With this money, he could finally stand tall in front of his girlfriend. Chen Hao. Liang Bo locked the envelope in his drawer, pulling over a chair to gesture for Chen Hao to sit down. From now on, don't call me Teacher Liang privately, it feels too formal. I'm just a few years older than you, calling me Bo Ge will suffice. Chen Hao readily complied, then I'll take the liberty to call you Bo Ge. What's this about being presumptuous? From now on, we are brothers. Liang Bo patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. By the way, let's discuss the specific software requirements. Oh, I couldn't ask in detail earlier with Assistant Zhao present. Chen Hao took out a notebook from his bag, flipping to a page filled with sketches. Bo Ge, you know about the Wanxiang network management system on the market? We can use it for reference. What we need to create focuses on control and guidance. Chen Hao pointed at several modules on the drawing. First, there must be a server-side forced lock screen and remote restart function to prevent anyone from escaping payment. Additionally, there are some basic functions, such as member recharge, game management, and commonly used tools. Chen Hao drew a box on the paper. Another key feature is that once the client starts up, the browser's homepage must be locked. No matter how the user changes it, it must revert to the page we set after a restart. Liang Bo pushed up his glasses, locking the homepage. Technically, that's not difficult. Oh, just modify the registry permissions. But why lock it down? Chen Hao opened a nearby computer and skillfully typed in a URL the homepage of Hao 123. The page redirected, revealing a colorful navigation website on the screen. Just like this. Chen Hao pointed at the screen. Most internet users today can't even remember URLs. What we need to create is our own navigation page. You can just replicate this. Liang Bo stared at the rudimentary web page, though not entirely understanding why it was necessary. He realized it was technically feasible. Alright, this is simple. I will create one for you and add a low-level guardian process. Unless the system is reinstalled, no one can change it. The two discussed technical details for another half hour. When it was time to leave, Liang Bo insisted on escorting Chen Hao downstairs. They exited the office building, chatting and laughing. At this moment, it was the time when classes had just ended and there were many students on the road. Chen Hao, don't worry about the attendance issue. Ooh, I've handled it all for you. Liang Bo put his arm around Chen Hao's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just look for me. In this little patch of the computer department, my word still carries weight. Then thank you for your care, Bo Ge. This scene happened to be witnessed by Wang Chong, and several roommates passing by. The group, books in hand, nearly dropped their jaws. Just yesterday Liang Bo had roared in class threatening to give Chen Hao a demerit, and today they were shoulder to shoulder calling each other brothers. Liang Bo noticed the students looking over and immediately reined in his smile, resuming the serious demeanor of a teacher nodding at Chen Hao before leaving. Wang Chong dashed over surrounding Chen Hao with a face of disbelief. What the hell? Hao Go, what kind of charm did you use on Liang Bo? Yeah, Hao Go, I thought you would be scolded harshly. The other roommates were equally puzzled. Chen Hao casually replied, it's nothing, I just had a deep reflection on my mistakes with the teacher and exchanged some Teacher Liang thinks I have a sincere attitude and potential, so he forgave me. Academic exchange. Wang Chong looked skeptical. Was that an academic exchange? It sounded more like some secret affair. Stop the wild guesses. Chen Hao glanced at his watch. Let's go to the cafeteria, I'm hungry. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen Hao sat in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of Hucking Jiyuan. The renovation crew next door was banging on the walls. Wang Jun and Zhao Gang sat on the sofa opposite Chen Hao. The situation at school was temporarily stable, and with Liang Bo's cover, he had more time to plan outside. Now he intended to get the internet cafe up and running. However, the biggest problem before him was finding the right person. He needed a manager who understood the rules, had the means, but could also follow orders. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun were veterans capable in combat, but their strong sense of justice and naivety made them ill-suited for the social maneuvers required. Their identities were more suitable for standing by his side rather than spending every day in the internet cafe dealing with petty thugs. Gongzi Dajuan. Chen Hao broke the silence. The company plans to open an internet cafe next. The current situation in the industry is chaotic and I need someone who can maintain order. This person needs to have some social experience, preferably with a bit of a reputation, but must be a good person with a sense of loyalty. Do you have any suitable friends to recommend? Wang Jun scratched his head, looking naive. Boss, most of my comrades have gone back to their hometowns to farm or work in factories. I don't really know anyone who mingles in society like that. Chen Hao turned his gaze to Zhao Gang. After a moment of silence, Zhao Gang seemed to be thinking. Boss, Zhao Gang's voice was a bit low. He has a questionable background. Tell me more. Chen Hao became interested. His name is Lei, who nicknamed Lazy. We grew up in the same neighborhood. He's 3 years younger than me, and he used to cling to me like a little shadow when we were kids. Zhao Gang sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. This kid has excellent physical fitness and practiced sanda at a sports school. He was originally a good candidate for the military. His family had arranged everything to send him to enlist. But during his senior year, after evening self-study, he encountered a few thugs bullying a girl from their class at the alley's entrance. Chen Hao raised an eyebrow. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Something like that. Zhao Gang gave a bitter smile. The girl's name is Lin Xiaoxiao, and Lei Zi had secretly liked her for a long time. In a moment of impulsiveness, he rushed up to help her. There were 3 of them armed with steel pipes, yet he managed to take them all down. However, he was too rough, and ended up injuring the leader badly. Chen Hao instinctively clenched his legs together. That's ruthless. The thug had some connections, and was determined to take revenge. Originally, this was a case of righteous bravery, but then Zhao Gang's fists cracked. The girl he saved suddenly changed her story, claiming that Lei Zi had harassed her, and the thugs were just upholding justice. Chen Hao sneered. Such a plot is disgusting in any era. Because of this incident, Lei Zi was sentenced to 2 years. He just got out last year, but his record is tarnished, and his family disowned him. Now he works as a bouncer at the Hongxing billiard hall in Shiba Li Zhuang, scraping by for a living. Zhao Gang looked up at Chen Hao. Boss, I know Lei Zi well. Even though he has been in trouble with the law deep down, he is a good person, loyal and straightforward. He has been hurt by the world and is a bit self-destructive. Where is he now? Chen Hao stood up. At this hour he should be at the billiard hall. Let's go. Chen Hao adjusted his clothes. Let's meet him. 30 minutes later, an Audi A6 stopped beside a dirty and chaotic street in Shiba Li Zhuang. This is a typical urban rural fringe with garbage piled up by the roadside. The sign of the Hongxing billiard hall had lost half its paint, hanging above a 2-story small building. Chen Hao led Zhao Gang and Wang Jun to push open the greasy glass door. A strong smell of smoke assaulted them. The room was dimly lit with 6 or 7 pool tables set up. A group of young men with long hair and bell-bottom pants were smoking and shouting as they played. Gongzi, where is he? Chen Hao scanned the room. Zhao Gang pointed to a table in the corner. There sat a young man wearing an old military coat. He wasn't playing, he just sat there alone holding a cue stick. His hair was cut very short, and a nasty scar ran from his left brow to his temple, marring his otherwise handsome features. The noisy environment seemed irrelevant to him. He exuded a sense of loneliness and danger like a lone wolf. Sensing their gaze, the young man suddenly looked up. His eyes were vigilant like a wild beast, bloodshot with red veins. When his gaze landed on Zhao Gang, the ferocity instantly disappeared, replaced by confusion and shame. He instinctively hid the cue stick behind his back and stood up, trying to escape through the back door. Lazy! Stop! Zhao Gang shouted. Lei Hu froze in his tracks. He stiffly turned around, head down, his voice hoarse. Gang, go, what brings you here? Zhao Gang walked over decisively, looking at his once spirited childhood friend, now in such a disheveled state, his eyes reddening. You see me and run. Do you think I'm going to eat you? Lei Hu grabbed the edge of his military coat. I can't face you. Ganga, you're doing well now, wearing a suit and tie. I'm just a labor camp convict. Nonsense. Zhao Gang cursed, punching Lei Hu on the shoulder. What convict? In my eyes, you will always be the lazy who would dare to take a knife for his brother. Lei Hu staggered back a step from the punch, grinning bitterly. His smile was filled with sorrow. At that moment, Chen Hao approached. He scrutinized Lei Hu from head to toe. Although he looked destitute, his posture remained upright and his fingers were thick, a sign of years of boxing. Most importantly, his eyes, while dodging Zhao Gang's gaze, still harbored a fierce determination when sweeping over the others. He was a fine blade, just rusty and in need of sharpening. So you're Lei Hu? Chen Hao spoke. Lei Hu looked at Chen Hao, his eyes instantly becoming wary. Who are you? I'm your gang guest boss. Chen Hao took out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and offered it. Lei Hu didn't take it, only looking at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang nodded. Take it. This is Chen Xiao. Only then did Lei Hu accept the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear without lighting it. I heard you crushed a guy's eggs. Chen Hao asked suddenly. Lei Hu was taken aback for a moment, then a violent aura surged in his expression. That bastard Sun Bin had it coming. If I got another chance, I would have taken him out directly. Do you regret it, Not at all. Lei Hu spat disdainfully. I regret being blind enough to save such an ungrateful woman. Chen Hao smiled. As long as you don't regret it, that's fine. I like people who don't regret their decisions. He looked into Lei Hu's eyes and spoke earnestly. I have a place, and there will be many bastards like Sun Bin coming to cause trouble in the future. I need someone to deal with them, but you can't get yourself in trouble again. Will you take this job? Lei Hu looked at Chen Hao, then glanced at the eagerly anticipating Zhao Gang beside him. He was silent for a few seconds, took the cigarette from behind his ear, and put it in his mouth. Do you provide meals? Plenty. Enough cigarettes, plenty of drinks, and a salary of 2,000. Click. Lei Hu pulled out a disposable lighter, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the spicy smoke. Your gang guest boss, I trust you. He extinguished the cigarette, but on the edge of the pool table raised his head, and the fire in his eyes reignited. I'll take this job. Then let's go. Chen Hao led the two toward the door. Lei Hu placed his cue on the pool table and followed them out. A few small-time thugs nearby who had been leaning over the table to aim straightened up. Brother Hu, where are you going? Shouted a boy with dyed red hair. Without turning his head, Lei Hu wrapped his military coat around himself. Just going out for a bit. Will you be back tonight? Lu Zi said he wants to drink. Not coming back. Lei Hu pushed open the greasy glass door, and the cold wind hit him, clearing some of the fog from his mind. Chen Hao was already standing by the roadside with Zhao Gang and Wang Jun flanking him like two guardian deities. But what truly surprised Lei Hu was the Audi A6 parked behind Chen Hao. In this era, the Audi A6 was a symbol of status, wielding far more intimidation than any Mercedes or BMW. Lei Hu's gaze unconsciously scanned the license plate. Jing, A83. Having been on the streets for so long, he may not have other skills, but he had a keen eye for recognizing license plates. Usually while hanging out with the thugs on the roadside, they would talk about which rich kid from Kyoto was driving a Ferrari or which big estate had a license plate that no one dared to stop. License plates starting with Jing, A8 were the stuff of legends among these lower-tier thugs. They belonged to a top-tier circle that was out of their reach. Lei Hu felt even more uneasy. He had originally thought Zhao Gang's boss was just some rich second-generation or a nouveau riche businessman. But this license plate elevated Chen Hao's status to a height that made him feel small. Get in the car. Chen Hao opened the rear door and sat down first. Lei Hu stood in place, looking at his pair of mud-stained Liberation shoes, then at the car's paint that was so shiny it could reflect a person's image. Feeling a bit awkward, he rubbed his hands together and didn't dare to move. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you? Zhao Gang came over and pushed him from behind. Lei Hu stumbled a bit, gritted his teeth, and carefully slid into the passenger seat. He only dared to sit on half of it, fearing that his military coat would soil the genuine leather seats. As the car door closed, it blocked out the noise from outside. Drive back to the compound. Chen Hao instructed. Wang Jun skillfully shifted gears, releasing the handbrake, and the Audi A6 headed towards the city center. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lei Hu's body was tense like a stone. 20 minutes later, the car turned onto Qinshu Road. Wang Jun maneuvered the steering wheel, directing the car straight towards the gate of the compound marked Ministry of Electronic Information. Lei Hu's heart was in his throat. The guards at the entrance of such compounds were armed and serious. However, the anticipated interception did not happen. The guard saw the pass behind the windshield, glanced at the license plate, and immediately stood at attention, giving a standard military salute. The barrier lifted high. The Audi A6 smoothly entered the compound. Lei Hu sat in the car, gazing out at the neatly lined poplar trees and Soviet-style buildings, his mind buzzing. He truly was a child of the compound. Moreover, not just any child, but one who could walk boldly within the ministry's compound. Brother Gang had really latched onto a significant connection this time. The car stopped below the auxiliary building. We're here. Chen Hao pushed the door open to get out. Lei Hu followed him out in a daze, stepping onto the clean concrete ground, feeling a bit surreal. The group ascended to the fourth floor. Fourth floor office. A mahogany executive desk, a display shelf, and bound books. This place was so upscale that it made Lei Hu feel like a beggar who had stumbled into a palace, unsure where to put his hands and feet. Sit. Chen Hao gestured to the chair opposite the tea table, and took the main seat himself. Zhao Gang took off his suit jacket, skillfully boiling water, washing the tea, and brewing. His movements were fluid, clearly having practiced a lot in the past few days. Lei Hu sat at the edge of the chair looking up at Chen Hao, finally asking the question that had been weighing on him all the way. Boss, you want me to watch the place, is it here? Lei Hu pointed out the window to the compound. Don't joke around. This is a ministry compound. No one dares to cause trouble here. Chen Hao picked up the teacup, lightly blew on the foam, and took a sip. You certainly don't need to watch this place. He set down the cup and looked at Lei Hu's perplexed face. I want to do business outside. An internet cafe, you know. An internet cafe. Lei Hu was taken aback. He knew exactly what that was. They're everywhere on the streets, filled with kids playing games, a chaotic scene. He occasionally went to play a few rounds of Red Alert or flirt with girls on OICQ. I know. It's a place with dozens of computers where people can go online and play games. Lei Hu replied honestly. Exactly that. However, I don't want to open a small workshop with just a dozen machines. I want to establish a large internet cafe expecting to have hundreds of machines. Such places attract diverse crowds with all kinds of people. There will definitely be people who steal, fight, refuse to pay, or even rivals from other internet cafes coming to stir trouble. He looked at Lei Hu and said, I need someone who understands the rules, can keep the place under control, but won't cause me big trouble to manage the shop. Zhao Gang and Dajuan are veterans. Their energy is too upright, not suitable for dealing with thugs. You've been through it, served time, you know what those people are thinking, and you know how to manage them. Lei Hu understood. This wasn't about watching over nightlife spots or casinos, it was just an ordinary internet cafe. This is a legitimate job. He originally thought they were looking for him to do dirty work. After all, Lei Hu was just a piece of worthless clay with nothing to offer except for his toughness. He turned to look at Zhao Gang, who said nothing, but pushed the teacup closer to him. Lei Hu sniffed, feeling a bit emotional. He picked up the teacup and downed it in one go, the scorching hot tea flowing down his throat into his stomach, making him shiver all over. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. Lei Hu put down the cup, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling more spirited. I know all about the internet cafe stuff. Most of the thugs inside are just bullies who fear the strong and pick on the weak. As long as you trust me, I guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble in your place. As long as I'm there, anyone who tries to make a scene will be thrown out. Chen Hao smiled, took out his wallet, counted out 2,000 yuan, and tossed it in front of Lei Hu. Take this, 2,000 yuan. Lei Hu looked at the money a bit puzzled. Boss, I haven't even started working yet. This is a settling in allowance. Chen Hao interrupted him. Go buy a few decent outfits, don't always dress like you're running from a disaster. You'll be my manager from now on, representing the company's face when you're out. Also get a haircut and shave off that stubble on your face. Lei Hu looked at Chen Hao and nodded. He reached out, grabbed the money, and stuffed it into his pocket. Alright, you've got the money now, I'm giving you your first task. Chen Hao took out a map and started arranging work. Gangzi, take Lei Hu to handle it. These next few days you'll be checking out the area around University Road. Chen Hao's finger drew a circle on the map. That area is where several universities like Jinghang, Huaqing, and Jingdu are concentrated, and it will be the place with the highest population density and most young people in Kyoto for the next few years. I want to find a place to open an internet cafe. There are 3 requirements. First, it has to be spacious, at least over 500 square meters, the bigger the better. Second, it needs to be in a good location. It must be a street-level business or a second floor with an independent entrance capable of displaying a large sign. Chen Hao paused, speaking seriously. I don't want to rent, but I want to buy. As long as the location is suitable and the property rights are clear, even if it's expensive, that's fine. The 3 present were a bit shocked. Buying a 500 square meter street shop in such a prime location on University Road, how much would that cost? Although the housing prices haven't skyrocketed, yet such a shop would still cost several hundred thousand or even over $1 million, right? This boss is quite bold. Got it? Chen Hao asked. Got it. Lei Hu answered loudly, his voice clear. Go on. Gangzi, take him to get some decent clothes, then get to work. Yes. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu turned and walked out. As they reached downstairs, Zhao Gang patted Lei Hu's shoulder. Lazy cherished this opportunity. It wasn't easy for me to help you get it. Lei Hu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Brother Gang, I owe you my life for this. Quit the nonsense. Zhao Gang punched him lightly and said, work hard, don't let the boss down. Don't worry. In the following days, the campus life at Jinghang University continued in an orderly fashion. Chen Hao resumed his normal class schedule, sitting in the back row of the lecture hall, while the professor wrote densely on the blackboard. Chen Hao was engrossed in his notebook, not taking class notes, but rather recording some opportunities from recent years. During breaks, Liang Bo would occasionally appear at the classroom door. The two stood by the window at the end of the corridor, smoking and discussing the progress and issues of their development. The temptation of that 10,000 yuan was too great, and this counselor had brought back the enthusiasm from his graduate school days, moving faster than Chen Hao had anticipated. The software was not a concern anymore, the worry lay with finding a house. In recent days Zhao Gang had been practically turning over the area around University Road, with Lei Hu. At this moment in Kyoto, the commercial housing market had just started, and prime locations were basically held by state-owned enterprises and government offices. Finding a house over 500 square meters in a good location, and with the ability to purchase full ownership, was as difficult as fishing for a needle in the ocean. It was another gloomy afternoon. The north wind whipped the dry leaves around on the road. Zhao Gang drove the newly acquired Santana north along University Road. The buildings on either side transitioned from tiled classroom structures to gray brick walls. Ganggu were almost at the agricultural university. Lei Hu, sitting in the passenger seat with a stainless steel thermos in hand, replied, "If we go any further north we'll be at Qinghe. What are we going to do, open an internet cafe there?" Zhao Gang gripped the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping the roadside. "The boss said we should think long term. Right now it's the suburbs, but in 2 years it might be the center. Besides, there's a university here, so there are still quite a few students." The car turned onto Shueqing Road. Across the street, a large factory area surrounded by gray walls caught Zhao Gang's attention. The walls were tall, topped with shards of glass for security, and much of the plaster had fallen off, revealing the red bricks beneath. Through the iron gate one could see an overgrown lot and several tall factory buildings inside. Zhao Gang pressed the brakes, slowing down. "This place looks like a shut-down factory." Lei Hu leaned out to take a look. "Hey Ganga, look at that." Following Lei Hu's finger, there was a standalone 4-story building right next to the road outside the factory walls. The building had a typical 1980s Soviet-style architecture with a stone facade and large windows. Although the glass was too dirty to see inside, the overall structure appeared to be quite sturdy. The most crucial aspect was that this building was right next to the wall. If the side facing the road was opened up, it would be a prime storefront. Moreover, the building was not small. The 4 floors combined would easily provide over 2,000 square meters. "This is interesting." Zhao Gang parked the car by the roadside and turned off the engine. The two got out of the car and walked towards the small building. The main entrance on the first floor was tightly locked, secured with a rusty iron chain. Yellowed seals from last year were stuck on the glass door. No one is using this place. Lei Hu leaned against the glass to peek inside, which was empty except for some tables and chairs stacked in the corner. They moved to the front door. A wooden sign with black letters on a white background hung at the factory entrance, the paint peeling barely revealing the words Kyoto Lihua Radio Equipment Factory. Inside the guardroom sat an old man in his 50s, dressed in faded blue work clothes, holding a radio and listening to a storytelling program. Lei Hu glanced at Zhao Gang, who nodded. Lei Hu pulled out an unopened pack of Hongtashan cigarettes, smiling broadly as he leaned towards the window. "Old man, are you listening to the story? Is it The White-Browed Hero by Shan Tianfang?" The old man lifted his eyelids and glanced at the two. Seeing that they were well-dressed and not like drifters, he lowered the volume of the radio. "Is there something you need?" "Not a big deal." Lei Hu skillfully tore open the cigarette pack, took one out, and handed it over casually, placing the entire pack on the windowsill. "We just wanted to ask if your factory is hiring." The old man glanced at the pack of Hongtashan. His expression softened considerably. He took the cigarette, and Lei Hu immediately pulled out his lighter to light it. "Hiring? What are you thinking?" The old man exhaled a puff of smoke, pointing behind him at the lifeless factory area. "This factory is halfway buried. A batch of workers were laid off last year, and now the remaining ones are just waiting to receive their severance pay. Except for the second workshop over there, still making some parts, the rest is abandoned." "What a waste for such a large factory," Zhao Gang interjected at the right moment. "What about that 4-story building at the entrance? It looks empty too." "That used to be the research building. It has been vacant since the technology department was withdrawn due to poor performance." The old man thought for a moment and said, "It's been empty for about 2 years. Old man, our boss is in business and is looking for a warehouse." Lei Hu leaned on the windowsill, lowering his voice. "Do you think the factory would rent this building out?" The old man sized them up and replied, "I'm not sure about renting. That falls under the logistics department, but I think it's unlikely. Although our factory is no longer functioning, it is still a department-level unit under the municipal power department, and the rules are strict. They don't easily engage with private enterprises." "Where is the logistics department?" "Turn left when you enter on the second floor of the administrative building. Look for Section Chief Zhang." The two thanked the old man and strode into the factory area. The roads in the factory area were bumpy, and the leaves from the sycamore trees fell to the ground without being swept. The administrative building was a 3-story red brick structure. The sign for the logistics department hung at the very end of the second floor. The door was slightly ajar. Zhao Gang knocked on the door. "Come in." The interior was simply furnished with 2 peeling desks and a metal filing cabinet. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind one of the desks, holding an enamel teacup with a copy of the day's Kyoto Daily spread out on the table. This man was somewhat balding, wearing a gray jacket that tightly stretched over his belly. "Hello, you must be Section Zhao Gang stepped forward and politely asked, placing 2 boxes of cigarettes on the desk. Section Chief Zhang lifted his head from behind the newspaper, his gaze somewhat arrogant. Who are you? Which workshop are you from? We're not from the factory. Zhao Gang cut to the chase, stating their purpose directly. We are from Yanhuang Cult. We passed by your factory and noticed that the research building at the entrance is empty, so we wanted to see if we could discuss a potential collaboration. Yanhuang Culture. Section Chief Zhang frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. What do you do? We work in culture, and Section Chief Zhang set down the teacup, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A private enterprise, right? Are you looking to rent a place? Not just renting. Zhao Gang paused. If the price is right, we want to buy it. Buy. Section Chief Zhang scoffed, as if hearing a joke. He picked up the pack of cigarettes on the desk, took one out, and Zhao Gang immediately stepped forward to light it for him. Young man, you have quite an ambition. This is state-owned property worth millions. Can a private enterprise afford that? Money is not an issue, Zhao Gang said in a deep voice. All right. Section Chief Zhang waved his hand impatiently, picking the newspaper back up again. This matter won't work out. If you want to rent a warehouse to store some goods, I can find you a few rooms in the backyard. But buying the building is out of the question. You can go now. After finishing, he shook the newspaper and no longer looked at the two. Lei Hu wanted to say something, but Zhao Gang stopped him. Zhao Gang glanced at the indifferent man and turned to leave the office. Once outside the factory gates, Lei Hu spat onto the ground. What a piece of work. Took the cigarettes and didn't do anything. Ganga, we should have taken the cigarettes back earlier. Taking them back would make us look petty. At 7 in the evening in Huqingjiyuan. The living room was softly lit, and Chen Hao sat on the genuine leather sofa, holding a map of Kyoto. Zhao Gang and Lei Hu stood across from him, recounting their experiences at Lihua Instrument Factory in detail. That Zhang is too arrogant. Lei Hu said indignantly. He claims that state-owned assets cannot be sold to private individuals. I see it as simply fearing that we have no background and are afraid of taking responsibility. Chen Hao remained silent after hearing this. His fingers slowly glided over the map, eventually stopping at the location of Shueqing Road. Lihua Radio Instrument Factory. This name flickered in his memory. In his previous life, when he was mingling in the business circle of Kyoto around 2008, this piece of land transformed into a place called Lihua Quechuanjuan. Many small and medium-sized technology companies and design studios had settled there. At that time, the value of this land had multiplied several times. That building is very suitable, it's worth acquiring, Chen Hao said. But boss, that Zhang chief has blocked the way, Zhao Gang said, feeling a bit troubled. He said the factory won't sell. He said they wouldn't sell because our current status is that of a private enterprise. Chen Hao understood the environment was like this now. In the eyes of state-owned enterprise officials, private enterprise owners are merely speculative nouveau riche, an unstable factor. Selling state-owned assets to private individuals would be a grave crime of loss of state assets, if investigated. As a mere section chief, he certainly wouldn't dare bear such responsibility. Chen Hao put down the map and took a sip of tea. We need to find a reason that would make them feel secure about selling. How do we get him to sell? Lei Hu scratched his head. Should we offer money? Offering money would be bribery. That's a lowly tactic. Chen Hao shook his head. In matters involving the public sector, especially concerning the sensitive line of state-owned asset disposal, simply throwing money is the lowest means. Money can open doors, but it can also lead to ruin. The factory leaders are reluctant to sell out of fear of bearing the blame for loss of state assets. But what if this transaction is no longer a buying and selling, but rather a responding to the national call supporting the landing of high-tech industries, revitalizing typical cases of bad assets? The nature would change. This would become a political achievement. Chen Hao set down his teacup. To acquire that building, we first need to establish connections. Half an hour later, the black Audi A6 re-entered the courtyard of the Electronic Information Department. This time, Chen Hao did not bring Zhao Gang and Lei Hu. He only instructed Wang Jun to park the car downstairs and went up alone. In the office of the Agency Service Center, Wang Qiming was reading a document. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he immediately set down his work with a smile. Hey Chen, what brings you here? Wang Qiming walked around the desk warmly, inviting Chen Hao to sit down, then went to fetch tea. Brother Wang, no need. Chen Hao stopped him. I came today to inquire about something serious. Seeing Chen Hao's serious demeanor, Wang Qiming also put away his smile, sat down opposite him, and offered a cigarette. Speak. As long as I know, I will tell all. Chen Hao took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Brother Wang, which department in our ministry is responsible for information technology? Information technology. Wang Qiming was momentarily taken aback before quickly reacting. Are you referring to the current policy proposed above to drive industrialization with information technology? Chen Hao nodded. In 2000, it was a crucial period for Longguo's 15th five-year plan preparation, and information technology was elevated to an unprecedented strategic height. These words appeared frequently in the news broadcasts, but for many grassroots officials, it was still an ethereal. This matter falls under the Information Technology Promotion Division. Wang Qiming thought for a moment and said, this is a newly established department with considerable power, specifically responsible for planning and guiding national information technology construction. That's great. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. I want to establish an information technology popularization and industry incubation base. I would like to find an opportunity to report to the leaders of the division, listen to the policies, and hopefully gain some support from our ministry. Wang Qiming listened somewhat surprised. Information technology popularization, industry incubation. These terms sound impressive. Although he did not know exactly what Chen Hao intended to do since his younger brother was bringing up such a project aligned with national policy, he had to help. This is manageable, Wang Qiming thought for a moment and responded. I'm not familiar with the division leaders, but I have a good relationship with Director Chen Hao from the General Office. Their division is responsible for coordinating various offices and reports directly to the division head. I can help you schedule a time for your report. Saying this, Wang Qiming directly picked up the phone on the desk and dialed an internal number. Hello, is this Director Chen? It's old Wang. Wang Qiming from the agency service center. Wang Qiming said warmly. Here's the situation. I have a younger brother whose family is rooted in culture. He studied computer science at university. He recently wants to establish a so-called information technology popularization and industry incubation base to respond to our ministry's call. On the other end of the line something was said, and Wang Qiming nodded repeatedly, a smile spreading across his face. Yes, young people have ideas, oh we must support them. He wants to report to you for some guidance. When would you be convenient to spare some time? Wang Qiming covered the microphone, turned to Chen Hao, and inquired with his eyes. Chen Hao signaled a whenever gesture. Great. How about tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon? Alright, I'll have another day I'll treat you to drinks. Okay, hang up. After putting down the phone, Wang Qiming gave Chen Hao an okay settled. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon with Director Chen Hao from the General Office. He works in Office 305 of the main building. Thanks, Brother Wang. Chen Hao stood up. I'll treat you to drinks another time. You're too polite, my brother. It's just a small favor. After leaving the courtyard, Chen Hao sat in the back seat, his brow still furrowed. The opportunity was secured, but how to report tomorrow was a big problem. To go and talk to the director empty-handed. That would waste this rare opportunity. In the system, doing things emphasizes materials. You need to have a plan, a proposal, a feasibility analysis, and also a high perspective. According to the habits of later generations, such occasions must have a PPT presentation accompanied by a detailed written report. Chen Hao then remembered that he did not have a computer. Having been reborn for so long, he had been busy making money, buying houses, and gathering younger brothers, and he hadn't even acquired a computer for basic tasks. Before, he either borrowed from the computer lab or used Wang Chang's desktop. Now to write such a proposal, it was certainly not feasible without his own computer. Daju and go to Zhongwankan. Chen Hao instructed. Okay, came the reply. 20 minutes later, the Audi A6 stopped at the foot of Hailong Building. At this time, Hailong Building had just opened not long ago, bustling with people, with assemblers running around carrying computer cases and vendors promoting pirated CDs. Chen Hao did not linger at the chaotic counters on the first floor, but headed straight to the brand area on the second floor. He had a clear goal to buy an IBM ThinkPad. In the year 2000, if you didn't have a little black in hand during a business presentation, your presence would be diminished by a third. This black square box is synonymous with professionalism. Walking into a store adorned with the IBM blue logo, the salesgirl was languidly manicuring her nails. They'll take the T28. Chen Hao pointed at the most conspicuous machine on the counter. Upon hearing the model, the salesgirl immediately perked up. The T20 was the flagship model just released this year, featuring a Pentium 3 processor, a 14-inch large screen, and a titanium alloy composite carbon fiber shell. This device now retails for over $28,000, undoubtedly a luxury item. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality, the salesgirl said with a beaming smile as she took out the keys to unlock the display case. This machine just arrived a couple of days ago, and is also the highest configuration we have here. No need for an introduction, just write me an invoice. Chen Hao was not interested in hearing those parameters he had heard countless times. 28,800. Payment made, goods acquired, system installed. After a while, Chen Hao walked out carrying the black computer bag. Returning to Huaqing Jiyuan, the sky was already pitch black. Chen Hao instructed Zhao Gang and Wang Jun to head back and rest while he himself went to the study. The newly purchased T20 emitted a faint sound of hard disk reading and writing, and the Windows 98 startup screen lit up. Chen Hao lit a cigarette, staring at the hourglass cursor on the screen, his mind racing. He aimed to package an internet cafe as a prestigious project in line with national strategy. This might sound like nonsense, but to Chen Hao, who had been seasoned by later concepts such as internet, blockchain, and metaverse, it was just a game of words. The core lies in redefining. He typed the title in a Word document: feasibility report on establishing a demonstration base for the popularization of information technology and industrial incubation in Kyoto. This is the main area of the internet cafe. However, through Chen Hao's perspective, this is not a place for gaming, but rather a window for local community residents and university students to access the internet at low cost, allowing them to learn information technology skills. Hundreds of computers serve as terminals for information technology learning. Gaming. That is a multimedia interactive experience. Chatting online. That is, bridging the digital divide and cultivating digital natives. He also deliberately added a clause to establish a public open day, providing free basic computer skills training for laid-off workers every week. By adding this clause, the political stance was instantly elevated. This is essentially a more advanced display area for hardware and software. Chen Hao plans to designate a corner in the internet cafe, setting up several high-performance servers and projectors. Officially, it is for providing website construction, consulting, office automation software experience, and corporate local area network setup plans for surrounding state-owned enterprises and small to medium-sized businesses. In reality, it is merely a facade project to impress leaders during inspections. After all, when the leaders from the neighborhood office, industrial and commercial bureau, or even the ministry come to inspect, one cannot just take them to see a bunch of kids playing Red Alert, right? We need to show them this to demonstrate how we are empowering the real economy. The building has 4 floors, with the internet cafe occupying only a fraction of the space. Chen Hao plans to convert the remaining area into a simple co-working space. The goal is to attract startup teams in software development, web design, e-commerce, and more, providing them with free office space, mentorship, and connections to angel investors. This was undoubtedly a forward-thinking concept in 2000. Not only could it help him secure land, but it would also assist in applying for various technology subsidies and rental reductions in the future. More importantly, he could seize the opportunity to attract early-stage teams that might become unicorns, and if suitable, invest in them ahead of time. Ashtrays filled with cigarette butts were piling up. The sound of keyboard strokes echoed in the empty room. Chen Hao was completely immersed in the pleasure of weaving a logical web. He skillfully employed terms like grasp and power, closed loop, and implementation, which, though not yet popular, were undeniably effective, elevating a simple business action to a level that could drive the development of the information industry. He worked tirelessly until 3 in the morning. A 10-page Word document and a 20-page PPT were finally completed. Chen Hao rubbed his sore neck and looked at his work on the screen, smiling with satisfaction. This set of materials would earn praise not just from a department head, but even from a director. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Chen Hao finally crawled out of bed. After freshening up, he opened his wardrobe and took out the outfit he had specially prepared for formal occasions within the system. Chen Hao first changed into a young man's suit, fastening each button carefully. Then he put on a string of purple sandalwood bracelets on his wrist and deliberately swapped his Patek Philippe for a domestically produced seagull watch. Once ready, Chen Hao picked up his laptop bag and headed downstairs. Wang Jun had already parked the car downstairs, its body polished to a shine. Boss, where to first? Let's find a decent printing shop. Chen Hao needed to print out the materials. At noon, the two of them casually had a bowl of fried sauce noodles by the roadside. At 1:40 in the afternoon, the Audi A6 arrived promptly at the main building of the Electronic Information Department. Chen Hao carried his laptop bag in one hand and tucked the newly filled folder under his arm. He took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing rhythm. The scene ahead was truly a technical challenge. He stepped into the building and approached the door of room 305. Chen Hao raised his wrist to check the time. It was 1:55. Arriving 5 minutes early was the rule. He gently knocked 3 times on the door. Please come in. A deep male voice from middle age came from within. Chen Hao pushed the door open and entered. This was a typical government office. Several pots of peace lilies were well cared for, and the bookcase against the wall was filled with various yearbooks and policy compilations. Behind the desk, a balding middle-aged man was reviewing documents. Hearing the door open, Chen Hao looked up. His gaze swept over Chen Hao from his well-fitting young suit to his youthful but composed face. Chen Hao had a favorable first impression of Chen Hao. Wang Qiming had mentioned that this young man was from a prominent family, which had left him skeptical at first. However, seeing his attire and demeanor, now he certainly did not seem like a typical child from an ordinary household. The kind of calmness that radiated from within could not be faked. Hello, Director Chen. Chen Hao slightly bowed and smiled as he spoke. I am Chen Hao, and Brother Wang asked me to report my work to you. Oh, you must be Xiao Chen. Chen Hao set down the pen in his hand and gestured to the chair across from him. Please have a seat. Old Wang mentioned that you have a good project and want to make some contributions to the department. Chen Hao did not rush to sit down. Instead, he first took out the report materials from his bag and handed them to Chen Hao's desk with both hands. Director Chen, it's not about contributions. As a computer science student seeing our country vigorously promoting informatization, I have some immature ideas in my mind. This is a proposal I created, and I would like to ask you to review it and provide some corrections. Chen Hao took the materials and glanced at the cover. The formatting was remarkably professional. Quite interesting. Chen Hao pointed to the chair. Let's sit down and discuss. Chen Hao sat across the desk, powering on his portable IBM T20. With the faint sound of the hard drive reading and writing, the screen lit up. He did not rush to begin. Instead, he adjusted the angle of the laptop to ensure Chen Hao could see the screen content in the most comfortable position. Chen Hao clicked the mouse, opening the PowerPoint presentation he had stayed up late to prepare the previous night. Director Chen, our country is currently formulating the 15th five-year plan, which clearly states that we must drive industrialization through informatization, leverage latecomer advantages, and achieve leaps in social productivity. Chen Hao's voice was steady and his pace was moderate. He pointed at the quoted excerpt from the official document on the screen, getting straight to the point. These few sentences are broadcast daily on the news, and everyone is memorizing them. However, how to implement this and how to make the common people and small and medium enterprises feel the benefits of informatization remains a challenge. Chen Hao nodded slightly. This was indeed a pressing issue they had recently been grappling with in their department. The slogans from above were loud, but implementing them below often led to a lack of actionable steps, easily turning into mere paper documents. Chen Hao pressed the enter key and the page switched. Two large warning icons appeared on the screen labeled Digital Literacy Gap and Challenges in Traditional Enterprise Transformation. Currently, there are two gaps. The first is that the public does not know how to use it. For ordinary people, computers and the internet are still expensive toys with a high entry threshold. The second is that enterprises do not utilize them well. Many state-owned enterprises and small and medium enterprises use computers merely as typewriters, lacking any concept of integrating into the internet for business transactions. Chen Hao paused for a moment, observing Chen Hao's expression. Seeing that the other party was listening attentively, he continued. In addition, a large number of technological achievements in universities remain locked in drawers with low conversion rates. Moreover, young people who wish to start businesses lack funds, space, and guidance. Chen Hao nodded inwardly. These issues were summarized very well, even more incisively than some reports written by researchers. Therefore, my idea is that we cannot rely solely on the government to take charge. We need to explore a replicable new model for social forces to participate in informatization construction. Chen Hao switched pages again. A clearly structured framework diagram appeared on the screen. At its core was a circular ring with three sectors radiating outwards: public awareness, enterprise services, and entrepreneurship incubation. I plan to establish a demonstration base for information dissemination and industry incubation in Heidian District. It is not just a simple office space, but a triadic open innovation platform. For the public, we will provide low-cost internet access services and free basic skills training, eliminating the digital divide so that everyone can learn to send emails and search for information. For enterprises, we will set up dedicated display areas and consultation centers to showcase solutions such as office automation and corporate website development, teaching them step by step how to do business online. For entrepreneurs, we will provide co-working spaces, angel investment connections, and mentor guidance, transforming the intellectual resources of universities into commercial projects through this platform. Chen Hao finished speaking in one breath, looking at Chen Hao with sincere eyes. Director Chen, this is my vision. Please provide your guidance. Chen Hao looked at the young man before him, already forming a judgment in his heart. Old Wang said this kid was from a prominent family, and it seemed to be true. This ability to narrate macro-level stories, this keen sense of policy trends, and this flawless logical framework are definitely not something an ordinary family can cultivate. Children of ordinary merchants talk about profit margins and return cycles. How could they reach such lofty heights? This plan completely aligns with the aesthetics of the system. It has political positioning, feasible measures, and directly addresses current pain points. Your ideas are quite mature, Chen Hao said with a smile. Currently, our department is mainly focusing on government agencies, large state-owned enterprises, and research institutes for promoting informatization. Regarding how to guide private forces to participate, we are indeed still in the exploratory stage. Your plan is innovative and forward-looking. Chen Hao humbly replied. It's all just random thinking, mainly inspired by the ministry's documents. Don't be modest, excessive modesty is pride. Chen Hao chuckled, lifting his teacup for a sip. So what specific requests do you have in coming to see me today? Are you looking for financial support or policy subsidies? Chen Hao shook his head, stating, the country is not affluent now. Oh, how could I just ask for money? I will solve the funding issue myself. Chen Hao was somewhat surprised. No desire for money. I mainly hope the ministry can recognize and support this project. Chen Hao said sincerely. Additionally, for this type of base to achieve sustainable development, it would be best to establish it in an area with a concentration of universities. I have my eye on the University Road area in Heidian District, which is adjacent to numerous top universities like Huaqing and Jinghong, making it the best environment. However, finding a space of over 1,000 square meters that can remain stable in that area is too difficult, relying solely on my personal efforts. I hope Director Chen can help coordinate so I can secure the project. Chen Hao pondered for a moment. This matter was not difficult for him. Moreover, if Chen Hao's project succeeded, it would be a typical model project of private capital responding to the national call. At that time, if the ministry conducts research and writes a report, it would also be Chen Hao's achievement in discovering talent and promoting work. Even if it does not succeed, it will just be a commercial attempt by civilians, with the ministry only providing verbal support without spending money or taking responsibility, presenting no risk. A guaranteed profit. In principle, the ministry supports and encourages this type of innovative model. Chen Hao carefully worded his remarks, adopting an official tone. However, there are currently no specific supporting policies in place, and it is not appropriate to issue a direct document of support. Chen Hao nodded, indicating his understanding. As for the venue issue, the ministry does not have direct property management in Hadian district. It falls under the jurisdiction of the local government. Chen Hao shifted the conversation. However, since it is a good thing, I can help you connect with the Hadian district government. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. That would be greatly appreciated, Director Chen. I am not familiar with the leaders over in Hadian district, especially in the fields of science and technology and information. I hope you can help make an introduction so I have the opportunity to report on the work, and I will take care of the rest. Chen Hao opened a drawer and pulled out a contact book. The Vice District Chief of Hadian District Ren Rongfa also serves as the Director of Zongwakan Hadian Garden and is in charge of state assets and technology. He mentioned in a meeting not long ago that the district wants to promote informatization but has been searching for a suitable entry point. Chen Hao picked up the phone on the table and pressed a few buttons. Chen Hao sat across, observing respectfully with his eyes closed and his heart focused. The call was quickly connected. Hello, is this Director Ren? This is Chen Hao from the Promotion Department of the Ministry of Electronic Information. Chen Hao said warmly. Haha, good to hear from you. There's a young entrepreneur here with a great idea for an informatization industry incubation base, very promising. Yes, it aligns very well with our current policy direction. Well, young people have the drive. He wants to implement it in your Hadian garden. I believe if this project is executed well, it could become a highlight for our district and even the city. Right, why not have him report to you? Chen Hao covered the microphone and looked at Chen Hao. What's your phone number? Chen Hao immediately recited a string of digits. Chen Hao repeated the number into the phone. That's the number. His name is Chen Hao. Alright, thank you for your help. Let's gather when we have time. After hanging up, Chen Hao felt pleased, having not only secured favors from Wang Qiming and Chen Hao, but also subtly extended one to Ren Rongfa. I've already spoken with Director Ren. He's a pragmatic leader. If your project is truly robust, he'll support it. He'll arrange for someone to contact you shortly. For now, let's leave it at that. Chen Hao closed his contacts list. Many thanks, Director Chen. I'll invite Brother Wang soon for a proper gathering. Chen Hao rose and packed away his laptop. No problem. We'll schedule another meeting later. Once your project takes root and yields tangible results, we can organize a field research delegation. Should relevant policies emerge, your initiative will be given priority consideration. Chen Hao also walked around his desk and escorted Chen Hao to the office door. Stepping out of the Electronics and Information Department building, Chen Hao found the sky overcast. He paused at the entrance, waiting for the car to arrive. Thanks to Chen Hao's call, he was no longer just an ordinary university student or small business owner in the eyes of Hadian district leadership. He had become a high-priority figure backed by the ministry. With this newfound status, he could now craft his narrative with far greater credibility. Wang Jun pulled up in an Audi A6 and parked at the foot of the steps. Just as Chen Hao reached for the door handle, his Nokia 8850 vibrated in his pocket. He withdrew the phone. Its display showed an unfamiliar landline number prefixed with Beijing's area code. Without haste, he let it ring 3 times before answering. Hello, who's calling? May I speak with Mr. Chen Hao? A young man's voice came through the receiver, courteous and measured. Secretary Sun, personal aide to Deputy District Governor Ren Rongfa. Secretary Sun, greetings, Chen Hao replied. Director Ren has just received a call from a senior official at the ministry regarding your project's implementation in Hadian. He places great importance on it and wishes to know when you might be available for a briefing at the district government. This was the ripple effect of institutional endorsement. Had Chen Hao approached uninvited, he likely wouldn't have even passed through the government compound's main gate, let alone received a personal call from the deputy governor's chief secretary to schedule a meeting. I'm free these days, whenever suits the director's schedule. How about tomorrow morning at 10? That's when Director Ren has a brief window. That works perfectly. Excellent. I'll add it to his calendar immediately. The briefing will be held in conference room No. 3 of the main government building. Secretary Sun paused, then added, Mr. Chen, besides Director Ren, which other departments would you like invited? I'll coordinate accordingly. Chen Hao considered carefully. If this were merely a routine project briefing meeting, Director Ren alone would suffice. But his true objective was that building. The structure belonged to Lihua Radio Instrument Factory, a state-owned enterprise, entailing complex matters including state asset, disposal, title transfer, and business registration. To navigate these smoothly, he needed every relevant authority present, not only to secure their cooperation, but also to establish direct working relationships under Director Ren's patronage, eliminating future bureaucratic obstacles. Drawing upon his knowledge of future governmental protocols, Chen Hao replied deliberately, Secretary Sun, given the project's broad scope, I respectfully request the attendance of directors from the Bureau of Economy and Information Technology, the Science and Technology Bureau, the Administration for Market Regulation, and the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Secretary Sun fell momentarily silent. For an unlaunched private sector initiative, summoning the heads of 4 core district bureaus at the first briefing was extraordinary, almost unprecedented. Yet he quickly recalled this was a project personally flagged by Director Chen of the ministry, and Chen Hao spoke with unmistakable confidence, suggesting substantial backing. Without delay, Secretary Sun assured him, "Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll consult Director Ren and coordinate diligently with all 4 departments." "Much appreciated, Secretary Sun." "My pleasure. See you day after tomorrow." Hanging up, Chen Hao opened the rear door and slid into the back seat. "Boss, where to?" Wang Jun asked, glancing over his shoulder. "Back to Huaqing Jiyuan." 2 days later, at 9:50 m. outside the Haitian District Government Building. Secretary Sun stood at the foot of the front steps, glancing repeatedly at his wristwatch. As Chief Secretary to Deputy District Governor Ren Rongfa, he rarely descended to greet visitors, except for high-ranking officials or exceptionally distinguished guests explicitly designated by superiors. A black sedan eased through the government compound's main gate. Secretary Sun narrowed his eyes. It was a brand-new Audi A6. What truly startled him, however, was the crimson and gold official pass displayed beneath the windshield, and the license plate, Jing A83. Having spent years within the bureaucratic system, he knew precisely what that prefix signified. Instinctively, he straightened his posture and smoothed the hem of his suit jacket. Earlier, the district governor had instructed him to treat the matter seriously, yet he'd assumed it was merely out of deference to Director Chen. Now it was clear this Mr. Chen carried far deeper influence than anticipated. The Audi A6 halted before the steps. The driver's door swung open. Dressed in tactical training fatigues and high-top combat boots, Wang Jun leapt out with practiced efficiency. He strode briskly to the rear door, opened it wide, and placed a hand protectively above the frame. Chen Hao emerged, wearing a deep gray Mandarin-collared Zhongshan suit, and carrying a sleek black IBM laptop bag. Zhao Gang followed closely, stepping out half a pace behind Chen Hao. "Good morning. Are you Mr. Chen Hao?" Secretary Sun hurried forward, face alight with warmth, hands extended. "I'm Sun Jigang, Secretary to Director Ren. A genuine pleasure to meet you." Secretary Sun, delighted, Chen Hao replied, offering a firm, unhurried handshake. "Apologies for keeping you waiting downstairs." "Not at all, my duty entirely." Secretary Sun stepped aside, gesturing graciously toward the entrance. "Allow me to escort you to the conference room." Chen Hao nodded and ascended the steps. Zhao Gang followed silently. Wang Jun did not join them, returning instead to the driver's seat. The group traversed the marble-floored lobby and climbed to the 3rd floor. Secretary Sun led Chen Hao into conference room No. 3, a mid-sized chamber featuring a gleaming oval table and several meticulously pruned potted plants. "Please take a seat, Mr. Chen." Secretary Sun pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Chen Hao sat, placing his laptop bag beside him. Zhao Gang seated himself quietly beside him. A young female staffer promptly delivered 2 steaming cups of tea. "Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Chen. I'll fetch Director Ren." Secretary Sun murmured softly before exiting. First, he briefed Director Ren in his office on the visitor's arrival and demeanor, then he phoned the other department heads to confirm their guest had arrived. Minutes later, the conference room door opened again. 4 middle-aged men entered in succession, dressed in blazers or tailored suits, each holding a thermos and a leather-bound notebook. Chen Hao rose. "This is Director Li of the Economic and Information Commission." Secretary Sun introduced each in turn. Director Zhang of the Science and Technology Bureau. Director Liu of the Administration for Market Regulation. Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Chen Hao greeted each with a respectful, confident handshake, neither deferential nor overbearing. The bureau directors, having clearly received advance notice, responded with marked courtesy. They took seats opposite Chen Hao. Finally, a portly man with streaks of gray in his hair entered, steady in gait, warm in expression. Deputy District Governor Ren Rongfa, of Haitian District. "Hello, Director Ren." Chen Hao stood up again. "You are Xiao Chen, right? Please have a seat, don't be so formal." Ren Rongfa smiled, and waved his hand, taking a seat at the main position opposite Chen Hao. His gaze lingered on Chen Hao for 2 seconds before sweeping over to Zhao Gang beside him. "Director Chen specifically called me saying that you are a rare talent who has come up with a very innovative project." Ren Rongfa opened his thermos cup and took a sip of water, his tone laid back. "I called the heads of several departments today just to hear your thoughts. As long as it is beneficial for the development of the district, we will definitely support it wholeheartedly. Thank you, Director Ren, and thank you to all the leaders for taking the time out of your busy schedules." Chen Hao opened his IBM T20 laptop in front of him, connected it to the conference room's projector, and began his presentation. "My name is Chen Hao. I studied computer science in college, and I started a company called Yanhuan Cultural Company. My elders have always been in the cultural sector, teaching me that I should follow the national direction closely in my work. Recently, I have been deeply studying the discussions on informatization in the 15-year plan, and in light of the actual situation in our Haitian district, I have drafted a preliminary proposal." The screen lit up. "Concept for the construction of a demonstration base for informatization popularization and industrial incubation in Kyoto." Chen Hao held a laser pointer confidently, discussing the framework displayed on the screen. From the social significance of bridging the digital divide to the pain points of traditional enterprise transformation and the bottlenecks in the conversion of scientific research achievements in universities. Each point was timely and innovative. Those present were seasoned officials accustomed to vague reports. However, Chen Hao's presentation was logically rigorous, possessing both depth and practical applicability. Especially when Chen Hao mentioned building platforms with private capital to alleviate government burdens and empower enterprises, Ren Rongfa nodded slightly. The 20-minute presentation concluded. Chen Hao looked at the leaders opposite him. Leaders, this is my concept. I bring funding, technology, and a team, and I just want to explore a pioneering endeavor on this fertile land of Hadian. Well said. Ren Rongfa was the first to express his opinion. It's not easy for young people today to have such insight and vision. Unlike some, his words trailed off, but everyone understood. Recently, many connections have come to the district under various pretexts to seek land and policies, which has caused quite a headache for the district. Chen Hao, who was self-sufficient and ready to take action, was truly a breath of fresh air. Xiaoqin, since your proposal is so detailed, what difficulties do you foresee in implementation? What support do you need from the district? Ren Rongfa smiled at Chen Hao. Chen Hao picked up his teacup to moisten his throat. The main topic was coming. Director Ren, regarding policies, I hope to refer to the support standards for high-tech enterprises. However, the biggest challenge currently is the venue. Chen Hao set down his teacup. His gaze sincere. An incubation base is not a small convenience store. It needs ample space. Initially, I plan to secure a space of 1 to 2,000 square meters, preferably near University Road, surrounded by universities, and also facing the street for easy external display and training. Ren Rongfa turned to the sides. What do you all think? Director Li from the Economic and Information Commission was the first to respond. Director Ren, I believe this project aligns perfectly with our district's goal of building a tech-oriented Hadian. As long as the project is implemented, we can include it on the support list for technology-based small and medium-sized enterprises and assist in applying for special funds from the city. Director Zhang from the Technology Bureau chimed in. Indeed. Incubators are a key direction we encourage in our bureau. Although it is privately owned, as long as it meets the standards, we can grant recognition and provide corresponding tax incentives and technical guidance. These two departments were simply following the existing policies. When it came to Director Liu from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, he pondered for a moment. Incubators involve many registration issues for startup teams. The current policy on concentrated office areas mainly targets state-owned incubators. However, since this is an innovation pilot, we can handle it on a case basis. As long as the venue is compliant, we can give this base the green light, allowing multiple registrations at one address and implementing cluster registrations. This was a solid commitment. Finally, everyone's gaze fell upon Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. The venue issue fell under his jurisdiction. In Hadian District, aside from universities and the military, most of the land and properties are still held by state-owned enterprises or street offices. Director Zhao put down his pen, his brow slightly furrowed. Director Ren, leaders. Our district's state-owned enterprises indeed have some idle factories and office buildings. If General Chen wishes to rent, I can have someone scout out a few suitable places and offer some discounts on the rent. Chen Hao understood that the critical moment had arrived. Director Zhao, thank you for your support. Chen Hao interjected. However, I have a small request. I hope to purchase the venue. Buy. Director Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat grave. Yes, I want to buy it. Chen Hao's tone was firm. I know this may put you in a difficult position. But consider this, we are at a critical point in state-owned enterprise reform. Many old factories are performing poorly with a large number of workers laid off, and the factories can't even afford to pay severance. Maintaining several empty buildings incurs maintenance and heating costs every year. Chen Hao observed Director Zhao's expression, continuing to emphasize if it's just renting, it would be a drop in the bucket for the factory, and there's no guarantee the rent can be collected. However, if it's an asset transfer that represents real cash flow, how many laid-off workers' placement issues could this money resolve? How much burden could it lift off the enterprise? This would be beneficial for me as well. I genuinely hope to take root in Hadian and keep the base running for the long term. The rented venue could face many uncertainties in the future. Director Zhao was silent. The reasoning was sound. State-owned enterprises are indeed struggling, constantly clamoring for funds. However, selling state-owned assets to private individuals is a red line that no one dares to cross easily. If someone later labels it as loss of state-owned assets, it could cost you your position. Director Zhao looked at Ren Rongfa, his face showing difficulty. Director Ren, in principle, we do not encourage the sale of fixed assets. Moreover, the procedures. Ren Rongfa did not respond immediately. He was weighing the situation. Chen Hao's background was significant. A Director Chen from the department had made a call, and the license plate indicated strength. Furthermore, Chen Hao was correct. Several ailing state-owned enterprises in the district were blocking the government's door daily, demanding money to support workers, which was also a headache for him. If this method could simultaneously promote a high-tech project, revitalize bad assets, and solve the urgent issues of state-owned enterprises, wouldn't that be a win-win achievement? Old Zhao, Ren Rongfa spoke slowly. Reform means breaking the old rules. As long as the procedures are compliant, the evaluation is fair, and everything is open and transparent, what is there to fear? We cannot just cling to a golden rice bowl and beg for food. With Director Ren's words, Director Zhao felt a weight lift from his heart. If the leadership took responsibility, things would be easier. Since Director Ren has said so, our bureau will definitely cooperate fully. Director Zhao looked at Chen Hao, his attitude quickly shifting. However, the evaluation and listing process must be strictly followed, which will take some time. That is only natural. Oh, everything will be done according to the rules. Chen Hao nodded. All right, then it's settled. Director Ren made the final summary. This project will be our district's key innovation pilot this year, and all departments must work together to create a green channel. Xiaoqing, go ahead and do your work. If you encounter any difficulties, just reach out to the directors or come directly to me. Thank you for your trust, Director Ren. I will not let you down. Chen Hao promptly expressed his position. The meeting concluded, and everyone gradually exited the conference room. Director Chen, here is my business card, Director Li from the Economic and Information Committee said with a smile, handing over a card. Director Chen, once the incubator is completed, we will proceed with the certification. Director Zhang from the Science and Technology Bureau said enthusiastically, also offering his business card. Chen Hao received each card, asking Zhao Gang to keep them safe. Lastly, he approached Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao, I will need your assistance with the venue matters. Of course, it is my duty. I will arrange for suitable venues and set up a meeting with you, Director Zhao replied. With the two exchanged contact information. Upon exiting the district government building, Wang Jun saw Chen Hao come out and immediately got out of the car to open the door. Chen Hao sat in the back seat, letting out a long sigh. He had successfully passed the first hurdle. After waiting for 2 days, Chen Hao finally received a call from Director Zhao to arrange a site visit. A black Passat led the way with Wang Jun driving an Audi A6 closely behind. The two cars traversed various corners of Hadian District. Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission was a person of decisive action. He had indeed put in effort these past 2 days, combing through the asset ledger of district-owned enterprises and filtering out 3 idle properties. The first was located in Shisanchi, a warehouse of a defunct textile factory. The area was large, about 3,000 square meters, but it was surrounded by wasteland and wild grass, making it too remote. The second was an old workshop of a printing factory. It was slightly better located in Taipingzhuang, but the building structure was a large span steel framework with a height of 8 meters. There was ample space here, but the renovation costs were too high and the land was classified as industrial, limiting many potential businesses. The third location was even more absurd, being the basement of a district-owned food factory. Standing at the dark and damp entrance of the food factory's basement, Chen Hao paused. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Director Zhao, and lit one for himself. The smoke rose under the dim light. Director Zhao, let's not beat around the bush. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the puddle of stagnant water in the corner. These places are fine for storage, but they are not suitable for a high-tech incubator. Director Zhao took the lighter Chen Hao offered, and took a deep breath. He felt somewhat helpless. Director Chen, it's not that I am not doing my best. Director Zhao sighed and pointed at the ceiling. You know the situation in the district. Good properties were either allocated to employees as dormitories years ago, or have long been taken by those with. The remaining district-owned enterprises are all in shambles, and being able to present these few properties with ownership and no disputes is already a rare find. Chen Hao did not respond. He turned and walked out of the basement, returning to the surface. The sunlight was somewhat glaring. Chen Hao stood beside the Passat, his gaze directed southward. That direction led to University Road, where many universities were concentrated, and it was the place he genuinely hoped to establish. Director Zhao, if there are no suitable properties from district-owned enterprises, what about those from the city? Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette, casually asking. In this area of Hadian, besides the district-owned enterprises, there should be quite a few city-owned ones, right? Director Zhao paused for a moment, glancing at Chen Hao. Though the young man was not that old, he had a comprehensive city-owned enterprises. Director Zhao pondered for a moment, quickly running through the list in his mind. City-owned companies are not directly managed by our district's State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and the procedures for allocation are cumbersome, so I didn't think of that at first. The procedures may be cumbersome, but I'm not afraid as long as the location is right. I will handle it, Chen Hao said. Director Zhao threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and extinguished it with his leather shoe. If you were talking about city-owned ones, there is indeed one near University Road. Lihua Radio Equipment Factory. It's an old state-owned enterprise under the Kyoto Electric Science Group, a sub-level unit. Chen Hao did not respond, quietly listening. This factory was quite prosperous a few years ago, and its oscilloscopes were famous nationwide. However, it has not been doing well in recent years with outdated technology and product backlog. I heard they haven't been able to pay full salaries since last year, and are living off their reserves. Director Zhao recalled. There is indeed a building in front of their factory, right by Shiweqing Road. I passed by on my way to a meeting recently, and saw that building was always vacant. Chen Hao nodded. Director Zhao, could you please help facilitate an introduction so we can take a look? Director Zhao looked at Chen Hao's Audi with the Jing A8 license plate and felt reassured. Since this was a project supported by the ministry and they were willing to invest in purchasing a building, it might be a good opportunity for the factory that was on the verge of closing down. Alright, I will contact them right away. Director Zhao took out his phone. Lihua Radio Equipment Factory Manager's office. The decor inside still lingered in the 1980s. With green walls and bulky wooden sofas, a map of the Dragon Nation hung on the wall. Sun Jingwo was dressed in a dark blue suit with a loosely hung tie around his neck. He was currently banging on the table at the financial department head. No money. No matter what, you have to squeeze out a bit. If the electricity bill isn't paid soon, the power company will shut off the valve. How can we continue working? The finance head was a middle-aged woman with a distressed expression. Manager, there really is no money in the accounts. The money from selling the scrap copper last month has already been used to reimburse the medical expenses of retired employees. Sun Jingwo, feeling annoyed, ruffled his hair, making his receding hairline look even more disheveled. Just then the phone on the table rang. Irritated Sun Jingwo picked up the receiver. Who is this? Old Sun, you seem quite irritable, came Director Zhao's calm voice from the other end. Sun Jingwo paused for a moment, then recognized the voice. He instinctively straightened his back and his tone became more polite. Oh, Director Zhao. What wind blew you here? I was just getting upset about the electricity bill. Oh, please overlook my earlier attitude. Let's set aside the electricity bill for now. Oh, I have brought you a benefactor. Director Zhao said with a smile. There is a key information technology project supported by the ministry that is going to be established in our Haitian. Director Chen, who is in charge of the project, is quite interested in the location of your factory. I am accompanying Director Chen over now, so please prepare. A project from the ministry. Sun Jingwo's eyes lit up. Is this for real? Director Zhao, please don't make fun of me. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to go to your place for tea? Director Zhao's tone became serious. They are coming with funding. Also, Director Chen has a strong background, so please rein in your old state-owned enterprise practices and don't offend him. Understood. Understood. Sun Jingwo replied repeatedly. I will arrange this right away. I guarantee the highest standards of hospitality. After hanging up, the troubled expression on Sun Jingwo's face vanished. He yelled at the financial department head, who had not yet left, stop dawdling. Have the security department clear out the junk at the entrance. Notify all workshop directors to conduct a thorough cleaning immediately. Get the production line in workshop 2 to operate at full capacity. Even if it's just idling, it needs to make some noise. A leader is coming to inspect. The entire factory area was instantly in a flurry. 40 minutes later, 2 cars slowly drove into the gate of the Lihua Radio Equipment Factory. The old security guard, already notified, had changed into a clean security uniform, standing tall and straight, even wearing white gloves. Upon seeing the convoy approach, he immediately pressed the button, and the rusty electric sliding door emitted a harsh screech as it slowly opened. Sun Jingwo stood in a line with several deputy factory directors and chief engineers at the base of the office building. The Passat came to a stop and Director Zhao stepped out. Just as Sun Jingwo was about to greet him, his attention was drawn to the black Audi A6 behind. In this era, the Audi A6 was usually the vehicle of high-ranking officials. The Jing A8 license plate further piqued Sun Jingwo's interest. Having spent most of his life within the system, he knew all too well the significance of that metal plate. What Director Zhao mentioned on the phone about having a deep background seemed to have no exaggeration at all. Sun Jingwo adjusted his tie, quickly bypassed Director Zhao, and headed straight for the back seat of the Audi. Wang Jun was the first to get out, opening the car door. A foot clad in black canvas shoes stepped onto the cement ground. Following that, Chen Hao emerged. He was wearing a dark gray jacket over a white shirt. Sun Jingwo was taken aback. Too young, but he quickly regained his composure. At such an age with such a car, it could only mean one thing. He was the true child of the big courtyard. A warm welcome to all leaders for your guidance. Sun Jingwo extended his hands, greeting them with a broad smile. Director Zhao approached to introduce Old Sun. This is General Manager Chen from the Yanwan Culture Company. General Manager Chen, this is Factory Director Sun. Director Sun, I apologize for the disturbance. Chen Hao extended his hand for a light handshake. Not at all, it is an honor for all of us to have General Manager Chen here. Sun Jingwo firmly grasped Chen Hao's hand, shaking it twice before letting go. The group surrounded by Sun Jingwo began to tour the factory area. As they walked, Sun Jingwo enthusiastically introduced General Manager Chen. Our factory was established in 1958, a well-known state-owned enterprise that has contributed to the nation in the past. We have a solid technical foundation, and our workers are highly qualified. Chen Hao listened to the introduction while observing the factory area. The factory area was large, but signs of decay were hard to conceal. A piece of glass from the promotional board by the roadside was shattered, and the newspapers inside had turned yellow. The outer walls of the workshop were peeling and revealing the red bricks underneath. Upon entering the second workshop, the deafening roar of machines filled the air. Workers in uniform were busy on the production line. Chen Hao glanced around. A few spare parts were moving along the conveyor belt, but the storage area at the end was empty. This was just for show. Chen Hao did not expose the facade, merely nodding. The workers seemed to have good morale. Indeed, Sun Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just that the current market environment is poor and the triangular debt is serious if our products are facing some sales obstacles. As long as we have some influx of funds, even a little, this situation can be turned around. Chen Hao smiled and did not pick up on that topic. He stopped and pointed to a gray 4-story building by the wall. Director Sun, what is that building for? Sun Jiangwo followed his finger. Oh, that used to be the research building. In the past, our factory had a research institute with 200 people. Later, with layoffs, most of the people in the institute went into business, and this building became vacant. Can we take a look inside? Of course. The security chief ran over with a large bunch of keys and struggled to unlock the rusty iron lock. The hallway was dimly lit with large patches of wall plaster missing. The terrazzo floor remained hard but was covered with thick dust. Chen Hao walked up the dust step by step. The framework structure had few load-bearing walls, making it easy to create wide spaces. The ceiling height was sufficient and ventilation and lighting posed no problem. Most importantly, it had an independent gate leading directly to the road, completely isolating it from the factory area. Standing by the window on the 4th floor looking at the bustling traffic on Shueching Road below, Chen Hao had already confirmed it in his heart. This was the place. What a shame about the current state of this building. Chen Hao turned around to look at Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo sighed. Who could disagree? We wanted to rent it out, but have not found a suitable client all along. Moreover, the factory lacks the funds for repairs, so it has just been left idle. Let's go sit in the conference room, Chen Hao said, and discuss some serious matters. In the small conference room on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, the tea was already brewed. This time it was not the ordinary jasmine tea for guests, but the treasured tea guanyin of Sun Jiangwo. Everyone took their seats. Director Zhao spoke first, detailing Chen Hao's plan to build the information dissemination and industry incubation base in Haiti and emphasizing that it was a key project supported by the district and registered with the ministry. Sun Jiangwo nodded repeatedly, but he was feeling anxious inside. An incubation base. It sounded good, but what does it have to do with the factory? Could it be that they wanted to use this building for free? If that were the case, even with leadership pressure, he would have to feign poverty. After all, there were hundreds of mouths to feed at the factory. Chen Hao set down his teacup and got straight to the point. Director Sun, I am interested in that research building. Its location and size meet the requirements for the base. General Manager Chen has good taste. Sun Jiangwo smiled ingratiatingly. If you want to rent it, we can negotiate. Regarding the rent, considering Director Zhao's friendship, I will offer you the best price. I want rent it. Chen Hao shook his head, fixing his gaze on Sun Jiangwo. I want to buy it. Sun Jiangwo's lighter clattered to the table with a loud thud. Buy it. Sun Jiangwo stammered. General Manager, are you saying you want to buy the property outright? Yes. Including the land use rights below, I want to buy it all at once. Chen Hao spoke as casually as if discussing buying a cabbage. I know this involves the disposal of state-owned assets, and the process is complex. But I'm not here to speculate on real estate. I'm here to engage in industry. To support state-owned enterprise reform and help the factory revitalize its assets, I do not require any policy discounts. Let's hire a third-party evaluation agency to assess the market price. Whatever it's worth, that's what I will pay. Sun Jiangwo began to calculate internally. Buyout at market price. Although the building was dilapidated, its area and location remained valuable. Given the current market conditions, it would be worth at least several million. Several million in cash. If that money came in, they could pay off half a year's overdue wages, settle the electricity bills, cover many reimbursements, and even purchase a new batch of raw materials for the workshop. This was a lifeline for the factory. However, the group. Sun Jiangwo swallowed hard and glanced at Director Zhao. General Manager, this is a great opportunity for me. But selling fixed assets to private enterprises has no precedent in our group. I'm afraid the higher-ups. Old Sun rules are dead, but people are alive. Director Zhao interjected at the right moment. The district has already expressed support for bold exploration. As long as the evaluation process is compliant and transparent, who can say otherwise? Moreover, how many petition issues could this money resolve for you? The leaders of your group probably wish you wouldn't keep asking them for funds every day, right? Sun Jiangwo gritted his teeth and slapped the table heavily. All right. Since Director Zhao has said that and General Manager Chen is so sincere, if I were to refuse again, it would be a lack of gratitude. Sun Jiangwo stood up, determination on his face. General Manager Chen, I will handle this. I will report to the headquarters tomorrow and include this building on the list of non-performing assets for disposal. As long as the city bureau agrees, we can proceed with the process immediately. I will give a heads up at the Municipal State-Owned Assets Bureau. Director Zhao reassured. Chen Hao stood up smiling as he said, thank you for your hard work, Director Sun. As long as the procedures are completed, the funds will arrive within 3 days. This single statement is more effective than any promise. When he stepped out of the office building, the sky had already darkened. Sun Jingwo accompanied them to the ground floor, his face glowing with excitement. Director, Zhao General Manager, Chen, it's already dinner time. Our factory's small canteen has a skilled chef. How about we grab a bite? No thanks. Chen Hao glanced. I have a meeting later, but I'll treat you another day. Director Zhao and Factory Director Sun. At this moment, staying for dinner would only add trouble for the other party. This factory was poor to the bone. Even a meal's entertainment budget would make Sun Jingwo feel pain for half a day. Alright, another day. Sun Jingwo did not insist, escorting them to the car. It was rush hour. The factory gates were wide open, and a few workers were pushing their bicycles out. They wore deep blue uniforms, their expressions numb and weary. Among the crowd, a stout man pushing a bicycle suddenly stopped. It was Section Chief Zhang from the logistics department. He was about to go home when he spotted the two cars parked under the administrative building. It seemed a leader had come for inspection. Chief Zhang's gaze swept through the crowd and landed on the young man surrounded in the middle. Behind the young man stood Zhao Gang, someone he had seen before. At that moment, the young man was chatting cheerfully with his son, who usually called the shots at the factory, was currently bending over like a large shrimp, his face plastered with flattering smiles. Chief Zhang felt a cramp in his calves. He recalled the day he had rudely turned the other party down, cold sweat trickling down his back. If the factory director knew he had once refused his esteemed guest, and even mocked him, his fate, Chief Zhang dared not look any longer. He retracted his neck, blending into the crowd, and slipped out of the gate in a dejected manner. After sending off Chen Hao and Director Zhao, Sun Jingwo hopped into that dilapidated Santana, which made noise everywhere except the horn, and headed straight for the headquarters of the Kyoto Electric Science Group, located at the East Third Ring. The building of the Electric Science Group was much more impressive, with a dozen stories of glass curtain walls reflecting dazzling light under the setting sun. Sun Jingwo took the elevator to the 8th floor and knocked on the door of Vice General Manager Zhou Mingda office, familiar with the route. Come in. A voice of impatience replied from inside. Sun Jingwo pushed the door open, wearing a humble smile. Zhou Mingda was rubbing his temples over a pile of reports. Seeing it was Sun Jingwo, his frown deepened, and he threw the pen in his hand onto the desk. Old Sun, why are you here again? Didn't I just tell you last week that the group's funds are tight, and everyone is asking the deficit in your electricity bills and wages? The group truly cannot solve it for now. Oh, you need to find a way to save yourself. Zhou Mingda's tone was quite harsh. He was the vice general manager in charge of tertiary industries like Lihua and struggling enterprises, and he was already fed up with being surrounded by these factory directors crying poverty every day. Unlike usual, Sun Jingwo did not offer cigarettes or smiles. Instead, he firmly shut the door and quickly walked to the desk. General Manager, Zhou, I'm not here to ask for money this time. Really? Zhou Mingda paused for a moment, his hand holding the teacup hovering in the air. Not asking for money. Then what are you here for? Don't tell me you're here to give money. You're actually right on that one. Sun Jingwo lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I found a buyer. Someone wants to buy the idle research building from Lihua factory. Smash! Zhou Mingda teacup hit the table heavily, splashing a few drops of tea. Nonsense! Zhou Mingda glared, raising his voice. Old Sun, have you lost your mind? Daring to covet fixed assets. That's state-owned property. Can you sell it casually? Who gave you the guts? If this gets out that we in electric science are selling fixed assets to survive, where will I put my face? Where will the group's face go? Sun Jingwo had anticipated the leader's reaction. He calmly took out a business card from his bag and handed it over with both hands. General Manager, Zhou, please don't rush to scold me. This isn't my idea. Someone came to us wanting to buy. Zhou Mingda took the card and glanced at it. Yanhua Cultural Development Co. Ltd. Chen Hao. Never heard of it. What kind of chaotic company is this? Who is this deity? Zhou Mingda threw the business card back on the table. I'm not sure what this person does, but he came here today in an Audi A6 with a Jing A83 license plate. Sun Jingwo observed Zhou Mingda's expression and slowly dropped the bomb. Accompanying him is the head of the Haidian District State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Bureau, Director Zhao. Director Zhao personally told me that this is a key information technology pilot project supported by the Ministry of Electronic Information, and Deputy District Head Ren Rongfa is personally inquiring, specifically requesting our building to serve as an incubation base. Zhou Mingda's expression froze. Jing A83. Ministry support. District head inquiry. Together these terms changed the situation completely. If it were just a simple commercial transaction, it would be selling state assets. But if it's in cooperation with the government for a key project, it becomes a political task, supporting the country's informatization construction, a typical case of revitalizing non-performing assets. Having navigated the system for 30 years, Zhou Mingda had a sense of political acuity. He picked up the business card again, this time examining it more closely. Director Zhao personally accompanied them. Zhou Mingda confirmed. Yes, he accompanied them the whole way, and his attitude was very polite. Moreover, General Manager Chen said they would go by the market evaluation price, not taking advantage of us at all, with funds available in 3 days. Sun Jingwo seized the opportunity. General Manager Zhou, that building is idle anyway, and the yearly maintenance costs add up. If we can convert it into cash, we can pay the outstanding wages at the factory and settle the electricity bills. This is relieving the group's burden. Zhou Mingde remained silent for a full minute, weighing the pros and cons. If this matter was handled well, it could not only alleviate Li Hua's problems, but also earn a favor with the district government. Let's go. Zhou Mingde stood up and grabbed the business card from the table. Come with me to meet General Manager Zheng. In the top-level general manager's office, smoke lingered. Zheng Wei, the top executive of the Electric Science Group, finished the report without immediately expressing his stance. He was thinking even further than Zhou Mingde. The group was preparing for an IPO to raise funds, and the financial statements needed to look good. Li Hua, being a significant loss-making entity, had always been a headache for him. If he could recover some cash by selling idle assets and balance Li Hua's accounts, it would greatly benefit the group's IPO. Moreover, with the backing of the Haitian district government, compliance risks would be minimized. Old Zhou, old son. Zheng Wei finally spoke, his voice steady. This matter is feasible in principle, but we must handle the procedures thoroughly, leaving no loose ends. He looked at Sun Zhangwo. You go back and tell Director Zhao that since this is a key project for the district, we in Electric Science will fully support it. However, this must be led by their State-Owned Assets Bureau, reporting to the City State-Owned Assets Bureau. We are merely facilitators, understood? This is the wisdom of an old fox. Let the government take the lead while the enterprise stays behind. In case something happens in the future, it is the government that takes the front and the enterprise that merely executes orders. Understood. I'll handle it right away. Sun Zhangwo said excitedly. Also, Zheng Wei changed his tone. When the building is sold, the money cannot all stay with your factory. The group will take 30 as coordinating funds, and the rest will be used to resolve historical legacy issues. Any objections? No objections. Absolutely comply with the group's arrangements. Sun Zhangwo dared not voice any objections. Getting 70 was already a pleasant surprise, much better than having nothing and being blocked by workers every day. A week later, at Jinghang University, in the lecture hall, the class bell rang and the professor left with his lecture notes. Chen Hao leisurely packed his backpack. The Nokia 8850 in his pocket vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and smiled. It was the landline from Zhao's office at the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Haitian District. Chen Hao pressed the answer button, holding the phone to his ear as he walked out with the flow of people responding with a casual hello. Mr. Chen, good news. Zhao's hearty laugh came from the other end, indicating he was in high spirits. The approval from the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision has come through. The Electric Science Group has also passed the board resolution. The Li Hua building can be sold. Chen Hao continued walking, navigating through the noisy corridor. Thank you, Director Zhao. Chen Hao said with a smile. When can we finalize the paperwork? The sooner the better. Sun Zhangwo is eager and wishes you could transfer the money today. Director Zhao chuckled. Is your funding in order? I can make the payment at any time. Great. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, we'll go directly to the Municipal Property Exchange. I've already had the evaluation report expedited. We will sign the contract and have it notarized on site. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Chen Hao exited the teaching building. 2 weeks later, at Xuecheng Road, in the research building of Li Hua Radio Equipment Factory, the once rusty iron gate had been removed and replaced with temporary construction barriers. The sound of clanging echoed from within the building, dust swirling in the air. Chen Hao stood in the center of the first-floor lobby, surrounded by unclean debris. 3 people stood behind him: Zhao Gang Wangjun, and a middle-aged man in a work uniform covered in white dust holding a measuring tape and blueprints. It was Zhang Ming, the owner of Honda Decoration, who had previously renovated Huckingji Yuan for Chen Hao. This time he personally came for the major job. Zhang Ming's team had completed the renovation of Huckingji Yuan, and Chen Hao found it convenient, so he brought him over directly. Mr. Chen. Zhang Ming, wearing a hard hat and holding a small notebook, looked around at the mottled walls and exposed pipes with a troubled expression. The proposal you mentioned earlier, I hope I didn't misunderstand. You're not planning to strip the walls. Leave the ceiling as is. Just expose the cement columns. Having worked in decoration for over 10 years, Zhang Ming had seen clients who either preferred luxurious European styles or cozy home aesthetics. But he had never encountered someone like Chen Hao who wanted to retain the original ecological sense of decay. Isn't this like not renovating at all? When guests come in, won't they think they entered a black workshop? Zhang Ming couldn't help but advise. Mr. Chen, you're not short on money. Let's install an aluminum ceiling to make it look brighter. Chen Hao chuckled and pulled out a cigarette to light it. Old Zhang, this is called industrial style. He pointed at the robust fire pipes and ventilation ducts above. Don't cover these pipes. Paint them all black. Strip the white plaster off the walls to reveal the red bricks underneath, then apply a layer of clear varnish to solidify and prevent dust. The floor should be leveled with a cold gray cement finish. In the year 2000, the aesthetic in Longwo was still stuck in the phase of more is better and new is good. The 798 art district hadn't become popular yet, and Starbucks wasn't everywhere. No one knew that this seemingly cheap renovation style would become a symbol of sophistication in the next 20 years. It was cost-effective while maintaining high style. The first floor will be the main area for the internet cafe. Use black-framed glass or wire mesh instead of solid walls for partitions. The lighting should be dim with old-fashioned factory pendant lights above each workstation casting warm yellow light onto the keyboards. I want a cyberpunk atmosphere. Forget it, you won't understand this. Just do as I say. Zhang Ming felt a bit confused but had the virtue of obedience. Since the boss wants to save money, it saves me some trouble too. Alright, you are the boss, so follow your lead. What about the second floor? The second floor will be a non-smoking area with slightly more refined decoration. Leave a section for a display area. The leaders will mainly look at this when they inspect. Set up several display racks, place a few servers, and put up some slogans on the walls. Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette and turned his gaze to the stairwell. A woman stood there around 35 or 36 years old wearing a beige trench coat with her hair simply tied up. She held a black notebook and was diligently taking notes. Su Jing. She was the finance supervisor Chen Hao had just hired 2 days ago. She was the deputy financial section chief of the former Jingyan No. 3 factory who became unemployed after the factory closed. Chen Hao discovered her in a corner of the talent market. At that time she was being difficult for an intermediary hiring cleaners, yet she still maintained her dignity, without being. After chatting for a bit, Chen Hao realized this woman had exceptional professional skills, was well-versed in tax policies, and had a calm demeanor unlike those clumsy recent graduates. Most importantly, she had experienced the rise and fall of state-owned enterprises, understood the rules, and knew how to cherish opportunities. Sister Su. Chen Hao called out. Su Jing closed her folder and quickly walked over her high heels, making a crisp sound on the cement floor. Mr. Chen. Have you seen the budget report old Zhang just submitted? I have. Su Jing adjusted her glasses, opened the folder, and pointed at a line of data. In Boss Zhang's quotation, the labor cost is 15 too high. Additionally, he calculated the material wastage rate at 8A, but for this simplified style 5 would be sufficient. As for the brand of these cables, although it's a well-known brand, it's not cost-effective for the high-load power consumption of an internet cafe. I suggest replacing it. Zhang Ming's face flushed. He initially thought this woman was just a pretty face, but he realized she was an expert. Wow, Accountant Su, you really know your stuff. Zhang Ming awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Alright, since you've pointed it out, we'll adjust according to your suggestions. But I must say, with such a tight schedule, we can't reduce the price any further. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. This is what professionalism looks like. He needed someone capable of guarding his finances. The third and fourth floors will be the office areas. The third floor will have an open layout set up, incubator workstations, and 2 public meeting rooms. The fourth floor will be for our own use. Get me a larger office with a lounge and a bathroom. Additionally, partition a VIP reception room and a meeting room, plus a small office. Sister Su, your finance room will also be on the 4th floor. I want a bank-grade security door. Su Jing paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Mr. Chen. But do we really need such high-level security at the beginning? The internet cafe mainly handles cash flow, just depositing it in the bank every day. There will be a lot of cash in the future. Chen Hao contemplated needing to handle that money quickly. His expression turned serious. Additionally, Sister Su, although this is an incubation base enjoying tax benefits, we cannot pay any less tax than required. I do not wish to encounter any issues with the tax authorities. Our accounts must be clear and withstand scrutiny. Having experienced many things in his past life, Chen Hao understood this all too well. In this country, you can be wild, arrogant, and play tricks. But you absolutely cannot be clever with taxes. That is the bottom line. Understood. A hint of admiration flashed in Su Jing's eyes. Having worked for so many bosses, most were preoccupied with tax evasion. It's rare to see someone as young as Chen Hao who is so clear-headed. Alright, let's get to work. Chen Hao dusted off his hands. Gangzi, keep an eye on the site. Dajuan, take me back to school. Yes. Xueching Road, research building. The sounds of electric drills and hammers striking the walls intertwined, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Chen Hao stood in the dusty first-floor hall, looking at a construction blueprint. Not far behind him, at a makeshift wooden table, Su Jing was skillfully flipping through several resumes, while wearing a mask and sleeves. With a shortage of manpower, Su Jing, who had previously served as a section chief, was temporarily recruited by Chen Hao for human resources, responsible for hiring other personnel for the internet cafe. Mr. Chen, I've reviewed the 2 individuals brought over by Lei Hu. The identities have been verified. They are locals. The one named Lu Ergu used to manage a billiard hall and is proficient with calculations. The other named Ma Gan is not very talkative and seems rather honest, but his eyes flicker, suggesting he might not be the type to settle down easily. Chen Hao was not too concerned about the minor hiring details. Sister Su, you have full authority over this matter. I need capable individuals who are clean with their hands. The cashier must be either a finance major or an experienced accountant. Lei Hu's people cannot handle money. Understood. I've already contacted 2 fresh graduates from finance school for the cashier position. They will come for a trial tomorrow. Su Jing adjusted her glasses. As for the 2 individuals introduced by Lei Hu, I suggest assigning them as network administrators or for the night shift patrol. However, we need someone who can keep them in line. You don't need to worry about that. Chen Hao looked over at Zhao Gang, who was directing workers to carry cement. Gongzi will teach them how to behave. Just then Lei Hu walked over with two young men in leather jackets and colorful dyed hair. Upon seeing Chen Hao, the two appeared somewhat timid, shrinking their necks as they called out Boss Chen. Chen Hao said nothing, merely sizing them up with a discerning gaze. That authoritative scrutiny made the two street-savvy young men feel quite uneasy. Once you're here, leave behind all those past street habits, Chen Hao said. This is a company, not a billiard hall. Manager Su will have you sign a probation contract and your salary will be paid monthly with bonuses for good performance. However, if you dare to engage in any underhanded antics in my establishment or act tough with customers. Chen Hao paused, speaking sternly. You'll have to think for yourselves about the consequences. The two young men shivered with fear, nodding repeatedly. After sending Lei Hu and the others away, Chen Hao glanced around the hall. The renovation progress was rapid. The team from Hongda Decoration was indeed impressive. However, an internet cafe cannot just be about having a building. The core is the computers. This is not a small-scale operation. Chen Hao planned to set up 50 machines in the first phase with an expansion to over 200 in the future. At current market prices, this procurement would amount to millions. If he were to buy directly from the counters in Zhongguan Village, those small-time bosses would treat him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Even if he is an expert, bargaining with each shop would be too time-consuming. What he needed was a quality supplier for long-term cooperation. Chen Hao took out his phone and found the number for Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Hadian District. Hello, Director Zhao, it's me, Chen Hao. Chen Hao moved to the window to avoid the indoor noise. I have a favor to ask. I want to find a reliable computer hardware supplier in our district. As you know, our base is a face for the department, so the equipment cannot be subpar, but I don't want to deal with those middlemen. No problem. The top-notch electronics mall in Zhongguan Village is one of our district's major taxpayers. Director Zhao chuckled on the other end. The general manager of their operating company is quite familiar with me. I'll call him right away and have him recommend a cape. You can just go directly. Thank you, Director Zhao. I'll treat you to tea another day. After hanging up, Chen Hao called out to Wang Jun, who was dozing in the car. Did Jun head to Zhongguan Village? Half an hour later at the top electronics mall. The year 2000 marked the golden era of rampant growth in Zhongguan Village. Huge billboards blocked out the sun with slogans like Pentium 3 and 3D acceleration card everywhere. Chen Hao did not linger at the counters on the first floor, but took Wang Jun straight to the top floor office area via the freight elevator. In the conference room, the general manager of the operating company, Ma Kai, had been waiting for some time. Next to him sat a middle-aged man with a bulging figure and a gold chain around his neck. In front of this man was a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, and he was playing with a Motorola flip phone in his hand. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ma Kai introduced warmly. This is Qian Hongyan, the general manager of Tian Clan Electronics. Qian is our mall's largest assembler, holding several brand agency rights in North China, supplying various ministries and state-owned enterprises for years. His strength is unquestionable. Qian Hongyan stood up, a broad smile on his face as he extended his chubby hand. Mr. Chen, you are young and promising. I hear from Mr. Ma that this is a major project for the department. We will certainly support you fully. Chen Hao shook hands and sat down opposite him with Zhao Gang next to him. You flatter me, Qian. Time is tight. Let's discuss the specifications and prices directly. Qian Hongyan's eyes lit up. He especially liked this straightforward type of public client. As per usual, young people who come with the authority usually care about two things: whether the specifications are high-end enough and whether the kickbacks are adequate. No problem. Qian Hongyan pulled out a notebook from his bag, opened a pre-written configuration list, and pushed it toward Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, since this is an information technology base supported by the ministry, it must use top-tier configurations. Here's the plan I prepared for you: Intel Pentium 3 800EB processor, Asus motherboard, 256 MB RAM, 32 MB dedicated graphics card, paired with a Sony Trinitron 17-inch flat monitor. As he spoke, Qian Hongyan observed Chen Hao's expression and lowered his voice. This configuration would cost at least 12,000 on the market. However, since it's introduced by Mr. Ma and is a key project, I can give you a cost price of 9,008. As for the invoice, we can issue it for 12,000, or you can name a figure. I understand the rules for the price difference. After saying this, Qian Hongyan revealed a lewd smile. In his view, this deal was already a done deal. At 9,008, he still had at least 2,500 in profit margin, plus the benefit fee for this young man. Oh, everyone would profit, and it would be a win-win. Chen Hao looked at the configuration list and listened to the outrageous quote, his face showing no particular expression. He picked up the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table and took one out. Mr. Qian, you misunderstand. Qian Hongyan immediately took out a lighter to help him light it. Chen Hao took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke. This project is indeed supported by both the ministry and the district. It's a key project for Hadian District. However, the money comes from my own pocket. This is my private enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise procurement. Qian Hongyan's smile froze on his face. The lighter in his hand had not yet been retracted, the flames swaying in the air. Private money? Then doesn't that high kickback approach just backfire? This Qian Hongyan awkwardly rubbed his hands and glanced at Mr. Ma beside him. Chen Hao continued, what I'm looking to establish is a chain of internet cafes and an incubation base. 50 machines in the first phase is just a start. If things go well, I might need 500 machines, or even 1,000. Mr. Qian, this is my own business and I don't need your kickbacks. What I need is cost effectiveness. Therefore, to win my order, you need to provide a genuine bottom price. Qian Hongyan, being an experienced figure, quickly adjusted his demeanor after a brief moment of shock. He realized that the young man before him was not someone easy to deceive. Mr. Chen is indeed a man of integrity. Qian Hongyan chuckled, awkwardly retrieving the configuration sheet that was specially provided for public use. Since this is your own business, let's consider a different proposal. What configuration do you desire? Chen Hao did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Mr. Qian, what are the hottest games in internet cafes right now? Counter-Strike, Red Alert 2, StarCraft, right? Yes, and Diablo 2 as well. The Pentium 3 800 EB is something meant for the uninformed fools. Overkill in performance generates a lot of heat, and yet it's exorbitantly priced. Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette and recited a series of numbers. I want a Celeron 2 600 MHz CPU. This thing has excellent overclocking capabilities. Even without overclocking, it can easily run today's games. I don't want an Asus motherboard, it's too expensive. Find me a MSI or Gigabyte 815 EP chipset with a sound card. For memory, use a modern 128 MB SDRAM. Don't try to fool me with Kingston. Currently 9 out of 10 Kingston products on the market are fake, while modern products are solid. For the graphics card, use a SIS TNT2 M64 with 32 MB of video memory. For the hard drive, use a Quantum Fireball 20G, it should be sufficient. I don't want a Sony Trinitron monitor, that thing is too delicate. Give me a Samsung or Philips 17-inch flat monitor, preferably one with a radiation-proof coating, it looks more upscale. Chen Hao finished speaking in one breath, having chosen each model from a practical perspective, ensuring that the performance was sufficient to run mainstream games while minimizing costs. Qian Hongyan was taken aback, secretly muttering to himself. This young man is quite knowledgeable. It seems this order is not going to be an easy profit. This kid not only understands hardware, but he also knows the market well, even being aware of which brands have counterfeit products. Mr. Chen, you truly have done your research. Qian Hongyan couldn't help but praise him. Mr. Chen, as long as your goods and prices satisfy me, I can offer. Chen Hao said with a smile, our department and the district are both focused on key projects. I can provide 2 bronze plaques. One will be hung at our base so that all levels of leaders can see it during inspections. The other will be hung at your company. You should understand the value of this favor, right? Qian Hongyan pondered carefully. After so many years in Zhongwan village, what is he most lacking? It's not money but reputation and political capital. If he has this plaque, he can tell stories when negotiating with other state-owned enterprises in the future, claiming that he has received recognition from a key project at the ministry level. Mr. Chen, this is fantastic. I will definitely give you a favorable price. Qian Hongyan took out a notebook and calculator, writing as he quickly pressed buttons. Celeron 600, oh, I will give you the wholesale price. Motherboard. Graphics card. Qian Hongyan chanted as he rapidly recorded. 5 minutes later, Qian Hongyan turned the calculator around and pushed it in front of Chen Hao. The screen displayed a number 4,650. Mr. Chen, 4,650. This is definitely the lowest price in Zhongwan village. I'm only making a profit on shipping. I only quoted this price to support your major project. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even consider anything below 5,005. Qian Hongyan said with a pained expression. Chen Hao glanced at the number, calculating in his mind. Currently, a Celeron 600 bulk chip is around 600 yuan. Memory prices fluctuate greatly. It should be over 400 recently, and the monitor is around 1800. This price is indeed quite sincere. It is basically close to the wholesale cost for distributors. However, he did not immediately make a decision. Chen Hao stood up, folded the paper with the price, and put it in his pocket. I appreciate Mr. Qian's sincerity, but I have a habit of comparing prices with 3 vendors. I have noted this price, and will give you a response in 2 days. Qian Hongyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. This young man is too cautious. All right, Mr. Chen, feel free to compare. In Zhongwan village, there is no other place that can offer this price, while guaranteeing all genuine products. Besides, the next morning at the Hailong building in Zhongwan village, Chen Hao put on sportswear and carried a backpack. At that moment, he appeared just like an ordinary college student assembling a computer. He mingled in the bustling crowd, squeezing into various narrow counters. Boss, I'd like to assemble a computer Celeron 600 MSI motherboard. Young man, this configuration is quite popular right now. Do you need a receipt? No receipt. 5,300, that's the lowest. Chen Hao shook his head and turned to leave. In the morning, he visited 3 computer markets, Hailong, Atlantic, and Gigu, asking no less than 20 counters. The quotes he received were the lowest being 5,100, and it was not guaranteed to be all genuine products. That boss' eyes were shifty, likely intending to use refurbished parts for memory or hard drives. As for promises of door-to-door repairs and exchanges like Chen Hongyan's individual customers simply could not enjoy them. At noon, Chen Hao sat on the curb holding a bottle of cola looking at his densely written notebook. Chen Hongyan was indeed not lying. The price of $46.50 is already the channel wholesale price for this configuration. Moreover, for a big player like Chen Hongyan, reputation is crucial. He wouldn't dare to tamper with any components, for if it got out he would be unable to survive in that circle. Chen Hao finished the last sip of his drink and tossed the bottle into the trash bin. He took out his phone and dialed Chen Hongyan's number. Mr. Chen, it's me, Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, how is your investigation going? Chen Hongyan said with a smile. Please prepare the contract. Chen Hao got straight to the point. The first batch will be 50 units. Additionally, I need 2 high-spec servers. I will send you the specific configurations via text shortly. All machines will be delivered after my renovations are completed. No problem. Mr. Chen, you're straightforward. Chen Hongyan was overjoyed. I will have someone prepare the stock immediately. I guarantee everything is the latest genuine products. At Jingheng University, in the faculty office building, Chen Hao knocked on the door of Counselor Liang Bo's office. Come in. Upon opening the door, Liang Bo was hunched over in front of a monitor, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest. Seeing Chen Hao enter, he immediately stood up from his chair excitedly, saying, Chen Hao, you came at just the right time. Liang Bo pulled Chen Hao over, pointing at the interface on the screen. According to your requirements, the main functions of the first version of the Internet Cafe Management System have been successfully implemented. I've also created that navigation webpage. Chen Hao leaned closer to the screen. The monitor displayed a login interface dominated by dark gray tones, simple and rugged. Liang Bo operated the mouse, demonstrating the backend functions. This is the server side, which can control all client functions, such as screen locking, unlocking, billing, and membership. Look, it can also count daily occupancy rates and revenue reports. Although the UI still carried a heavy Win98 style, and the buttons were those old-fashioned 3D blocks, the logic was very clear, and the response speed was quite fast. Not bad. Chen Hao nodded, genuinely impressed. For a counselor who usually only dealt with theory, achieving this level of commercial logic in such a short time, Liang Bo's technical foundation was indeed solid. Take a look at this. Liang Bo switched to the browser and opened a local web page. The page was extremely simple, even somewhat crude. A white background with blue text densely packed with various website links: Sina, So, NetEase, Yahoo, 263 email. This was the initial form of the Chu 123 navigation page that Chen Hao had requested. In an era when search engines were not yet fully popularized and many people couldn't even remember domain names, such a foolproof navigation website was a necessity for internet cafes. The domain name has already been registered, and the server is still being filed. It will be online in a couple of days. Liang Bo rubbed his hands together, his eyes bloodshot, yet his spirit was particularly high. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chen Hao asked with a smile. Very good. It takes a master like you to do it. Liang Bo's smile became even brighter. Chen, how about the remaining payment? Relax. Chen Hao leaned against the edge of the table, looking at the eager count. Once the hardware from the company is all in place, I will need your help to set up the network and debug the system. At that time, the remaining 7,000 will be settled in one go. No problem. You can count on me. Liang Bo patted his chest in assurance. Whenever you need to set up the machines, just give me a call. I'll bring a few students over, and we can get it done quickly. Chen Hao watched Liang Bo's enthusiastic demeanor and secretly calculated in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to use this project to silence Liang Bo and keep him from meddling in his class absences. But it seemed that this person was a useful tool. His skills were solid, he was efficient, and being in school he had access to many inexpensive labor resources. Future collaborations could be beneficial. Then I will trouble you, Brother Bo. Chen Hao stood up straight. I have to go now, something else to attend to. Hey, take care. Back at Huaqing Jiyuan, Chen Hao sat on the sofa facing Zhao Gang. Gangzi, there's something I need you to handle. Boss, you say? The renovation of the internet cafe will be finished soon, and now we need to register a dedicated operating company. Chen Hao took out a business card from the drawer and handed it to Zhao Gang. This is the business card of the intermediary Lu Wei. The previous company was registered with his help. He has connections at the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and he operates reliably. Contact him and use the address of the research building to register a new company. Zhao Gang glanced at the card, asked no further questions, and nodded directly. Have you thought of a name for the company? Chen Hao pondered for a moment and said Kyoto Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. It is a wholly owned subsidiary of Yanhuang Culture. The legal representative will be Lei, whose name, I cannot personally be involved in this type of business. Zhao Gang was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Hao to trust Lei Hu so much. Is it appropriate to use him? There's nothing inappropriate about it. He's the one you recommended, so I definitely trust him. Zhao Gang felt a bit moved after hearing this. He appreciated the boss's trust in him. Understood, I will handle it right away. Lu Wei's efficiency exceeded expectations. In just 5 days, a brand new business license was delivered to Chen Hao. Chen Hao held the license and dialed Zhao, the director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Haidian District. Director Zhao, it's me, Xiao Chun. I have good news to report. Our information technology base operating company has been registered in Hadian District. Oh, that was fast. On the other end of the line, Director Zhao's voice was cheerful. It's great that it's registered. This means our project has entered a substantial phase. From now on, this will be our own enterprise in Hadian. Good news. Yes, we will still need Director Zhao and the leaders from the district to look after us. Chen Hao shifted the conversation to celebrate the establishment of the company and to thank all the leaders for their support. I would like to organize a gathering tonight and invite everyone to join. This. Director Zhao pondered for a moment. Director Zhao, I'm not just inviting you this time. Chen Hao dropped. Director Wang Qiming from the Ministry Service Center and Director Chen Hao from the Department of Information Technology Promotion will also attend tonight. They are eager to communicate more with our district's colleagues. Hearing these two names, Director Zhao's interest was piqued. The Ministry Service Center and the Department of Information Technology Promotion were both authoritative departments. Having the opportunity to dine with the two directors from the ministry was certainly a good thing for expanding his network. You never know when it might come in handy. General Chen, you've put in a lot of effort. Director Zhao's tone instantly became warm and friendly. Since the leaders from the ministry are coming, we cannot fall behind in our district. Just tell me who else you would like to invite, and I'll help you arrange it. Chen Hao's lips curled slightly. Director Zhao was indeed an understanding person. Director Zhao, our base involves aspects of network security, fire safety inspections, and cultural operations. Do you think you could also invite the cybersecurity team from the Sub-Bureau, the Yishida Road Police Station, the District Fire Brigade, and the leaders from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau that oversee the market? It would be good for everyone to sit together and keep an eye on our base. No problem. Director Zhao agreed immediately. These are all familiar faces. I'll arrange it. At 6:30 in the evening. Second Ring West Road, Jinwei Grand Hotel. The private room was adorned with thick carpets, famous landscape paintings hung on the walls, and exquisite bone china tableware was laid out on the round table. Chen Hao stood at the door of the private room, greeting each arriving guest. Wang Qiming and Chen Hao came together, both dressed in jackets and looking relaxed. Brother Wang, Director Chen, please come in. Chen Hao stepped forward enthusiastically to welcome them. Shortly after, Director Zhao arrived with several powerful figures from Hadian District. As everyone met, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Oh, Director Wang. Long time no see. Director Zhao hurriedly stepped forward, clasping Wang Qiming's hand with both of his. I've wanted to visit you at the ministry for a long time, but never had the chance. Thanks to General Chen, I finally get to meet the real deal. Director Zhao, you're too polite, it's all for work. Wang Qiming responded with a smile. Seating arrangements were also a skill. Wang Qiming was pushed to the main guest seat with Chen Hao and Director Zhao sitting on either side. Chen Hao took the seat closest to the door, responsible for pouring drinks and stimulating the atmosphere. Other leaders from the cybersecurity, fire safety, and police departments were arranged in order. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, the bottle of Feiqian Matai on the table was nearly empty, and the atmosphere in the private room had transformed from initial restraint to amiability. Amidst the swirling smoke, everyone began to open up. General Chen, I am very optimistic about this project. Chen Hao lowered his glass, a hint of tipsiness on his face, yet his eyes remained clear. The popularization of information technology is a major national strategy. Having such a pilot program near universities is very meaningful. Director Chen is right. Director Zhao immediately echoed. Our district also places a high emphasis on this. We specifically coordinated the venue at Lihua. It's meant to set a benchmark. Chen Hao saw that the moment was right, stood up, and raised his glass. Leaders, I toast to everyone. Chen Hao scanned the room, his tone sincere. Actually, for this base to succeed, it's not enough to just have the venue and equipment. To ensure the sustainable development of the base and to improve equipment utilization, I have an immature idea. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at him. For the first phase of our base, we will have 50 computers, and later we will increase it to 200. During regular training and incubation, there will definitely be idle periods. I'd like to use the first floor during those times to open it to the public and provide internet access. Chen Hao paused, observing everyone's reactions. In simple terms, it's to use the income from the internet cafe to subsidize the operating costs of the incubation base. This way it neither increases the burden on the state nor takes away from the public funds. Everyone present was savvy, who couldn't understand the implications behind those words. What self-sustaining development? Isn't it just running an internet cafe? However, Chen Hao had packaged this reasoning too perfectly. It wasn't for profit, but for sustainable development, and to avoid burdening the state. That was a beautiful statement. This line of thinking is correct, Wang Qiming nodded. The ministry's tertiary sector operates the same way. With the ministry leader's endorsement, the district officials had no objections. After winning everyone's assent, Chen Hao continued, since this is an open government-backed enterprise, I certainly cannot run it like those illicit internet cafes, without permits. He glanced at Section Chief Li of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Captain Liu of the Cybersecurity Unit. Therefore, I intend to apply for the full suite of permits required for an internet service venue. Fire safety, cybersecurity, cultural approval, telecommunications. None may be omitted. If we do this, we will make the most compliant benchmark in all of Jingdu. The supervising officials exchanged astonished looks. In 2000, although Jingdu was full of internet cafes, those possessing all 4 certificates were likely fewer than 1 in 10. Most proprietors operated under borrowed names or ran entirely without permits, getting by with cigarettes for the local patrol and fines to the inspection teams, who would willingly submit to those maddening formalities. Besides, with Chen Hao's current backing, even if he operated without licenses, who would dare to close his shop? Yet he proactively sought permits and regulatory oversight. Captain Liu of the cyber unit stubbed out his cigarette and regarded Chen Hao with a new respect. This was not mere prudence, but keen wisdom. Mr. Chen, for that awareness, I raise a glass to you. Captain Liu lifted his cup and drained it. Those other cafe owners scatter like mice at the sight of us, forever skirting enforcement. If you can produce a proper lawful exemplar, you will be doing us an enormous favor. From now on, we'll use your place as the district standard for managing internet cafes. Captain Sun of the Fire Brigade declared, leave fire safety to me. As long as your hardware meets the standards, I'll assign personnel to inspect it. We won't bottleneck you, and we will expedite the issuance of certificates. Section Chief Li of the Cultural Bureau beamed. Our director has been worried. We want meet this year's formalization targets. Mr. Chen, this is timely relief. Have the documents delivered tomorrow, and he'll personally oversee the process. Chen Hao watched the scene and gave a slight nod. That young man was meticulous despite his youth. Come to Mr. Chen's model project. Cheers. Director Zhao proposed. Cheers. The crisp clink of glasses echoed in the private room. The next morning, Zhao Gang drove a Santana with Su Jing aboard and a thick bundle of application papers, beginning the trek to secure the various permits. With the commitments made at last night's table, the entire process was effectively a series of green lights. What had once demanded endless running dozens of stamps and months of approval smoothed remarkably under the dual auspices of key project designation and special expedited handling. In barely a week, Chen Hao had obtained 4 certificates: the Internet Cultural Business License, the Fire Safety Inspection Certificate, the Special Industry Business License, and the Telecom Value-Added Services License. Such completeness was rare in Jingdu's 2000 Internet Cafe circle. Chen Hao sat on the sofa, fingering a Yixing teapot scavenged from Panjiayuan as his gaze swept over the 4 certificates. He understood clearly that a sweeping rectification of the Internet Cafe industry would arrive next year. Possessing these 4 permits would mean an entirely different destiny. On May 15th, the last drift of Katkins in Haidian district finally settled. Beside Xueqing Road, the research building of the long-silent Lihua radio instrument factory had assumed an entirely new face. The once flaking gray exterior had been repainted a deep iron gray. 2 rows of enormous red, 3-dimensional characters now stood proudly upon the roof. Jingdu Information Popularization and Industry Incubation Base. The lettering was not only large, but also illuminated at night, the most conspicuous sign along the road after dusk. The building's entrances were artfully divided. On the Xueqing roadside, the rusty iron gate had been removed and replaced by a vast automatic sensor glass door. Above the doorway hung a sleek black and white sign: Juzhen Net Cafe Matrix Net Cafe. At a moment when the Matrix swept the world, the name carried potent science fiction allure. Within the factory compound, the other entrance was more restrained, bearing a brushed stainless plaque: Juzhen Technology. Subsequent official tours would enter from there. At 9 in the morning, a Jinbei van pulled up. A Liang Bo leapt out with 3 young men, carrying toolboxes and bundles of network cable. Brother Bo, is this the fabled big project? One of the boys stared at the automatic door, bewildered. It doesn't look like an internet cafe, more like an office for a foreign company. Enough chatter, get to work, Liang Bo said, though his eyes were full of astonishment. The sensor door slid open slowly, and his step faltered as he entered the lobby. There was none of the tacky feel had expected. No tiled walls plastered with cheap finishes, no glaring white floor. There was no suspended ceiling above exposed concrete slabs stretched out, and the thick fire pipes, ventilation ducts, and cabling trays had all been painted matte black, crisscrossing overhead. The floor was cool gray, self-leveling concrete, polished smooth enough to reflect human silhouettes. 50 custom computer desks were arranged in a squaring formation. These desks were not cheap particle board, but black angle steel frames topped with substantial solid wood surfaces. Between every 2 stations, black metal mesh formed half partitions. The lighting was slightly subdued. Each station was lit by a hanging vintage industrial pendant lamp, whose warm yellow light fell precisely over the keyboard area, ensuring visibility while cultivating a strong sense of privacy. This, Liang Bo ran his hand along the cold metal mesh. This is so cool. Brother Bo, you're here. Chen Hao descended the stairs from the 2nd floor. He held a bottle of mineral water and wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. Chen Hao, this decoration. Liang Bo pointed upward. Isn't this a bit avant-garde? Chen Hao twisted the cap and took a sip. This is called industrial style. It's fashionable overseas, but here in Longwo we're the only ones doing it. Liang Bo did not know the term, but as a tech enthusiast he was entranced. The austere, hard-edged, almost post-apocalyptic atmosphere instantly struck his aesthetic sweet spot. Like the hacker bases in the movies, Liang Bo offered the highest praise. Just like the Matrix. That's exactly the feeling we wanted. Chen Hao smiled. The machines are all in place, they arrived yesterday. Now it's up to you. For the next 3 days Liang Bo and his team worked tirelessly here. The students Liang Bo brought were top performers from the computer department and astonishingly efficient. Stripping wires, crimping RJ45 and testing connectivity. Their movements were highly practiced. 40 machines filled the ground floor lobby, and 10 occupied the smoke-free second floor. All computers operated as diskless workstations, a system Chen Hao had crafted himself with Liang Bo. In 2000 this was still fresh technology. It removed the need to maintain individual hard drives with all data read from servers across a gigabit LAN. In the second floor server room, 2 tower servers emitted a low hum as their indicator lights blinked furiously. Liang Bo sat before them, fingers dancing on the keyboard as he ran final stress tests. Heartbeat packets normal. Billing system database connection stable. Chu 123 navigation page load time 0. 1 second. Restore card driver loaded. With a heavy stroke of the enter key, the 40 monitors downstairs brightened in unison. The screens displayed only a simple login box against a profoundly deep black backdrop of cascading green code, the iconic image from the Matrix. Done. Liang Bo leaned back in his chair and exhaled. Chen Hao stood behind him, handing over a cigarette. Thank you for your hard work. This system is incredibly stable. Liang Bo took the cigarette, his eyes shining as he gazed at the data stream on the screen. Chen Hao, if we sell this diskless system, we could definitely make a fortune. We'll talk about it later, Chen Hao said. Bro, there's one more thing. Chen Hao pointed to the vacant area on the east side of the second floor. There were several rows of folding chairs set up with a whiteboard hanging in front and a computer connected to a projector nearby. What is this? Liang Bo asked, confused. Since we call ourselves an information dissemination base, we ought to do something to promote it. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. The company plans to hold free public classes here once a week. We will collaborate with some organizations to teach retired employees, laid-off workers, or anyone wanting to learn how to use a mouse type and search for information online. Liang Bo was stunned. Can this make money? It's not about making money, it's about earning a reputation. Chen Hao patted Liang Bo on the shoulder. Moreover, I intend to invite you to teach these classes. Me? Yes. You are also a university lecturer with a good image and relevant expertise. Each class lasts 2 hours, and the company can pay 500 yuan as a teaching fee. Liang Bo's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. In 2000, a university lecturer's monthly salary was just over 1,000 yuan, and as a counselor, he was only earning a few hundred. 500 for 2 hours is simply exorbitant. Chen, how are you joking? I never joke. Additionally, the students you bring, if any, are willing to work study, can also serve as teaching assistants or network administrators. The pay here is hourly, better than distributing flyers outside. Liang Bo took a puff of smoke and nodded. All right, he'll take this job. He'll compile the teaching materials when I go back, ensuring even an 80-year-old lady can understand. On May 18th, everyone was in place. In the first floor hall, 2 lines of people stood straight. On the left were 2 young girls, both recent graduates recruited by Su Jing from a nearby college. They wore matching dark gray suits, red silk scarves around their necks, their hair neatly styled, and their makeup refined. They looked less like cashiers in an internet cafe and more like flight attendants. On the right were Lei Hu and his 2 subordinates. Lu Ergu, who had dyed his hair back to black, wore a crisp black security uniform with a walkie-talkie hanging from his waist. The street thug aura he once had was completely gone. Su Jing held a folder and was conducting final etiquette. Remember, when a customer enters, you must stand and bow, saying welcome to Matrix. Present the card with both hands and receive money with both hands. Smile and show 8 teeth. Su Jing's voice was stern. Anyone who dares to show a bad face to a customer will be fined 50 for the first offense and will be fired on the second. Lei Hu had a different set of rules. Zhao Gang stood in front of Lei Hu with his hands behind his back, his voice low. Huzi, your only task is to maintain order. No matter who it is, even if it's the King of Heaven, once they step through this door, they must abide by the rules here. If someone is smoking in the non-smoking area upstairs, stop them immediately. If there is trouble, ask them to leave immediately. Can you do that? Yes. Lei Hu shouted, his voice hoarse. He was extremely satisfied with this job. Previously he was just a small thug, but now he was called the store manager, and his parents smiled more at him than before. Chen Hao stood aside watching their training. Everything was in place. Gongzi, Chen Hao called out. Zhao Gang walked over quickly. Boss, are the flyers printed? Yes, 50,000 copies. Zhao Gang took out a colorful flyer from his bag. The design was simple with a black background and red text, creating a strong visual impact. On the front it printed several large lines. Matrix Internet Cafe opens on May 20th. A shocking debut, the most high-end configuration in the entire city. Celeron 617-inch flat-screen fiber optic dedicated line, free 1-hour trial, with this flyer on the back, was an even crazier promotion. Member recharge, big giveaway, recharge 100 get 50, recharge 500 get 300 in an era where the internet fee was generally 3 to 4 yuan per hour. Such generous offers were practically throwing away money. Geological University, Forestry University, Language University, Science and Technology University. Chen Hao listed a series of names, including all the nearby schools. Find people from the student union or work-study students. Pay 50 yuan a day per person and have them distribute these 50,000 flyers throughout all the university dormitories in Haidian district. Understood. On May 20th, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the atmosphere on Shueqing Road felt off. The once quiet street suddenly had many young faces. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, clutching the black and red flyers heading towards Lihua Factory. Hey, have you heard? They opened a new internet cafe over there supposedly, with amazing equipment that can run CS without lag. Is that true? The last place I went to was a dump. The ball and the mouse was filthy. Look at this flyer, recharge 500 and get 300. Is the boss stupid? Who cares if he's stupid? Let's go grab a seat first. If we go late there definitely won't be any machines. The crowd kept growing. When the first batch of students reached the entrance of the research building, they were stunned by the huge floor-to-ceiling glass door and the decor inside. Wow, is this really an internet cafe? This is way too high-end. How much is it per hour? It says here member price is 3 yuan, temporary card is 4 yuan. That's the same price as those shabby places outside. Boss opened the door. The crowd started to stir, with some people beginning to bang on the glass door. Lei Hu led his men forward. He pressed his earpiece, his face darkened as he opened the barrier, shouting loudly, "Don't push. Form a line. Anyone who pushes out get lost. Do you see the yellow line on the ground? Stand behind the line." The fierce aura immediately subdued the scene. Although the students were anxious seeing the uniformed security guards, they obediently formed a long line. The queue stretched along the sidewalk, extending dozens of meters to the bus station. At 9:20, Chen Hao glanced at his watch and nodded at Su Jing downstairs. Su Jing pressed the remote control. The automatic door slowly slid open. "Welcome to Matrix." The two uniformed cashiers bowed in unison, their voices sweet and harmonious. This scene made the few boys at the front blush, flustered as they scrambled for money. "Charge me 100. I want to charge 500. Is the 300 bonus for real?" "Of course it's real, classmate. Hey, race your membership card. Please keep it safe." The cash register's money box kept popping open, making a crisp ding sound. Red 100 yuan bills flowed in like water. In less than 10 minutes, all 50 machines upstairs and downstairs were filled. The sounds of keyboard tapping and mouse clicking began to fill the hall. Tap, tap, tap. That was the sound of money. All the screens were lit up. Most people were playing CS, while some were playing Red Alert, and a few were chatting on OICQ. In the non-smoking area on the second floor, a young man with yellow hair just pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and before he could light one, he was tapped on the shoulder by the patrolling guard, who pointed at the huge, no smoking sign on the wall and the smoke detector above. The young man froze for a moment, looking at the guard's unfriendly gaze, and reluctantly stuffed the cigarette back. "Boss." Su Jing knocked on the door and entered, holding a report with a slightly excited voice. "It has only been 2 hours since opening, and the membership recharge amount has already exceeded 30,000. Chen Hao turned around, his expression calm. This was just the beginning. He knew that this high-end environment combined with a crazy subsidy model was a dimensionality reduction strike for the internet cafe market in 2000. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, have Gongzi drive you to deposit the money. Be careful, Chen Hao said. Okay. Just then, Chen Hao's phone rang. It was Liang Bo calling. "Chen Hao, you should check the server backend. The traffic on our Chu 123 navigation page has skyrocketed in just the past hour." On the other end of the phone, Liang Bo shouted excitedly. Chen Hao hung up the phone, opened his computer, logged into the backend, and found that the traffic had already surpassed 2,000. As a newly launched website, this data was quite astonishing. It was not just the 50 machines of the Matrix that were logged. Those students who had taken flyers but did not queue up were either returning to their school dorms or going to other internet cafes, all entering that simple and memorable domain name. In an era when the internet was just starting out and users were still struggling to remember URLs, a navigation site that aggregated all commonly used links was an essential need for internet users. Chen Hao watched the rapidly fluctuating traffic data on the screen and lit a cigarette. This data was just the beginning. He clearly remembered the terrifying traffic that Hao 123 had later on. As night fell, Shueqing Road shone even brighter than during the day. The long queue outside the Matrix Internet Cafe not only did not shrink, but instead grew longer. The crowd wound from the factory entrance all the way to the main road, a sea of young and anxious faces. "How much longer? I've been waiting for over an hour. Don't cut in line. If you push me again, I'll call the police." The queue was restless, and Lei, who patrolled the outskirts of the crowd with 2 younger brothers, his voice already hoarse. In his earpiece, Zhao Gang's voice came through repeatedly. "Huzi, keep control of the situation. The boss said that anyone who causes trouble will be blacklisted and banned from entering forever." This statement was more effective than any threat, and the people in line became much more obedient. At the two cash registers at the entrance, two girls were already so busy they couldn't even stand still. Less than 300 meters from the Matrix Internet Cafe, there was a basement called Feixiang Internet Cafe. The owner Li Biao, known as Leopard, was irritably smashing an empty beer bottle on the ground. Damn it! Where the hell did all the people go? The Internet Cafe was empty with more than 50 computers, only 3 or 4 were on. A younger brother with dyed yellow hair rushed in from outside panting, "Leopard, it's bad. All the people have been sucked away by that place called Matrix. The queue is almost at our door." "Matrix? What the hell is Matrix?" Leopard kicked over a plastic stool beside him. "It's just a new internet cafe. I've been in this street for 3 years, why should they have the upper hand?" "Leopard, it's different." The yellow-haired young man swallowed hard and said gloomily, "Their decor is like something out of the Matrix. All their machines are new and the internet speed is incredibly fast. The worst part is that they give 50 extra for every 100 spent and 300 for every 500. Many students have even taken their meal money to recharge." Leopard was stunned. He was running a highly profitable business, charging 4 yuan per hour for internet use and never offering discounts. Giving money for recharges. In his eyes, that was a fool's errand. Who is that son of a gun running the place? How can he do this without going bankrupt? "I don't know, but he looks pretty wealthy, daring to rent such a large building for an internet cafe." The young man with yellow hair lowered his voice. The security guards standing at the entrance looked fierce. Leopard's face darkened like a storm cloud. Not only was there no shortage of money, but his subordinates were tough too. This was not going to be easy. He looked at his own neglected basement, imagining the scene described by his younger brother, and a surge of unnamed anger ignited within him. Cutting off someone's financial route is like killing their parents. "Old San, go and invite old son from the internet cafe next door over." In the next door old Sichuan fly-infested restaurant, the private room door was tightly closed and the curtains were drawn shut. On the round table lay several plates of cold dishes with barely a few bites taken, and the ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts. Leopard sat at the head of the table, resting his feet on the chair's crossbar, spinning a Motorola flip phone in his hand. Next to him sat 4 men, all owners of nearby internet cafes. Usually these people would be at each other's throats to grab customers, but today they had surprisingly gathered together. Leopard, life is unbearable now. A balding middle-aged man crushed his cigarette hard into the plate. He was old son from Speed Internet Garden. "Yesterday, all day, less than 30 people came into my place. At this time before, there were never enough machines." "Who says otherwise?" Another tall, thin man chimed in. He was the owner of Surfing Zone. "I specifically went to check out that Matrix. Good heavens, it was packed. Those students would rather queue there for 2 hours than come here and sit down to play. If this continues, we will all be in trouble." Leopard's face darkened as he remained silent. His Feixiang Internet Cafe was directly across from Matrix, taking the biggest hit. In the past 2 days, his income had been cut in half, and he could barely cover the electricity bill. "That kid is breaking the rules," old son said through gritted teeth. "Charging 500 and giving 300 is this business. This is a loss. If he doesn't want to live, don't drag us down with him. Who knows where this newcomer came from? I heard it's a young guy with some dirty money who rented the Rihua Factory's research building. The man with a middle part, he's just relying on a bit of cash, thinking he can monopolize the market here." Leopard snorted coldly. He had been in this area for a few years and had seen too many upstarts trying to seize territory with money. In the internet cafe business, just having money is useless. You need connections. "What's the deal with the security guards standing at the entrance?" Leopard asked again. "They're probably hired migrant workers dressed in black leather, trying to act tough." The man with the middle part chuckled. "They look big, but they're mostly just for show." The one leading them called, who had a name that carried weight, but Leopard had never seen him around here before. It was likely he was an outsider. Leopard lit a cigarette, the smoke obscuring his face. Since the other party didn't understand the rules, they needed to be taught a lesson. "I say we pool some money and find a few brothers from the underworld. Are we going to smash his glass door tonight? Or maybe throw some dung at the entrance to see who dares to go in?" Leopard shook his head, playing with the lighter in his hand. "The police are keeping a close watch now. Using knives and guns is a last resort. Besides, since that kid could rent the Rihua Factory building, he must have quite a bit of money on hand. It wouldn't be worth it for us to confront him hidden." Leopard grabbed a handful of peanuts and chewed them loudly. "If hard tactics won't work, we'll use soft ones." Leopard narrowed his eyes, speaking venomously. "Doesn't his building have a sign saying it's an information technology base? Isn't it claiming to be a legitimate business? What does a legitimate business fear the most?" The others exchanged glances. "Fear of inspections." Leopard spat out a peanut skin. "If they get caught operating illegally, especially accommodating minors, that's a red line. That's what the higher-ups are cracking down on right now." Old son's eyes lit up. "Leopard, you mean all of us here who hasn't accommodated students? We all have dirty hands. But he's different. He's drawing too much attention. Let's find a few fresh faces, preferably still in middle school. Give them some money to go online at Matrix. Once they're in, they can play for a couple of hours." Leopard took out his phone, gesturing. "Then we call to report them. Just say it's full of minors and a chaotic mess." "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Old Sun slapped his thigh. As long as the law enforcement team goes there and shuts them down for 10 days or half a month, those students will naturally come back to us. And with that reputation ruined, that so-called base might just go under. Leopard raised his cup, the murky liquid swirling inside. Remember, the people we find must keep their mouths shut. After the job is done, we'll pool 2,000 yuan to give to the person who helps us. No problem. Listen to Leopard. The clinking of several glasses echoed. In the top-floor duplex of Huaqing Garden, Chen Hao opened the safe in his study, which was neatly stocked with cash. He had transferred 3 million from the basement of the Jinxiu Manor here, saving him the trip to the villa whenever he needed money, which was quite far away. Chen Hao took out 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills. He stuffed the money into a black backpack. 20 minutes later, Chen Hao appeared in the finance room on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. Su Jing was checking yesterday's accounts. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, she quickly stood up. Mr. Chen, how did yesterday's cash flow turn out? Very well, Su Jing replied, her face full of joy. Yesterday we collected 48,000 from member recharges, plus the cash from walk-in customers, totaling 52,000. This is still due to a shortage of machines. If we had a few more, we would be nearing 100,000. Chen Hao nodded and unzipped his backpack. A few friends of mine want to apply for cards these days, but they couldn't come, so they asked me to bring the money. Chen Hao took out the 5 bundles and placed them on the table. Hey Race, 50,000. Please issue them a few top-tier cards, and keep the cards here for me. Su Jing glanced at the stack of money. It looked somewhat old and was different from the new bills. However, being a smart woman and a professional accountant, she knew it wasn't her place to question where the boss money came from. She only needed to ensure the accounts were balanced and tax compliant. All right, Mr. Chen, record it now. Su Jing skillfully accepted the money and began counting the bills. Chen Hao watched as the bill counter swiftly processed the old notes, the numbers dancing on the screen. Once mixed into the vast cash flow of the internet cafe, this money would acquire a legitimate identity. 50,000 daily amounts to 150,000 a month. Once a few more internet cafes are open, the daily volume can continue to increase. Before long, this huge sum would completely transform into legitimate income from Matrix technology. By the way, Sister Su, make sure the accounts are well presented and there can't be any issues with the tax. In a couple of days, a leader might come for an inspection. Understood. Every income will have its documentation, and I've also pre-allocate taxes at the highest rate. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. This was the benefit of having professionals. It was worry-free. After handling the financial matters, Chen Hao returned to the office on the 4th floor. Since the internet cafe was already running smoothly, the next step was to solidify the branding of this base. He picked up his phone and made his first call to Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Director Zhao, it's Chen Hao. I wanted to report to you that our base's trial operation is going very well. Many college students and residents have come to experience the digital lifestyle these past few days. I was thinking of holding a formal unveiling ceremony. After all, this is a key project in our district, and we need to let everyone know about our achievements. Director Zhao was very pleased on the other end. Absolutely. Such a great model should be promoted with great fanfare. Set a date, and it'll help you coordinate with the district leaders. I want to set the date for next Tuesday. I would like to invite Deputy Ren to unveil the plaque for us. Could you help schedule a time? Deputy Ren fully supports your project, so he will definitely accommodate this. He'll go ask right away. After hanging up, Chen Hao dialed Wang Kaiming's number at the Electronic Information Department. Brother Wang, are you busy? Our base is ready, and I would like to invite you and Director Chen to come and guide us. It's just a simple ceremony primarily to showcase our base's incubation results to the department. I'm not inviting outsiders, just a few leaders from the district and Mr. Zhang from the Electric Science Group. Wang Qiming readily agreed. Sure, little brother, you're moving fast. Director Chen and I will definitely be there. After sorting out things with the department, Chen Hao opened his phone's contacts and found the number for Director Zhang of the University Road Police Station. At the last dinner, everyone hit it off well. As a grassroots leader, Director Zhang was most in need of tangible achievements and highlights. Director Zhang, are you busy? This is Chen Hao. Chen Hao said with a smile. Oh, Mr. Chen, hearing you so happy, what good news do you have? Director Zhang responded cheerfully. After seeing Chen Hao's connections last time, he was eager to strengthen their relationship. I do have something good to discuss with you. Our base is about to hold a formal opening ceremony. Since we are promoting information technology, we can't just cater to students and the general public. We must also contribute to the modernization of our police system. I plan to hold the first phase of an information technology training course for police officers on the 2nd floor after the opening ceremony, specifically inviting our police comrades to experience and learn. In the future, this will also be considered a police civilian co-built information technology base. What do you think? There was silence on the other end of the phone. After years of working on the ground, Director Zhang instantly understood Chen Hao's intentions. Information technology is the direction supported by the state, and the police system naturally also needs modernization. If he could become the first police chief in Kyoto to respond to the national strategy and promote the information technology of the police station, it would undoubtedly be a solid achievement. Moreover, he just needed to put up a sign for the police-civilian co-built information technology base, and could deepen his relationship with someone like Chen Hao from a prominent family. This was all gain with no loss. Mr. Chen, your proposal is excellent. Director Zhang's voice rose by 8 degrees. I fully support it. I'll arrange for someone to coordinate with you tomorrow, so we can finalize this sign. On the opening day, I'll lead a team to participate in the training. Thank you so much, Director Zhang. I've had the sign prepared in advance, just waiting for you to unveil it. In the afternoon at 3 o'clock, the sun was somewhat blinding. Chen Hao strolled slowly in the first-floor lobby, observing the situation in the internet cafe. Although it was a weekday afternoon, the occupancy rate was still packed. Suddenly, Chen Hao stopped in his tracks. In front of a row of machines by the wall sat a few small figures whose faces and builds did not resemble college students at all. One of them was even smoking, awkwardly flicking the ash into the keyboard's crevice. These were clearly underage middle school students. Chen Hao was aware of the regulatory storms that internet cafes had faced in the past, where underage internet access was a critical issue. He frowned and beckoned Lei Hu over. From now on, our internet cafe will not serve minors. Go check on those kids. If they are underage, kick them all out. For those who haven't finished their time, yet refund them based on the remaining time. In the future, add a guard at the entrance. Anyone looking young must present an ID. No ID, no entry. Chen Hao's words left Lei Hu stunned. Boss, that's a significant loss of income. Other internet cafes don't mind. Those kids spend the most money online, often staying for the whole day. Lei Hu felt a bit distressed. It's not about those. This is an information technology promotion base. If we are filled with students skipping class every day, what will it become? Chen Hao said sternly. Hurry and take care of it. Although Lei Hu didn't understand, since the boss said no entry, even if the King of Heaven came, they would have to be sent away. Alright, go clear the place out right now. Lei Hu walked over with a horse pole. Hey, what are you doing? Put that cigarette out. Lei Hu slapped his palm on the table of the young man. Step back. Get lost. The guy smoking interrupted, and unhappy stood up with his neck craned. Why I paid. I'm a member. You haven't even grown any hair. Lei Hu grabbed him by the collar. We don't serve. Take your money and scram. I won't leave. You're abusing your power. I'm going to report you. Lei Hu's loud voice rang out. No more nonsense. These are the rules of our establishment. If you want money, go to the counter. If you want to cause trouble, turn left at the door, and don't waste everyone's time. As those young men walked out cursing, they complained that the owner of the Matrix Internet Cafe must have a screw loose for not making money. Chen Hao didn't care about the internet fees of these underage students. He just wanted to operate the cafe smoothly. He instructed Lei Hu to make a sign stating, minors are not allowed in this establishment, to be hung at. Less than half an hour after the last middle school student was cleared out, a white enforcement vehicle stopped at the entrance of the internet cafe. The door was roughly pushed open, and 4 men in uniform stepped out. They weren't wearing hats. One button on their uniforms was undone, and their faces were filled with arrogance. The leader was a square-faced man with dark-skinned, puffy-eye bags holding a half-burnt cigarette. He glanced at the sci-fi-like sign of the Matrix Internet Cafe, casually flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, and extinguished it with his toe. Let's go in and take a look. The square-faced man waved his hand. The 4 of them walked straight toward the Lei Hu furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and extended his right hand to block the automatic door, his voice booming. Gentlemen, please queue for internet access. For business, please proceed to the front desk. Get out of the way. The square-faced man didn't even glance at Lei Hu and reached out to push against his chest. In his view, the security at such internet cafes were mere decorations. Normally, when they saw someone in uniform, they would bow and offer cigarettes. But this push felt like hitting a wall. Lei Hu stood firm as if rooted to the ground. He practiced Sanda and had a very stable stance. The square-faced man was instead pushed back half a step by the counterforce, nearly losing his balance. Do you dare to lay your hands on me? He angrily pointed at Lei Hu. Do you know who we are? We are from the Cultural Law Enforcement Team. Do you believe I can shut this place down? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the students in the hall, many of whom took off their headphones and leaned forward to watch. Before Lei Hu could say anything, a voice came from the staircase. Lei Hu stepped back. Hearing this voice, Lei Hu's tension instantly dissipated. He stepped aside to make way, but his eyes remained fixed on. Chen Hao walked over calmly. He wore a simple white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist was very noticeable under the indoor lighting. Chen Hao stood 2 meters in front of the square-faced man, hands in his pockets, looking straight at him. I'm the owner here. What brings you esteemed leaders here? The square-faced man, Zhou Chang, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Haitian District Cultural Law Enforcement Team, looked Chen Hao up and down. Too young was Zhou Chang's first impression. But then he noticed the watch on Chen Hao's wrist, and the calm demeanor that was completely unexpected for someone of his age. Ordinary internet cafe owners would either panic and offer cigarettes, or look pale with fear upon seeing the enforcement team. But this young man was too calm. However, Zhou Qiang was an old hand. Recalling Li Biao's phone call and the promised bribe from last night, he straightened his posture. Someone reported that you are illegally admitting minors to access the internet and are suspected of spreading harmful information. We are conducting a routine inspection. Zhou Qiang stated matter-of-factly while scanning the hall. A report. Chen Hao smiled. He could certainly guess who made the report. No one but the nearby black internet cafes would do something so self-destructive. We have no problems with verification. We conduct legitimate business and will absolutely cooperate with government operations. Chen Hao nodded. Just as Zhou Qiang was about to take a step forward, Chen Hao spoke again. However, before the inspection, there is a process we need to go through. Chen Hao took out a small black notebook from his shirt pocket, pulled out a pen, and opened a fresh page. To prevent social drifters from impersonating law enforcement personnel, could you please show your identification? Chen Hao looked at Zhou Qiang, the pen poised above the paper. I need to register each of your names, units, and work numbers. Zhou Qiang was taken aback. He had been in law enforcement for 7 or 8 years, and had inspected hundreds of internet cafes, video halls, and billiard rooms. He had always been the one checking others' IDs. Never had he encountered anyone bold enough to check his credentials. What do you mean? Resisting law enforcement? Zhou Qiang's face darkened, and his voice rose several degrees. I see you don't want to keep your job. Don't speak recklessly. Chen Hao's tone turned cold. Cooperating with law enforcement is a citizen's duty, but confirming the qualifications of law enforcement is also a citizen's right. Our country is promoting the rule of law. Standardizing administrative law enforcement procedures is of utmost importance. You are a public servant and should understand this principle better than I do, right? This large hat silenced Zhou Qiang. Many students in the hall were studying law or public administration and couldn't help but whisper at this remark. This boss is impressive. He knows the law. Exactly, they should show their IDs. What right do they have to barge in? Zhou Qiang listened to the murmurs around him, his face alternating between red and pale. He looked at the notebook in Chen Hao's hand, then at Chen Hao's fearless eyes, and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. This young man dared to be so tough. Either he was an arrogant fool, or had someone backing him. Considering the cafe's decor level and the fact that it was renting a state-owned enterprise building, it certainly did not seem like the work of a fool. Alright, you want to register, huh? Here you go. Zhou Qiang pulled out his law enforcement badge from his coat pocket and slapped it on the table in front of Chen Hao. Zhou Qiang, Hadian District Cultural Market Administrative Law Enforcement Team Captain of the 3rd Division. Work number 01034. Chen Hao was not intimidated by his aura but carefully looked at the badge and then neatly wrote it down in his notebook. After writing the last name, Chen Hao looked up at the 3 men behind Zhou Qiang. What about these comrades? The 3 men exchanged glances. Seeing their captain show his ID, they reluctantly produced theirs. Chen Hao checked each one and recorded them one by one. His movements were slow and every stroke was written with care. This deliberate pace put immense psychological pressure on Zhou Qiang and the others. This was not just record-keeping, it was a silent warning. If you fail to find any issues today, or if there are violations of law enforcement, I will track down each name on this notebook. After finishing the last name, Chen Hao closed the notebook and returned it to his pocket. Alright, thank you all for your cooperation. Chen Hao smiled. Captain Zhou, please proceed with your inspection. Lei Hu, take the leaders to check around. Zhou Qiang was seething with anger and waved his hand. Conduct the inspection, check every ID. Leave no one unchecked. On a Tuesday morning at the Administrative Enforcement Team of Hadian District's Cultural Market, Zhou Qiang propped his feet on the desk, holding a porcelain tea mug with several pieces of inferior tea leaves floating on the surface. His eye bags were dark. He had spent the night drinking with Li Biao's crew until the early hours and his head was still buzzing. Captain Li Biao called again, asking when we would go back to that Matrix Internet Cafe. Zhou Qiang spat out a tea leaf stem, irritably waving his hand. What's the rush? That kid last time was a bit sinister. He dared to check my credentials. In the past few days I inquired a bit, and heard no one in the district with the surname Chen. I suspect he's just a rich second generation from out of town flaunting his wealth like a big shot. Let him be for a couple of days, when his vigor subsides we'll go again. Just as he said this, the phone on the desk rang. Zhou Qiang was startled, and quickly put his feet down, clearing his throat to answer the call. Captain, yes, I'm in the team. An event. Now. Alright, I'll come down right away. After hanging up, Zhou Qiang adjusted his uniform collar and put on his wide-brimmed hat. The captain asked me to join an important event. The venue for the event happens to be under our jurisdiction, and Director Sun from the Bureau will also attend. You guys be sharp and don't cause any trouble for me. Downstairs, a white police car with a Jetta paint job had already started up. Zhou Qiang squeezed into the front passenger seat, while the captain rested his eyes in the back. The car drove out of the compound, merging into the morning rush hour traffic. At first, Zhou Qiang paid little attention, chatting casually with the driver. But as the car turned onto University Road, heading straight north, the beating of his heart began to quicken. This road was too familiar. Just a few days ago he had stormed through here with a group. The scenery outside the car window flew by rapidly, with the shadows of the poplar trees flickering by. When the car turned onto Shueching Road, and he saw the gray research building in the distance, Zhou Qiang's face twitched slightly. Could it be? Captain, where are we going? Zhou Qiang couldn't help but turn around to ask. The captain didn't even lift his eyelids. Lihua Radio Factory. They have set up some sort of information base over there, and today is the unveiling ceremony. The district's Rin district chief and leaders from the ministry will be attending. Director Sun specifically instructed us to be present as the local management department to maintain order and, by the way, to receive some education. Zhou Chang's fingers instantly turned cold. Liwa Factory. Information base. These two terms made his brain momentarily freeze. The car slowly drove into the entrance of the factory area. Zhou Qiang looked out through the car window, his expression worsening. The small parking lot was already filled with cars. The most conspicuous was a black Audi with a Beijing A8 license plate parked under the shade of a tree. Beside it were two police cars. He recognized one of the license plates as belonging to Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station. Next to the glass door stood a stainless steel plaque boldly inscribed with the words Matrix Technology. Zhou Qiang felt his throat dry up, and as he got out of the car his calves felt slightly crampy. He recalled the little notebook held by that young man. "What are you dawdling for? Keep up," the captain urged from. Zhou Qiang hurriedly jogged a couple of steps, and with his neck shrunk followed at the back of the line. He pulled his wide-brimmed hat down low, wishing he could bury his head in his pants. The second floor had been transformed into a temporary press conference venue. The originally spacious office area was covered with a red carpet with dozens of folding chairs draped in white chair covers set up. At the front was a podium with a large backdrop reading Kyoto Information Promotion and Industrial Incubation Base Unveiling Ceremony, in bold letters followed by a row of guiding units names. Department of Electronic Information's Information Promotion Division, Haitian District, People's Government, Kyoto Electronic Technology Group. Zhou Qiang found a spot in the far corner, hiding himself in the shadow of a concrete pillar. At this moment in the third-floor lounge, Chen Hao was sitting beside the main seat on a leather sofa, holding a teacup, engaged in lively conversation. Sitting in the main seat was Rin Rongfa, the Deputy District Chief of Haitian District. Next to him were Director Wang Qiming and Director Chen Hao from the Department of Electronic Information. A deputy director from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, and Zheng Wei from the Electric Science Group, sat on either side. Xiaoqin, your approach is very innovative. Rin Rongfa put down his teacup and pointed downstairs. Utilizing idle state assets for information promotion not only resolves the difficulties of state-owned enterprises, but also responds to the national call. This model is worth promoting throughout the district. Chen Hao slightly bowed, his attitude humble. It's all thanks to the support from the leaders of the district and the ministry. Without the foresight of all the leaders, I would just be aimlessly floundering. Ah, heroes emerge in youth. Chen Hao interjected with a smile. The ministry is very interested in this pilot program. If it operates well next year, we can consider applying for special support funds for you. Thank you, Director Wang. Chen Hao glanced at his watch. Time is about right. Everyone downstairs has arrived. Shall we go? Let's go finish the ceremony. Rin Rongfa took the lead in standing up. A group of them marched out of the lounge down the stairs to the second floor. When Chen Hao appeared at the staircase with Rin Rongfa and Wang Qiming, the previously noisy venue fell silent. The flashlights began to flicker rapidly. Zhou Chang, hiding behind the pillar, caught a glimpse of the young man who was being adored by the crowd. Today Chen Hao was dressed in a well-tailored dark suit with his hair neatly combed. He walked half a step to the left of Deputy District Chief Rin, whispering to the leaders as he walked, his demeanor calm and confident. Zhou Qiang felt like a naked clown standing in the cold winds of Siberia. It was over. This time he had truly kicked against a titanium alloy steel plate. The host was Su Jing. Today she wore light makeup and a professional suit, exuding a capable and poised demeanor. Respected leaders, esteemed guests, good morning to everyone. The process was running smoothly. Rin Rongfa delivered a speech on behalf of the district government, highly praising the innovative significance of the base. Chen Hao spoke on behalf of the ministry, discussing the grand blueprint of the national information strategy. Zheng Wei represented the Electric Science Group, emphasizing the importance of state-owned enterprise reform and revitalizing assets. Finally, it was Chen Hao's turn to speak. He walked up to the microphone, scanning the audience. His gaze lingered for half a second on the last row in the corner before casually moving away. The original intention of establishing matrix technology is to eliminate the digital divide and assist in the popularization of information technology. Chen Hao's voice resonated throughout the venue. We hope that through this base, more university students and ordinary citizens can access the internet at the lowest cost and master information technology. As he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Director Sun from the Cultural Bureau, sitting in the front row, clapped particularly vigorously, saying to the captain beside him, "This Xiao Chun is quite impressive. He has high awareness and speaks well." The captain nodded repeatedly. Yes, young and promising. Only Zhou Qiang had sweaty palms, mechanically clapping along his mind, a complete muddle. Next came the unveiling ceremony. First was the unveiling of the base, performed by Rin District Chief and Chen Hao, with leaders like Wang Qiming, Chen Hao, Zheng Wei, and Director Zhao witnessing the event. As the red silk fell, the golden bronze plaque of the Kyoto Information Promotion and Industrial Incubation Base sparkled under the lights. Following that, Director Zhang from the University Road Police Station, glowing with excitement, walked onto the stage. He and Chen Hao jointly unveiled another plaque. Police Civilian Collaborative Information Demonstration Point. Director Zhang shook Chen Hao's hand vigorously, grinning widely for the cameras. Police Civilian Collaboration. This meant that this place would now be a key protection object for the police station. From now on, any small-time troublemaker thinking of causing a ruckus here would have to think twice about their courage. The ceremony was not over yet. A chubby man wearing a gold chain hurriedly ran onto the stage. It was Qian Hongyan from Tian Clan Electronics. Chen Hao personally handed him a plaque reading, Designated Hardware Supplier for the Kyoto Information Promotion and Industrial Incubation Base. Qian Hongyan was so excited that the flesh on his face trembled. The ceremony concluded, transitioning into a free exchange and a cold buffet segment. Exquisite pastries and fruits were displayed on a long table, while waiters weaved through the gathering with trays in hand. Chen Hao held a glass of juice, standing beside Ren Rongfa. Ren District Director Sun he greeted with a smile. Director Sun of the Cultural Bureau, who was busy picking up a piece of cake, heard the greeting, and promptly put down his plate, wiped his mouth, and approached. Ren District General Chun. Director Sun beamed with a smile. Old Sun, we need to pay more attention and provide more support for this base in the future. Ren Rongfa pointed towards Chen Hao. Absolutely. Director Sun nodded vigorously. I was inspired by General Chen's introduction earlier. The Bureau will certainly ensure the base is well supported and provide excellent service in the future. Chen Hao took a sip of his juice and said with a smile, Director Sun, you are too polite. In fact, your Bureau's work style is quite solid, which left a deep impression on me. Director Sun was momentarily taken aback, then his expression brightened. Oh, General Chen, you flatter me. I speak the truth, Chen Hao responded leisurely. On the second day of our trial operation, comrades from your Bureau's law enforcement team came knocking. They said they received a report from the public and came to check whether there were minors accessing the internet. That was quite responsible, as they checked the identities of over 50 university students online one by one. Such a decisive working style is indeed something we can learn from as a business. As these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The smile that had been on Ren Rongfa's face disappeared. He turned to look at Director Sun, his gaze becoming sharp. Checking IDs on the second day of trial operation. Ren Rongfa was well aware that this behavior was not responsible. It was clearly looking for trouble. Who issued the order? A key incubator base supported by both the department and the district, and they went to conduct a surprise inspection right after opening. Is this serving the enterprise or adding to its troubles? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Director Sun. He had no idea about this matter. He looked at Chen Hao's smiling face, cursing the incompetent leader in his heart. This was not a compliment, it was clearly a slap in the face, and right in front of the superior, pouring the medicine direct. This must be a misunderstanding, Director Sun stammered in explanation. Ren District, you know the higher-ups have strict requirements for internet cafe management. Perhaps the comrades below were a bit too straightforward in their methods. Straightforward? Chen Hao seized the opportunity to add a sharp remark. That team leader seemed quite imposing. If I hadn't seen their credentials at the time, I would have thought they were from some gang. I believe the team leader's name was Zhou Chong, right? Upon hearing this name, the captain, standing not far away, suddenly stiffened. Director Sun's face instantly turned as red as a liver. He abruptly turned around, scanning the crowd, and finally locked onto the captain. Get that Zhou Qiang over here. Director Sun growled through clenched teeth. A few minutes later, Zhou Qiang approached, head down like a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. He dared not look at Ren Rongfa or Chen Hao, only fixating on the tips of his shoes. You were the one who led the inspection. Director Sun pointed at Zhou Qiang's nose, his finger trembling. Director Zhou Qiang tried to explain, but found that no excuse would hold up. Good, really good. Director Sun laughed in anger. Usually when you were sent to check black internet cafes, you all drag your feet. But when it came to a key enterprise, you were faster than anyone else. Who gave you the authority? Who sent you? Zhou Qiang trembled all over, not daring to say a word. To expose Li Biao. That would be suicide. Claiming it was for money. That would mean death plus imprisonment. Ren Rongfa cast a cold glance at Zhou Qiang, and then at the sweating Director Sun. Old Sun, you need to guide your team well. How can law enforcement personnel of this quality adapt to the demands of the new era? Don't let a single bad apple spoil our district's business environment. After saying this, Ren Rongfa turned around, putting on a smile as he addressed Chen Hao. Xiao Chen, I apologize for the trouble caused. Rest assured, such chaos will never happen again in the future. Thank you for your concern, Ren District. Chen Hao nodded with a smile, not even glancing at Zhou Qiang. After the cold buffet concluded, the leaders were seen off. In a corner of the parking lot, the captain wore a dark expression as he looked at Zhou Qiang standing before him. Team leader Zhou Qiang still wanted to plead. Shut up. The captain growled, slamming the cigarette pack he held onto the ground. Are you out of your mind? Was that a place you could touch? Even Ren District needs to protect such a person, and you went to check their IDs. How many heads do you think you have? Zhou Qiang's face turned ashen. Captain, I truly didn't know. What use is saying this now? The captain took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. The director just spoke. Starting tomorrow, you won't be working on the front lines anymore. Where to? The Bureau's archives room needs someone to organize old files. You should report there. Spend some time reflecting on yourself, learn how to be a person and how to do your job. The archives room was the coldest corner in the entire Bureau. Once there, he would basically be cut off from any chance of promotion for life, spending each day dealing with dust and yellowed paper. Zhou Qiang swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. At 3 in the afternoon, a white Jetta emblazoned with the words Cultural Law Enforcement stopped in front of the Flying Net Cafe, accompanied by 2 Jinbei vans and the screech of brakes. The car door was pushed open roughly. The captain alighted with a dark expression, crushing the cigarette, but he held harshly into the ground. He was seething with anger. Earlier that morning at the Lihua factory, being scolded by Director Sun in front of so many high-ranking leaders had left him with a burning frustration in his chest. Zhou Chang, that blind fool, had already been sent to guard the archives room, but this matter was far from over. Director Sun's final look was very clear: action must be taken to demonstrate the Bureau's stance. Investigate. The captain waved his hand, and over a dozen uniformed officers charged into the dark basement stairs like wolves. Inside the Flying Net Cafe, smoke swirled around as dozens of miners shouted and laughed while playing games. Li Biao was counting money behind the bar when he heard the commotion and looked up, not panicking at all, but instead grinning. He stepped out from behind the bar and offered a Chinese cigarette. "Oh, isn't this Captain Zhao? What brings you here today? You didn't give me a heads up so I could prepare." Smack! The captain slapped the cigarette out of Li Biao's hand. The cigarette flew through the air, landing on the stained concrete floor. Li Biao was taken aback, his face twitching. "Captain Zhao, what does this mean? I have ties with team leader Zhou. Don't bring up that waste to me." The captain's anger flared the moment he heard Zhou Chang's name. If it weren't for Zhou Qiang listening to those fools' bad advice to conduct an inspection, he wouldn't have lost so much face today. The captain pointed at Li Biao's nose, spitting words in his face. "Zhou Qiang has already been suspended for abuse of power. Dare you bring him up again? I see you don't want to keep your job either." Li Biao's mind buzzed with disbelief. Zhou Qiang has fallen. Before he could react, the captain had already turned and shouted at his subordinates. "What are you all standing around for? Secure the area. Check identification cards. Anyone without an ID will be treated as an unaccompanied minor." Yes, the team members had been holding back their energy. Usually they had some rapport with these business owners, but right now the captain was furious. Who dared to hold back? "Show me your ID. You in the school uniform, don't run. Unplug the main power." The internet cafe was instantly thrown into chaos. The sounds of screams, falling tables and chairs, and angry curses filled the air. A few elementary school students trying to slip away amidst the chaos were caught by the team members, dragged back like little chicks. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 miners were cornered against the wall. The evidence was irrefutable. The captain coldly looked at Li Biao, whose face was ashen as he took out a seal from his pocket. Feixiang Internet Cafe is suspected of illegally admitting minors and lacking proper fire safety measures. Effective immediately, it will be closed for rectification. All main machines will be confiscated and sealed, and a fine of 50,000 will be imposed. Take them away. The team members stepped forward and began to brutally dismantle the computer systems. They didn't even care whether the cables were unplugged properly, they just yanked hard, and the sound of snapping cables echoed around. Li Biao watched helplessly as his expensive computers were loaded onto the van outside. He wanted to intervene, but was pushed aside by 2 burly team members stumbling against the wall. This scene was not only happening at Feixiang Internet Cafe. The entire afternoon, the surrounding internet cafes, such as Jizudong and Surf Zone, experienced a devastating crackdown. Fines, confiscations, and closures were rampant. The severity of the measures was unprecedented. In the evening at Matrix Internet Cafe, the hall on the first floor was bustling with noise, with people even filling the aisles. "Have you heard? Feixiang has been shut down. Not just Feixiang, that Jizudong over there has been checked too, and their computers have been taken away. Serves them right, that place should have been shut down ages ago. The keyboards were all covered in ash. This place is still safe, though after all it's a legitimate business with a solid background." Students waiting in line were discussing animatedly. Chen Hao stood by the window watching the crowded scene below while twirling a Zippo lighter in his hand. This fire burned even brighter than he had anticipated. Director Sun was a smart man. He knew that mere apologies wouldn't suffice, real actions were needed. Clearing out the surrounding competitors was a grand gift to Matrix. It not only showed their stance, but also helped Matrix monopolize the market. Chen Hao picked up his phone, found Director Sun's number, and dialed. The phone rang twice before being answered. I was just about to call you." Director Sun's voice was filled with warmth. "Director Sun, I heard that our bureau launched a thunder operation this afternoon to purify the surrounding network environment. Such efficiency is admirable," Chen Hao said with a smile. "Oh, this is our duty. Previously we lacked oversight, but that won't happen again in the future. We need to provide a living space for quality enterprises like Matrix." Director Sun made his point clear. Chen Hao smiled. It was time to return the favor. "Director Sun, I have an idea. Our police station has initiated a police-civilian co-construction program, and it has been quite effective. I was thinking, could our cultural bureau also establish a cultural law enforcement information demonstration point? The other end of the line paused slightly before Director Sun's surprised voice came through. General Chen, are you suggesting? Every Wednesday afternoon our base will provide free computer operation and network knowledge training for the frontline law enforcement officers in the bureau. After all, with the rapid development of the internet, law enforcement must understand technology, right? How does that sound? That's great. Director Sun replied happily. This is not just training, it's a tangible achievement that promotes the information construction of the Cultural Bureau. General Chen, your awareness is commendable. They'll arrange for people to put up the sign tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hao looked at the crowd lining up downstairs, his brow slightly furrowed. 50 machines were too few. The current occupancy rate was 100%, and there were still dozens of people waiting outside. This was a lot of money lost. Expansion was necessary. The next morning in Zhongwankan, in the flagship store of Tian Clan Electronics, Qian Hongyan stared at the plaque on the wall with a silly grin. Designated hardware supplier for the Kyoto Information Technology Popularization and Industry Incubation Base. Once this plaque was hung up, the prestige instantly skyrocketed. Yesterday afternoon, several major clients had inquired about the story behind this plaque. President Qian business is booming. Chen Hao stepped into the store. Seeing him, Qian Hongyan hurriedly came out from behind the counter, his chubby face blooming with a smile. Oh, General Chen, what brings you here in person? If you had called, I would have come to pick you up. Now when he saw Chen Hao, it was like seeing the god of wealth. There's no need to trouble you. I'm here for something. Chen Hao found a chair to sit down. What do you need? Qian Hongyan personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Hao. I need another 100 machines. Keep the same configuration, still Celeron 2, but replace the graphics card with TNT2 M64 and increase the memory to 128M. Qian Hongyan nearly dropped the teapot in his hands. 100 machines. That's a large order worth 4 to 500,000. Was Matrix Internet Cafe expanding so soon after opening? General Chen, your business is really thriving. Qian Hongyan exclaimed sincerely. It's going all right, just lucky. Chen Hao took a sip of tea. What about the pricing? Rest assured. Qian Hongyan patted his chest. Since we are the designated supplier, I must give you the best price. I'll give you a discount of 100 yuan per machine based on the last deal. That's really just above cost, though I'm only making a little profit. Chen Hao nodded. This price was indeed reasonable. Qian Hongyan was someone who did long-term business. After signing the purchase contract and paying the deposit, Chen Hao did not rush to leave, but instead looked at Qian Hongyan. President Qian, you've been in Zhongwankan for many years and have good connections. I'd like to ask you about something. Go ahead. Qian Hongyan leaned in a bit. Do you know any wholesalers for system disks and tool disks? He paused for a moment. In Zhongwankan, hardware suppliers are legitimate businesses, while those dealing in pirated disks are considered lower tier. Though profits are high, they aren't respectable. I do know a couple. The two largest in this building are called Old Wu Software and Disk Zhang. They usually get their burners from me. Qian Hongyan looked a bit perplexed. But General Chen, why do you need that stuff? If you need system disks, I can have my technician burn a few dozen copies and send them over. Can I? Chen Hao shook his head. It's not for me. There's a business deal I want to discuss with them. A business deal, eh? Qian Hongyan was even more confused. What kind of business could a big shot chatting amicably with the district chief have with someone selling pirated disks? But he was a smart man and didn't ask questions that he shouldn't. Alright, I'll call them right now and have them come over. Qian Hongyan picked up the phone and dialed. Within 20 minutes, two middle-aged men hurriedly ran into the store. One had a buzz cut and wore a floral shirt. He was Old Wu. The other was bald, carrying a briefcase. He was Old Zhang. As soon as the two entered, they saw Qian Hongyan having tea with a young man, and both felt somewhat awkward. In the hierarchy of contempt in Zhongguan village, they as sellers of discs felt like mice encountering a cat when they saw a major player like Qian Hongyan. Mr. Chen, you were looking for us. Old Wu wiped his sweat. It's not I looking for you, but this gentleman, Mr. Chen, is looking for you. Qian Hongyan pointed at Chen Hao. Mr. Chen is a big shot in our Hadian district, the owner of Matrix Technology. Upon hearing Matrix Technology, both men's eyes lit up. The recent incident with the big brand at Lihua factory had spread throughout the entire circle. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. They quickly nodded and bowed. Chen Hao beckoned for them to sit down and got straight to the point. How much volume can you produce in a month with the discs you have? Old Wu and Old Zhang exchanged glances, hesitating a bit. This was a commercial secret, and after all, it was gray market business. Don't worry, I won't check your taxes, nor will I report you. Chen Hao noticed their concerns. I'm here to bring money. Hearing the mention of money made Old Wu bolder. Mr. Chen, to be honest, I mainly deal with Ghost system disks, both Win98 and Win2000. These are in high demand now. I can easily move 2,000 to 3,000 a month. I produce more utility disks, Old Zhang chimed in. Those that are for system builders software collections, I can manage around 20,000 a month. Chen Hao nodded. In the year 2000, with broadband, not yet widespread, downloading software of several hundred megabytes could be exasperating. Thus, these pirated CDs priced at a few yuan each were the only channel for most computer users to obtain software. This was the traffic entry point of the era, the most basic and fundamental one. I have a small task. Chen Hao took out a piece of paper from his bag and wrote down the website Chu 123. This is a navigation website I created. I would like to ask both of you to help me out a bit when making the master disks. I need you to modify the registry to lock the default homepage of the IE browser to this website. Then create a shortcut on the desktop named Exciting Website Collection with a noticeable icon that directly links to this website. Also set this website as the first in the favorites. Old Wu and Old Zhang were taken aback. They had been selling discs for so many years and had never heard such a request before. In the past, some had inserted advertisements into discs, but that was just a text file or an image. Modifying the registry to lock the homepage technically wasn't difficult. This, Old Wu scratched his head. Mr. Chen, we can modify it, but it's a bit troublesome. We'd have to redo the master disk. I'll give you 5,000 for each master disk, Chen Hao said casually. Old Wu and Old Zhang's eyes widened in shock. 5,000. They only made a few dimes on each disc, and even in wholesale they only earned about a yuan or two. Redoing a master disc took only half an hour, and he was offering 5,000. Mr. Chen, are you joking? Old Zhang was a bit excited. He had never imagined that modifying a setting on a disc could earn so much money. Mr. Chen is here, can I joke? Chen Hao pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, exactly 10,000 divided into two piles, and slapped them on the table. This is the deposit. For Win 98, Win 2000, and the common software collections you use, I'll buy any versions that have high shipment volumes. However, I must make it clear. It must be deeply embedded. When users finish installing the system and open the browser for the first time, it must be my Chu 123. If I find that the discs you've released in the market don't have this or are overridden by others, not only will the money be refunded, but we'll also not be able to continue doing business together in the future. Old Wu's eyes sparkled. This was like a pie falling from the sky. It was just changing a homepage, right? After all, those users wouldn't understand. Some ghost discs were already a mess, adding one more wouldn't matter. You can rest assured, Mr. Chen. Old Wu grabbed the 5,000 with determination. I'll have the technicians modify it right away. The next batch of discs will definitely all have your homepage. Anyone who dares to change it back will be going against me, Old Wu. Me too. Old Zhang chimed in, unwilling to back down. For my essential installation disk, I'll add it in the auto-run script for you. As long as someone uses my disk to install software, the homepage will be locked immediately. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. He knew this deal was going to happen. In an era when traffic was not yet seen as a gold mine, he used just a few tens of thousands to buy out the traffic entry points for hundreds of thousands of computers in the entire Kyoto and surrounding areas for the coming months or even years. Those novice users, after installing the system and opening their computers, would subconsciously think that the Chu 123 navigation page was the entry to the internet. Once a habit was formed, it could not be changed. Pleasure to cooperate. Chen Hao stood up and extended his hand. Old Wu and Old Zhang were pleasantly surprised, quickly wiping their sweaty hands on their clothes and firmly shaking Chen Hao's hand. As they stepped out of the Tian Clan electronics door, the bustling sounds of Zhongguancun hit them. All around were crowds of people carrying computer cases and monitors. Chen Hao smiled as he looked at the busy street. The more computers sold, the more Chu 123 users he would have. While everyone else focused on hardware profits, he was quietly building his traffic pool. As June arrived, the temperature in Kyoto suddenly soared. The cicadas in the old poplar tree in the Lihua factory courtyard chirped tirelessly, and the heat waves softened the asphalt pavement. The business at Matrix Internet Cafe was even hotter than the weather. After an emergency expansion, the first floor lobby and parts of the second floor were packed with 150 computers. Even so, during the peak hours from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., it was still hard to find an available machine. There were always 2 rows of students holding number tickets in the waiting area, fanning themselves and eagerly staring inside. In the 4th floor office, the air conditioning was working well. Su Jing placed a thick stack of reports on the large desk, her face filled with joy. Mr. Chen, here are the revenue statistics for this week. With the new machines after the expansion, our daily revenue has stabilized around 100,000. Most of it comes from member recharges, and the cash flow is very abundant. Chen Hao leaned back in the boss chair, glanced at the numbers on the report, and his expression remained calm. 100,000. This was definitely an astronomical figure in the internet cafe industry at this time. But he knew there was a lot of fluff in this, as many were just recharges. The actual daily internet fees were not that high, and once most customers recharged, the revenue would definitely drop. He bent down and took out several bundles of cash wrapped in newspaper from the black travel bag at his feet, tossing them onto the table. This is from friends recharging over the past few days, a total of 700,000. As usual, distributed into accounts, and make it look like casual customer recharges. Su Jing skillfully accepted the money. She never asked where the money came from, just nodded and took the cash and reports out. Chen Hao stood up and walked to the window. With a real revenue of 100,000 a day and another 100,000 inventory to clean, there was a cash flow of 200,000 coming in each day. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for that pile of cash in the basement of Jinxiu Manor to all be converted into legitimate bank deposits. The backend data for Chu 123 was also skyrocketing. Thanks to Old Wu and Old John's batch of pirated discs, the daily unique visitors were approaching 10,000. In this era where broadband was not yet widespread, this traffic was already quite considerable. Chen Hao stretched and stepped out of the office. He planned to take a stroll downstairs and get some fresh air. The ground floor lobby was significantly warmer than the upper levels. Although the air conditioning ran at full capacity, it could not offset the heat generated by over 100 computers and the collective body warmth of more than 100 people. Chen Hao walked slowly down the aisle. The glow from computer screens illuminated rows of young animated faces, some playing Command Conquer, others chatting on QQ, and still others laboriously typing with the Wubi input method. His gaze swept across the desks. Nearly every surface held a beverage: Coca-Cola, Sprite, Uni-President green tea, and Master Kong iced black tea. A riot of brightly colored plastic bottles filled the space. Chen Hao paused behind a row of terminals where 4 young women sat, evidently from the same dormitory. They watched a film while cracking sunflower seeds, their hands resting beside bottled water. A faint furrow appeared between Chen Hao's brows. He sensed something was amiss. Only upon closer reflection did he realize not a single bubble tea shop, so ubiquitous in later years, was to be seen anywhere in the room. In Beijing of the year 2000, such establishments had yet to appear on city streets. To enjoy freshly prepared beverages, one had to visit upscale cafes like Breeze Shelter or UCC Coffee, where a single cup cost dozens of yuan. This was a vast untapped market. Gazing at the steady stream of patrons filling the space, Chen Hao's business model for Shui Wang crystallized instantly. An internet cafe was the perfect traffic reservoir. These students often sat for hours on end, their mouths never idle. Bottled drinks quenched thirst, but how could they compare to icy bubble tea or tangy lemonade? Moreover, profit margins differed dramatically. A can of cola sold for 3 yuan, costing 1.8 yuan to procure, leaving just 1.2 yuan in gross margin. By contrast, a glass of lemonade sold for 2 yuan with ingredients: 2 lemon slices, 1 spoonful of syrup, and water, costing less than 0.2 yuan. This was true, unadulterated profitability. Chen Hao turned sharply and strode toward the entrance where Lei Hu stood with 2 security guards maintaining order. Spotting Chen Hao, Lei Hu snapped upright. "Boss, Huzi hired several renovation workers." Chen Hao pointed to the lounge area on the left just inside the entrance, the spot formerly occupied by sofas. "Demolish this entire section." Lei Hu blinked in surprise. "Demolish it? Then where will people sit if they don't want to surf the web? This isn't a public park. We don't accommodate idlers. Let them queue in the aisle. I want an open concept beverage bar built here, with a fully equipped counter and plumbing for both water intake and drainage." "A beverage bar?" Lei Hu scratched his head, baffled but obedient. "All right, I'll contact a crew right away." Having dispatched Lei Hu, Chen Hao headed straight upstairs to the finance office. "Sister Su, hire someone for me." Su Jing had just locked away the 700 yuan in the safe, as she looked up. "A network administrator?" "No, a beverage specialist. A middle-aged woman." Chen Hao pulled up a chair and sat. "Requirements are simple: aged 35 to 45, dexterous, meticulous, hard-working, and disciplined. Preferably a laid-off factory worker." Su Jing frowned slightly. "Why this age group? Wouldn't younger, attractive girls draw more customers? After all, the service industry then favored youth and beauty above all else. No young women." Chen Hao waved dismissively, decisive and firm. "Young women bring complications. Flirting with the rowdy boys who frequent the cafe undermines efficiency. I need workers, not ornaments." Deploying mature female staff in this hormone-charged environment would paradoxically eliminate countless unnecessary distractions. Moreover, laid-off workers bore the imprint of life's hardships and cherished opportunity far more than restless youths. Su Jing's eyes lit up. "That's easy. Many of my former co-workers from Beijing know. 3 Cotton Mill are currently unemployed. They're exceptionally capable and deeply value any chance to work. Offer 800 yuan monthly plus 1 meal per day," Chen Hao proposed. "A highly competitive wage for that era. You choose. One will suffice for now." The next afternoon, Su Jing led a middle-aged woman into the office. The woman wore faded blue overalls, her hair neatly pinned, nails trimmed short. Her hands, though calloused, were immaculately clean. "Director Chen, this is Lu Lan. She used to oversee the canteen at our factory, renowned for her efficiency," Su Jing introduced. Lu Lan nervously rubbed her palms together, bowing slightly before the astonishingly young boss. "Good day, Director." Chen Hao appraised her, clear posture erect, radiating quiet competence. "Sister Su says you're hard work." "Yes," Lu Lan replied promptly, voice strong and resonant. "I managed meals for hundreds for 15 years. I fear no fatigue." "Very well," Chen Hao nodded. "From now on, the new beverage bar on the ground floor falls under your charge. Begin with thorough sanitation and flawless drink preparation. With excellence you may advance to team leader. But should I spot even a single fly or any trace of grime on your workstation, you're dismissed immediately. 800 yuan. Lu Lan's heart leapt, more than she'd ever earned at the factory. Rest assured, if anything's unclean, deduct it from my salary. Staff secured. Renovations progressed swiftly. Within 3 days, the formerly languid lounge area near the entrance transformed into a bright stainless steel open bar. Equipment arrived in stages: 2 commercial soft-serve ice cream machines, 1 fully automatic sealing unit, and a row of stainless steel containers for jams and syrups. Chen Hao stood before the counter, notebook in hand. Not coding software, but drafting SOPs, standard operating procedures for beverage preparation. After days of rigorous testing, he had finalized precise formulas for lemon tea and soft-serve ice cream. Lemonade: use a 700 milliliter cup. Fill with ice to marca. Add 40 grams of syrup. Slice 3 lemons, 0.5 centimeters thick. Crush 5 times. Top with purified water. Seal and shake 10 times. Ice cream cones must be crisp. Press the dispenser handle fully downward, rotate 2.5 turns, and shape the peak to a sharp point. Height precisely 12 centimeters. He treated each motion and gram of ingredient like lines of code, quantifying every step with certainty. Lu Lan stared dumbfounded. After decades cooking by instinct, a pinch to taste, she had never encountered such exacting gramby-gram methodology. Director, isn't this overly detailed? Lu Lan squinted at the dense, meticulous instructions, slightly dizzy. It must be this precise. Chen Hao closed the notebook. Whoever works here must produce identical flavor, every time. That is standardization. Lemonade and ice cream were straightforward once ratios were calibrated. Consistency followed after repeated trials. The real challenge lay in milk tea. Though Chen Hao had consumed countless varieties in his prior life, he had never brewed it himself. Neither Su Jing nor Lu Lan understood the concept. To them, milk tea meant either the salty Mongolian variety or British-style black tea with milk. Terms like tapioca pearls, coconut jelly, or boba were utterly unfamiliar. No ready-made tapioca pearls existed on the domestic market, nor specialized non-dairy creamer. Chen Hao instructed Lu Lan to brew black tea, then add Sanhua light cream and sugar. The result disappointed. Too bland, lacking richness and that addictive velvety sweetness. Worse, costs were unsustainable. Using fresh or light cream at 3 yuan per cup would guarantee losses. Only non-dairy creamer, colloquially milk powder, could deliver both affordability and texture. Authentic brown sugar pearls were equally essential, yet only available through mature supply chains and proprietary recipes in Frog Island. Chen Hao massaged his temples, gazing at the scattered failed experiments on the counter. He lacked connections in Beijing's food service industry, let alone contacts with Frog Island suppliers. Should he approach high-end Taiwanese restaurants directly, their chefs would never divulge trade secrets. He needed a higher-level entry point. Chen Hao retrieved his phone and scrolled to Director Zhao of the State-Owned Assets Supervision Bureau. The phone rang twice. Hello, Mr. Chen. What made you think of calling me? Director Zhao's voice. Are you busy, Director Zhao? Chen Hao greeted with a smile. I have a small favor to ask of you. Do you know any leaders in the district who are connected to the Frog Office or the United Front Department? The Frog Office. Director Zhao was taken aback for a moment. I do know someone. Old Wu from the United Front Department is a good buddy of mine. But Mr. Chen, why do you need someone from that department? Do you have relatives on Frog Island? Chen Hao cleared his throat, his tone becoming serious as he threw out the reason he had prepared long ago. Not relatives. Director Zhao, you know that our information base sees a huge flow of people every day. To provide better services for those coming for training and internet access, I plan to set up a catering service area on the first floor. That's a good thing. I was thinking since we're going to do it, we should make it something special. I heard that the catering management experience over on Frog Island is quite advanced, especially that freshly brewed milk tea, which is very popular among young people. I want to procure a batch of food ingredients from Frog Island and find an experienced master to guide us. As he spoke, Chen Hao paused for a moment, his voice rising a notch. I was thinking since we have to spend money on ingredients, why not support our district's frog enterprises? This could also be seen as our base responding to the national call to support cross-strait economic and trade exchanges and contributing a bit to the United Front work. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Then a burst of hearty laughter erupted. Oh, Mr. Chen. Director Zhao's tone was filled with appreciation. Your awareness is truly commendable. You can even connect buying milk tea ingredients to the United Front work? That's impressive. In the bureaucratic system, having a legitimate reason is of utmost importance. Chen Hao's words elevated a simple business procurement to the level of a political task. If this got out, it would be a political achievement in the United Front work. No problem. Leave this to me. Director Zhao patted his chest in assurance. He'll call Old Wu right away. He just happens to have a District Frog Business Association meeting, and the president of that association is in the food trade. They'll have him arrange for people to meet, and we'll all sit together. Thank you so much, Director Zhao. He'll arrange the location, and please do honor us with your presence along with Minister Wu. Shangri-La Hotel, Shijing Hotel. This is one of the top 5-star hotels in Kyoto in the year. Under the resplendent crystal chandeliers, the passers-by were either high-ranking executives from foreign enterprises or investors with a Hong Kong frog accent. At 6:30 in the evening, a black Audi slowly stopped at the main entrance. The doorman wearing white gloves respectfully opened the car door. Chen Hao stepped out adjusting his suit buttons. Today he wore that same Armani suit. Zhao Gang had long been waiting at the door. Seeing Chen Hao get out of the car, he quickly approached and lowered his voice. Boss Director Zhao and the others have already arrived in the East Purple Chi private room on the second floor. Besides Director Zhao, there are 2 other people. Chen Hao nodded. Got it. You wait in the lobby, no need to go up. In such high-level gatherings, it was not appropriate to bring bodyguards or assistants, especially when it involved the United Front Department, and Frog Business's confidentiality was very important. Pushing open the heavy redwood door of the private room, the main seat at the round table was empty. Director Zhao was seated in the main companion position, leaning slightly towards a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair. Sitting across from him was a slightly plump man whose gold watch was particularly eye-catching under the light. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Director Zhao immediately stood up, a broad smile on his face. Mr. Chen has arrived. We've been waiting for you. This greeting drew the gaze of the other 2 men towards Chen Hao. The middle-aged man looked Chen Hao up and down. The slightly plump businessman was also looking over with a broad smile. Director Zhao, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Chen Hao quickly stepped forward and extended his hands to shake Director Zhao's hand. Not late, we arrived early. Director Zhao held on to Chen Hao's hand and turned to introduce him. Come, Mr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is the Deputy Director of the District United Front Department and the head of our district's frog office, Director Wu. Mr. Wu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've long heard of your great reputation. I hope to seek your guidance on the construction of our base in the future. Wu Chao smiled and shook hands. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Director Zhao has often praised you in front of me, saying that our district has produced a young and promising entrepreneur who has revitalized idle state assets into an information base. That's quite an achievement. It's all thanks to the support of the leaders. Chen Hao humbly replied. Director Zhao then pointed to the slightly plump man. This is our main character tonight, also the president of the Haitian District Frog Business Association, President Huang Yongfa, whom I mentioned to you. He is a prominent figure in Kyoto's catering industry, and his Frog Island Tea restaurant has opened several branches. President Huang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Hao turned to Huang Yongfa. Huang Yongfa, who had originally been seated, stood up quickly upon seeing Director Zhao and Director Wu's attitude toward Chen Hao, coupled with Chen Hao's impressive demeanor and that exceptionally youthful face. Having been in the business world for decades, Huang Yongfa was adept at judging people. A young man under 20 who could garner such respect from 2 powerful department-level officials was definitely not simple. Hello, Mr. Chen, Huang Yongfa said with a beaming smile, bending lower than Chen Hao, shaking Chen Hao's hand vigorously. I have long heard Director Zhao say that Mr. Chen is a talented individual. Meeting you today confirms that heroes emerge from youth. You're too kind, President Huang. Please take a seat. Everyone took their seats. Chen Hao naturally sat beside Director Wu. The waiter began serving the dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed dongxing grouper, boiled fresh shrimp. All were sumptuous dishes. Director Zhao, being an old hand in the alcohol battlefield, quickly lifted the atmosphere with a few opening remarks. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone's conversations opened up. Chen Hao did not rush to discuss business, but held up his wine glass, chatting with Director Wu about the cross-strait situation and the future of the information industry. Director Wu, the country is now strongly advocating for informatization, which is also a new opportunity for cross-strait exchanges. Chen Hao spoke eloquently. Frog Island has a head start in hardware manufacturing and the electronics industry, and there are many experiences worth learning from us. Our base, while mainly focused on training and internet services, now also hopes to become a platform for young people from both sides to exchange in technology and culture in the future. This idea of Mr. Chen's is excellent. Wu Chao put down his chopsticks, his eyes lighting up. Today's young people love to go online. If we can enhance the understanding of young people across the straits through this online platform, it would be of great significance. You've pinpointed this entry point very accurately. So I thought not just technical exchanges, but exchanges in lifestyle are also very important. For example, the food and drinks from Frog Island are very popular among young people here. Huang Yongfa, who had been mostly silent, immediately jumped in. Mr. Chen is right. Our Frog Island's cuisine is an important branch of Chinese culinary culture. Just like my tea restaurant, we have many university students visiting every day. Chen Hao smiled, raising his glass towards Huang Yongfa. President Huang, this is exactly what I wanted to discuss with you today. President Huang quickly raised his glass. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. Please feel free to give any instructions you. The 2 clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Chen Hao put down his wine glass, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and slowly said, President Huang, you must have heard about the base on University Road. Every day, over 1,000 people come and go, most of them university students. These kids are so engrossed in the internet that they forget to eat and sleep, and their mouths are never idle. Huang Yongfa nodded in agreement saying, of course young people have strong purchasing power. I plan to set up a beverage bar in the lobby on the first floor. Chen Hao looked at Huang Yongfa and said, I had authentic frog-style milk tea in the south before, and it was truly delightful. I want to bring this to our base so that everyone coming in to use the internet can enjoy a taste of the authentic Frog Island beverage. Huang Yongfa's smile froze momentarily. He twirled his wine glass and hand, his gaze flickering. Are you thinking of opening a milk tea shop, Mr. Chen? That's quite an idea. Though he spoke positively, he did not pursue the topic further. Everyone present could see Huang Yongfa's concerns. The recipe is a core secret in the food and beverage industry. The reason Huang Yongfa's tea restaurant is so successful lies in its authentic silk stocking milk tea and pearl milk tea. Now Chen Hao is talking about introducing it, which is equivalent to cultivating a competitor. Furthermore, teaching a disciple could lead to the master starving. Such matters are a great taboo in business. The atmosphere in the private room became slightly colder. Director Zhao felt a bit awkward and was about to step in, but Chen Hao smiled first. He picked up the decanter and personally filled Huang Yongfa's glass. President Huang, I understand your concerns. Chen Hao showed no displeasure. Are you worried that I will also open a restaurant and steal your business? Having had his thoughts exposed, Huang Yongfa chuckled dryly. Mr. Chen, you jest. Kyoto is so large there's enough business for everyone. But this recipe is indeed a family secret, and some ingredients are not easy to procure here. Old Huang, you're being petty about this. Director Wu interjected from the side. Mr. Chen is someone who is building a grand enterprise. Would he really set his sights on your little business of pots and pans? Huang Yongfa nodded repeatedly. Yes, Director Wu is absolutely right. Chen Hao waved his hand, signaling Director Wu not to apply pressure. President Huang, let's speak business. Chen Hao smiled at Huang Yongfa. The place I have is an internet cafe, not a restaurant. I don't sell beef noodles or braised pork rice. I only sell milk tea. Moreover, our positioning is completely different. The milk tea in your shop is brewed with fresh milk and black tea, emphasizing quality. A cup sells for 15 yuan, offering an ambient style and service. Your customers are business people, couples, and affluent guests. But my place is different. Chen Hao continued to explain, my customers are poor students who play games. They can't afford 15 yuan for milk tea. What I intend to sell are fast-moving products priced at 2 to 3 yuan a cup. 2 to 3 yuan. Huang Yongfa's eyes widened. Mr. Chen, that won't even cover the costs. Just fresh milk and tea leaves. Who said I need to use fresh milk? Chen Hao interrupted him. I will use non-dairy creamer, tea powder, and syrup. What I want is speed, sweetness, and the stimulating sensation brought by ice. As long as it's tasty and cheap, those kids don't care whether it contains milk. Huang Yongfa was stunned. He came from a traditional food and beverage background, which emphasizes real ingredients. Chen Hao's industrial approach struck him as quite shocking. But immediately his instincts as a businessman prompted him to quickly calculate the numbers. By not using fresh milk and opting for non-dairy creamer, the cost could indeed be kept very low. President Huang, think about it. Chen Hao continued to push. I have nearly 1,000 visitors daily. If 1/10 of them buy milk tea, that would be over 100 cups. In a month, that would be thousands of cups. And that's just the present. In the future, I plan to open more branches and establish a chain. With such a large volume, the consumption of non-dairy creamer, tapioca pearls, and tea powder would be astronomical. Chen Hao raised his glass and gently clinked it against Huang Yongfa's, producing a clear sound. I don't plan to buy these ingredients from anyone else. As long as President Huang is willing to teach me the technique and help me streamline the equipment and processes. In the future, I will source all my ingredients from you. I'm not competing with your retail business. I will be your wholesale distributor. Not only will you have one less competitor, but you'll also gain a stable major client. Moreover, Chen Hao glanced at Director Wu and said meaningfully, this is also a concrete action to respond to the call of the district supporting the development of frog businesses. Surely President Huang can see the benefits of this. Huang Yongfa's mind was racing with calculations. Working in the food industry is exhausting, selling cup by cup while catering to customers. Doing wholesale, that's just sitting back and collecting money. Moreover, Chen Hao is right. The low-end market priced at 2 to 3 yuan indeed does not conflict with his high-end tea restaurant. Those who are accustomed to 15 yuan milk tea would not go to an internet cafe for that watered-down stuff. More importantly, Chen Hao had elevated the matter to a political level. Director Wu was watching from the side. If he refused today, it would be disrespectful to Mr. Chen and to the United Front Work Department. Would he still want to continue in this area of Hadian district? Coming to this realization, Huang Yongfa's face broke into a smile. Ah, Mr. Chen, your words have truly enlightened me. Huang Yongfa raised his glass and stood up. Although I, old Huang, am a businessman, I still know right from wrong. Since Mr. Chen has said it this way, if I continue to hold back, that would be too ungrateful. He patted his chest vigorously. You can rest assured, Mr. Chen. This matter is on me. Whether it's the recipe or the equipment, I will get you the best. I have a master who has been with me for 10 years. I will have him go to your place tomorrow to teach you Hansen. He won't leave until he teaches you well. As for the ingredients, I will charge you the cost price, plus a small shipping fee. It will definitely be the lowest price in all of Kyoto. Since we are family, let's not talk about business matters. Good. Chen Hao also stood up and laughed heartily. President Huang, you are straightforward. Come, this cup is for you. Cheers. The two glasses clinked heavily together, spilling a few drops of wine. Director Wu and Director Zhao exchanged glances, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. This matter was handled beautifully. It not only facilitated business, but also accomplished the task without spending a dime. After putting down his glass, Huang Yongfa took Chen Hao's hand and began to share his expertise. Mr. Chen, since we are targeting the low-end market, we need to increase the sweetness. Young people prefer sweet drinks, so we need to add more syrup. And for the pearls, add brown sugar while boiling and let them soak long enough, otherwise they won't be chewy. Chen Hao listened intently, nodding from time to time. Although he had seen countless business cases in his past life, the practical details in this different field still required the expertise of a professional. Dinner lasted until after 9 o'clock, and everyone was pleased. After sending off the slightly tipsy Director Wu and Director Zhao, Chen Hao and Huang Yongfa stood at the hotel entrance waiting for their ride. Brother Chen, Huang Yongfa had changed his address, leaning on Chen Hao's shoulder with the smell of alcohol. Your model has potential. If you succeed in the future, don't forget about me. Rest assured, Brother Huang. Chen Hao replied, calmly supporting him. From now on, we are in the same boat. Wherever my internet cafe goes, your ingredients will supply it. It's a deal. After sending Huang Yongfa away, Chen Hao stood by the roadside, letting out a sigh of relief. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the alcohol's effects. Zhao Gang drove over and stopped in front of Chen Hao. Boss, is everything settled? Zhao Gang got out of the car and opened the door. It's settled. Chen Hao got into the back seat and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. Tomorrow, prepare to receive the equipment and ingredients. Also have Lei Hu expand the beverage bar on the first floor a bit more. Expand it again. Zhao Gang was taken aback. Yes. Chen Hao leaned back in the seat, gazing at the colorful street scene outside the window. Because very soon it will become our money printing machine. Once the milk tea category is successfully established in the internet cafe, the terrifying profit margins and repurchase rates will provide him with a steady stream of cash flow. And this is just the beginning. With this set of standardized SOPs and supply chains, he can completely separate this beverage bar and replicate it around the universities in all of Kyoto. In the era before the Snow King was born, he aimed to plant this flag in every street and alley. Head back to Hucking Jun. Chen Hao closed his eyes. At 9 o'clock the next morning, a white van with the sign Frog Island Tea Restaurant stopped in front of the internet cafe. The door opened, and a lean man in his 50s stepped out. He was carrying a black plastic box. This was Master Li from Huang Yongfa's shop, who had been struggling in the catering industry for half his life. Chen Hao had been waiting at the door with Su Jing and Lu Lan. Seeing the man get out of the car, Chen Hao quickly approached, pulling out a freshly opened box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offering one. Master Li, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Please come in and have a drink of water first. Chen Hao spoke, politely lowering his posture. Master Li accepted the cigarette, and his previously reserved expression softened considerably. He sized up Chen Hao and noticed that although the young man was dressed well, he spoke and acted with great tact, which left him with a favorable impression. You're too polite, Mr. Chen. Mr. Huang instructed me to come here to help with the milk tea preparation. As he spoke, Master Li followed Chen Hao into the water bar area. The bar counter was newly installed with a shiny stainless steel surface. Master Li set down the box, opened the lid, and inside were neatly arranged various plastic bottles filled with fruit syrup, large bags of non-dairy creamer, dark pearls, and a few unopened packs of black tea. Actually, making milk tea isn't that difficult. The key lies in the timing and proportions. Master Li began to take things out one by one. The tea leaves need to be fully brewed, enough sugar must be added, and the pearls must be cooked soft. He'll teach you all these things once, and you just need to practice to get the hang of it. He didn't engage in any pretentiousness like those who call themselves masters. In the year 2000 in Longhua, this kind of street beverage had yet to reach any artistic heights. Alright, let's see Master Li demonstrate first. Chen Hao smiled and stepped aside, giving Lu Lan a knowing glance. Master Li rolled up his sleeves and began to get busy. He first boiled a pot of water, and once it was boiling, tossed in a handful of black tea. You can't use stagnant water for brewing tea, it must be boiling before you add it. Let it steep for a few minutes to release the aroma, Master Li explained as he worked. Next he scooped 2 spoonfuls of non-dairy creamer into a shaker cup, and pumped in 2 doses of fruit syrup from a large container. Once the tea was filtered, he poured it into the cup, and a rich milky aroma instantly wafted out. Finally add ice and shake well. Master Li covered the cup, deftly shook it a few times, and then poured the milk tea into a transparent plastic cup, adding a spoonful of pearls. Mr. Chen, give it a try. Master Li pushed the cup in front of Chen Hao. Chen Hao took it and had a sip. The texture was smooth with a high sweetness, embodying the typical flavor of milk tea. The taste is indeed authentic. Master Li's skills are commendable, Chen Hao said, nodding in affirmation as he set down the cup. A proud smile appeared on Master Li's face. Chen Hao changed the subject, However, Master Li, I plan to expand into a chain. You know I can't have an expert like you at every store. If I hire a novice, they probably won't be able to replicate your flavor with just this amount of tea and 2 spoonfuls of powder. Master Li paused, realizing the truth in Chen Hao's words. That is indeed the case. Cooking and brewing tea requires a certain touch. So I would like to ask for your help. Chen Hao pulled out an electronic scale from under the bar along with several measuring cups and a stopwatch, neatly arranging them on the counter. Let's convert your experience into numbers. That way, if I hire a young lady in the future, as long as she can read the scale, she will be able to replicate your flavor. What do you think? Master Li looked at the instruments, feeling intrigued, and also recognized that this young man was thinking long-term. Alright, I'll follow Mr. Chen's lead. Let's do it again, and I'll give you the precise measurements. This time the pace slowed down. Every time Master Li added an ingredient, Chen Hao insisted it be weighed first. Black tea powder, 12 grams. Steeping time, 6 minutes. Non-dairy creamer, 35 grams. Fruit syrup, 45 grams. Ice cubes, 150 grams. Lulan stood nearby with a notebook, writing down everything diligently. Chen Hao held the stopwatch, recording the time taken for each action. For an entire morning, the water bar was filled with the sounds of clinking utensils. Master Li didn't mind the repetition. Chen Hao's politeness and patience made him feel respected. They experimented and adjusted together. Chen Hao requested to increase the ice ratio, reduce the tea cost, but maintain the flavor by increasing the syrup concentration. Mr. Chen, are you trying to create a low-priced, fast-moving product? Master Li saw through the intention. Exactly. Students don't have much money when they're tired from studying, they just want something cold and sweet. Chen Hao spoke candidly. At noon, he reserved a lavish meal at a nearby restaurant and personally accompanied Master Li for a couple of drinks. During the meal, Chen Hao asked many details about ingredient preservation and equipment maintenance, and Master Li shared everything he knew without reservation. In the afternoon, the three of them went over the processes for lemonade and ice cream, again upgrading their previously self-explored versions. By evening, all 3 operation manuals were organized. Chen Hao arranged for them to be printed and laminated. Sister Lu, this will be our standardized operation manual from now on. Follow this manual. If the taste goes wrong, I'll come to you. If the taste is right, and we get more customers, I'll give you a bonus. Master Li watched this scene and sighed. Mr. Chen, you're not just teaching people how to make milk tea, you're running a factory. If this set of methods gets out, all those small milk tea shops outside will probably be out of business. Chen Hao smiled as he sent Master Li off in the car, slipping a thick red envelope into his hand as a token of appreciation. Master Li couldn't refuse it and praised Chen Hao for being someone capable of achieving great things. As the car drove away, Chen Hao put away his smile and turned to Zhao Gang. Gongzi has the design company we contacted. They're waiting upstairs, boss. Chen Hao went up to the 4th floor and met the person in charge of the design company. Mr. Chen, here are 3 versions of the logo proposals we've come up with. The person in charge was a young man wearing glasses, and he was very respectful. Chen Hao flipped through the proposals, but was not satisfied. The design aesthetics of domestic companies at this time were indeed lacking. None of these styles work. Chen Hao pushed the folder away. The person in charge looked a bit awkward. So what does Mr. Chen mean? Chen Hao took a blank sheet of paper, picked up a pen, and drew a round, chubby outline. I want a snowman. He should wear a crown, hold an ice cream scepter, and be draped in a red cape. Chen Hao's pen moved swiftly, and a lovable character sprang to life on the paper. Isn't that a bit too simple, eh? The person in charge was uncertain. Simple is easier to remember. Chen Hao drew a circle around the snowman's neck. The key is right here. Give him a pair of over-ear headphones, and make them big. The colors should be bright red and white. Headphones. The person in charge was taken aback, then quickly realized, oh, our shop is opening in an internet cafe, so this is to fit the atmosphere of the cafe. Smart, Chen Hao nodded. The name will be Shui Lu Duo. I've also thought of a slogan, big cup, refreshing Shui. The font should be rounded, large, and in red. Chen Hao envisioned the red empire that had swept through the lower-tier markets of Longhua in his past life. Although he wasn't a design professional, he had seen the most successful milk tea cases. In an era where design concepts were still stuck on being high-end, such a visually impactful and friendly image was a significant advantage. Mr. Chen, your idea is indeed unique. Well, refine it right away. You have 2 days. Chen Hao set a tight deadline as he was eager to open the first milk tea shop. I want to see the complete 6 system by the day after tomorrow, especially the designs for cups, aprons, and signage. The person in charge gritted his teeth and said, all right, we'll have the entire company work overtime. On the 3rd day at noon, the finalized draft was delivered to Chen Hao's desk. Chen Hao selected the version that most closely resembled the feeling he remembered. Especially that Snow King wearing headphones looked both adorably naive and possessed a hint of rebellious fashion, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of college students in the early 2000s. This one, contact the factory immediately to customize cups and straws. Also have the advertising company make the sign right away. Chen Hao turned to Su Jing. Sister Su, I've set the prices, please take note. Su Jing took out her fountain pen to record. Ice cream, 1 yuan. Su Jing's hand trembled slightly, the pen tip leaving a black mark on the paper. She looked up, her face filled with surprise. Manager Chen, that's not even enough to cover costs, right? Nowadays a cone costs several dimes, and adding in the milk. Lemonade 2 yuan. Pearl milk tea 3 yuan. Chen Hao ignored her astonishment and continued to list the prices. Manager Chen, this pricing will put the surrounding shops out of business. Su Jing became anxious. Although we are an information-based hub, we can't operate at such a loss just to attract attention. Chen Hao shook his head and smiled. Sister Su, we won't be at a loss. According to the data I calculated with Master Li yesterday, our gross profit can still be maintained at over 50%. More importantly, these 3 items will serve as our draw. As long as these 3 brands are displayed, all the students on the university road will flock to us. I want Shui Le Duo to become synonymous with milk tea. In the afternoon, the renovation crew arrived. The originally dull water bar area was painted a bright red. To prepare for the upcoming opening, Su Jing recruited 3 laid-off female workers from Jingyan 3rd Factory, as per Chen Hao's request. Lulan stood behind the bar, her back straight. She wore a red apron emblazoned with the Snow King logo and a white work cap, looking exceptionally spirited. Do you all remember? Lulan said sternly, hands steady, measurements precise. The boss is paying us such a high salary, not just for us to loaf around. The 3 new female workers nodded repeatedly, their eyes reflecting both nervousness and excitement. Just 10 minutes ago, Chen Hao announced in front of everyone that Lu Lan was officially promoted to team leader of the water bar, with her base salary raised to an astonishing 1,200 yuan. In an era where ordinary workers earned only 300 to 400 a month, 1,200 was undoubtedly a high salary. 3 days later at 10 in the morning, the auspicious time had come. Lei Hu, accompanied by 2 security guards, unveiled the huge sign draped in red cloth at the entrance. With a swish, the cloth fell, revealing the acrylic price sign with red letters on a white background. It displayed only 3 simple and straightforward lines: cone ice cream, 1 yuan. Fresh lemonade, 2 yuan. Brown sugar pearl milk tea, 3 yuan. Students waiting in line at the entrance were instantly drawn to the sign. A stir arose from the crowd. Am I seeing this right? 1 yuan. Did they forget to add a 0? A Häagen-Dazs scoop costs over 30, and even a small one at McDonald's is 2.50. Is this even edible? It can't be made with tap water, right? Discussions erupted, but no one stepped forward. After all, in this era, the notion that cheap goods are inferior was deeply ingrained. A 1 yuan item left people feeling uneasy. A boy wearing thick glasses and a t-shirt stepped forward. He held a crumpled 1 yuan note in his hand, hesitated for a moment, but walked to the bar. Is that really 1 yuan? The boy pushed up his glasses, his voice a bit shaky. Lu Lan immediately displayed a standard professional smile, the result of 3 days of practice in front of a mirror, as instructed by Chen Hao. Yes, classmate, freshly made, and sold 1 yuan each. The boy handed over the money. Here's your 1 yuan. Lu Lan took the money, placed it in the cash register, and turned to the brand new ice cream machine. She picked up a crispy cone with her left hand and pressed down the handle with her right. The machine vibrated slightly, and the milky ice cream mixture flowed down like satin. Lu Lan's wrist moved skillfully, 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. The 3 new sisters watched intently nearby. Final touches: lift. A towering ice cream a full 12 centimeters high with a perfectly pointed tip appeared in Lu Lan's hand. This portion was even larger than that of McDonald's. Here's your ice cream, please hold it carefully. Lu Lan handed it over with both hands. The boy took the heavy ice cream, the chill penetrating through the cone to his fingertips. He tentatively stuck out his tongue and licked a bite. The next second his eyes widened in shock. There was none of the cheap icy texture he had imagined, nor the bitter taste of inferior sweeteners. The taste was creamy and rich, though a bit sweet for college students lacking sugar at this age. This sweetness was like a switch for dopamine. Wow! The boy couldn't help but exclaim. He turned around abruptly, holding up the ice cream, shouting to his still waiting companions, it really is only 1 yuan. And it's so delicious. Better than McDonald's. This shout was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot. The students who were merely observing erupted. 1 yuan won't be a loss nor a scam. In an age where even a bottle of cola costs 3 yuan, to find an ice cream of this quality for just 1 yuan is practically charitable. Give me one. I want one too. I want to. Don't push. I have changed. The bar was instantly surrounded, impassable. Lu Lan remained calm. She shouted, form a line. Everyone will be served. Please line up. Lei Hu with the security guards immediately stepped forward to maintain order, organizing the chaotic crowd into a long line. Let's get to work. Lu Lan called out sharply. The 3 older sisters immediately sprang into action. One was responsible for cash, another for serving ice cream, and another for packing lemonade. The assembly line began to operate. The power of SOP was evidently displayed at this moment. No matter how long the line was, every ice cream handed out was of standard height, and every cup of lemonade contained a fixed number of ice cubes and lemon slices. By 12 noon, the temperature reached its peak. The internet cafe was packed, and the heat waves outside surged higher and higher. At this moment, the 2 yuan cup of fresh lemonade became the absolute star. That huge 700 milliliter transparent cup felt like a hand grenade in the palm. Large ice cubes clashed against the walls of the cup, creating a crisp sound. Evenly cut lemon slices floated in the light yellow syrup. A boy who had just finished playing basketball rushed in dripping with sweat and slapped down 2 yuan. After receiving the lemonade, he inserted a straw and took a big sip. Sour, sweet, icy. The 3 sensations shot straight down his throat. Refreshing. The boy shivered, exhaling, and the heat on his face instantly dissipated by half. Compared to those bottled drinks selling for 3 yuan that were only 350 milliliters, this large, satisfying, and refreshing lemonade was simply the god of summer. And the 3 yuan pearl milk tea became the favorite among girls. In an era where milk tea was often just instant powder mixed with hot water, and pearls were barely cooked, Chen Hao's pearls simmered in brown sugar for 2 hours were chewy, soft, and incredibly satisfying. These pearls are so delicious. The milk flavor is so rich, much better than the one at the school gate. Word of mouth spread like a virus traversing through the internet, and spoken by people's lips, permeating the entire university road. Many students who originally had no intention of going online heard about the heavenly drink here, and specially rode over to buy it. After purchasing, they realized the environment was so pleasant, and the air conditioning so sufficient that they simply opened a card and sat down to enjoy. Meanwhile, those who were online feeling parched couldn't help but get up to buy a cup of that enormous lemonade they saw on a perfect flow closure. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the night deepened. The streets of Kyoto began to quiet down, but the business at the Matrix Internet Cafe had just entered its second half. Those who are staying overnight come register. 15 yuan, and you get a sausage. The internet manager shouted hoarsely in the hall. A large group of students climbed over the back wall of the school and surged into the internet cafe in droves, ready to battle all night long in the worlds of CS and StarCraft. Meanwhile, Lu Lan and the 3 female workers were already so tired that their hands were trembling. Sister Lu, you can go off duty now. The remaining work will be overseen by the evening shift manager. Chen Hao came down from the second floor holding several red envelopes. Although the milk tea business was booming, Chen Hao did not plan to let these female workers work non-stop. The operating hours of the bar were set from 10 in the morning to 10 in the evening, and after this time, only simple bottled drinks would be served. Boss, we can still operate. According to the rules, go back and rest. This is today's bonus 50 for each person. Lu Lan wiped her sweat, her eyes filled with excitement. Chen Hao handed over the envelope. 50 yuan. This equaled the 5 days' wages they used to earn in the factory. The women left with endless thanks, and Chen Hao turned to go up to the 4th floor. In the office, Su Jing was staring blankly at the report coming out of the printer. President Chen, the data is out. Su Jing looked up at Chen Hao, who had just walked in, feeling a bit excited. Speak. Chen Hao pulled over a chair to sit down. Today the bar was open for 12 hours. We sold 1121 ice creams, 850 cups of lemonade, and 560 cups of pearl milk tea. Su Jing swallowed hard. Total revenue is 4501 yuan. Zhao Gang and Lei, who sitting beside him, almost had their eyes pop out. A small drink stall sold 4,500 in one day. What about the costs? Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke. I've calculated. The cost of ice cream is less than 20 cents, lemonade 30 cents, and pearl milk tea, due to the pearls and tea leaves, has the highest cost at about 85 cents. Su Jing quickly pressed the calculator. After deducting labor, water, electricity, and losses, today's net profit is around 3100 yuan. 3,100 yuan. This is just the net profit for one day. In this era, this amount of money could buy 2 square meters of property in Kyoto. This doesn't even include internet fee income. Su Jing continued to report. Today, the internet cafe's internet fee plus membership recharge totaled 18000. Among this, the pure internet fee income remained stable at around 24000. Lei, who slapped his thigh, boss, this bar is simply a money printing machine. We haven't even done much promotion yet, if we open a few more. Chen Hao smiled and said this is just the beginning. The significance of the bar lies not in the profit of a few thousand yuan, but in the fact that it forms a closed loop of traffic with the internet cafe. Now all the students along the university road know that coming to the Matrix Internet Cafe not only means fast machines and a great environment, but also the cheapest and best drinks in all of Kyoto. Once this brand loyalty is established, even if nearby black internet cafes lower their prices, they won't be able to steal our customers. He looked at Zhao Gang and Lei Hu. The model of combining the internet cafe with the milk bar has basically been proven. It's time to start expanding. In the next month, I want to open 5 more such direct managed stores around the universities in Kyoto. And we need to act quickly. Chen Hao's voice grew serious. I have received news that the government will tighten the regulation of internet cafes. It is expected that documents will be issued soon to stop the approval of new internet cafe business licenses. This was a critical point in Chen Hao's memories from his previous life. From 2000 to 2001 was the last frenzy of the internet cafe industry, as well as the final opportunity for entry. Zhao Gangyu and Wang Jun start from tomorrow to scour all the universities around the Haidian district. Regardless of whether it's a street shop or a basement, as long as it is over 300 square meters and the property rights are clear, negotiate immediately. Got it, boss. Zhao Gang stood up straight. Su Jing, continue hiring. We need to have not only internet managers, but also personnel for the milk bar. Have Lulan bring out a few more apprentices. I want standardized replication, and the flavor of each store must be exactly the same. Lei Hu, you are responsible for the recruitment and training of security personnel. Chen Hao issued directive after directive, and everyone immediately became busy. The office on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe became the command center. A map of the Haitian district hung on the wall with 5 red circles marked with a red marker. The areas within the red circles were several clusters of universities in Haitian. Zhao Gang and Wang Jun drove around the alley streets and commercial areas surrounding various universities every day. Their briefcases were stuffed with various agent business cards and property information. They had looked at no less than 50 storefronts. Most of them were unsuitable. Some landlords, seeing their eagerness, immediately quoted sky-high prices. Some property certificates were still under mortgage, making transfer impossible, and others, while in good locations, had only one fire escape, making it impossible to pass the approval for business licenses. But with cash paving the way, there was no mountain that couldn't be conquered. The first breakthrough appeared in the snack street outside the east gate of the National University. It was an underground billiard hall with a concealed entrance. Descending the stairs covered in grease led to a spacious area of 300 square meters. The owner was a balding man in his 40s sitting behind the bar with a worried frown calculating accounts. The billiard business was tough, and this place had become a gathering spot for local ruffians. Fights were common, and the police station visited 3 times a month. The owner had long wanted to let it go, but because it was a basement, no one dared to take it over. When Zhao Gang walked in, the floor was so sticky that it pulled at the soles of his shoes. Is the property yours personally? Zhao Gang asked directly, pulling out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Yes, it's personally owned. I bought it a few years ago. The owner took the cigarette and sized up Zhao Gang's outfit. What does the boss want to take it over for? That's none of your business. Zhao Gang looked around. The wall paint was peeling, and the air was filled with a moldy smell. One price, 280,000 property transfer. Cash payment transaction to be completed in 3 days. The cigarette in the owner's hand trembled. His original lowest psychological price was 250,000, and no one had inquired about it after being listed for half a year. Deal. But I still have a few billiard tables here. They all belong to me, no need for you to move them. In 20 minutes the draft agreement was finalized. Following that was the south gate of Kyoto Normal University. This time, it was a 2-story shop facing the street in an excellent location, originally a bookstore selling auxiliary educational materials. With a large area of 450 square meters, one could see the school gate directly through the floor-to-ceiling glass. The landlord was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, eager to liquidate his assets to immigrate to Canada. He had originally insisted on 70,000. Wang Jun played good cop bad cop, and in the end Zhao Gang slammed a bag of cash on the table. 60,000, let's go to the housing authority right now. Looking at the bundles of 100 yuan bills, the landlord's resolve crumbled instantly. The third location was at the west gate of Kyoto University of Technology, an old residential building basement, 380 square meters, formerly a warehouse, with clear property rights acquired for 23,000. The fourth location was at Longwei University of Political Science and Law, and the fifth at Kyoto University of Posts and Telecommunications, both around 300 square meters of street-level shops. In 2 weeks, the total expenditure for 5 properties was 194,000. Chen Hao flipped through these property certificates. These were not just houses, they were tickets to enter the market during the next 20 years of soaring property prices in Kyoto and the foundation for the expansion of the Matrix Internet Cafe. Meanwhile, Su Jing was also busy, hardly having a moment to spare. In the centerfold of the Kyoto Evening News and the hand-in-hand newspaper advertisements for Matrix Technologies recruitment had been running for a whole week. High-salary recruitment network administrator, cashier, barista. Requirements: hardworking, no bad habits. Priority given to laid-off workers. Every morning long lines formed on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. Su Jing sat behind a desk, a roster laid out before her. Extend your hand, she instructed a young man. The young man extended his hand, his fingernails caked with black dirt, fingertips yellowed. Next. Su Jing did not even look up. Why? In the service industry, if your hands are dirty, how can you serve customers? Next. Su Jing was much more lenient with the laid-off female workers. As long as the person was honest and quick, they were basically hired. Within 2 weeks, 33 new employees were on board. Training took place directly at the Matrix headquarters, with each person following their designated supervisor for training. The 3rd floor was temporarily designated as the training area. Lu Lan, wearing a red apron emblazoned with the Snow King logo, stood in front of a row of stainless steel workstations, stopwatch in hand. He'll say it again. Ice must be added up to the marked line. A 1 piece too many or 1 too few is unacceptable. Lu Lan's voice was stern. This is our standard. The new staff members trembled as they practiced repeatedly with measuring cups, scooping ice, pressing sugar. If anyone was slow or made a wrong mixture, Lu Lan would slam the ruler on the workstation, startling everyone. The training for network administrators was handled by technical staff. They learned how to use the management system, how to restore using Ghost, and how to deal with blue screens and crashes. In the open area at the entrance of Matrix Technologies factory, Lei, who stood bare-chested, showcasing his well-defined muscles. In front of him stood 10 newly recruited young men, all with beefy figures, carefully selected brothers from Zabali village whom Lei who knew well. Stand straight. Lei who held a rubber baton in his hand. The boss is paying us a high salary to wear this uniform. We must maintain a respectable image. If someone causes trouble, the first step is to reason with them. If they don't listen, then take action. Be tough, but don't let it escalate to deadly consequences. Understood. Understood. The roar was thunderous. Chen Hao stood at the window on the 4th floor looking down at it all. The team was still quite inexperienced, but the framework was already in place. The renovation crew immediately got to work. 5 stores began construction simultaneously. Chen Hao did not opt for any flashy designs, directly replicating the industrial style of the headquarters. The cement walls did not need to be painted white. They were simply sprayed with a layer of varnish for dust-proofing. The ceiling did not require a drop ceiling with pipes painted black and iron light fixtures hung. The floor was laid with the most durable self-leveling cement. The greatest advantage of this renovation style was its speed and cost-effectiveness. The only finely decorated area was the red and white-themed Snow Luduo bar at the entrance. That had to be eye-catching. Zhongguancun Qianquan Electronics flagship store. Qian Hongyan looked at the list in his hand, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. 320 units. Qian Hongyan swallowed hard and looked up at Chen Hao, who sat opposite him. Mr. Chen, are you planning to monopolize the internet cafe business in Hadian district? This is just the beginning. Chen Hao took a sip of tea. Configuration remains the same. Celerin 2128 M memory. With such a large order, can you offer a better price, Mr. Qian? Qian Hongyan furiously tapped on the calculator, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Chen, there's barely any profit left. These 320 units amount to 1,500,000 in goods. I have to clear all the stock from the entire village for you. Chen Hao replied. I will pay a 50,000 deposit now. Once the goods arrive and installation and debugging are completed, the remaining payment will be settled. Chen Hao handed over a bag of cash. Qian Hongyan glanced at the overflowing cash, gritting his teeth. Deal. In 20 days, I guarantee all 320 units will be in place. This is the power of cash flow. In this age of rampant triangular debts, clients who can produce real cash are like gods. With the hardware settled, the most challenging part remained obtaining those certificates. Business licenses and network culture operation licenses among the 4 required licenses for internet cafes. Zhao Gang had lost some weight lately, his eye sockets appearing sunken. He drove around, always keeping 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and several bottles of Matai in his trunk. He spun like a top among the various departments: the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Culture Bureau, the Fire Brigade, and the Police Station. Chief Wang, how is the approval process going? Captain Sun, I need your help with the fire inspection. Director Zhang, this is a small token of appreciation from our Mr. Chen, mainly to support our district's informatization construction. Thanks to the previous informatization industry incubation base, branding, and prior arrangements from the leaders, the various departments dared not deliberately create obstacles. There was a green light all the way. Even so, running the processes for 5 stores was enough to wear anyone down. On a June afternoon, the heat was suffocating. Cicadas screamed hoarsely in the trees. Chen Hao was in his office reviewing the renovation progress report for the new store. At the current pace, they could be ready for trial operations by the end of the month. The door suddenly swung open. Su Jing rushed in without bothering to knock. She was usually very composed, but today her face bore an unusual look of panic. Mr. Chen, there's a problem. Su Jing tossed her bag onto the sofa and gulped down water from a cup on the desk. Take your time and explain. Chen Hao closed the folder without looking up, still focused on the report in his hand. After the success of the Snow Luduo model, Chen Hao had Su Jing register a new company specifically for managing Snow Luduo. I just got the business license from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I overheard a few agents discussing in the service hall that a red-headed document is about to be issued from above. Sure enough, it's coming. What does it say? Chen Hao looked up at Su Jing. It's the one you warned about earlier, stating that the approval of new internet cafe business licenses will be completely halted. Furthermore, there will be strict inspections on minors accessing the internet, and a thorough check on existing internet cafes is to be conducted. It is said that the severity of this inspection is unprecedented, and many who are in the process of applying will be stuck. As the finance officer, she understood all too well what this meant. If the paperwork couldn't be completed, the 1,940,000 for the 5 stores, 1,500,000 for computers, and hundreds of thousands for renovations would turn into wasted investments. The losses would be immense. Mr. Chen, should we pause for now? Can we cancel the computer orders? Su Jing tentatively asked. Chen Hao stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the streets were bustling with cars, and groups of young students were heading towards the internet cafes. This wave of internet access is unstoppable, but the floodgates do need to be closed. We cannot pause. Chen Hao turned around decisively and said, Not only can we not pause, but we must accelerate. However, what if the licenses get stuck? There is no what if. Chen Hao picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Gang's number. The phone rang twice before being answered with a noisy background, as if in a service hall. Boss. Zhao Gang's voice was weary. Where are you? At the district police station getting the final stamp for the special industry operating license. Su Jing just received news that the document is about to be issued and new internet cafes will be completely halted. Let's get straight to the point, Chen Hao said bluntly. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Zhao Gang clearly realized the severity of the issue. How many certificates do we still need? Telecom and cultural licenses have been obtained aside from the one currently being processed. We just need the fire safety certificate. There are some minor issues with the fire safety for the National University store causing a delay. No matter the cost, no matter who it takes to find. I give you 3 days. All licenses for the 5 stores must be secured by Friday. 3 days. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Can it be done? It can. Zhao Gang's voice was filled with determination. Rest assured, boss, even if I have to camp outside the director's door, I will get that stamp back for you. I will go find Captain Sun from the fire department right now. Go ahead. If you need more money, ask Su Jing for it. After hanging up, Chen Hao tossed his phone back on the desk. He looked at the worried Su Jing and sat back down in his chair. Sister Su, notify the renovation crew to start working overnight tonight. Even if it costs more, we must finish all the hard installations before Friday. But this document is not a death sentence, Chen Hao said with a cold smile. It actually serves. As long as we rush in before the gates close, this market will be ours for the time being. Su Jing looked at Chen Hao, who showed no signs of panic, and her anxiety gradually eased. Understood, I will arrange it right now. Su Jing turned and walked briskly out of the office. Friday at 5 in the afternoon, the setting sun washed the entire Haitian district in a golden hue. Chen Hao stood at the entrance of the underground internet cafe, beside the east gate of Guamin Dashua, watching the last crew of renovators carry ladders and toolboxes out into the evening. Boss Chen, the job's done. The foreman was a sun-darkened, middle-aged man, his clothes streaked with lime and paint. The men worked in shifts round the clock these past few days. They truly gave it everything. Chen Hao drew a wad of cash from his pocket, fully 1,000 yuan, and pressed it into the foreman's hand. You've worked hard. Pay race overtime pay us, split it among the boys. The foreman's eyes brightened as he took the money. Having spent over a decade in this line, had seen many bosses, but none as straightforward as Chen Hao. Count on me, boss. Call us anytime you need work. After the renovation crew left, Chen Hao stepped into the internet cafe. The smell of paint still clung to the air, but the layout had taken its final form. The cement walls had been varnished, reflecting a cold, austere sheen beneath the lights. Black piping ran in orderly lines across the ceiling. Industrial iron pendant lamps cast a mellow yellow glow. Most conspicuous at the entrance was a reddened white beverage counter. Above the bar hung a large Zuela Duo logo. The headset-wearing Snow King mascot looked comically endearing, made all the more striking by the spotlights. Behind the bar, the stainless steel workbench shone. The ice cream machine sealer and ice maker stood in a neat row. Zhao Gang entered from outside, carrying a stack of documents. Boss, the final stamp is in. Zhao Gang handed over the papers with excitement. 5 stores. Every license is in order. Chen Hao took the documents and leafed through them. Business licenses, internet cultural operation permits, fire safety acceptance certificates, special industry permits. How did you get this done in 3 days? Chen Hao looked up at Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang forced a wry smile. To be honest, I've never begged so many people in my life. The fire department was the toughest. The fire exit at the Guamin Dashua branch was 20 centimeters too narrow. I found Captain Sun at the fire brigade, treated him to a meal, and slipped him 2 packs of cigarettes. He said it wouldn't be easy, and that we'd need to find their leaders. And then, I got someone at the Cultural Bureau to speak on our behalf, and in the end the fire department relented and said we could rectify it. I tore down the wall overnight, extended it outward by 30 centimeters, and the next morning the inspection passed. Zhao Gang said, pulling a small notebook from his pocket crammed with names and phone numbers. In 3 days I saw more than a dozen section chiefs, captains, and directors. I smoked 5 packs, drank 3 cases of alcohol, and sat through 8 banquet meals. Boss, you have to maintain relations with these people going forward. Chen Hao took the notebook and studied it carefully. Each name and number was a potential resource for the future. Chen Hao's position allowed him to speak with principal leaders, but the actual execution and follow-through depended on the departments in the field. Zhao Gang was well suited to handling those connections. Well done. Chen Hao patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. Go rest for 2 days. There are tougher battles ahead. I'm not tired. Zhao Gang shook his head. Boss, the funds for the equipment are supposed to arrive in full tomorrow. If we work overtime Saturday to install the machines, we can have a trial opening on Sunday. Fine. Let's stick to that pace. Chen Hao turned and walked out of the cafe, taking a long breath at the doorway. The evening breeze brought a touch of coolness. He looked up at the brand new sign above the cafe's entrance. Juzhen, Wangba Guamin Dashua branch. Beneath the sign, a striking red notice with white characters read, Minors Prohibited. The typeface was bold and heavy, each character the size of a fist. Those 8 characters were pasted on the glass door in the most prominent position, even more eye-catching than the Juzhen Wangba sign itself. Boss, aren't the letters a bit too large? Zhao Gang stood beside him puzzled. Want this scare away the college students who look younger? That's the point. He twisted off a bottle cap and drank, his gaze sweeping the notice. Not only here, the flagship must repost them too. We must etch those 8 words into the minds of every passerby. Zhao Gang, though not fully understanding his boss' obsession, nodded and wrote it down in the notebook. Saturday, inside the Longhua Zhengfa Dashua branch, Qian Hanyan was directing a dozen technicians in blue overalls, urging them to hurry. Move faster. Everything must be lit tonight. Qian Hanyan shouted hoarsely. This contract represented the lion's share of his yearly performance. He intended to make it flawless, even at great personal cost. The technicians moved with practiced speed, unpacking racking wiring. Chen Hao stepped into the shop server room, where Liang Bo and a few computer science students were tuning the servers. Bo, how goes the deployment of the management system? Chen Hao asked. Liang Bo, ringed by dark circles from a sleepless night, nevertheless brimmed with exhilaration. Chen Hao, don't worry. We'll have it deployed by tonight. Good. Chen Hao patted Liang Bo's shoulder. Thank you for the hard work tonight. It was 3 in the morning. The city lay asleep, but these 5 branches remained brightly lit. When the final monitor flared to life with a blue Windows desktop, Qian Hanyan slumped to the floor and exhaled in relief. Boss Chen, we have not failed you. Chen Hao handed him a cigarette and lit one himself. Dawn approached. By 6 in the morning, Su Jing led over 30 newly recruited employees into their assigned stores. Among them were laid-off factory workers and recent graduates still seeking employment. Clad in uniform, they rehearsed their duties at their stations. Especially the staff at the beverage counters. Lu Lan, the head trainer, toured each branch to inspect the drills. Remember, you are not merely selling drinks. You are the face of the internet cafe. Lu Lan's voice rang out. Be swift with your hands and sweet in your smiles. Whoever falters on opening day will be shown the door immediately. A pale light crept across the sky. On Sunday, June 11th, all 5 branches opened simultaneously. There were no lion dances, no firecrackers. Their sole marketing push was an onslaught of 100,000 leaflets. At 8 in the morning, the entrances of university canteens, the bases of dormitory blocks, and the edges of sports fields were occupied by part-time students wearing t-shirts printed with the Zueladuo logo. Building 3 of the male dormitories at Ligong Dashua, Zhang Wei, groggy-eyed and holding his food tray, had a red flyer thrust into his hand. He nearly tossed it aside, but the large print made him stop. 1 yuan. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes. With this coupon, Zueladuo cone ice cream 1 yuan, a chilled lemon drink 2 yuan, brown sugar pearl milk tea 3 yuan. Further down it read, Juzhen Wangba new branch opening. Present your student ID for 1 hour of free trial. Configuration Celeron 2 generation 128 megabytes memory 17-inch flat display. Zhang Wei nearly dropped his tray. Holy, this setup is insane. He dashed back to the dormitory, flung the door open, and roused his sleeping roommates. Get up. There's a new internet cafe by the west gate. Go now before the machines are gone. The same scene played out simultaneously at 5 universities. By 9:30, a long queue had formed outside the Juzhen Wangba branch at Ligong Dakshu's west gate. June's sun was fierce, but it could not quell the students' enthusiasm. Simply standing at the door, one could feel the powerful blast of cool air spilling from within. 1 ice cream. A lemon drink, extra ice. The beverage counter window was packed. Lu Lan's trainees moved with deft efficiency, taking money, scooping ice cream, sealing cups, motions fluid as water. Students who had only meant to quench their thirst found themselves halted by the sight through the floor-to-ceiling glass rows of pristine computers and an interior that exuded a sleek technological aura. Their feet would not budge. This place is incredible. Look at those chairs, leather. They look so comfortable. We've got no classes anyway. I want to go in and play for a while. At that moment, the traffic loop closed perfectly. Those who bought drinks wandered in to browse the internet. Those who logged off came out thirsty and bought another drink. The cashier's counterfeit detectors hadn't stopped since opening. Su Jing sat in the headquarters office as 5 phones rang in succession, each relaying the day's developments from the branches. Ligong branch opened 300 membership cards. Beverage sales topped 1,000. Shida branch milk tea is sold out, requesting restock. Zhengfa branch is full. There are 50 people still in line outside. Until 10 that night, when Su Jing placed the consolidated figures before Chen Hao, her face betrayed uncontrollable excitement. Boss Chen, counting the flagship, the 6 stores brought in over 400,000 yuan today. 400,000 in a single day was in that era tantamount to grabbing money. Chen Hao remained composed. This was only the beginning. The forthcoming regulatory storm would paradoxically make the cafes that could stay open even more popular. 1 day later, June 12, 2000, a Monday. This day would become etched in memory for China's internet. A red-headed official document numbered No. 44 was jointly issued by 7 ministries, including the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Public Security, and formally dispatched to all provinces and municipalities. Opinions on the special rectification of electronic game venues. The document's language was stern and unequivocal. All approvals for new electronic game venues are hereby suspended. Domestic production, sale, and importation of electronic gaming equipment are strictly prohibited. All existing venues shall undergo rigorous review. Non-compliant operations shall be resolutely shut down. Though titled electronic games, the implementing regulations explicitly classified internet cafes as electronic game venues. Thus began what would later be known as the video game console ban, and the first large-scale industry reshuffling of the internet cafe sector. News spread like wildfire across Zhongguan village and major computer markets. Owners whose applications were still pending, or whose cafes were half-finished in renovation, were left utterly stunned. 300 p.m. Fourth floor office of Matrix Internet Cafe's flagship store. Chen Hao was reviewing revenue reports from each branch when his Nokia phone vibrated on the desk. The caller ID read Director Sun. He set aside the report and answered. Director Sun, good afternoon. On the other end, Director Sun's voice sounded weary. Mr. Chen, you've seen the document, haven't you? Yes, I've heard. Its enforcement is exceptionally stringent, Chen Hao replied calmly. It's not merely stringent, Director Sun lowered his voice. This time the directive comes straight from the top. Haidian district, home to numerous schools, is a key focal point for rectification. Starting tomorrow, joint enforcement teams will take to the streets. Director Sun paused briefly. This call isn't meant as a warning. Your permits are fully in order. I personally inspected your fire safety compliance. The hardware meets every standard. I'm simply giving you advance notice so you won't misunderstand when the enforcement team arrives for inspection. Chen Hao understood the subtext instantly. Not only an assurance against misunderstanding, but also a quiet reminder. If the hardware was sound, then what about the software? Beyond licensing, the core focus of this campaign was minors. Rest assured, Director Sun. Chen Hao responded with quiet resolve. We will strictly adhere to the spirit of the document. Not a single minor will enter any Matrix Internet Cafe, not even if we must shutter our doors entirely. That line we will hold. Excellent. With those words I can breathe easy. Mr. Chen, you're the benchmark for our district. Don't falter now, not even for a moment. The moment the call ended, Chen Hao's composure vanished. He rose abruptly, snatched his coat from the rack, and strode out of the office. Zhao Gang. Wang Jun. Prepare the car. Within moments, a black Audi surged out of Lihua Industrial Park. First stop, National University branch. Before the car had fully halted, Chen Hao threw open the door and leapt out. The branch manager stood behind the counter tallying accounts, and flinched at the sight of Chen Hao's grim, storm-laden expression. Boss, what brings you here? Chen Hao ignored him, striding straight to the security guard stationed by the entrance. Did you check the ID of that young man in the white t-shirt who just entered? He pointed toward a retreating back. The guard hesitated. He looked like a university student. Looked like... Chen Hao's voice sharpened, startling nearby patrons into turning their heads. Did I hire you to read faces? He seized the guard's collar and thrust him toward the glass door, where 8 bold characters blazed. What do those characters say? Read them aloud. Minors strictly prohibited. The guard stammered. Effective immediately. Chen Hao pivoted, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The manager, the network administrators, every patron. Every single person entering this cafe must produce valid identification. Without ID, even if he claims to be the Jade Emperor himself, he is barred entry. Even if he looks 80 without documentation, he walks out immediately. The manager rushed forward. Boss, isn't this excessive? Some students simply forget their IDs, and our business. Chen Hao let out a cold laugh, locking eyes with the manager. Would you rather forfeit 100 yuan, or watch me lose this entire cafe worth hundreds of thousands under a court-ordered seal? The manager recoiled, speechless. Listen carefully, Chen Hao commanded, surveying the room. Anyone who permits an unverified individual through these doors will be dismissed on the spot and held legally accountable. Understood. Understood. For the next 2 hours, Chen Hao visited all 6 branches, repeating the same words, issuing the same uncompromising order. Some managers struggled to comprehend, deeming the directive disproportionate. After all, admitting minors had long been an unspoken industry norm, who would turn away revenue. Yet Chen Hao's authority brooked no dissent. That evening, a peculiar sight emerged before every Matrix Internet Cafe. 2 uniformed guards standing sentinel at each entrance. Each prospective patron was required to present identification before stepping inside. Forgot my ID. Just let me in. I'm a regular, pleaded a student-like youth, offering a cigarette to the guard. The guard eyed the pack, swallowed hard, but recalled his boss's ironclad mandate and withdrew his hand. No, without ID entry is forbidden. You're insane. The youth cursed under his breath and stormed off to a smaller cafe next door. Watching customers drift away, the manager's heart bled. The storm struck faster than anyone anticipated. 900 m. The following day, several vans, emblazoned with cultural enforcement, and industrial commercial enforcement, screamed down Dashue Road, sirens wailing. The rectification campaign had begun. Along both sides of the street, once bustling internet cafes erupted into chaos. Shut down now. Open the back exit. Get those kids out. Inside, Happy Network Cafe, the owner shouted while wrestling with the roller shutter. But enforcement officers moved faster. Several uniformed agents stormed in, seizing control of the premises. Moments later, dozens of middle schoolers in uniforms were led outside. Where's the owner? Take him away. Seal it. Apply the warrant. A stark white-shaped seal was affixed across the shutter. At several cafes still under construction, owners wept and raged, waving newly purchased equipment invoices. Yet lacking licenses, they were ordered to halt work immediately and their gear confiscated on site. The entire street reverberated with wails, pleas, and the shrill cry of sirens. Chen Hao sat by the window at the National University branch, sipping lemon water, silent observant. Zhao Gang sat beside him, palms slick with sweat. This is brutal. Watching rival cafes shuttered one after another, he shuddered inwardly. Had his boss not insisted, 2 weeks earlier, on expediting all permits, had he not enforced ID checks with such relentless rigor, Matrix Internet Cafe would surely share the same fate. This is what we call a reshuffling, Chen Hao said quietly. At that moment, the enforcement convoy pulled up before the National University branch. Doors swung open. 7 or 8 officers stepped out. Their leader was a broad-shouldered man with a dark complexion and a peaked cap, his gaze sharp and unyielding. He glanced at the prominent sign above the entrance, "Minors strictly prohibited," and raised an eyebrow, faintly surprised. "Inspect." With a wave of his hand, the team filed in. The air inside froze. Patrons paused mid-click, tense and silent, watching the intruders with wary eyes. Chen Hao remained seated in the corner. The branch manager stepped forward, calm, courteous, as instructed. "Good morning, sir. May I ask if this is a routine inspection?" The lead officer ignored him, marching straight to the nearest terminal. "Produce your ID." The red alert player blinked, then fumbled his ID from his pocket. The officer scanned it. Born in 1980, a legally adult. Next, team members dispersed, systematically verifying IDs across the cafe. 1, 2, 10, 50. Not a single minor among them. Even those who appeared youthful produced IDs confirming they just turned 18. The officer then approached the counter and flipped through the registration logbook. Every machine number was meticulously paired with an ID number and entry time. Handwriting was neat, the entries thorough. He closed the book, the sternness in his expression softening slightly. His gaze swept the room. The space was immaculate. No cigarette butts littering the floor, no rowdy youths shouting. No-smoking signs adorned the walls, fire extinguishers stood prominently displayed, pressure gauges firmly in the green zone. This bore no resemblance to a typical internet cafe. It resembled a professional data center. "Captain, we verified everyone. All adults. Even that one in the corner, who looked like a junior high student, was born in 1981. Just short in stature, that's all." The officer nodded slowly. He turned to the trembling branch manager. "Well done." For the first time, a rare approving smile touched his lips. "If every internet cafe in this district operated like yours, our work would be far less arduous." With a decisive sweep of his arm, he declared, "Fall out. To the next venue." The enforcement team departed, the wail of sirens fading into the distance. A week later, in the large conference room of the Haitian District Cultural Bureau, Director Sun sat at the podium holding a summary report. "This time we have closed down 85 illegal internet cafes and shut down 65 unlicensed operations this week." The heads of various departments below were busy taking notes. Director Sun changed his tone. "However, I have also observed some excellent examples. For instance, the Matrix Internet Cafe on Shueching Road and their branches in various universities. I have conducted undercover visits and dispatched people for surprise inspections. They are truly operating in compliance." Director Sun took a sip from his teacup, scanning the audience. "From now on, this will be our district's model. Anyone wishing to open an internet cafe should first check how the Matrix manages theirs." Applause erupted in the conference room. On several main roads in Haitian District, many internet cafes with colorful signs had been shut down, their roller shutters plastered with white seals. Happy Network, Speed Space, and Surf Shack have all become relics of the past. However, outside the Matrix Internet Cafe near Lihua Factory and 5 universities, the scene was quite different. The queue stretched to the curb. With the nearby small internet cafes all shut down, university students and young people with nowhere else to go surged towards the compliant and best environmented Matrix Internet Cafe. "Are there any computers left? I've been waiting for half an hour." "Don't push. We'll call the police if you keep pushing." Despite the air conditioning being set to maximum, it couldn't suppress the heat emanating from the hundreds of computers in the main hall. Chen Hao looked at the crowd below, feeling a bit overwhelmed. A booming business can also be a source of trouble. With someone waiting every minute, it meant money was slipping away every minute. Chen Hao took out his phone and dialed Qian Hongyan's number. "Old Qian, get me another 100 machines. Same configuration." Qian Hongyan, who was drinking water on the other, and nearly choked when he heard this. "Chen, you still want more?" I've seen your stores, they're so full that there's barely room to step in. Where else can we fit them? In the hallway corners of the stairs and half of the warehouse can be freed up. Spaces like that you can always squeeze in a bit more. As long as we can run a network cable and fit a table, just set. As for fire safety only cares about the width of the passage. I measured it. If we place a row against the wall, there will still be 2 meters remaining, which is compliant. Alright, you are the money god, you call the shots. The goods will be delivered by tomorrow night. The 100 machines felt like more water being poured into an already saturated sponge. The aisles of the Matrix Internet Cafe became narrow, but each newly added machine would be occupied within 5 minutes of being turned on. What made Chen Hao even more delighted was the explosive growth of the beverage sales. Due to the long wait times, and the hot weather, ice cream and lemonade had become essential items. I want 5 cups of lemonade to go. At the beverage window, Lu Lan, accompanied by 4 staff members, was hurriedly preparing orders, wishing she had 2 extra hands. The compressor of the ice cream machine buzzed from morning till night, hardly pausing. Ingredient barrels were swapped out one after another, and the trash can was piled high with lemon peels. Moreover, many students who didn't even go online specifically rode their bikes to buy drinks. A couple from the Polytechnic University stood under the shade of a tree at the Internet Cafe's entrance, enjoying their ice cream. For cash-strapped college students, $1's worth of happiness was truly hard to come by. At 4 in the afternoon, Su Jing knocked on Chen Hao's office door. Behind her were Lei Hu and 2 other security guards, each carrying 2 heavy canvas bags. Chen, it's time to Su Jing placed the bags on the coffee table and unzipped them. Inside was all cash. There were coins of 1 and 2 yuan, as well as large bills of 10, 50, and 100. This was the revenue from 6 stores in one day, plus the underground funds Chen Hao mixed in under the pretext of friends recharging. How much for today? Pure revenue was 31,000 from the beverage sales and 55,000 from internet fees and membership recharges. Nearly 600,000 in cash flow for the day. In the year 2000, such a figure was enough to drive people crazy. Let's go to the bank. Chen Hao stood up, extinguishing his cigarette. The group drove their Audi A6 straight to the nearby industrial and commercial bank branch. The bank's lobby manager spotted Chen Hao from afar, and his face broke into a broad smile as he jogged over to help Lei, who carried the bags. Chen, you're here. The VIP room has been prepared with cold drinks for you. Since the Matrix Internet Cafe opened this account, had never seen a halt in its cash flow. In just over a month, the balance of the corporate account had already exceeded 6 million. In this era of heavy savings tasks, Chen Hao was the biggest money god at this branch. Sitting in the cool VIP room listening to the frenzied sound of the counting machine, Chen Hao closed his eyes to rest. In early July, the extensive special rectification campaign finally came to an end. The Internet Cafe industry in Heidian District underwent a brutal reshuffle. Although nearly 100 licensed Internet cafes survived, the owners all became jumpy. They dared not accept minors anymore, fearing attracting the enforcement team. Everyone was watching, uncertain of when this storm would pass or how the next policy would change. Chen Hao understood well that this was just the first wave. There would be 2 more even stricter regulatory storms in 2001 and 2002. But this did not affect Chen Hao's plans, as internet cafes were not his main business. The current situation was one of strong official regulation, scattered and panicked merchants lacking an intermediate buffer. This was precisely the best time for him to act. What he aimed for was not to monopolize the market, but to establish. Chen Hao opened his laptop, created a new document, and wrote a title feasibility plan for the establishment of the Heidian District Internet Service Industry Association. Given the current chaos in the industry, mere administrative penalties can only address the symptoms. It is recommended to introduce a self-regulatory mechanism, establish an association, formulate unified service standards, hardware standards, and management norms, assist government departments in supervision, and establish a blacklist system. Any member unit that violates regulations by accepting minors will face internal sanctions from the association and be reported to the competent authority. A lengthy 5,000 words. Chen Hao used language that was very official. Terms like grasp, linkage, and long-term mechanism were everywhere. These phrases combined into a perfect solution. For convenience in reporting, he also organized the content into a PowerPoint presentation. The next morning, Chen Hao dialed Director Sun's number. Director Sun, I heard that the rectification work has concluded. I would like to report some insights from this phase, and also share an immature idea that I'd like you to review. Oh, Chen, come on over, I happen to be at the bureau. Half an hour later, in the office of the director of the Cultural Bureau, Director Sun appeared to be in a good mood. This rectification action was executed the fastest and with the greatest intensity in the Heidian district, and he received a commendation at the citywide meeting. Have a seat. Director Sun gestured to the sofa. Help yourself to some tea. Chen Hao was not polite, pouring himself a cup of water, then handed over the proposal. Director Sun, although the rectification has ended, how to ensure long-term management is a major issue. The enforcement team has limited manpower and cannot monitor every shop 24 hours a day. Once we let our guard down, it is inevitable that old issues will resurface. Director Sun took the proposal, his brow twitching slightly. This was precisely the problem that had been troubling him recently. Enforcement measures can only manage for a short time, and once the momentum fades, those profit-seeking bosses will surely take risks. He opened the proposal and read through it word by word. The office was very quiet with only the sound of paper rustling. 10 minutes later, Director Sun closed the document, took off his reading glasses, and looked at Chen Hao with a deeper meaning in his gaze. Industry self-discipline and association supervision. Director Sun said with a smile. Mr. Chen, how did you come up with this idea? You are clearly not cut out for business. You are obviously a skilled administrator. You flatter me, Director Sun. Chen Hao smiled humbly. I am doing this for my own protection. After all, a single rotten apple can spoil the whole barrel. If something happens at another shop, those of us who operate legitimately will also suffer. Well said. Director Sun was privately calculating the political value of this proposal. While other districts still relied on fines and closures to maintain order, if the Haitian district could first establish an industry association, it would be a mechanism innovation. This is a political achievement. Moreover, it is a significant one. If this association is established, who will take the lead? Director Sun paused, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Hao. This was a straightforward question. Chen Hao met Director Sun's gaze without flinching. Matrix Internet Cafe, as a benchmark enterprise in the district, is willing to take on this responsibility. Whether in terms of funding or manpower, we are duty-bound. But, Chen Hao paused. This association must have official endorsement, otherwise those bosses will not comply. So I hope the Bureau can become the supervisory unit of the association. Good. Director Sun smiled. This idea is very constructive. I agree in principle. He picked up the phone on the table and dialed the internal line. Notify the Bureau members. There will be a meeting in half an hour. The agenda is about preparing to establish the district's Internet Service Industry Association. After hanging up the phone, Director Sun walked up to Chen Hao and patted him on the shoulder. Mr. Chen, you will give the report at the meeting later. Thank you, Director Sun. Chen Hao slightly bowed. Half an hour later, in the meeting room, the long rectangular conference table was filled with heads of various departments. Chen Hao stood before the projector and opened the PPT he had prepared overnight. Leaders, my report is divided into 3 parts: current situation, pain points, and solutions. Chen Hao's voice echoed in the meeting room. He completely imitated the style of bureaucratic reporting with solid data, tight logic, and a highly elevated perspective. The leaders present nodded frequently. Soon Chen Hao finished his report. Everyone present understood that this association could not convene this meeting without Director Sun's approval. Therefore, all the responses were positive and supportive, with even some optimization suggestions being offered. Director Sun's gaze swept across each department head present before he slowly began to summarize. This association is not about formalism. It's not just about putting up a plaque. It will be the stepping stone for our Bureau's next steps regarding the Internet Cafe industry. Director Sun picked up his teacup, blew away the leaves floating on the surface, took a sip, and continued the performance of Mr. Chen's Matrix Internet Cafe during this time has been evident to all. The leaders from the ministries have visited, and the district has also commended it. I feel very reassured with him leading the establishment of this association. This statement set the tone for the matter. After Director Sun finished speaking, the meeting was adjourned. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor rose and fell. Heads of various departments packed their things and walked out, but only the head of the enforcement team, Zhao Tianlin, was called aside by Director Sun. Old Zhao, stay for a moment. Recently, Zhou Qiang had offended Chen Hao and was directly reassigned to manage as Zhou Qiang's direct superior. Although Zhao Tailin did not directly participate, he still received a reprimand for improper management. Now, seeing Chen Hao's mood was naturally not very good. Once others had left, Director Sun did not let him sit down and lit a cigarette himself. Old Zhao, Sun Mingyuan pointed at Chen Hao. You also saw Mr. Chen's proposal just now. Establishing an industry association is our next innovative pilot project. This association must truly play a role in regulating those chaotic internet cafes. Zhao Tailin nodded repeatedly. Yes, we will firmly support this. Director Sun's voice grew more serious. This preparatory work for the association will be led by Mr. Chen. I have complete confidence in him, and you must cooperate unconditionally. Zhao Tailin involuntarily glanced at Chen Hao. As a president, this person was too young, looking fresh-faced like a college student. Captain Zhao, I hope you will support us more in the future. Chen Hao timely spoke, his tone polite. Mr. Chen is being polite. It's all for work. It's the least I can do. Zhao Tailin forced a smile in response. Director Sun instructed old Zhao, you have all the data on internet cafes in the district. After you return, please select the 50 largest ones and notify their owners one by one. On July 8th at 2 p.m., there will be an industry symposium in the third-floor conference room of the Bureau. Okay, I will take care of it right away. Sun Mingyuan fixed his gaze on Zhao Tailin. Remember, be sure to notify them properly. Tell them this is a meeting for rectification acceptance. Anyone who does not attend will bear the consequences. Zhao Tailin's heart sank. This was clearly to use the enforcement team's authority to intimidate Chen Hao. Understood, I guarantee that no one will be missed. Over the next 2 days, the internet cafe owners in Haitian district fell into a collective panic. The calls from the enforcement team were very meticulous. Hello, is this Boss Wong from Fast Network? I am from the district's cultural enforcement team. On the 8th at 2 p.m., there will be a meeting at the bureau. Yes, the legal representative must be present. What meeting? A rectification acceptance meeting. Don't want to attend. Alright then, prepare the documents in your shop, and we will come for a separate inspection tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Boss Wong looked at the newly replaced Nokia in his hand, his hands trembling. The recent special rectification had already caused a great stir, and everyone was passing around rumors of a second wave of cleaning. Holding a meeting at this time was clearly a trap. Some speculated that they would have to pay huge fines. Others worried that their licenses would be forcibly revoked. Some even suspected that they would be coerced into making donations. In a restaurant in Zhongwan village, several internet cafe owners gathered together, their faces filled with worry. Old Zhang, are you going? A chubby man asked. Can I not go? The man named Old Zhang sighed, crushing the cigarette, but hard in the ashtray. You know what those enforcement team members are like. If you don't go, there will be a seal on your shop door tomorrow. Similar conversations played out in various corners of Haiti. Some speculated that they would be raising funds, others speculated that they would be launching revenue projects, and some even suspected that they would be forced to donate to the bureau's new building. The sky was overcast, the heat stifling and suffocating. The courtyard of the Haitian District Cultural Bureau was filled with various vehicles, from old Santanas to minibuses and several brand new Passats. The door to the third-floor conference room stood open with no air conditioning, only 2 standing fans humming in the corners. Over 50 internet cafe owners entered the room one after another. Everyone was searching for familiar faces, gathering in small groups to whisper among themselves. Anxiety was written on every face, their gazes darting towards the podium from time to time. The podium was draped with red velvet adorned with 3 nameplates. In the center was the bureau chief, Sun Mingyuan. To the left was the head of the law enforcement team, Zhao Tailan. The name on the right caused everyone entering to pause for a moment. Chen Hao. Who is this Chen Hao? Why is he on the podium? Shoo. Keep it down. He's the owner of the Matrix Internet Cafe. That young guy? What right does he have to sit up there? When did we start letting some young punk call the shots in our industry? The murmurs spread through the conference room. Many seasoned and influential owners displayed expressions of disdain. In their eyes, Chen Hao was merely someone who relied on family wealth to establish a well-decorated store. In terms of seniority, he had no right to speak here. At exactly 2 o'clock, the side door of the conference room opened. Sun Mingyuan was the first to enter, holding a teacup and wearing a serious expression. Next came Zhao Tianlin, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, walking steadily. The last to enter was a young man in a shirt. Chen Hao held a black laptop. He walked naturally to the seat with his name on it, pulled out the chair, and sat down. The murmurs from the audience suddenly grew louder. He really is just a young kid. What is going on in this bureau? Sun Mingyuan sat down in the center, his gaze scanning the room with authority. The originally noisy conference room gradually quieted under his watchful eyes. The power of authority, though invisible, exerted palpable pressure in the land of Longhua. Is everyone here? Sun Mingyuan asked Zhao Tailan. There should be 52 people expected, and all 52 are present, Zhao Tailan reported. Sun Mingyuan nodded and adjusted the microphone in front of him. Easy. The sound system emitted a piercing shriek, causing many to frown. Today I've gathered everyone here mainly for 2 matters. Sun Mingyuan's opening statement was devoid of unnecessary words, going straight to the point. First, to report on the recent special rectification situation. He picked up a document and began reading the data. 127 illegal internet cafes were shut down, 45 were ordered to suspend operations with total fines. The attendees were all survivors, but they all understood the experiences behind those numbers. In the conference room, no one dared to speak, not even cough. Everyone kept their heads down, afraid to meet the bureau chief's gaze. Chen Hao sat on the podium, quietly observing the expressions of those below. Fear, anxiety, submission. This was the effect he wanted. To establish order, one must first break the old balance. To make these people obedient, they must first learn to fear. After finishing reading the data, Sun Mingyuan placed the document on the table. Some comrades may think that this special rectification is only temporary, but once the storm passes, minors can be allowed back in. Sun Mingyuan scoffed. Let me tell you, don't dream. The upcoming supervision will only become stricter, not anyone who dares to violate regulations, I will not hesitate to make them the next statistic. Several owners who had been holding onto a glimmer of hope were instantly drenched in cold sweat. However, Sun Mingyuan's tone shifted, becoming somewhat gentler. We also know that doing business is not easy for everyone. Rent, electricity, equipment depreciation, all require money. Simply blocking things is not a solution. After research, the Bureau has decided to adopt a different management approach. Everyone raised their heads and perked up their ears. Sun Mingyuan pointed to Chen Hao beside him. Relying solely on the law enforcement team of dozens of people cannot manage hundreds of internet cafes in the district. Therefore, we need industry self-regulation. We need everyone to come together for mutual support, supervising each other to standardize this market. After deliberation by the Bureau's party committee, we will guide internet cafe businesses in the district to establish the Haitian District Internet Cafe Service Industry Association voluntarily. Association. When this term was mentioned, the audience erupted in a clamor. In 2000, this term was still unfamiliar to many individual operators. They were used to fighting alone, accustomed to guerrilla tactics with the management departments. Suddenly saying they were going to form an organization left everyone somewhat bewildered. This association will be a bridge connecting the government and the businesses. Sun Mingyuan continued. Members who join the association will be designated as model self-regulating stores. The Bureau will provide certain support within the limits of policy. For example, a green channel for annual inspection procedures and coordination in cases of malicious complaints. Hearing the words green channel and solving malicious complaints, many owners' eyes lit up. These were tangible. For internet cafe operators, the most dreaded thing was inspections every few days, and the most annoying was being maliciously reported by local thugs or competitors. With an official-backed association, life would be much easier. Of course, rights and obligations are reciprocal. Sun Mingyuan's voice grew serious again. Joining the association requires adherence to its rules. It is strictly forbidden to admit minors and to disseminate unhealthy information. Once violations are discovered, the association will expel the offender and hand them over to the law enforcement team for maximum penalties. The audience began to whisper among themselves. This sounds reliable. Yes, having an organization backing us is definitely better than going solo. But who makes the decisions in this association? What are the membership fees? Sun Mingyuan seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He raised his teacup to take a sip of water and then dropped today's bombshell. Regarding the candidate for the president of the association, after careful consideration, the Bureau has decided to recommend a young and capable comrade with a standard operation and foresight in the industry to take the position. Sun Mingyuan's gaze fell on Chen Hao. Next, let us invite the head of the Haitian District Internet Cafe Service Industry Association Preparatory Group and the general manager of Matrix Technology, Comrade Chen Hao, to say a few words. Applause erupted sporadically. Most people were observing, their eyes filled with skepticism and defiance. A 19-year-old kid was going to be their leader, to manage this group of veterans who had been navigating the underworld for years. Chen Hao paid no mind to the questioning gazes from below. He connected his laptop to the projector and pressed the switch. A beam of strong light hit the screen, dust dancing in the light column. The screen displayed several lines of large text draft of the Haitian District Internet Cafe Service Industry Association regulations. Chen Hao picked up the microphone, his voice steady, showing no signs of nervousness. Fellow bosses, let's speak frankly. Everyone knows the weight of document No. 44. We've all been aware these past few days. The few owners still whispering below fell silent, looking up at this young man. Chen Hao pressed a button on the presentation remote. Previously, we were a disorganized bunch, each relying on our own skills to make a living. When inspections occurred, we either leveraged connections or paid fines that those unlucky enough would have to shut down directly. Why? Because we had no voice to those above. We were merely a group of individuals who would stop at nothing to— He pointed to the words industry self-regulation on the screen. The sole purpose of establishing this association is to survive and to do so with dignity. We need to establish unified service standards and consistent hardware requirements. We want the government to see that the internet cafes in Haitian district are not places of filth, but are operated in a standardized manner. Chen Hao meticulously explained the association's regulations: business training, dispute resolution, self-examination. These terms sounded official and respectable. But the attendees, all experienced in the underworld, quickly caught onto the underlying implications. The so-called unified standards meant setting barriers for the industry. The so-called self-examination meant delegating regulatory power to this association. Whoever controlled the association held the power to set the rules. In other words, they had the authority over their livelihoods. Smack! A crisp sound abruptly interrupted Chen. In the fifth row near the aisle, a bald man slammed his thermos cup on the table. His name is Ma Sen, nicknamed Ma2. He owns a large internet cafe with 200 machines in Weigong village, and he is quite a troublemaker in the area. Ma2 stood up, his gold chain glimmering under the lights. He spat the cigarette, but from his mouth onto the ground, and crushed it with his foot. Boston, your diplomatic phrases sound nice. Ma2 tilted his head, his face jiggling with a frown. What industry self-regulation, what unified standards? To put it plainly, don't you just want us to listen to you? How old are you? Have you even grown hair? When I was dealing with parts in Zhongguan village, you were still in diapers. How can we, the old hands, listen to a kid like you? Why should we? This shout echoed the thoughts of many. Exactly, why should we? Who calls the shots in this What if you Chen Hao hold grudges in the future? And there's a membership fee, right? I don't have the spare cash to give you. The meeting room erupted in chaos, various voices of doubt rising one after another. Zhao Tianlin, sitting at the podium, glanced at Sun Mingyuan beside him. Sun Mingyuan remained expressionless, simply sipping his tea, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Chen Hao stood on stage, observing the agitated crowd below, his face betraying no hint of panic. He waited a few seconds until the noise diminished slightly before raising the microphone again. Mr. Ma asked a good question. Chen Hao looked at Ma to his tone still calm. The association is not a one-man show by me, Chen Hao. The president, vice president, and secretary general are all elected. Everyone present has the right to vote. If you all feel I'm not suitable, you can entirely elect Mr. Ma instead. I Chen Hao will be the first to raise my hand in agreement. Ma too was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chen Hao to say that. Make him president. Aside from collecting money and cursing, what does he know about communicating with the government or writing documents? As for the membership fee, Chen Hao surveyed the entire room. In the initial stages of the association, no membership fee will be charged. All office expenses and preparatory costs will be fully covered by Matrix technology. At this, the voices in the audience quieted considerably. No fee. What does this kid want then? While everyone was still pondering Chen Hao's true intentions, Zhao Tailan took action. He reached out and pulled the microphone closer, his fingers tapping heavily on the mic. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds were magnified through the speakers, causing a painful ringing in people's ears. The meeting room instantly fell silent. Zhao Tailan's face was dark, his gaze sweeping coldly over everyone present. Although he didn't like Chen Hao, he was well aware of the day's mission. What's all this noise? Do you think this is a market? Zhao Tailan's voice carried an imposing pressure. After all, he was in charge of law enforcement and had considerable authority. The Bureau is promoting the establishment of this association to standardize management to protect your livelihoods. Some comrades have too low of an awareness, only focusing on their own little plots of land. He paused, his tone turning icy. Let me make this clear. Joining the association is voluntary, no one is forcing you. But, Zhao Tailan prolonged his tone. In the future, we will implement tiered management for daily supervision. For member units of the association, because there is an industry self-regulation mechanism, we can trust them, mainly relying on the association for self-management, with the enforcement team conducting random checks. As for those non-member units, since they lack organizational constraints, we will have to work a bit harder to strengthen inspection efforts, checking once a day or even twice a day to ensure that no issues arise. As these words were spoken, Ma Tu's face instantly turned ashen. Twice a day? How can we do business like that? This is not tiered management, it's outright intimidation. No membership means we'll crush you. The bosses in the audience exchanged glances. The little resistance they had was crushed in an instant. Sun Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. This Zhao Tianlian, although sometimes slow to react, is quite competent as a heavy-handed enforcer. The timing is just right. Chen Hao knew that merely using a big stick wouldn't suffice. Pushing people too hard could lead to trouble. Now it's time to offer the carrot. Team Zhao is also thinking about everyone's safety. Chen Hao took the opportunity to ease the tense atmosphere slightly. In fact, what everyone is worried about is simply their interests. I run an internet cafe too, and I want to make money. Therefore, I am not running for president to control you, but to lead everyone to make money together. Make money. Hearing these two words, everyone perked up their ears. Chen Hao pressed a button on his presentation pin, changing the slide on the screen. It was a chart listing the data of several stores' beverage businesses. To earn more, the key is to increase revenue and cut costs. Let's talk about increasing revenue first. Chen Hao pointed at the screen. Everyone should have seen the beverage business at the entrance of the Matrix Internet Cafe. To be honest, that few square meters of space yields daily net profits that are higher than 50 machines combined. At this, gasps arose from the audience. They had indeed seen it. The long line for milk tea was practically a money printing machine. I know everyone wants to learn, but lacks technology, equipment, and supply chains. Now, as long as you join the association, the Shui Lu Duo brand under Matrix Technology is willing to open franchise opportunities for member units. You don't need to pay a single cent in franchise fees, nor do you need to buy equipment. You just need to set aside 3 to 5 square meters at the entrance of your internet cafe and connect water and electricity. The remaining renovations, equipment, raw materials, and personnel training will all be taken care of by me. And you won't have to do anything. You will simply receive 10% of the monthly revenue as a venue dividend. Ma Tu's eyes widened. Do nothing and get 10% for free. Given the popularity of Matrix Internet Cafe, just the dividends would amount to thousands or even tens of thousands a month. This is simply a windfall. Now let's talk about cutting costs. Chen Hao continued. The billing software everyone uses is either an unstable, cracked version or requires a maintenance fee of several thousand every year. Matrix Technology has independently developed a cafe management system that is superior to anything on the market. For association members, this system will be free forever and will continue to receive updates and upgrades. Another wave of commotion arose. Several thousand is still money, and a free legitimate system is reassuring to use. As for hardware procurement, I have some channels in Zhongguan Village. If association members want to upgrade their machines in the future, we can organize group purchases. I am confident we can bring prices down to below 90% of market rates. Saving 500 per machine means 50,000 for 100 machines. Chen Hao concluded, closing his laptop and observing the increasingly eager faces in the audience. Everyone, I think you can all do the math. It's a matter of being individually targeted for inspections or banding together for mutual prosperity. The choice is in your hands. The bosses present were frantically calculating in their minds. One hand held a big stick threatening closure for disobedience. The other offered a carrot providing money, technology, and channels. This is not a choice question. This is a no-brainer. I'm in. A bespectacled boss was the first to raise. I'm in too. Mr. Chen, when shall we sign the contract for the beverage business? Count me in. The previously agitated situation flipped in an instant. Even Ma De-tu awkwardly scratched his bald head and slowly raised his hand. No matter who he had issues with, he couldn't have a problem with money. Sun Mingyuan looked at the scene before him, a smile spreading across his face. He picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. Since everyone is in agreement, let's proceed with the vote. The staff began distributing the ballots, which contained a list of candidates already discussed internally. 10 minutes later, the counting was complete. Zhao Tailin held the statistical results and announced loudly. The election results for the first leadership members of the Haidian District Internet Service Industry Association are as follows. A total of 52 ballots were issued and 52 were collected. There were 49 votes in favor and 3 against. Comrade Chen Hao was elected as the first president. Comrade Zhao Gang took the position of Secretary General, and the following comrades were appointed as vice presidents. The applause was thunderous. Regardless of how much sincerity or pretense was in that applause at this moment, Chen Hao stood at the pinnacle of the internet cafe industry in Haidian District. Chen Hao stood up, bowed to the audience, and then turned to shake hands with Sun Mingyuan and Zhao Tailin. After the meeting concluded, the bosses did not disperse as they usually did. They surrounded Chen Hao, offering cigarettes and exchanging contact information, each calling him President Chen. Ma Dada squeezed into the crowd, a flattering smile plastered across his broad face. President Chen, I didn't recognize your greatness earlier. Please don't take it to heart. That spot in front of my internet cafe is excellent, right on the main street. Just look at that water bar. Chen Hao accepted the cigarette offered by Ma Dadu, but did not light it, simply placing it behind his ear. He looked at Ma Dadu, a friendly smile on his face. Boss Ma, you're too kind. We are all members of the association, and we should make money together. Thank you, President. After sending off the last batch of bosses, only Chen Hao and Zhao Gang, who was tidying up, remained in the conference room. While sorting through a thick stack of membership applications, Zhao Gang sighed. Boss, these people really changed their faces quickly. They were just about to eat you alive, and now that they hear they can make money, they immediately turn into submissive grandchildren. This is human nature, Chen Hao replied softly. Interests are always the best adhesive. As long as we can keep them making money, this association will be as solid as iron. What if we can't make money anymore? Zhao Gang instinctively asked. Chen Hao turned around and picked up the laptop from the table, tucking it under his arm. By that time we won't need them anymore. After dinner, the sky had already darkened by the time Chen Hao and Dajuan. Chen Hao sat on the leather sofa in the living room holding a Nokia phone. The familiar voice of his mother came through the line. How school is on break, right? Aunt Wang next door said her second child came back the day before yesterday. When are you buying the ticket? Chen Hao glanced at the wall clock. It was 8 in the evening. In his previous life, he would have returned home by this time. Mom, I'm not going back this summer vacation. Chen Hao said. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then the voice lowered noticeably. Not coming back. Why not? Is it because you don't have enough for the travel expenses? Tell your dad to go to the bank tomorrow and deposit some money for you. It's not about the money. Chen Hao interrupted it. I found a part-time job in Kyoto. I'm developing software for a big company. They saw my skills and asked me to stay over the summer to help maintain the system. Developing software. His mother clearly did not understand the term. Isn't that something you can only do after graduating? You're only a freshman, can you really handle it? I'm a student at Jinghong, and that's what the boss values. Besides, once this project is completed, the boss will give a bonus. It's 10,000 yuan. How much? There was a sound of something falling on the ground from the other end, followed by his mother's anxious voice. 10,000. How don't scare me. What part-time job pays that much? You wouldn't be. Chen Hao knew what his mother was worried about. In this remote small county, 10,000 yuan was the family's income for 2 years. Mom, this is Kyoto. The bosses here are wealthy, and this software can help them earn hundreds of thousands. Giving me 10,000 isn't too much. Chen Hao patiently explained. Tomorrow I will go to the bank to transfer the money. You keep it and pay off Auntie's debt to avoid being nagged, and save the rest. After finally calming his mother, Chen Hao hung up the phone, tossed it onto the coffee table, and let out a sigh. As a student, it was hard to explain why he suddenly had money. Once his business grew larger, and he had washed his hands clean, he could slowly reveal the truth to his family. The next morning, Chen Hao called Zhao Gang and started doing serious work. Now that he was the president of the association, he had to extract the value of this position. The two drove according to the addresses on the membership list, starting to visit one internet cafe after another. Boss, this Xuanfeng internet cafe has a good location right across from the south gate of the university. Zhao Gang parked the car by the roadside and pointed to a shop with a neon sign. Chen Hao pushed the door open and stepped outside, the heat wave hitting him. The two entered the internet cafe. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, dozens of bulky monitors emitted white light, and the sounds of keyboards clattering resounded. As soon as the boss saw Chen Hao, he immediately rushed out from behind the bar holding out a cigarette. "Ah, President Chen. What brings you here today? Please have a seat." Chen Hao waved his hand, not accepting the cigarette, his gaze scanning the shop. "The machines are a bit outdated." He pointed at a computer running Red Alert 95. "Is that a Celeron 300A? This configuration must lag when running CS, right?" "Yes, that's what I've been worried about," the boss explained with a frown. "I want to replace the machines, but funds are tight. Computers are too expensive now. A decent gaming machine costs at least 5 to 6,000. Chen Hao nodded and said nothing. He glanced at the empty space in front of the internet cafe, which was about 4 or 5 square meters facing the road with a high foot traffic. "This piece of land is just sitting here empty." Chen Hao tapped his foot on the ground. The boss was a shrewd man and immediately caught on. "President, are you talking about the Duo franchise? I filled out the application form yesterday. As long as you give the nod, we can set it up anytime." For the next entire week, Chen Hao and Zhao Gang ran through the streets and alleys of Heidian District. They not only visited the 51 internet cafes that attended the meeting, but also checked out the remaining 40 or so cafes that wanted to join. For each visit, Zhao Gang recorded data in his notebook: the number of computers, configuration details, the conditions of the entrance area, and the financial status of the owners. A week later, in the office on the 4th floor of Matrix Internet Cafe, Chen Hao looked at the thick stack of reports compiled by Zhao Gang, his calculator clicking away. "Boss, the data is out," Zhao Gang said, taking a large gulp of cold water, his throat slightly hoarse. "Currently, there are a total of 98 internet cafes interested in joining the association. Adding our own store, the total exceeds 100. Chen Hao looked at the numbers on the calculator and silently marveled. He had never noticed so many internet cafes in Heidian in his past life. Even with 100 stores, the average number of machines per store is about 60. Chen Hao wrote a number on the paper. In total, there are over 6,000 computers. This was a terrifying market of existing stock. The year 2000 was a time of frantic hardware upgrades. Intel CPUs were upgraded almost every 6 months and graphics cards were changing rapidly. If internet cafes wanted to retain customers, they had to ensure their machines could run the latest games. According to industry norms, at least 30 of old machines need to be replaced each year, plus the demand for expansion. Chen Hao wrote another equation on the paper. Each store must purchase at least 30 new computers each year. For 100 stores, that's 3,000 computers. In this era, a mainstream configuration for an internet cafe computer cost between 5,500 to 6,000. 3,000 computers would mean a revenue of 16 million. And this was just in Heidian District. What if this model was replicated in Shuyang Dongqing, or even in Tianjin and Shanghai? And then there's Duo. Zhao Gang pointed to another sheet. There are 82 locations that meet the franchise conditions. Although they haven't started renovations yet, once we expand, that would be 82 money-making machines. Chen Hao nodded. With over 80 milk tea shops, as long as the supply chain was controlled by himself, just from selling ingredients and equipment, he could net millions in profit each year. But that was still not enough. Chen Hao's gaze fell back on the data about the 3,000 computers. Simply negotiating bulk purchases would at most squeeze out some rebates from suppliers. This small amount of money was beneath Chen Hao's notice. What he wanted was a much bigger cake. Chen Hao picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. "Old Qian, bring your best tea and come to my office. There's a big deal to discuss." Half an hour later, Qian Hongyan appeared at the office door panting. He was now completely obedient to Chen Hao, as the Matrix Internet Cafe had become his largest single client. "Mr. Chen, did you urgently need to see me to add more machines?" Qian Hongyan asked with a smile as he entered the room, casually placing 2 boxes of premium Tiguanyan tea on the table. Chen Hao did not let him sit down, but led him to the whiteboard filled with data. "Old Qian, let's get to the point. How many machines can your company produce in a year?" Qian Hongyan was taken aback for a moment, looking at Chen Hao's serious expression, and put away his playful demeanor. "About 12,000 units, I suppose. This number includes the supply to several university computer rooms this year." 12,000. Chen Hao nodded slightly more than expected, indicating that this old fellow's channel capability was indeed impressive. "What if I guarantee you at least 3,000 units of cash orders every year? What do you say?" How? Qian Hongyan's voice suddenly rose, his eyes wide open. 3,000 units. "Mr. Chen, even if you filled the toilets in your stores, you wouldn't need that many. Moreover, aren't new internet cafes not being approved right now?" Chen Hao turned around and tapped the words Heidian District Internet Cafe Service Industry Association on the whiteboard. "I am now the president." Chen Hao's words surprised Qian Hongyan. He had heard of this newly established association before, but was not clear about the specifics. Qian Hongyan never expected that the young Mr. Chen could be the president of such an association. "I have agreed to help the members of the association with unified procurement and get them a discount. Currently, there are nearly 100 members in the association, and the annual procurement volume is expected to be no less than 3,000 units. Chen Hao looked at Qian Hongyan. "I can give you this order." Qian Hongyan felt that he was really lucky. Such an order would cause a frenzy in Zhongguan village with everyone's. At that moment he decided to treat Mr. Ma, who introduced him to Chen Hao to a drink. 3,000 units. This was a quarter of the current total sales. Moreover, it was a long-term and stable order. With this volume, he could lower the procurement price from upstream distributors in Zhongguan village by another 2 points. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. Qian Hongyan swallowed, his voice a bit excited. Just tell me, how many points of commission do you want? As per industry standards, it was natural for the purchaser to take a commission on such large orders. However, Chen Hao shook his head, walked to the sofa, and pointed to the seat across from him. Old Qian, your vision is too small. Qian Hongyan sat down, barely daring to sit on the edge of the sofa. What do you mean? I don't care about this little commission. Chen Hao lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Let me ask you, after spending over a decade in Zhongguan village, have you ever thought about starting your own computer brand? Start a brand? Qian Hongyan was dumbfounded. He was just a computer assembler, buying parts, assembling them, and then selling them after installing a system. It was just a business. Mr. Chen, don't joke around. Qian Hongyan forced a smile. That's something for fantasies and large corporations to do. What brand would recognize our kind of mixed bag army? Besides advertising and channel distribution, how much would that cost? With my current resources, I wouldn't make a sound even if I threw it in. What if we only target internet cafes? Chen Hao countered. Qian Hongyan was stunned. Chen Hao looked at Qian Hongyan seriously and said, in the general market, you truly have no opportunity. But in the niche market of internet cafes, the fantasies, don't look down on it. This is our opportunity. Think about it, what do internet cafe owners care about the most? Cheap, durable, anti-theft, and easy to maintain. Chen Hao continued. We will customize special cases with thicker steel plates, locks on the side panels, and protection against stolen memory sticks. In terms of configuration, we won't bother with flashy features. Just max out the graphics card and memory, using an overclockable Celeron CPU to achieve the best cost effectiveness. Chen Hao pointed to the computer on the table. Most importantly, when you buy our computers, you get free authorization to use the Matrix Internet Cafe Management System. You've seen this system, it's better than those on the market. Just for this software license, it sells for 2,000 outside. Qian Hongyan's mind was racing. Hardware, specialized case, software authorization. This is indeed a powerful combination. Moreover, Chen Hao holds the association, which means he directly controls the terminal sales channels. This can work. Qian Hongyan's breathing quickened and his face turned red. Mr. Chen, you tell me how to proceed. We will establish a new company named Kyoto Matrix Computer Technology Co., Ltd. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. The registered capital is 2 million. I will contribute 1 million, and you will contribute 1 million. Qian Hongyan nodded. This felt fair. Chen Hao changed the subject. However, in terms of shareholding, I will take 6, and you will take 4. Qian Hongyan's brows instantly furrowed. The investment is equal, but the shareholding is so different. Mr. Chen, this. Do you think it's too little, eh? Chen Hao sneered. Old Qian, you need to understand. The brand is mine, the software is mine, and the most important customers are also mine. Without me, you wouldn't get a single order of those 3,000 units. I could easily partner with Daxiang Electronics or a major client of Hailong. I believe they would be willing to lower their shares even further for this order. Qian Hongyan's heart skipped a beat. Chen Hao was speaking the truth. In Zhongguan village, having channels means having power. As long as Chen Hao spreads the word, even if it's just 20% equity, many would rush to do it. Moreover, once this Matrix computer takes off, it won't just be limited to Haidian district. If Chen Hao's association model is promoted throughout Kyoto, even nationwide, then the sales wouldn't be 3,000 units. It could be 30,000, 300,000. Qian Hongyan was a smart man and also a gambler. He knew this was his only chance to turn his life around and become a big boss. Let's do it. Qian Hongyan gritted his teeth and said 60-40 is fine. Mr. Chen, I'll follow your lead. Chen Hao's face broke into a smile. Excellent. I knew you were a smart man, old Qian. Now let's clarify our divisions of labor. I will handle brand operation, software development, and sales channels. The financial director will be appointed by me, and I will manage the official seal and financial stamp. You will be responsible for the supply chain. Chips, motherboards, hard drives. You will negotiate the lowest prices. You will also build the assembly line, storage, logistics, and after-sales maintenance teams. If there isn't enough working capital, you will front the costs. This was throwing the hardest, most labor-intensive, and capital-intensive tasks onto Qian Hongyan. But Qian Hongyan did not hesitate at all. No problem. I'm familiar with the supply chain. I know how much inventory each house has, and what the bottom prices are. As long as the volume increases, I can push the costs down by another 5 points. Then it's settled. Chen Hao stood up and extended his right hand to Qian Hongyan. Pleasure to work together, Mr. Qian. Qian Hongyan quickly grasped Chen Hao's hand with both of his, shaking it vigorously. I'm honored to collaborate with you. After sending off Qian Hongyan, Chen Hao pressed the intercom on the desk. Sister Su, please come to my office. Within 2 minutes, Su Jing entered holding a notebook. Her current demeanor was starkly different from when she first arrived. She wore a well-tailored professional outfit, her hair neatly pinned up, exuding a capable and efficient aura. Have a seat. Chen Hao gestured to the chair opposite him. There are two matters that require your personal attention. Su Jing opened her notebook, removed the pen cap, and prepared to take notes. Tian Clan Electronics CEO just visited. We are to partner with him to establish a new company called Kyoto Matrix Computer Technology Co. Ltd. The registered capital is 2 million, and we will hold 60% of the shares. Chen Hao handed over a previously drafted equity structure outline. Note that this part of the investment should not go through Matrix Internet Cafe's accounts. Use Yin Huang Culture as the holding shareholder. Su Jing glanced at the structure diagram, her pen quickly recording on the paper. Understood, who should be the legal representative? Let's have Zhao Gang handle it, they'll talk to him shortly. Chen Hao considered for a moment, and said. Additionally, you will manage the financial seal and the corporate seal, while we will handle the routine financial work. Alright, I'll arrange that right away. The second matter concerns trademarks. You need to contact a professional trademark agency. I want to register several Matrix and the textual and graphical elements of Shui Le Duo. All these trademarks should undergo defensive registration in major categories, such as the internet, food and beverage, clothing, and office supplies. Especially the graphic trademark for Shui Le Duo, which is that snowman wearing headphones. It must be registered across all categories. Su Jing was somewhat taken aback. All categories. President Chen, that will cost quite a bit. Are we also doing clothing and office supplies? Not doing it now doesn't mean I don't want to see our brand flooded with Shui Le Duo underwear or toilet brushes once we become popular. Chen Hao said sternly. This is our brand mode. We cannot skimp on this expense. Understood, all category protection. Su Jing noted down. Add another one. Chen Hao paused before register a textual trademark. Esports. Which two characters? Su Jing hesitated, raising her head, her eyes filled with confusion. It's the character for computer and the character for competition, which is an abbreviation for electronic sports. A playful smile appeared on Chen Hao's face. In the year 2000, the concept of esports had not yet emerged. People only knew about gaming playing StarCraft or CS. The WCG World Cyber Games had only just begun hosting its first challenge this year, and the concept was still not widespread. But in the future, these two words will be worth their weight in gold. Register this term under Class 9, which covers computer hardware, peripherals, and software. In the future, anyone selling mice, keyboards, graphics cards, or monitors under the banner of esports will have to reckon with. Although Su Jing did not understand why her boss wanted to register this seemingly awkward term, her professional integrity prevented her from asking further. She simply nodded. He'll contact the agency tomorrow and have them come up with the best plan. After Su Jing left, only Chen Hao remained in the office. He returned to his office chair and lit a cigarette. His gaze fell upon the map of Haitian district on the wall. It was densely marked with red dots, each representing a member cafe of the association. 100 stores. Chen Hao muttered to himself. He had just discussed the computer business with Qian Hongyan, which involved bulk transactions. The repurchase cycle for the same client was quite long. As long as there are no issues with the assembly factory on Qian Hongyan's side, delivering goods once a quarter would suffice. But Shui Le Duo is different. Chen Hao's brow furrowed. Currently, there were only 6 direct-operated stores. Every day Jun drove a second-hand Jinbei van to deliver goods to each store, and it was already a frenetic pace. If the association's more than 80 franchise stores fully opened, it would mean consuming several tons of lemons daily, hundreds of boxes of cream, and tens of thousands of plastic cups and straws. This is not just simple addition, it's geometric growth. If Jun continues at this pace, it would be impossible to accomplish. Moreover, once the number of franchise stores increases, if even one store runs out of stock, or if there is a fluctuation in the quality of raw materials, it will also affect the brand's reputation. In the future, the Snow King that opened 20,000 stores will find that its core competitive edge has never been about how good the milk tea tastes, but rather the terrifying supply chain system it possesses. From the lemon planting base to its own syrup factory, and then to a nationwide logistics network, that is the fundamental reason why it stands strong. Currently, Chen Hao did not have the capability to grow lemons, but he must first resolve the issues of warehousing and distribution. I need to find a large warehouse. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette. A place suddenly flashed in his mind, the Lihua factory downstairs. With that thought, Chen Hao strode out of the office. 10 minutes later, in the office of the Lihua factory manager, Sun Jiangwo was sitting behind his desk, humming a tune from Peking Opera while playing with a pair of shiny walnuts. Since selling the idle research building to Chen Hao, which resolved the long-standing medical expenses and pensions owed by the factory, his life had become much more comfortable. So much so that he found Chen Hao particularly pleasant to see. Ah, President Chen, what a rare guest. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Sun Jiangwo warmly rose to greet him and poured him a cup of tea. Manager Sun, you look well. Chen Hao smiled as he accepted the teacup and sat down on the sofa. Thanks to you. Sun Jiangwo's face was beaming with smiles. The medical reimbursements for those old employees have been settled, and no one has come to cause trouble in the office building, and my ears are much clearer now. So President Chen, you came today with some instructions. Instructions would be too much to say. Chen Hao set down the teacup and got straight to the point. I wouldn't come without a reason. Manager Sun, do we have any idle factory buildings left? Factory buildings. Sun Zhangwo was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. What? President Chen's business has grown so large that the building is insufficient. Not exactly. Chen Hao did not elaborate. I have a new project and need to store some goods. I was thinking since we have a large area here at the factory rather than leaving it vacant to breed mosquitoes, why not rent it to me? Upon hearing that it was a rental, Sun Zhangwo's eyes instantly lit up. For the current Lihua factory, any incoming funds would be life-saving. Selling the building was a one-time deal, but this rent is a steady stream of income. Sun Zhangwo slapped the walnuts on the table. How big do you want, President Chen? We have plenty of empty rooms here. Workshops 1 and 3 are both vacant. If you like them, I can have someone clear them out immediately. Let's go, show me. Chen Hao stood up. The two walked under the blazing sun through the empty factory area. The wild grass by the road had already grown to knee height and rusty pipes slithered like giant insects along the walls. Once a thriving state-owned factory, it now exuded an air of faded desolation everywhere. Sun Zhangwo guided Chen Hao to see two large workshops connected together, but Chen Hao shook his head. Either they are too large, or they are still cluttered with heavy machinery, making transportation too troublesome. In the end, the two arrived at the northwest corner of the factory area. There stood an independent red brick factory building around 2,000 square meters. It used to be the mold workshop with a high ceiling and a wide concrete road leading directly to the side gate of the factory. How about this one? Sun Zhangwo pointed at the building. This place is independent and quiet. Moreover, it's close to the side gate, so your delivery trucks won't have to pass through the residential area, avoiding conflicts with those retired old folks. Chen Hao circled the factory building. The walls were thick, and although several window panes were broken, the main structure. Most importantly, there is a large unloading platform at the entrance convenient for forklift operations. This will do. Chen Hao decisively stated. Manager Sun, I will rent this place. That's quick. Sun Zhangwo gave a thumbs up. As for the things inside. Chen Hao glanced inside. There were only some discarded iron racks and rotten wood. Please ask someone to clear it out. I need it empty and clean. No problem, well sorted out within 2 days. Sun Zhangwo agreed promptly. When discussing the rental price, he was also quite perceptive and offered a very favorable internal rate. After all, in his view, leaving this dilapidated building empty was just a waste. Chen Hao's willingness to pay was like finding money for nothing. Returning to the 4th floor of the Matrix, Chen Hao summoned Zhao Gang and De Jun to his side. Gongzi, I've rented the mold workshop at the northwest corner of Lihua factory. Chen Hao took out a hand-drawn floor plan. You take a few people over there, and as soon as the factory clears out the items, you can start the renovation immediately. Zhao Gang took the blueprint. How do we decorate it? It's just an ordinary warehouse. Practical is the priority. Chen Hao pointed to several areas on the plan. The floor needs a little tidying up, level out the uneven spots, and keep the dust down. The wall should be painted white to make it brighter. The electrical system needs to be redone to handle high-power equipment. Also, all windows need to be fitted with security bars, and the doors should be replaced with thick security iron doors. Understood. Simple and sturdy. Zhao Gang nodded. And go buy some warehouse equipment. Chen Hao continued to instruct. Buy 2 forklifts, manual. Hydraulic ones will do. Electric ones are too expensive and unnecessary. Get 200 pallets plastic ones to prevent moisture. And also buy freezers. Get those commercial large horizontal freezers, the biggest ones, and buy 10 to start with. In the future, lemons and fresh fruits must go into cold storage. We can't build a cold storage now, so we will manage with freezers for the time being. Zhao Gang noted down as he spoke. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chen Hao turned to De Jun. De Jun, you handle the vehicles. Buy cars. De Jun's eyes lit up. He loved cars, and buying a car felt like getting a new toy, a joyful event. Yes, the delivery volume for Shueledua will be quite large from now on. Buy 3 new Jinbei vans, the kind with the back seats removed specifically for cargo. Chen Hao said. Additionally, buy 5 motorcycles. Get the kind that can carry large racks in the back. Why buy motorcycles? De Jun was puzzled. Some internet cafes are located in alleys where vans can't enter. Chen Hao explained. At that time, we will rely on motorcycles for urgent deliveries. This is the delivery capability of the last mile. De Jun nodded. All right, I'm familiar with this matter. Also, we need to hire more people. Just relying on you alone won't be enough. The warehouse needs to have someone managing accounts, someone for handling goods, and a driver for deliveries. Chen Hao calculated the required manpower, hired 10 more people. De Jun was taken aback. 10? That's quite a lot. Not too many. 80 stores, 3 vehicles. That might not be enough even if they run continuously. Chen Hao said earnestly. These 10 people must be reliable and hardworking. De Jun thought for a moment and said, Boss, some of my former comrades, a few are farming back home or guarding gates in the county. They are all drivers skilled in driving, disciplined, and quite strong. Chen Hao was waiting for this response. In this chaotic era, what is most important? Loyalty. Especially for managing the warehouse and logistics, they handle the real money goods. Chen Hao was not at ease using idle personnel recruited from society. Only a team connected by the bond of comrade relationships has the strongest combat effectiveness and makes Chen Hao feel secure. Good. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. They will not be treated poorly in terms of salary, and meals and accommodation are included. Once they arrive, you will be their boss. I will hand over all logistics and warehousing to you. Dejun did not expect to get a promotion, feeling a bit excited. Boss, rest assured I will manage them well and get the work done. On the third floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe, the previously vacant office space, reserved for the incubator project, was now bustling with activity. 100 young men and women dressed in white t-shirts stood in several formations performing some kind of mechanized movement training. Most of them were recent vocational high school graduates, their faces carrying a youthful eagerness for this job. Louder! Shout it out. Lulan, dressed in deep red work clothes and holding a loudspeaker, paced back and forth in front of the line. In just half a month, the once shy female worker behind the bar had developed a capable aura through high-intensity work. Welcome to Shuelidwa. 100 voices shouted in unison, the sound waves causing the glass windows to buzz. Move quickly but don't get chaotic. Lulan walked up to a new employee, correcting the way they held the ice cream scoop. Use your wrist, not your arm. You need to form a perfect spiral in 2 seconds. If it takes longer, customers will have to wait, and if it's shorter, the shape will collapse. Do it again. Su Jing stood in the corner holding a roster, reporting to Chen Hao. Boss, this is the first batch of 100. As per your requirement, they have a good appearance and nimble hands and feet. They are currently divided into 4 shifts and undergoing standardized operational training. Chen Hao looked at the scene before him and nodded. These 100 people were like 100 screws. He aimed to turn Shuelidwa into a precise money-making machine, and these individuals must be as standardized and durable as machine parts. Lulan adapts very quickly, Chen Hao commented. She is very dedicated. Su Jing looked at the figure commanding the crowd. She comes in the earliest and leaves the latest. Initially, to practice that ice cream technique, her arm got swollen for 2 days. Now the standard movements of this batch of newcomers were taught by her Hansen. Reassign all 5 of the old staff members to assist her, Chen Hao instructed. Tell Lulan that this 100 people is just the beginning. I want her to train these people within half a month so that they not only know how to make milk tea, but also standardize cash register operations, inventory counting, and use our various systems. Those who can't learn will be eliminated. Understood. At Jinghang University, in the boys' dormitory building. The campus was empty during the summer vacation, with only cicadas desperately chirping in the trees. Chen Hao, carrying 2 freshly roasted ducks and a box of chilled beer, pushed open the door to dormitory 501 of apartment 10. Liang Bo was sitting cross-legged in a chair, shirtless, and wearing only a pair of shorts, typing code on the computer screen. The fan behind him blew fiercely but could not disperse the beads of sweat on his back. Bro, it's so hot, why don't you open a window? Chen Hao placed the items on the table. Liang Bo heard the voice, turned around, and was a bit surprised to see Chen Hao. It's you, kid. I don't dare to open the window. If I do, there will be mosquitoes everywhere. Liang Bo swallowed hard when he saw the roast duck. What brings you here? Aren't you working today? I'm not going today. Oh, I came to see you, bro. Chen Hao pulled over a chair, opened 2 cans of beer, and handed one to Liang Bo. I heard your sister-in-law isn't home either. Liang Bo took the beer, gulped a big mouthful, and sighed comfortably. Yes, she is preparing for her graduate exams, staying at school to study. I have nothing to do when I go back, so I'm just here keeping her company and taking on some side jobs to earn some living expenses. Chen Hao smiled. In his past life, Liang Bo was just like this, a typical family-oriented, good man, technically skilled, but too honest, eventually becoming a balding middle manager in a state-owned enterprise. Chen Hao handed over a duck leg. My company has a big project again, so I came to find you, bro. Liang Bo took a bite of the duck leg, his mouth full of grease. Is it that system from the internet cafe? Wasn't it already delivered? Is there a bug? Not the internet cafe. Chen Hao shook his head, pulling out a thick stack of requirement documents from his bag. It's Shuelu Duo. The company wants to develop a set of inventory management system. Inventory management. Liang Bo was taken aback and reached out to flip through the documents. Aren't there ready-made solutions on the market? Like something called Guan Jiapu. Those are too crude and their functions are not comprehensive enough. Chen Hao lit a cigarette, his expression becoming serious. The company is adding 80 new stores with a daily turnover of hundreds of thousands. We need a tailor-made system. Liang Bo wiped the grease off his hands and began to read the documents carefully. The more he read, the more furrowed his brow became. POS terminal. Real-time inventory deduction. BOM management. Liang Bo murmured to himself and looked up at Chen Hao. This isn't just selling milk tea, but feels like building an atomic bomb. Does a cup of lemonade really need to have its syrup measured down to the milliliter? It must be precise. Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. Liang, good, do you know what the biggest loophole in chain restaurants is? Liang Bo shook his head. He was a tech guy and didn't understand business. It's people. Chen Hao pointed to his head. Some staff might embezzle, taking money without recording it. Some staff might add 2 extra spoonfuls of sugar when they're in a bad mood, causing waste of raw materials. Some staff even cut corners by leaving out 2 slices of lemon, affecting the product's reputation. The system we're developing aims to eliminate these uncontrollable human factors. Chen Hao took a pen and drew a flowchart on paper. The core logic of the system is like this. I preset the recipes in the backend. For example, a cup of lemonade consists of 1 cup 2 slices of lemon, 30 milliliters of syrup, and 400 milliliters of water. Every time a cashier enters an order for lemonade at the front-end POS, the back-end inventory must automatically deduct the corresponding amount of raw materials. Liang Bo nodded. This logic isn't hard to implement, just set a trigger in the database. The most important part of the system is reverse auditing. Chen Hao's voice turned colder. Every night after closing, the staff must take stock of the inventory and input it into the system. Note they must input the quantities they actually see. For instance, if the system calculates that 100 cups of lemonade were sold today, it should theoretically consume 200 slices of lemon. If the staff inputs that there are 50 slices left, and there were 250 slices when the store opened, then it matches. If the staff inputs that there are only 10 slices left, that indicates a shortage of 40 slices of lemon. Where did those 40 slices go? Either they were eaten or they were wasted without reporting the loss. Liang Bo understood. You want the system to automatically calculate the discrepancy between theoretical and actual inventory. Exactly. I set a threshold of plus or minus 2. Chen Hao continued explaining. Within this range, it's considered normal loss. If the actual inventory is significantly lower than the theoretical value, the system will flag it red, indicating that someone is embezzling or that there is significant waste. What if the actual inventory is higher than the theoretical value? Liang Bo retorted. For instance, if 200 slices should have been consumed, but the stock check shows only 100 slices used, isn't that saving money for the boss? Save my ass. Chen Hao cursed. That means these bastards are cutting corners. The customers are getting tasteless lemonade. This is more terrifying than embezzlement. It's ruining the company's reputation. Liang Bo pondered carefully, feeling a chill run down his spine. The logic was too tight. It was as if every staff member was working under a microscope. Besides this, there also needs to be a logistics module. Chen Hao continued, completely oblivious to Liang Bo's shock. The company's 80 stores are scattered throughout the streets and alleys of Haidian district. The delivery trucks have to run dozens of kilometers every day. The company hopes that this system can automatically calculate the optimal delivery route based on each store's restocking requests and map locations. This is a classic traveling salesman problem. Liang Bo adjusted his glasses, his professional instincts kicking in. This algorithm is a bit complex, but since the data volume isn't too large, if there are dozens of nodes, a greedy algorithm or simulated annealing can handle it. And there's the purchasing plan. Chen Hao flipped to the last page of the documents. The system needs to automatically predict how many lemons and cream will be needed next month based on the sales trends of the past 7 days and generate purchase orders for suppliers. The company's goal is to achieve 0 inventory backlog and maximize capital turnover. Liang Bo closed the document, letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Hao, if you can get this done, it might be better than the ERP systems of those multinational companies. How much do you think it will cost? Chen Hao asked directly. This is no small task. Liang Bo calculated for a moment. The front-end will be done in Delphi with a simple interface for foolproof operation. The backend database will need to use SQL Server, and algorithms will have to be developed. You'll find 2 graduate classmates. Just the 3 of us will need at least a month. Liang Bo held up a finger. How about we keep it at 10,000 like before? Chen Hao shook his head. Liang Bo's heart sank, thinking it would be too high. Then how about 8,000? After all, it's not our first collaboration. I applied for a budget of 20,000. How much? Liang Bo almost fell off his chair. The beer can in 20,000, Chen Hao repeated. But the company has 2 requirements. First, we need to see the beta version up and running within half a month. Second, the ownership of the source code must belong to the company, as this system will be applied for software copyright and sold as a product. Liang Bo's eyes lit up. 20,000. Adding the previous 10,000, he had already earned 30,000 from Chen Hao's company. This was enough for him and his girlfriend to comfortably enjoy their college life. Half a month. Liang Bo gritted his teeth. All right. He'll move my bedding to the lab, get those 2 guys, and work overnight. Thanks for your hard work, Bo. He'll go back to the company tomorrow to get the contract, and then let finance transfer 10,000 as a deposit to you. Chen Hao stood up and patted Liang Bo on the shoulder. Liang Bo watched Chen Hao's back until the door closed before coming back to his senses. He looked down at the heavy requirement documents in his hand, and then at the roast duck on the table. This kid. Liang Bo muttered, grabbing the phone and dialing his classmate's number. Hey Lao Zhang. Don't sleep. Come quickly to my dorm. Having sorted out the development issue, Chen Hao immediately returned to Li Hua factory. As soon as he reached the entrance of the rented mold workshop, he heard the sound of clanging from inside. Zhao Gang was directing several workers to install shelves. The previously abandoned workshop had been cleaned up and painted white. Several new horizontal freezers were lined up along the walls. Dajuan was unloading goods with 10 men dressed in camouflage. A truck loaded with lemons and cream was parked at the platform. Boss. Dajun upon seeing Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran over. Is this the person you were looking for? Chen Hao looked at the group of men working. Yes, they are all former comrades from the same battalion. Dajun grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. These few are from the cooking team Strong. Those few are from the automotive team Skill Drivers. They are all soldiers from Jizhou quite close by. I called yesterday, and as soon as they heard food and lodging were provided with a high salary they all came. Chen Hao walked over casually, picked up a bag of creamer, and weighed it in his hand. Tell the brothers, let's be clear from this is a warehouse, and it contains the company's assets. It needs to be well guarded to prevent theft from outsiders, and we must also eliminate any internal corruption. If anything goes missing, I will hold you accountable. A subsequent inventory management system will be established. We must check and verify the inventory daily. If there are any problems, don't blame me for being ruthless. Dajun's smile faded, and he stood at attention. Don't worry, boss. Us veterans value discipline above all. If anyone dares to be corrupt, they need you to take action. I will deal with them myself. Chen Hao nodded. He trusted Dajun's character and believed in the integrity of these veterans. In this chaotic era, the bond of trust forged from camaraderie often proves far more reliable than a mere contract. Have the vehicles been purchased? Chen Hao asked. Yes, 3 Jinbei vans and 5 Jialing motorcycles. Dajun pointed to the open space outside the workshop. Several new vehicles were parked there. As per your instructions, the back seats of the Jinbei vans have all been removed and crash beams have been added. Very good. Chen Hao was pleased that Dajun worked efficiently. Chen Hao sat in the office on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe, reviewing the inventory reports. Although the warehouse had just been completed, the pressure on the supply chain had surged due to the booming business of 6 direct-operated stores and the ones under construction. Chen Hao estimated that if all 80 stores opened, the monthly procurement of raw materials would exceed 1 million. It was unreasonable to continue with the previous cash-and-delivery model. Generally, supply chains of a certain scale will have account periods. The current supplier Huang Yongfa was essentially just a restaurant owner who also engaged in wholesale. He might manage to advance 10 or 80,000, but once the scale reached millions, his cash flow would definitely break. Chen Hao closed the report and took out a business card from the drawer. It was Huang Yongfa's. He picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, General Manager Huang, this is Chen Hao. On the other end, Huang Yongfa's laughter tinged with a Minnan accent came through. General Manager Chen, long time no see. I was just thinking of inviting you for tea. I heard your business has been booming recently. Just a little hustle, Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Are you free tomorrow morning at 10? Let's discuss next quarter's procurement. I'm free. When General Manager Chen summons, I will make time. Huang Yongfa readily agreed. Is it at your internet cafe's office? No, come to my other office. Chen Hao provided an address. Qinshu Road, No. 18, Red Building, Room 402. There was a brief silence on the other end as Huang Yongfa seemed puzzled by the address. It seemed that Qinshu Road was filled with ministerial compounds or other important institutions. Alright, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Huang Yongfa replied cautiously. After hanging up, Chen Hao called for Zhao Gang. Gongzi, dress formally tomorrow. We are going to the ministerial office to discuss some matters. The next morning at 9:50, a black Santana slowly stopped at the entrance of Qinshu Road, No. 18. Huang Yongfa stepped out of the car, glancing up at the gate. 2 armed police stood straight at their posts, the red 5-point star shining brightly in the sunlight. Next to the gate hung several signs with black characters on a white background. Huang Yongfa swallowed hard. Although he had dined with some leaders from the district over the years, it was his first time visiting such a high-level government compound. He adjusted his suit and nervously approached the entrance. Comrade, I'm here to see someone. Huang Yongfa forced a smile and took out a cigarette to offer. The sentry did not glance at him, completely ignoring the offered cigarette, only coldly raised his hand in salute. Please show your identification and pass. Pass. Huang Yongfa was taken aback. I'm here to see General Manager Chen, how he is working inside. You cannot enter without a pass. Please have the interviewee come out to receive you. The sentry said sternly. Huang Yongfa found himself in an awkward position and stepped aside. Watching the vehicles coming and going being stopped for ID checks made his heart race even more. Just who is Chen Hao? How can he work in a place like this? He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Hao's number. General Manager Chen M at the entrance. The guards won't let me in. On the other end, Chen Hao's lazy voice came through. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this place has strict access control. Just a moment, I will have my assistant come to get you. Huang Yongfa stood under the scorching sun for 10 minutes, sweat trickling down his neck and soaking his shirt collar. Finally, he saw Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang had changed into a deep blue Zhongshan suit today, his hair meticulously styled, with a party badge pinned to his chest. He walked leisurely out of the compound, his gait and expression resembling that of a government official. Assistant Huang Yongfa hurriedly approached, even changing his form of address. Zhao Gang nodded, saying little, but walked up to the sentry, took out a red identification card, waved it, and pointed to Huang Yongfa. This is our guest. The sentry glanced at the identification, snapped to attention, saluted, and let them through. Huang Yongfa followed Zhao Gang into the compound feeling a bit of a cramp in his calves. The compound was very quiet with several gray Soviet-style buildings hidden among towering trees. Occasionally some people hurried by their expressions serious. Zhao Gang led Huang Yongfa into a 4-story building marked Government Service Center. The hallway was carpeted in red with various photos of leaders' inspections hanging on the walls. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Zhao Gang pushed open a wooden door. "General Manager Huang, please." Huang Yongfa took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was stunned once again. This hardly resembled a company office, it was more like the study of a high-ranking official. A suite of 60 square meters with dark red wooden flooring. Directly opposite was a massive redwood desk with a wall-sized bookcase behind it filled with thick books and folders. To the left was a reception area furnished with a circle of slightly aged redwood armchairs. On the right side, a display shelf showcased several blue and white porcelain vases in an orderly fashion. Though Huang Yongfa knew little about antiques, he could tell from the glaze and luster that they were quite valuable. Chen Hao was seated behind the desk, pen in hand, writing something. Upon hearing the noise, he looked up, a warm smile on his face, but did not rise. "Old Huang has arrived, please sit." Chen Hao gestured toward the chairs in the reception area, casually closing the document in front of him. Huang Yongfa sat down somewhat awkwardly, only daring to perch on the edge of the chair. The environment strongly influenced his mindset, making him instinctively hide his business demeanor, appearing more like a compliant schoolboy. Zhao Gang skillfully brewed a pot of tea, served it to both of them, and then quietly stepped aside. "General Manager Chen, I truly didn't expect you to work here." Huang Yongfa lifted his teacup, using the act of drinking tea to mask the inner turmoil he felt. "This place is really impressive." Chen Hao smiled, pulled out a special Panda cigarette from a white box, tossed one to Huang Yongfa, and lit one. "Hey, what's with the grandeur?" Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "It's what the elders at home want. They dislike me messing around outside, fearing my youth and impetuosity would lead me astray, insisting on keeping me under their watchful eye." He pointed outside. "All the uncles in this courtyard watched me grow up. If I act out of line here, the old man will know immediately. It is a bit bothersome, but it is peaceful, and no one dares to disturb me." This statement struck Huang Yongfa like a thunderbolt. Elders at home, under their watchful eye, uncles. The combination of these words carried a shocking amount of information. What place is the Electronic Information Department? That's the office that oversees the national communications and network lifelines. If Chen Hao's elders can arrange for him to work in such a ministerial compound, then his status. Huang Yongfa dared not think further. No wonder Chen Hao can command respect in Hadian district at such a young age. Even the district chief has to give him face. So that's where it comes from. Mr. Chen truly comes from a distinguished background. Huang Yongfa's tone became more respectful. With elders backing you, your business is surely as solid as a rock. Chen Hao waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to discuss family matters further. Let's not talk about that. Lao Huang, I called you here today for a serious matter. We've been collaborating for some time now. The quality of your lemons, cream, and tea leaves has always been excellent, and I am very satisfied. Hearing this, Huang Yongfa breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Mr. Chen, you flatter me. When supplying you, I ensure to select only the finest. I understand you're building a brand. How could I afford to be careless?" Chen Hao nodded. "You've seen my business has been booming recently. The queues at Zuelada's stores have been unending every day." "That's right, Mr. Chen, you are a business genius." Huang Yongfa exclaimed with genuine admiration, giving a thumbs up. "I've been in the restaurant business on Frog Island for so many years, yet I've never seen such a bustling scene. Opening a milk tea shop in an internet cafe and turning it into a chain brand is simply brilliant. Since business is good, expansion is necessary." Chen Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I plan to expand Zuela Duo over the next 3 months. Therefore, the procurement amount for raw materials will likely multiply several times." Huang Yongfa's eyes instantly lit up. Procurement amounts doubling. That's great news. Although he had kept the prices low for Chen Hao, the volume made up for the thin profit margins. If the volume multiplies further, just this single business deal could equal several months of profits for his restaurant. "No problem, Mr. Chen, just say the word." Huang Yongfa patted his chest in assurance. "No matter how much you need, even if I have to go without sleep, I will make sure it's ready for you. Absolutely won't delay your opening." Chen Hao looked at Huang Yongfa's excited demeanor and smiled. "Lao Huang, we are old friends, so I'll be straightforward." Chen Hao took a sip from his teacup. "In the past, when the quantities were small, we settled immediately without issue. But now that the quantities will increase, and with a long-term cooperation, we need to formalize the financial process. According to industry norms, suppliers generally offer payment terms for purchases of this scale." Huang Yongfa's smile slightly stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. "Payment terms are quite common in business. It's normal for large clients to delay payments." I understand. Huang Yongfa calculated in his mind. Currently, the monthly payment is about 100,000. If it doubles, that's 300,000. If he holds off for a month or so, he could manage it. If Mr. Chen is requesting it, then it's certainly possible. We can settle monthly, or 3 months. Chen Hao interrupted him. Huang Yongfa's heart skipped a beat. 3 months. If it's 300,000 a month, that's 900,000 in total. This was a bit too much pressure for him, but still within the realm of possibility. To cling to Chen Hao's big leg, he was willing to front the 90,000 in cash. 3 months. Huang Yongfa gritted his teeth. Alright, since Mr. Chen has spoken 3 months it is. I allow Huang support your business. Chen Hao smiled at Huang Yongfa's resolute demeanor. Lao Huang, you are a straightforward person. But I haven't finished speaking. Chen Hao set down his teacup and fixed his gaze on Huang Yongfa. Did you think that when I mentioned expansion, I only meant opening 3 to 5 more stores? Huang Yongfa was taken aback. Isn't that so? I see that your current 6 stores are already overwhelmed. Opening 5 more would make it 11 stores. This scale would already be unique in Hadian district. Chen Hao shook his head. You underestimate me, and you also underestimate this business. My plan is to increase the number of Zueladuo stores to over 80 within the next 2 months. How? How many? Huang Yongfa suddenly stood up, colliding his knee against the coffee table. Water splashed out of the teacup and onto his hand, but he didn't care about the heat. He stared wide-eyed at Chen Hao as if hearing a tale from a fantasy. 80 stores. Huang Yongfa's voice shifted in pitch. Mr. Chen, you're not joking, are you? I know. Chen Hao remained steady as a mountain. There are nearly 100 internet cafes in Hadian district that have joined my association. Every internet cafe will open a Zueladuo shop in front. The franchise agreements are all signed. Huang Yongfa felt his mind buzzing. Over 80 stores. He quickly calculated in his mind. Currently with 6 stores the monthly raw material expenditure is around 100,000. For over 80 stores that would be 14 times the current amount. 1 month, 1,400,000. 3 months of payment terms. That would be 4,200,000. Huang Yongfa's legs went weak, and he fell back into his chair. He couldn't raise 400,000 for Chen Hao even if he sold himself. His restaurant, and all his savings would only amount to about 1 million at most. This isn't just business, it's a matter of life and death. Mr. Chen. Huang Yongfa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stuttering. I really can't handle. He wore a bitter expression, all traces of bravado gone. Don't mention 3 months, I can't even afford a month's worth of payments. If I put in over 1 million in goods, my restaurant wouldn't even have money left for groceries. Huang Yongfa looked at Chen Hao, his eyes full of pleading. Mr. Chen, please don't joke with me. A deal this big, my small frame really can't handle it. Chen Hao saw the almost tearful expression on Huang Yongfa's face and knew the moment had come. Of course he knew Huang Yongfa couldn't afford it. He had brought Huang Yongfa to this oppressive place today and thrown out such a terrifying number to shatter Huang Yongfa's psychological defenses completely. Only by making the other party realize their insignificance and powerlessness can the subsequent negotiations proceed according to his script. Lao Huang, don't panic. Chen Hao poured him another cup of tea. I know you can't afford it. I never expected you to come up with millions. Huang Yongfa's hand holding the teacup was still trembling. Then what do you mean? You can't front the cost, but someone can. Those source factories would be more than happy to secure such stable large orders. For them, a few million in payment terms would be a sought-after deep cooperation. Huang Yongfa was a clever man, and he quickly understood. You mean to deal directly with the factories? After saying this, Huang Yongfa felt a bitter pang in his heart. It's over. This means he is about to be kicked out. Naturally, if someone is going to open 80 stores, why would they need a... Directly sourcing from the manufacturer means lower prices, better service, and the ability to delay payments. His days as a middleman profiting from the price difference are over. Huang Yongfa hung his head, looking like a defeated rooster. Though he felt unwilling, he dared not voice his anger. People with Chen Hao's background could easily kick him aside without a second thought. Just being called over to discuss this face-to-face was already a sign of respect. Mr. Chen, I understand now. Huang Yongfa's voice was low. Don't worry, I will give you the factory's contact information right away. I'll take my leave now. He started to get up to leave. Sit down. Chen Hao said firmly. Huang Yongfa instinctively sat back down. Who said I wanted to kick you out? Chen Hao looked at him with a playful smile on his face. Huang Yongfa was taken aback. But I can't afford the capital, and you want to go directly to the factory. Old Huang, let's change our approach. Chen Hao spoke softly, guiding him patiently. You are currently buying goods from the factory, marking them up to sell to me, making a profit, while also bearing the financial pressure and inventory risk. If my payment is delayed, you'll be left out in the cold. Right. Huang Yongfa nodded. The hardships of wholesale were known only to him. Now let me propose a different cooperation method. Chen Hao said with a smile. You can act as an intermediary, assisting me in negotiating with the factory. As long as you can secure a 3-month payment term and push the price down to the lowest. In return for every batch of goods, it'll give you a 3% commission. However, you'll need to help monitor the factory's follow-up and quality control. Huang Yongfa was stunned. He quickly calculated in his mind. 3% sounded much less than the previous markup. But the base had changed. Previously, with a monthly volume of 100,000, even with a 20% profit, he would earn only 20,000. Now with a monthly volume of 1.6 million, 3% would amount to 48,000. And that would be pure profit. No need for capital investment, no risks, no need for warehouses, not even needing to hire movers. This was akin to picking up money for free. The most crucial part was that if Chen Hao stores continued to open reaching 100 or 200, his commission would rise accordingly. This was not just business, it was like latching onto a golden thigh and sitting back to collect money. Huang Yongfa's previously dull complexion instantly flushed bright red. Chen, are you serious? I've said it before, I never joke. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, his expression calm. Will you take this intermediary role? Yes. Only a fool wouldn't. Huang Yongfa was so excited he nearly jumped up. Looking at Chen Hao now was like seeing the god of wealth. What deep background, what second-generation official. It was all superficial. If someone could help him make money, that was his true benefactor. Chen, you are too righteous. Huang Yongfa was overwhelmed with gratitude. You are looking out for me, old Huang. If it were someone else, they would have kicked me out directly, and I wouldn't even have a chance to drink soup. Chen Hao smiled and said nothing. He was certainly not doing charity. Keeping Huang Yongfa was for two reasons. Firstly, because Huang Yongfa was from Wadao, he had a natural connection with those Taiwanese-funded raw material factories. Some things if Chen Hao said them, people might not believe him. The payment terms might not be negotiated and better prices wouldn't be secured. A slight price increase would easily exceed 3%. If Huang Yongfa spoke, it would be easier to establish trust and secure the best prices. Secondly, Chen Hao needed someone from the industry to keep an eye on those factories. Being too young and inexperienced, those bosses might find ways to deceive him regarding product quality, but they wouldn't dare to cheat someone like Huang Yongfa. Since you've accepted, let's do it well. Chen Hao put away his smile and said seriously. In the next couple of days, arrange for the heads of those raw material factories to meet. We'll find a nice restaurant in Hadian. Let's negotiate with them together. No problem. Huang Yongfa was now full of energy. I know the bosses of those factories well, we often drink together. They'll contact them right away and make sure to gather them all. Also, Chen Hao said seriously, what you've seen and heard here today. Huang Yongfa immediately understood and made a zipping motion across his mouth. Don't worry, Chen. I know the rules. I just came here for a cup of tea today. Oh, I saw nothing and know nothing. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's end our discussion here for today. Gongzi, see our guest out. Zhao Gang stepped forward and made a gesture for him to leave. Huang Yongfa thanked him profusely as he exited the office. As Huang Yongfa left the courtyard, his shirt was already soaked through sticking to his back. He didn't rush to get into his santana, but stood under the shade of a tree by the roadside, pulling out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, trembling as he lit one. The first puff filled his lungs with a sharp taste that brought him back to his senses. He glanced back at the two armed sentries and recalled Chen Hao's calm demeanor. Damn, this time I've truly encountered a real dragon. Huang Yongfa spat viciously, extinguishing the cigarette he had only taken 2 puffs from, and jumped into the car, grabbing his flip phone. He opened his contacts and paused for a long time over a few names. These individuals were all his suppliers. Huang Yongfa first dialed Lin Zhongwai's number. Hey old Lin. It's Yongfa. Huang Yongfa said cheerfully. Where are you? Still in Shiguan. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. You need to fly to Kyoto right away. I have a big deal, bigger than any of your other clients. After hanging up, he dialed Lu Quan's number. Old Lu, are you in Yanqing or Kyoto? Oh, at the factory. In that case, buy the closest ticket to Kyoto. Yes, for tomorrow. What's it about? It's certainly good news. If you don't come, don't say that old Huang didn't take you to make money. When the time comes and you see others counting money, don't. In the next half hour, Huang Yongfa called the packaging industry base in Izhou and the largest agricultural wholesale market in Kyoto. He didn't go into detail over the phone, just revealed 2 pieces of information, a large order volume and a client background that reached the heavens. With these 2 enticing prospects, several past partners couldn't stay still. In this era, channels reign supreme. Whoever holds the big orders is the king. The next evening in Hadian district at the Shiyuan Hotel. This old hotel, built in the 1950s, while not as glamorous as the new glass skyscrapers, held an unshakable status among Kyoto's elite circles. It is close to the party school and Zhongguan village, with most clients being from governmental units. Particularly the most important meetings of the year are held here for leadership receptions. Huang Yongfa specifically reserved a private room called Tingtai. The room was laid with thick wool carpets adorned with a few pieces of famous calligraphy and paintings, and the round table could seat 12. For bosses had already arrived. Lin Zhongwei was a typical Taiwanese businessman in his 50s, wearing a polo shirt and savoring tea. He was the owner of Shiguan Jiehua Food Factory, holding the supply rights for many well-known milk tea brands. Sitting across from him was Lu Quan, the owner of Yangqing Fresh Fruits, with dark skin and a lean physique. Zhang Desheng was a typical northerner and the owner of Izhou Hanyuan Packaging Factory, chatting with Li Yin beside him. Li Yin was the only woman among them, in her 40s, dressed rather gaudily, but with sharp eyes. She was the largest lemon wholesaler in Kyoto, monopolizing half of the lemon market in Kyoto. Old Huang, you called us here in such a hurry. When will that big shot arrive? Lin Zhongwei put down his teacup and glanced at his Rolex. We've been waiting for 20 minutes. Exact. Li Yin cracked sunflower seeds, spitting out a piece of shell. I still have a few trucks of goods to dispatch. If this person doesn't come soon, I might just leave. Huang Yongfa was standing at the door looking around. Hearing this, he turned around with a smile. Gentlemen, please be patient. Mr. Chen is a busy person, and with his background it's normal to be delayed. Moreover, good food is worth waiting for, right? That kind of background. Lu Quan picked up on the key phrase. Old Huang, you spoke so highly of him over the phone. What exactly is his background? Huang Yongfa mysteriously pointed above. Can't say. Just know that in this little piece of Haitian, there is nothing, Mr. Chen can't settle. A couple of days ago, I went to his office and good heavens, all the guards at the door were armed. The others exchanged glances, their previous disdain slightly diminished. In Kyoto, the greatest fear in business is this invisible and intangible background. Just then the wooden door of the private room was pushed open. Chen Hao walked in. Chen Hao was wearing a finely crafted white shirt today with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows. His lower half was clad in deep blue trousers, and on his feet were a pair of black leather shoes. However, the moment he walked in, several bosses couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. He was too young. Is this the great figure that Huang Yongfa spoke of? This is clearly just a college student. Li Yin pouted, just about to speak when she was tugged by Zhang Desheng beside. Zhang Desheng was a rough man, but he had a keen eye for people. Although this young man was not very old, his demeanor was exceptionally steady, clearly not from an ordinary background. Sorry everyone. Chen Hao walked to the main seat, but did not rush to sit down. Instead, he smiled and clasped his hands together. The department held an impromptu meeting, and those old men can be quite chatty, which delayed me a bit. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The mention of department and old men made Lin Zongwei's eyelids twitch. Huang Yongfa quickly stepped forward and pulled out the chair at the main seat. Mr. Chen, please have a seat. We just arrived as well. After Chen Hao sat down, Huang Yongfa began to introduce him one by one. Mr. Chen, this is General Manager Lin from Jiehua. Their company is a leading enterprise in milk tea ingredients, such as non-dairy creamer and black tea powder. This is General Manager Zhang from Hanyuan. Chen Hao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, neither overly enthusiastic nor disrespectful, perfectly balancing the appropriate demeanor. As the food and drinks were served, the atmosphere became slightly more lively after a few rounds of toasting. Mr. Chen is truly young and promising, Lin Zongwei tentatively initiated. I heard from General Manager Huang that you are doing very well in business. I wonder which aspect of your wealth comes from. Chen Hao set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. I wouldn't say wealth, it's just a bit of chaotic endeavor. Chen Hao smiled. My elders are quite strict, insisting I am used to a carefree lifestyle and cannot stand an 9-to-5 routine, so I just had a chat with a few uncles in Haitian district and came out to do some small business. He spoke lightly, but everyone present was astute. Chatting with uncles in Haitian district. That was quite a bold statement. Huang Yongfa timely interjected, Mr. Chen is too modest. If what you do is small business, then what we do is begging. You may not know, but on the day Mr. Chen's Matrix Internet Cafe opened, District Chief Rin of Haitian personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Furthermore, the State-owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission specially allocated a research building from Lihua Factory directly to Mr. Chen as his headquarters. With these words, the table fell silent. District Chief Rin cutting the ribbon. A building allocated by state assets. This was no longer something that money could achieve, it was solid connections. Li Yin stopped snacking on the sunflower seeds, and her gaze towards Chen Hao changed. In the capital, money is a fat sheep, but power is the tiger. If what Huang Yongfa said is true, then this young man in front of her is undoubtedly a young tiger that is not yet grown, but already has fangs. Mr. Chen, my apologies. Lu Quan raised his glass and stood up. I, old Lu, am a rough man, and may have been inattentive earlier. I will finish this glass, and you may drink as you wish. Chen Hao smiled, raised his glass, and took a sip. General Lu is being polite. We are all doing business here, being harmonious brings wealth. Once the pleasantries were out of the way, Chen Hao began to discuss the main topic. Everyone, the reason for inviting you here today is not just for a meal. I recently started a new project called Zuela Duo. It's also in the food and beverage sector, but in a chain model. Because I expanded too quickly, the original supply chain couldn't keep up, so I'm looking for a few capable manufacturers to collaborate with. Chain is great. Zhang Desheng shouted with a loud voice. Chain stores are all the rage now. I wonder how many stores Mr. Chen plans to open. If the volume is large, I can give you an 8% discount on my cups. Several bosses perked up. To them, a young person running a chain would max out at 3 to 5 stores, 10 at most. Chen Hao did not answer directly, but instead took out a sheet of paper from his bag behind him and laid it flat on the table. This is my procurement list for next month. Chen Hao pushed the paper onto the revolving tray and gently spun it. The paper stopped in front of Lin Zongwei. He casually glanced at it, then froze. He doubted he had misread the decimal point. He rubbed his eyes again and leaned in for a closer look. This? Lin Zongwei suddenly raised his head to look at Chen Hao. Mr. Chen is the unit on this list, tons. Of course. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. What else could it be? Pounds. Lin Zongwei's hand trembled slightly as he passed the list to Lu Quan beside him. Luquan finished reading and gasped sharply. The list prominently stated non-dairy creamer, 4 tons ice cream powder, 12 tons fructose syrup, 13 tons fresh lemons 5 tons tapioca pearls, 3 tons black tea powder 5 tons PP plastic cups, 3500 units crispy cones, 1600 units straws, 3500 units sealing, film 150 rolls. Li Yin snatched the list and stared at the line fresh lemons 5 tons for quite a while. She was in the lemon wholesale business and knew exactly what this meant. A thriving milk tea shop would use at most 200 to 300 pounds of lemons in a month. 5 tons. That's over 20,000 pounds. Mr. Chen, you aren't joking, are you? Li Yan's voice sounded a bit dry. That's over 20,000 pounds of lemons. If you were to use them for a bath, that would be plenty. This item has a short shelf life. If it doesn't sell, it would rot in the warehouse and become a pile of garbage. Yes, indeed, Mr. Chen. Lin Zhongwei frowned, as well the instincts of a businessman, making him start to doubt. This volume is too large. Even some large factories wouldn't have such a purchasing volume for a single product in a quarter. Is this for a month? Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at the group of bosses who were intimidated by the numbers. Do you all think this is too much? Chen Hao countered. It's not too much, it's too exaggerated. Zhang Deshang spoke frankly. Mr. Chen, doing business is about sincerity. If this order is real, my factory would have to halt a lot of operations just to produce molds specifically for you. What if? He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. What if you were just boasting? We can't afford the loss. Chen Hao smiled. It seems you all have a misunderstanding about my capabilities. Chen Hao pointed to the brightly lit night view outside the window. Next month, 85 Zueladuo stores will be operating simultaneously in Hadian District. 85 stores. Several people exclaimed in unison. Chen Hao smiled as he spoke. All 85 stores will rely on the internet cafes in Hadian District. Each internet cafe has a daily foot traffic of over 500 people. My stores will open at the entrances of these internet cafes, and I will have a unique business. A cup of lemon water costs 2 yuan, and a cup of milk tea costs 3 yuan. You are all business people, you don't need me to do the math, do you? Internet cafes. Lin Zhongwei's mind sparked. He had seen the popularity of internet cafes in the south, filled with energetic young people consuming large quantities of beverages. If what Chen Hao said is true, monopolizing the beverage supply for over 80 internet cafes. This volume is not only not excessive, but may even be insufficient. Mr. Chen, are you saying you have channels for over 80 internet cafes? Lu Quan was a bit excited. Not just channels. Huang Yongfa interjected. Mr. Chen is also the president of the Hadian District Internet Cafe Association. These internet cafe owners must listen to Mr. Chen. This suddenly made sense. The title of association president held significant weight. In 2000, these old-timers understood it well. That was the officially recognized leader. The atmosphere in the private room changed instantly. Mr. Chen. Li Yin was the first to react. She raised her wine glass, her face adorned with a charming smile. I was just being short-sighted because of my long hair. Please don't hold it against me. I'll take care of the lemons. As for the price, I'll give you a further 5% discount on the top wholesale price. Moreover, I guarantee that all the fruits are first class and freshly picked. If even one is bad, I'll compensate you 10. Lu Quan also became anxious. Mr. Chen, leave the syrup to me. I have an imported production line that guarantees first-class taste. As for the price, we can negotiate. It will definitely be 10% lower than what you're currently paying. I'll take care of the cream tea powder and tapioca pearls. Lin Zhongwei was also unwilling to be outdone. Mr. Chen, even though I'm in Shiguan, the logistics I work with is extremely fast. Within 3 days, the goods can be delivered to your warehouse. Zhang Deshang patted his chest confidently. I'll customize the cups and straws for you at no charge. Looking at the eager group of business owners, Chen Hao's expression remained calm. He was not in a hurry to agree to anyone. I can feel your enthusiasm. Chen Hao picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in his mouth. However, I won't be responsible for negotiating the specific business terms. I'm only in charge of strategy. Dealing with contracts is too exhausting. He pointed to Huang Yongfa next to him. From now on, Lao Huang will be my full representative. All procurement contracts should be discussed with him. He will also be responsible for the subsequent quality control. If there's a problem with the goods, I'll only deal with Lao Huang. As for who Lao Huang deals with, Chen Hao paused, glancing at everyone. That will be your business. Huang Yongfa stood tall, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He had never been so glorious, surrounded by these powerful business owners pouring drinks for him, each calling him Mr. Huang. In the past, he had always been in a subordinate position in front of these people, mostly having to cater to them. He glanced gratefully at Chen Hao. He knew that Chen Hao was backing him up, effectively tying him to the Shui Lu Duo ship. Alright, let's get down to business. Chen Hao raised his wine glass. Let's eat first. The braised pork here is quite good, everyone should try it. The next morning, a convoy consisting of 2 black Santanas and an Audi arrived at the Matrix Internet Cafe headquarters. Chen Hao did not rush to bring these suppliers to the negotiation table, but instead arranged for a special tour. Although it was not the peak time for customers at the Internet Cafe, there was a long line outside. Most of the people in the queue were university students from nearby schools who hadn't gone home, along with several high school students in uniforms. They were not lining up to go online, but for Shui Le Duo. I'll have 2 cups of lemonade extra ice. I want an ice cream. The printer at the cash register was whirring, continually spitting out receipts. Lin Zhongwei stood outside the floor-to-ceiling window holding a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but his eyes were fixed on the cash register that was constantly churning out cash. He was in the raw materials business and knew all too well what each cup of lemonade meant. This morning alone we must have sold hundreds of cups of lemonade, right? Li Yin looked at the towering pile of lemon peels, somewhat shocked. And this is still the off-season. Chen Hao stood in the shade of a tree, holding a cigarette, casually remarked. When school starts, or on weekends, this line will stretch to the entrance of the community. Afterwards the convoy made its way to 2 more branches in Hadian district. The situation was similar, although it wasn't as exaggerated as the headquarters. The business was still booming, especially with the 1 yuan ice creams, which nearly everyone had. The real shock came in the afternoon. Chen Hao took them through several unknown alleys or stopped in front of some storefronts that were under renovation. These places had one thing in common: a sign hanging at the entrance reading, XX Internet Cafe, with a 4 to 5 square meter window being standardized in red and white decor. In front of Waitsuan Internet Cafe, a middle-aged fat man with his shirt off was directing workers moving an ice-making machine. Upon seeing Chen Hao get out of the car, the fat man immediately tossed aside his cigarette, butt, and jogged over. Oh, President, why did you come in person? The fat man, not bothering to wipe the dust off his hands, extended both hands to shake Chen Hao's, bending at the waist at a 90-degree angle. Are you here for an inspection? Rest assured, everything here is done to standard. The equipment for Shui Le Duo just arrived, and will definitely be open within 3 days. Chen Hao nodded. Lao Ma, hurry up. These are the big bosses from the raw material factory here to check the site. Of course, a guest brought by the president must be well entertained. Lao Ma patted his chest and turned to shout into the building. Go get some chilled Red Bull. Hurry up. The word president explained everything. Lin Zhongwei, Lu Quan, and Zhang Deshang exchanged glances. If they had any doubts about what Chen Hao said last night, now all their doubts vanished. They visited another internet cafe that was under renovation as the sky was turning to dusk. The group returned to the conference room on the 4th floor of the Matrix Internet Cafe. The air conditioning was set to a low temperature, dispelling the heat from everyone. Chen Hao sat in the main seat, not in a hurry to speak. He leaned back in his chair, playing with the lighter in his hand, the metallic lid making a crisp ding sound. Huang Yongfa perceptively stood up to take on the role of host. Gentlemen, you've seen the site. You should all understand that I, Lao Huang, did not deceive you. Huang Yongfa said with a smile. Mr. Chen's strength doesn't need me to elaborate on, right? Lin Zhongwei was the first to express his opinion. Mr. Chen's layout is indeed grand. Lin have been in business for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen such a large-scale start. Impressive. Since we all agree, let's talk about the real stuff. Huang Yongfa stopped beating around the bush. We are all old friends, and I'm straightforward. I'll speak directly. Mr. Chen is my benefactor and a god of wealth for all of you here. Since we are all on the same side, this price. He elongated the last word, his gaze sweeping across the 4 faces. It must be lowered. Zhang Deshang, who was quick-tempered, was the first to respond. Mr. Chen's quantity is larger than all my clients combined. How about this? I'll offer my plastic cups and straws at a further 5% discount on last night's quoted price. That's already scraping the bottom. If it drops further, I'll be left to eat the northwest wind. Huang Yongfa shook his head, smiling, but saying nothing. Lu Quan gritted his teeth. For the syrup, I can give an additional 8% off. But I have one condition: we must sign an exclusive agreement. Li Yin glanced at Chen Hao and bit her lip as she spoke. The lemons are first-class fruit, and the price is already transparent. I'll cover the shipping costs. Any losses will be on me. It was Lin Zhongwei's turn. This old fox pondered for a moment and extended one finger for the whipped cream and tea powder. Let's lower it by 10%. Other raw materials will be lowered by 5%. This is my bottom line, and also a welcoming gift for Mr. Chen. A faint sound of inhalation was heard in the meeting room. A 10% discount for wholesale raw materials is practically cutting the profit in half. Huang Yongfa turned to look at Chen Hao, his eyes suggesting a sense of accomplishment. This price is already about 20% lower than the wholesale prices in the market. Even those large chain supermarkets may not be able to get this number. Chen Hao finally stopped fiddling with the lighter. He sat up straight and calmly surveyed the entire room. I see. The price will be determined, as you all have stated. Upon hearing this, the several bosses sighed in relief. As long as the price was settled, this big order would be secured. However, Chen Hao shifted the conversation. But since I am your major client, what is often referred to as a VIP, shouldn't I also enjoy some VIP treatment regarding the payment terms? Lin Zhongwei's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Huang Yongfa immediately jumped in to respond, seamlessly cooperating. Of course. According to the industry standards, clients of Mr. Chen's level are generally given credit terms. Credit terms. Zhang Deshang's brows furrowed into a knot. Yes. Huang Yongfa said matter-of-factly. For major clients, there's a large cash flow. Usually when you supply large supermarkets, the credit terms are around 6 months. Although we are not a supermarket, our volume isn't small. Oh, we should at least refer to that, right? 6 months. Li Yan exclaimed. Mr. Huang, just kill me. That's fresh fruit. In 6 months the flowers will have wilted. In our line of work, we settle immediately. At most we can hold back the payment for a truckload of goods. Lin Zhongwei's expression darkened. With the price drop, the profit margins are slim. If we delay payment for half a year, the cost of capital could lead to losses. The borrowing rate in 2000 was not low. Cash flow is the lifeblood of a business. 6 months is indeed too long, Lin Zhongwei said slowly. Mr. Chen, we are also a small business. The factory needs to pay salaries and upstream payments need to be settled. This financial pressure. I never said it had to be 6 months. Chen Hao interrupted him, pulling out a cigarette from the pack as Huang Yongfa immediately leaned in delighted. Chen Hao took a deep puff and exhaled the smoke. I understand that you all have difficulties. I don't engage in business that leaves others in dire straits. Let's find a compromise. 3 months then. The meeting room fell silent again as several bosses contemplated in silence. 3 months, 90 days. For those used to instant or monthly settlements, this was a significant challenge, especially with such a massive order volume. The funds involved could reach millions. Zhang Deshang scratched his head, looking troubled. Mr. Chen, 3 months is a bit too long. Would 2 months work? I can just manage 2 months, Lu Quan added. Yes, the syrup raw materials are all imported. The foreign suppliers don't offer me any payment terms. If it's 3 months, my cash flow will collapse. I can only accept 2 months. Li Yan was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Mr. Chen, that's fruit. That's unacceptable. I can give you a month at most. This is unprecedented. I've sold lemons in Kyoto for 10 years and have never given anyone a month's payment term. Only Lin Zhongwei remained silent. He was calculating the success rate of Chen Hao's model, the long-term benefits of the order, and his own cash flow pressure. Jiahua Food Factory is the strongest and most solid. 3 months may be uncomfortable, but it's manageable. The key is it worth the gamble? He considered Chen Hao's background and the stores he had just visited. It seemed this business could be sustained. All right. Lin Zhongwei suddenly spoke up. 3 months, I'll take it. Old Lin, Zhang Deshang, and Lu Quan looked at him in surprise. Lin Zhongwei smiled. Mr. Chen is a person of great ambition. I trust his credibility. The cost of capital for these 3 months will be my way of befriending Mr. Chen. Chen Hao smiled and looked at Lin Zhongwei. Mr. Lin is generous. In the future, the new product development for Shui Lu Duo will prioritize using Jiahua's raw materials. With Lin Zhongwei leading, Zhang Deshang and Lu Quan couldn't sit still. This. Zhang Deshang's face turned red. He didn't want to lose this large order and didn't want to appear less generous than Lin Zhongwei in front of Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, I'll also take 3 months. Damn it, I'll risk it. As long as you look after my business in the future. Lu Quan saw this and could only helplessly follow suit. All right, since everyone is so supportive, I can't lag behind. 3 months it is, but Mr. Chen, we must agree that payment must be made on the due date. That's only natural. It will be clearly written in the contract. If there's a breach, I'll compensate double. Chen Hao said calmly. The pressure has now entirely shifted to Li Yan. The woman in her 40s appeared somewhat flustered at this moment. She truly couldn't manage 3 months. The profit margins in the fresh fruit industry are already thin and the turnover is extremely quick. Delaying payment for 3 months means she would need to front hundreds of thousands to purchase goods, which she couldn't afford. Mr. Chen, I really. Li Yan's eyes were red with urgency as she looked to Huang Yongfa for help. Just as Huang Yongfa was about to speak up, Chen Hao raised his hand to stop him. Chen Hao looked at Li Yan, his gaze softening a bit. Sisterly. Chen Hao changed his address. I know how tough it is for those in the fresh produce business. Fruit turns to garbage if it rots in storage. Asking you to hold for 3 months is indeed asking too much. Li Yan nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen. Thank you. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Everyone here are big men, but it's not interesting. Sister Li's products are special, and since she's the only woman here, she naturally deserves some preferential treatment. He paused before continuing. For Sister Li will settle every month. Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she jumped up excitedly. Mr. Thank you so much. You're truly a good person. However, Chen Hao didn't look at her. His gaze shifted to the other 3. However, let's be clear. Chen Hao's voice turned a bit colder. Sister Li's case is an exception. As for the other 3 brothers, will proceed according to the rules. Since Mr. Lin has set the precedent for 3 months, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu have also agreed. Let's keep things clear. Don't let my preferential treatment towards Sister Li cause any dissent among you. Zhang Deshang and Lu Quan had originally wanted to use Li Yan's words to push for shortening the payment terms further, but now they had nothing to say. How could a big man compare with a woman who received special treatment? Moreover, since Lin Zhongwei, the strongest here, had accepted it, if they kept complaining it would be disrespectful. No, Zhang Deshang said with a dry laugh. We should take care of the ladies, it's only right. We're tough and can handle it. Lu Quan could only smile helplessly and nod. Mr. Chen is considerate. We'll proceed with 3 months, no problem. The overall situation was set. Chen Hao stood up and adjusted his shirt collar. Since everything has been agreed, you'll coordinate the specific contract details with Mr. Huang. Let's sign the contract tomorrow. No problem. The four replied in unison. After sending off the bosses, only Chen Hao and Huang Yongfa remained in the meeting room. Huang Yongfa slumped in his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief, feeling sweat all over his back. Although the negotiation was brief, the psychological game left even this seasoned veteran feeling drained. Mr. Chen, your tactics were exceptional. Huang Yongfa sincerely exclaimed. 3 months payment terms. That's equivalent to them giving us an interest-free loan of several million. Especially the way you let Li Yan off at the end, it completely shut the other three down. Old Huang, this is just the beginning, it will only increase from here, and your commission will also rise. You need to ensure the quality and supply of the products. Chen Hao pointed out to Huang Yongfa. Huang Yongfa thought about the commission from the 3 points. For several million in goods, 3 points would amount to over 100,000. And this will be every month. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will keep a close watch on them, and the quality will definitely not be an issue. Huang Yongfa gritted his teeth and stated. Chen Hao patted Huang Yongfa on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. This commission will only increase. In August, a quiet transformation was taking place in the streets and alleys of Hadian District. At the entrances of internet cafes, bronze plaques hung uniformly stating Member Unit of Hadian District Internet Access Service Industry Association. Next to it was a large slogan, minors are prohibited from entering. Upon entering the internet cafe, one would see a cartoon snowman character wearing big headphones. The number of Zuela Duo beverage bars was increasing, gradually becoming a standard feature of Hadian's internet cafes. In just half a month, this headphone-wearing snowman had become the most familiar image for the internet-addicted youth of Hadian District. Walking into any registered internet cafe, one could see similar scenes. Next to every internet user's keyboard was invariably a cup of Zuela Duo drink. Chen Hao stood at the door of Lihua Factory's warehouse, holding a bottle of mineral water that he had just taken from the refrigerator. He didn't drink it, instead he pressed it against his forehead to cool down. This former mold workshop had already been transformed into a storage and distribution center for Zuela Duo. Move quickly. This batch of goods is for the stores in Weigong Village. Wang Jun, wearing a camouflage vest soaked in sweat and a white towel around his neck, was standing on the loading platform shouting. His booming voice echoed in the spacious workshop. 10 retired soldiers were working silently, swiftly finding the goods to be moved according to the printed list. Boxes of lemons and bags of non-dairy creamer were quickly stacked into the entrance of the Jinbei delivery van. These Jinbei vans had all been modified, with the back seats removed and the body painted with a giant Zuela Duo logo. Brother Jun, the No. 3 van is full. A dark-faced man wiped his sweat and ran over to report. Check the list and confirm it's correct before sending it off. Wang Jun glanced at the receipt in his hand and said without looking up, don't run red lights to save time, but don't dawdle either. The manager of the store in Weigong Village has a short temper. If we're late, he'll call and complain. Understood. The dark-faced man saluted and jumped into the driver's seat. The engine roared, and the Jinbei van kicked up a cloud of dust as it drove out of the factory gate. Chen Hao watched this scene and twisted open the bottle cap to take a sip of water. This logistics team, composed of veterans, had an astonishing execution ability. They might not understand supply chain management theory, but they knew how to carry out their tasks, delivering goods to designated locations on time and safely. Boss. Wang Jun saw Chen Hao and jogged over with a hearty smile. Why aren't you in the office enjoying the air conditioning? It's all dusty here. Just coming to check on the brothers. Chen Hao handed Wang Jun a cigarette. You've all worked hard these past few days. I saw the reports, the shipment volume has doubled compared to last week. That's right. Wang Jun took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear without lighting it. It's been hot lately, and with the students on vacation, they have time to hang out, all going to the internet cafes. Lemonade is selling like crazy, some stores need to restock twice in a day. Chen Hao nodded. Let finance send a heat allowance to the brothers later. If we don't have enough vans, we'll buy more. If we don't have enough people, we will hire more. Raw materials must be supplied on time. Understood. Thank you on behalf of the brothers' boss. Wang Jun grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Chen Hao didn't linger, turning back to the office located on the 4th floor of Matrix Internet Cafe. Pushing the door open, the cool air hit him. He sat down at the computer and skillfully opened the back-end management system named Matrix ERP. This test version was developed by Liang Bo and his team after half a month of all-nighters. The interface was very simple, filled with gray buttons and white data boxes without any embellishments. On the screen, data was constantly fluctuating. Today's real-time sales amount 48560 yuan. Current number of online stores 82. Lemon stock warning 3 stores. Best-selling item ice fresh lemonade accounting for 65. Chen Hao clicked on the inventory details page. Every change in the data represented a drink being sold. This system had been fully deployed across all stores. He lit a cigarette, looking at the soaring sales curve on the screen, feeling pleased. Now Zuela Duo had become increasingly refined, from products to supply chains and systems. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking at the door interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts. Before he could speak, the door was pushed open. Lei Hu rushed and drenched in sweat. Boss, something has happened. Chen Hao frowned slightly. Don't panic, the sky isn't falling. Take your time and tell me what happened. Did someone cause trouble in the store? It's not trouble. Lei Hu panted heavily, pointing downstairs. The computer has a problem. Many people using the internet downstairs are shouting, saying the web page won't open. The network manager Xiao Zhang went to check and said that the Chu 123 navigation site is completely inaccessible. Chen Hao is stunned. Chu 123 won't open. This was more than just a website issue. It should be noted that all internet cafes in Hadian district that had joined the association were using the management system provided by Matrix. And this system's default homepage had been forcibly locked by Chen Hao to Chu 123. If Chu 123 went down, it meant that thousands of computers would display an error page as soon as they were turned on. We'll go take a look. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and quickly walked out of the office. Arriving at the internet cafe area on the second floor, it was noticeably much hotter than on the fourth floor. Although the air conditioning was on, the heat generated by hundreds of computers running simultaneously coupled with the full occupancy of people kept the temperature high. Network manager. What kind of lousy network is this? I can't even open the navigation. Damn, I'm in a hurry to go to the chat room and shout at people how come I can't even access the navigation. Is it a virus? Complaints arose one after another. Chen Hao walked to an empty backup machine, sat down, and restarted the computer. The Windows 98 startup screen flashed by, and then the browser automatically popped up. A blank screen. The progress bar and the status bar moved a tiny bit like a snail, then completely froze. After a full minute, a line of cold English appeared on the screen. 503 service unavailable. Chen Hao quickly opened the CMD window and typed in a ping command. The packet loss rate was extremely high, with delays reaching several thousand milliseconds. This wasn't due to a hacker attack, nor was it a network outage. The bandwidth was overloaded. Chen Hao quickly reviewed the data in his mind. It was summer vacation, students were free and crowded the internet, with over 80 member internet cafes in Hadian district along with other smaller cafes that had followed suit in setting Chu 123 as their homepage. The estimated number of terminals exceeded 20,000. These 20,000 computers would access Chu 123 every time someone logged in or restarted. Moreover, users' habits were poor. Many people left their browsers open without closing them, treating the navigation site like background music. Additionally, Chu 123 hosted a large number of software download links, advertisements, and movie site entrances. All these requests were piling up on that rented server. Furthermore, summer vacation was also the peak period for computer setups, and the sales of pirated discs in Zhongwan village were doing well. A few days ago, when paying for a new master disc, Chen Hao heard them boasting about selling over 100,000 discs just in a few northern cities recently. There were certainly quite a few private computers accessing the site as well. These combined factors led to a recent explosive increase in Chu 123's traffic. Chen Hao was clear about the server configuration that Chu 123 used a Pentium 3 CPU, 512 megabytes of memory, hosted in a third-rate server room. The server was probably unable to handle the load. Chen Hao stood up, took out his phone, and called Liang Bo while walking. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, and Liang Bo's groggy voice came through clearly, still half asleep. Hello? Who is it? Brother Bo, don't sleep anymore. The server has crashed. Hurry and take a taxi to the server room. Huh, it crashed. Liang Bo instantly woke up more. That's impossible, I just optimized the code last night. The traffic exceeded the limit. The current number of concurrent users is estimated to be 10 times what you anticipated. Chen Hao interrupted him. Bring your 2 classmates and guard the server room. I will have someone send new machines over right away. After hanging up, Chen Hao dialed Qian Hongyan's number. Old Qian, this is Chen Hao. I need 2 servers right now. It seemed that Qian Hongyan was in a meeting, lowering his voice. Mr. Chen, is it that urgent? What configuration do you require? The configuration needs to be top-notch. Dual Xeon, max out the memory and set the hard drive to RAID. Don't tell me you don't have stock. Take the 2 demo machines in your store and max out their memory and get them to me. But Qian Hongyan hesitated. That's for. I'll pay double the price. Chen Hao didn't give him a chance to hesitate. I want to see the machines delivered to XX server room within half an hour. Old Qian, this is a matter of life and death. Consider it as a personal favor to me. Hearing double the price and favor, Qian Hongyan immediately changed his tone. Alright, I'll personally drive the truck to deliver it to you. Having sorted out the hardware and software, there was just one last piece missing: bandwidth. Chen Hao returned to the office and saw Su Jing organizing documents. Su Jing, stop that. Chen Hao tossed her the car keys. Go to the district telecom bureau. Find section chief Wang from the business department and just say I sent you. What for? Su Jing asked, catching the keys, feeling a bit dazed. To increase bandwidth. Expand the bandwidth of our dedicated line from 10 M to 100 M. Tell them that the payment for a year's service is prepaid and it must be activated today. After understanding, Su Jing grabbed her bag and ran out. At 3 in the afternoon inside an old office building in Zhongwan village, the roar of the air conditioning in the server room was deafening. Liang Bo was sweating profusely, crouched behind a narrow cabinet, frantically twisting screws with a screwdriver. His t-shirt was soaked, sticking to his back. 2 brand new IBM servers were flashing with eerie blue indicator lights, and the sound of their fans whirring was like that of an airplane preparing for takeoff. "Old Zhong, is the network cable secured?" Liang Bo shouted. It's done. Don't rush." His classmate Old Zhong, holding a crimping tool, had his fingers rubbed raw as he inserted the crystal head into the switch's port. Click! A crisp sound echoed. "It's connected." Liang Bo dropped the screwdriver and lunged at the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard. On the black screen, lines of white code cascaded down like a waterfall. He was redeploying the load balancer, distributing the traffic that was originally concentrated on one machine to these 2 new servers. "This machine from Qian is really impressive." Liang Bo couldn't help but curse as he watched the system resource usage plummet rapidly. This configuration is more than enough for running a portal website. Meanwhile, in the Telecommunications Bureau's server room, Su Jing was sitting in Section Chief Wang's office sipping tea. Soon Section Chief Wang hung up the phone and smiled at her, saying, "Manager Su, it's all set. The Bureau has specially approved an additional backup fiber optic line for you. Your bandwidth is now at the 100 megabit level." Su Jing let out a sigh of relief and smiled as she said, "Thank you for your support, Section Chief Wang." At 5 in the afternoon, the internet cafe was suddenly quiet, where the previously cursing netizens had fallen silent. Hey, it's working. Damn, why is the speed so fast now? It opens instantly." Chen Hao sat in the office watching the monitoring data on the screen. On the back-end statistics graph of Chu 123, the curve that had previously plummeted was now rising rapidly. The traffic was skyrocketing. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. Finally, the number settled at an astonishing position. Today's unique visitors UV124582, page views PV8600, with 120,000 daily active users. In the year 2000, what does this concept mean? At that time, the 3 major portal websites had daily active users of just over 1 million. And here he was with a rudimentary navigation website, achieving 1/10 of their scale. Chen Hao opened the backend, staring at the map of Longwu on the screen. The red dots represented the sources of visits to QU123, a mostly concentrated in Kyoto, Ijo, and several northern provinces. Crossing the Yangtze River, the red dots became sparse like the hair on the head of a balding man. Especially in the U province, it was almost a blank space. He switched pages and entered the domain name Hao123. The page loaded quickly with a simple and crude layout densely packed with text links. At this time, Hao123 was still relying on Li Xingping, who was promoting it through friends in the industry. However, in southern internet cafes, its popularity had already reached considerable heights. Chen Hao calculated his current resources. It would be difficult to penetrate southern cities in the short term. If he didn't curb Hao123's expansion now, by the time Li Xingping realized the traffic could be monetized next year, it would be too late to act. Chen Hao moved the mouse and clicked randomly on the page. A pop-up appeared displaying a page named Passionate Chat Room, with provocative images. After clicking a few download links, he was redirected to an unknown piracy software release site. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, silently contemplating as he looked at the webpage. Currently, Hao123 was still in a phase of wild growth full of flaws. A casual glance at its content revealed a heap of incriminating evidence. Involvement in pornography, piracy, and illegal traffic diversion. While this was common in 2000, if someone wanted to target you, it could become a fatal flaw. The best way to incorporate it was not to throw money at it, but to instill fear in the founder, compelling them to voluntarily relinquish control. At this moment, Li Xingping was still working as a network administrator in an internet cafe in Xininyu province. It seems I have to make a trip. Chen Hao closed the webpage and picked up a cigarette from the table, lighting it. Since he was going to U province, he might as well stop by Pengcheng. That penguin should be running out of resources soon, right? Little Ma is probably struggling to cover server costs, and is even considering selling OACQ. This trip south might allow him to achieve 2 goals with 1 action. The next morning at the Electronic Information Department, the aroma of tea filled Chen Hao's office. Not bad, President Chen. Chen Hao was flipping through the association's charter and work report brought by Chen Hao, wearing a broad smile. How long has it been, and you've already unified the internet cafe industry in Haidian district? That's right. Chen Hao sat on the sofa smiling as he said, it's all thanks to Brother Hao's guidance. Chen Hao grinned. With the support of Manager Ren, I've only done a trivial amount of work. The association's members also want to operate legally and don't want to be checked every day. Stop flattering me. Chen Hao pointed at him. That's because you have the skills. If it were someone else, they would have been squeezed out by those old hands in the internet cafe industry long ago. He closed the document and lifted his teacup, saying, you always come here for a reason, don't you? Today you're definitely not just here to report your achievements, right? Chen Hao scratched his head, showing a somewhat embarrassed expression. Brother Hao understands me well. Actually, it's like this. The base here in Kyoto is on the right track, but I feel my perspective is still not broad enough. I'm only familiar with the industrial situation around Kyoto. The internet evolves too quickly. I want to take a trip south, especially to Yu province. Going south. Chen Hao set down his teacup. Yes, Chen Hao nodded. Yu province is at the forefront of reform and opening up, where contact with external networks began early, and the level of information technology is certainly unique. I want to conduct research to see if there are any advanced experiences that can be brought back to strengthen our base. Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao thoughtfully. This reason sounded lofty and had no flaws. But he knew this little brother too well. This guy never engages in a losing deal. Researching is just a facade. He probably has his eyes on some market or project in the south. However, as long as the overall direction is correct, he welcomes it. That's a good thing, Chen Hao nodded. Reading 10,000 books is no better than traveling 1,000 miles. It won't hurt to take a look. Chen Hao rubbed his hands together, a troubled expression appearing on his face. However, brother Hao, I have a concern. Go ahead. I'm too young, Chen Hao said with a bitter smile. Although I hold the title of association president, it works well in Heian district, but outside of Kyoto, who knows me? If I just run over there, not to mention entering a government office for research, I probably won't even be able to meet a section chief. Chen Hao laughed, saying, aren't you quite good at leveraging your connections? So this time you don't plan to bring your father into it? Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly, his face serious. This matter is my own business. It's inappropriate to rely on my father's influence. Besides, the cultural sector and the information industry don't align. I don't want to cause trouble for my family. This remark made Chen Hao regard him with a higher opinion. He understood the rules and knew when to advance and retreat. If it were one of those second-generation rich kids who relied on family connections to reach out everywhere, Chen Hao would have kicked him out long ago. But someone like Chen Hao, who has both a background and understands boundaries and knows how to attach political achievements to the department, is worthy of his support. Alright, stop playing the victim here. Chen Hao didn't want to hear him beat around the bush any longer. Just tell me, what do you want? Chen Hao immediately put on a smiling face. Could you help me out in the name of the department, and also issue an official letter? Just say I'm going to research the work of information technology promotion. With this talisman, when I get there, I can stand a bit taller. Chen Hao pointed at Chen Hao and shook his head helplessly. Your abacus beads have already fallen on my face. If it weren't for my concern about you going so far and possibly getting into trouble, which I can't take responsibility for, I wouldn't bother with you. This won't be a precedent. Saying this, Chen Hao picked up the phone on the table. He dialed a number, and his tone became, hello, is this Director Li? It's Chen Hao. Haha, long time no see. Yes, still grinding away at the comprehensive office. I have a favor to ask of you. I have a little brother here, named Chen Hao. He is the head of a key information dissemination base supported by our department, and also the president of the Heian District Internet Cafe Association. He is young and promising, and his family supports him in gaining some experience. On the other end of the phone, it was clear that the term family support resonated as the tone became even more enthusiastic. Chen Hao continued. He recently wants to go to your province for research on the situation of information construction. This kid is a bit shy and doesn't want to use his family's connections. I was hoping you could help arrange some reception for him, so he can learn a thing or two. Yes, just a normal research visit. It doesn't need to be too grand, but he shouldn't be bullied. Alright, I'll have him come find you. Thanks, Director Li, and I'll treat you to drinks when you come to Kyoto. After hanging up, Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao. Director Li Jiaming of the Provincial Information Industry Department has previously held an office in our department and has a good relationship with me. I've already given him a heads up, so just go find him directly when you get there. Chen Hao felt relieved. With the director's connection, he could practically walk freely in the province. Thank you, Brother Hao. Just don't cause me any trouble. Chen Hao sat back down, took out a piece of letterhead printed with Ministry of Electronic Information of Long Country, and swiftly wrote a few lines. Then he called in his secretary and whispered a few instructions. 10 minutes later, the secretary walked in with a document stamped with a bright red seal. Chen Hao handed the document to Chen Hao. Letter of assistance for Comrade Chen Hao from the Information Dissemination and Incubation Base in Kyoto to conduct research in Guangdong. The document highlighted Chen Hao's titles as Base Director and Association President. Take this with you, Chen Hao said with a smile. When you get there, don't embarrass me and don't cause trouble for the department. If I find out you're misusing the department's name outside. Thank you so much, Brother Hao, you can rest assured. Chen Hao carefully put the document into his bag, his attitude sincere. I'm just going to learn, I promise not to cause you any trouble. 3 days later. In August, Yangqing felt like a gigantic. In the small conference room of the Provincial Information Industry Department, the air conditioning was set to a very cool temperature. Li Jiaming looked at the young man standing in front of him, who exuded a relaxed demeanor that seemed inconsistent with his age. He was too young. Li Jiaming had held a position in the ministry before and was well aware of the intricacies within that prominent courtyard. The person who could make Chen Hao someone with lofty ambitions personally call and even issue a formal letter of endorsement certainly couldn't be simply explained by the phrase young and promising. In the bureaucratic system, being young often indicates a deep background. Director Chen, welcome to Guangdong Province to guide our work. Li Jiaming stood up, walked around the conference table, and extended his right hand. The office director Lin Jiayu and the deputy director Wang Jigang exchanged glances and quickly adjusted their expressions, slightly bending their waists. The director used the term guide instead of exchange. You flatter me, Director Li. Am here with a learning attitude this time. Chen Hao shook Li Jiaming's hand. Brother Hao often speaks highly of you in Beijing, saying you are a doer in our information industry system, and urged me to consult you on everything while I'm here. Li Jiaming's smile became even more enthusiastic. Qin Su is just exaggerating my importance. Li Jiaming pulled out a chair for Chen Hao and personally poured him a cup of tea. Director Chen, what specific research plans do you have for this visit? Chen Hao took the cup of tea and gently rubbed his fingers against its rim, saying, I want to visit 2 places. One is Pingcheng, which is our window for reform and opening up with many internet companies. I want to see the most cutting-edge developments. The other, I want to go to Xining City. Xining? Li Jiaming seemed a bit surprised. Pingcheng was easy to understand, but Xining was just a small 3rd-tier city in Guangdong with little presence. Yes, Xining. Chen Hao nodded sincerely. When we talk about information dissemination, we can't just look at the high-rise buildings in large cities. We must also consider the capillaries of small and medium-sized cities. I want to use Xining as a sample to see what the grassroots internet ecosystem is like. Director Chen thinks ahead. We have indeed overlooked this aspect. Li Jiaming nodded in approval, then turned to the deputy director beside him. Jigang, you will accompany Director Chen throughout this research. Make sure to arrange vehicles and accommodations well, and also notify the relevant departments in Pingcheng and Xining. Treat this as a political task, and present the best face possible. Wang Jigang immediately stood up to express his commitment. Director, rest assured, I will serve Director Chen well. In the afternoon at 2 o'clock the convoy set off punctually. A black Honda Accord with the license plate UO led the way, followed by a beige Toyota coaster. In this era, such a convoy configuration on the Guangshan Expressway represented absolute privilege. Inside the coaster, the air conditioning was chilling. 2 swivel aviation seats were arranged facing each other. Chen Hao and Wang Jigang sat across from each other with 2 cups of hot tea and a plate of fruit on the small table in between. Zhao Gang sat in the front row's secretary seat. Director Chen, we still have about an hour and a half before we reach Pingcheng. Wang Jigang peeled a lychee and handed it to Chen Hao. Try this, it's the newly harvested Xingqing lychee, just hit the market. Thank you, Brother Wang. Let's drop the titles in private. You are my senior, just call me Xiao Chun. Chen Hao accepted the lychee with a casual demeanor. The address of Brother Wang brought Wang Jigang comfort. Although he held a deputy division level in the provincial department, he was merely an errand runner. For Chen Hao, a prince wielding the ministry's authority, to be this polite made him feel proud. Then I'll take the lib, Wang Jigang said with a smile. Brother Chen, I've already arranged everything for Pingcheng. Deputy Director Zhang from the Municipal Science and Technology Bureau will personally receive you. In recent years, Pingcheng has been developing high-tech industrial parks with significant activity, and there is indeed a lot to see. Chen Hao, while eating the lychee, casually asked, I've heard there are many internet companies there. It's tough. Wang Jigang sighed and shook his head. A couple of years ago, everyone wanted to have a website, burning through money like crazy. This year, after the bubble burst in the first half, many went down. Now those who are still alive are tightening their belts. You will probably hear a lot of complaints during your visit. Chen Hao nodded. It's tough. That's good. If it weren't tough, where would be the opportunity to buy low? The next morning in Pingcheng, at the Wuzhou Hotel. The Wuzhou Hall was brightly lit with a red carpet stretching all the way to the podium. A banner hung directly above Research Symposium on Information Construction and Internet Industry Development in Beijing and Guangdong. The conference room was filled to capacity, distinctly divided into 3 camps. The 2 closest to the podium were representatives from Yue and Zhongxin. In front of them were thermos cups, casually reading that day's Pingcheng Special Zone daily, their expressions indifferent. For giants of their stature, such symposiums were more about saving face for the city. They weren't too concerned about what was being researched. In the middle sat a few young people, most of whom appeared haggard with dark circles under their eyes. One bespectacled youth was intensely focused on his notebook, furrowing his brow. This person was Xiao Ma, and at this moment Penguin was desperately short on cash. The server costs from the surge in OICQ users weighed heavily on him. He was here purely to see if there were any funding opportunities to apply for. At the far end were a few middle-aged men dressed in floral shirts or ill-fitting suits. They sat casually, some even shaking their legs. These were the bosses of several large chain internet cafes in Pingcheng, dragged in by the Cultural Bureau to pad the numbers. In their view, such meetings usually meant 2 things: fines or rectifications. This had happened several times this year, so their moods were not very good. At exactly 9 o'clock, Deputy Director Zhang of the Pingcheng Technology Bureau escorted Chen Hao and Wang Jigang to the podium. Deputy Director Zhang, in his 40s and a PhD, returned from overseas, had his hair meticulously styled. He tapped the microphone, prompting the venue to fall silent. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are very honored to have Comrade Chen Hao, the director of the Informatization Promotion and Incubation Base of the Ministry of Electronic Information, and Director Wang from the Provincial Information Industry Department here to provide insights into the internet industry in Pengcheng. Now let's welcome Director Chen Hao to speak. A sparse applause followed. A representative from the telecommunications sector only clapped politely a couple of times. The internet cafe owners in the back row whispered to each other, "So young. He can't be older than my son. Is this another rich kid here to gain some experience?" Chen Hao chose to ignore this. He adjusted the microphone height and scanned the audience. "Good morning, colleagues. I come here with a learning attitude. Pengcheng is the forefront of reform and opening up, and the innovative atmosphere here has left a deep impression on me." After a simple opening remark, Chen Hao shifted gears, diving straight into the data. In Heidian District, over the past 6 months, our internet user growth has reached 300%. The number of internet cafes has doubled, with daily user visits surpassing 100,000. What does this mean? It means the internet is no longer a toy from the laboratory. It is becoming a fundamental infrastructure like water and electricity. And internet cafes are the capillaries of this infrastructure, serving as the best entry point for the general public to access the information superhighway. The previously fidgeting internet cafe owners stopped their movements and looked up at Chen Hao. This struck a chord with them. In the past, during official meetings, they were either criticized as electronic heroin or referred to as places of filth. Never had anyone elevated them to such a high status as infrastructure. Recently, the government issued Document No. 44, and the industry is facing a reshuffle. Chen Hao continued. "We have established an industry association in Heidian District promoting real name registration and standardized services." What was the result? Compliant internet cafes are thriving while non-compliant ones are being eliminated. We call this good money driving out bad money. He looked at the local bosses in the back row. Standardization is not meant to destroy anyone. It is to ensure that everyone can make money sustainably, to allow you to earn while standing. A low murmur of discussion arose from the back row, with several owners nodding frequently. Chen Hao then turned his gaze towards the group of startups in the middle. "For internet companies, it is winter now, but I believe spring is not far off. The future internet will inevitably change the ways humans shop, socialize, and entertain themselves. Whoever can survive this winter will be the king of the future. And how can we survive? Apart from cutting costs, we must also increase revenue. We need to seize the entrance of traffic and immerse ourselves in the users." At the podium, Brother Xiao suddenly raised his head, looking intently at Chen Hao. At this moment, although QQ's user base was rapidly increasing, the server costs were overwhelming him, much like an ant on a hot pan desperately searching for money. Chen Hao's mentions of traffic entrances and immersion also sparked some new insights for him. Deputy Director Zhang led the applause, which grew much more enthusiastic. Next was the corporate speaking segment. Representatives from Zhongxin and Yue recited their scripts, mechanically discussing some macro industry layouts, putting the audience into a drowsy state. When it was Penguin's turn, Brother Xiao stood up. He appeared somewhat reserved. "Leaders, I am Ma Huateng from Penguin. Our product OSCQ is currently seeing rapid user growth, but we are still confused about our monetization model. Additionally, I would like to ask Director Chen about the investment environment in Heidian District as an internet hub. For companies like ours that have traffic but lack a profit model, are there any supportive policies?" Chen Hao looked at the young Ma Huateng, seeing in him a potential gold mine. However, he remained expressionless. "Mr. Ma's question is very sharp and realistic. In Zhongguan village of Heidian District, the venture capital atmosphere remains vibrant. Many companies have secured financing. Although it is currently a winter for the internet capital is not foolish, they are focused on the future. As long as your product is sticky and has a moat, money is not a problem." He paused and looked directly at Ma Huateng. "I am very interested in your OICQ. Its installation rate in internet cafes is very high. If I have time after the meeting, I would like to visit your company in person. If the project is suitable, we also have a special industrial investment fund under our base that we can consider collaborating with." "Really?" Brother Xiao's eyes lit up, instantly nodding repeatedly. "Director Chen is always welcome to visit." The subsequent segment turned into a grievance session for the internet cafe owners in the back. "Chairman Chen, can your association help us out?" shouted a robust internet cafe owner. "The inspections here in Pengcheng are too strict, but it's tough for us brothers to get by. We also want to get compliant, but we don't know how." Chen Hao smiled, gesturing for quiet with both hands. "All internet cafes are like family." Chen Hao said loudly, "Since everyone has this intention, I want to express my support for the Pengcheng colleagues to establish their own industry association. The management system we use for internet cafes in Heidian District can be made available for free to members of the Pengcheng Association." "Free?" One bald owner widened his eyes. "Yes, the software is free, maintenance is free, upgrades are free," Chen Hao stated emphatically. "For the establishment of the Pengcheng Association, I am willing to provide our experience in construction and operation in Heidian to help everyone achieve compliance." "Great." The robust owner excitedly slammed the table and stood up. Chairman Chen is righteous. From now on, when you come to Pingqing, you will be our honored guest. The atmosphere in the entire venue was very lively. After the meeting, Deputy Director Zhang enthusiastically took charge. Director Chen, your speech was excellent. Not only was it insightful, but it also provided practical information. Deputy Director Zhang held on to Chen Hao's hand firmly. I've arranged a lunch at Qilin Mountain Villa, and I sincerely invite Director Chen and Director Wang to grace us with your presence. Let's discuss while we eat. I also want to ask you about the specific operational model of this industry association. Chen Hao smiled and nodded. As the host, I will disturb Deputy Director Zhang then. At the moment he turned to leave the conference room, Chen Hao caught a glimpse of Brother Xiao standing in the corner looking at him with eager eyes, clearly wanting to discuss a visit to the company. The fish had taken the bait. Chen Hao turned slightly to instruct Zhao Gang to communicate with Brother Xiao about the schedule for the afternoon visit to Penguin. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in front of Sage Technology Park, a red banner with yellow lettering was stretched taut. Warmly welcome the leaders of the Kyoto Informatization Promotion and Incubation Base for their guidance. General Manager Lu Chang was standing at the entrance with several assistants, his shirt back, soaked with sweat. Ma Huading stood half a step behind Lu Chang, constantly raising his hand to wipe sweat, his gaze occasionally drifting to the corner of the road. They're here. Manager Lu called out softly. A black Honda Accord led the way, followed by a beige coaster slowly driving into the park. The car door opened and cool air rushed out. Chen Hao walked alongside Deputy Director Zhang, with Wang Jigang following behind. Welcome, Director Chen. Welcome, Director Zhang. Welcome, leaders from the provincial department. Lu Chang quickly approached, shaking Chen Hao's hand vigorously. I am Lu Chang from Sage Technology Park, and I have been looking forward to your visit to impart wisdom and treasures. Chen Hao smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, his gaze drifting over Lu Chang to the figure of Xiao Ma behind him. Ma Huading appeared somewhat reserved and stepped forward. Director Chen, Director Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Ma, please lead the way. Chen Hao got straight to the point. Let's take a look at your company first. The group ascended the building in a grand manner. Sage Technology Park, established in 2000, was essentially a few ordinary factory buildings converted into office space, with the elevator filled with various small advertisements. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they pushed open a glass door adorned with a penguin logo. The small open space of several dozen square meters was crammed with over 30 people. The office desks were clearly secondhand finds with varying shades of color, some even propped up with cardboard. Each workstation was piled high with documents and miscellaneous items, while programmers sat shirtless or in tank tops, their fingers clattering away on the keyboards. This? Wang Jigang pointed at the chaotic scene and turned to Ma Huateng. Is this our Pingqing's star internet enterprise? How does it look like those shady internet cafes? Ma Huateng's face turned bright red, his hands nervously rubbing together. Leaders, the conditions are indeed a bit harsh. We have invested all our money into servers and bandwidth, and we haven't really focused on the office environment. Struggling hard is a good thing. Chen Hao reassured Xiao Ma, then walked over to a buzzing, upright server. It was a self-assembled server, its case cover removed with a household fan placed beside it, blowing directly at. Even so, the array of indicator lights continued to flash wildly, the red overload warning light glaring painfully. This load is too high, the red light might burn out soon, right? Chen Hao reached out to probe near the chassis, feeling a wave of heat. If it keeps running like this, the hard drive won't last a month. Zhang Zidong, who was crouched down adjusting the wiring, suddenly looked up. He was a technical expert at Penguin and the most core founder aside from Ma Huateng. It was as if he had found a kindred spirit standing up to voice his grievances. You really understand the field. We're currently worried about this. Every time we gain an additional 10,000 users, we get anxious. This broken machine is running on overclocking, and I fear that one day, all the data might collapse. Chen Hao patted the hot chassis, remaining silent. The tour progressed quickly. There was not much to see in such. Once outside Penguin's door, Chen Hao paused and turned to Deputy Director Zhang and Wang Jigang, saying, Director Zhang, Director Wang, you should go rest with General Manager Lu for a bit. I would like to have a private chat with Mr. Ma regarding the financing matter we discussed earlier. Deputy Director Zhang was eager to leave this place filled with instant noodle odors, nodding quickly. All right, well, wait for Director Chen upstairs. Take your time chatting. After seeing off the leaders, Chen Hao turned back to Ma Huateng, pointing to the small room next door with a sign that read, General Manager's Office. Mr. Ma, shall we go in and sit for a while? Upon entering the less than 10 square meter office, Chen Hao took the lead and sat down on the somewhat peeling faux leather. Zhao Gang stood guard at the door. Ma Huateng, Zhang Zidong, and the operations manager, Zeng Liqing, squeezed onto the chairs across from him. Mr. Ma, earlier in the meeting you inquired about the investment and financing environment in Hadian. Chen Hao pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering 3 to Ma Huateng, and the others lighting one for himself as well. I assume your company is looking to secure financing. I recall that last year IDG and Inca invested in a round for you. What happened? Are these 2 golden gods unwilling to co-invest now? Ma Huateng's hand holding the cigarette stiffened. This was the biggest pain point for Penguin currently. Since the Nasdaq crash, previous investors have avoided internet companies like the plague or forget about additional investments. It was a blessing to not force them to repurchase shares. Indeed, there are some differences. Ma Huateng forced a bitter smile, not hiding the truth. They believe that although OICQ has many users, it lacks a profitable model. It's just a bottomless pit. Recently, I have approached a few other institutions, and as soon as they hear internet, they aren't even interested in looking at the business plan. Chen Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, observing these future moguls through the haze. How much are you looking to raise this time? 5 million. Primarily to expand our servers and pay salaries. Without new funds coming in, we won't even be able to pay salaries next month. What about the valuation? Chen Hao pressed. Based on last year's valuation. Ma Huateng's voice sounded a bit weak. We just want to break even, not increase prices. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Hao suddenly laughed. Mr. Ma, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending to be confused? Chen Hao flicked the ash off his cigarette. A year ago, the internet was booming. Throwing together a PPT could easily secure millions of dollars. What is the current situation? Nasdaq has dropped 70%, and the stock prices of Xinlong and Wangyi are nearing penny stocks. You still want to maintain last year's inflated valuation now? Zhang Liqing felt somewhat unconvinced. Director Chen, our user base has multiplied several times. Isn't this asset worth something? Non-profitable user numbers are liabilities. Chen Hao interrupted him bluntly. To my knowledge, IDG is already internally assessing to classify your investment as a bad debt. Moreover, Chen Hao locked his gaze onto Ma Huateng's eyes, sneering as he spoke. Mr. Ma, you visited the Pingqing Telecommunications Bureau recently, didn't you? I heard you wanted to sell OICQ, including the code and users, for 600,000 to them. Ma Huateng nearly dropped his cigarette onto his pants. This matter was extremely confidential. Aside from a few core executives, no one else knew. Even most of the company staff were kept in the dark. The director at the Telecommunications Bureau had even deemed it too expensive and had thrown him out. This matter had long been a thorn in Ma Huateng's heart. Director Chen, where did you get this information? Ma Huateng's forehead began to bead with fine sweat. He suddenly realized that this young man before him was not just a second generation seeking to gild his resume. He was more knowledgeable about the industry than anyone else. This feeling of being locked in by an omniscient perspective sent chills down his back. A family of 60,000 doesn't want it, yet you're bold enough to ask for 5 million. Chen Hao looked at Ma Huateng with a mocking gaze. Mr. Ma, one must face reality. The deadlock you are facing is on one side the skyrocketing server costs, and on the other the elusive profitability. How many users can you attract by pretending to be girls online for conversation? Can it be monetized? Even Zhang Zidong's face turned red at this moment. Pretending to be female netizens for chatting was a desperate measure from their early days of entrepreneurship. They never expected Chen Hao would bring this up. With their dirty laundry aired, how could they negotiate? Ma Huateng took a deep breath. Director Chen, since you know everything, please give me a straightforward answer. How? 2 million, and I want 20% of the shares. Chen Hao laid out his proposal. 2 million. Zhang Liqing nearly jumped up. This valuation is only 10 million. Last year when IDG invested, it was based on a valuation of 550 million. This has shrunk more than fourfold. This is absolutely unacceptable. Even the usually composed Zhang Zidong frowned. Director Chen, this price has dropped too harshly. Chen Hao coldly stared at the agitated Zhang Liqing. That was last year's bubble. Now it's a cold winter. Surviving is the first step to discussing the future. You can cling to a 40 million valuation and starve to death, or you can take my 2 million and survive. 2 million is already 3 times more than the 600,000 Mr. Ma wanted to sell to the Telecommunications Bureau, right? Zhang Liqing was speechless, his face flushed. Ma Huateng remained silent, constantly calculating. 2 million could indeed save them, but this valuation was painfully low. Chen Hao glanced at the expressions of the others, and then shifted his tone to a softer one. What I offer is not just money. If it were just money, you could survive a few months by borrowing from loan sharks. What I provide is an opportunity for you to turn your fortunes around. Turn around, eh? Ma Huateng lifted his head. Chen Hao directly revealed the future path of the penguin. The SP business is the key to your profitability. Ma Huateng was momentarily stunned. We are applying for the SP certificate in Pingqing, and the materials have already been submitted. That won't help. Chen Hao waved his hand. With the Pingqing certificate, you can only earn money from the people of Pingqing. How many mobile users are there in Pingqing? Your users are spread across the entire country. To make money, you need the nationwide SP certificate. The nationwide certificate requires approval from the ministry. Ma Huateng sighed. We have also inquired. The threshold is too high, and the approval process takes at least half a year. By then we would have starved to death. If it were someone else applying, it would indeed take at least half a year. Chen Hao smiled. But as long as I invest in you, the penguin will be our base's incubation enterprise, and our base is a key support of the ministry. We maintain good communication with various departments in the ministry, and there is a green channel for applying for various qualifications. I can directly submit your application materials to the responsible leader. Within a month at most the nationwide SP certificate will be in your hands. Ma Huateng was genuinely tempted. A month to obtain the nationwide certificate. This means they can immediately start SMS value-added services nationwide. Chen Hao continued to raise the stakes. Mr. Ma, do you know about the Mobile Dream Network? This November Longwa Mobile will officially launch the Mobile Dream Network program. Chen Hao said mysteriously. The core policy is to charge on behalf of users. In the future, when users send SMS or download ringtones and pictures, the fees will be directly deducted from their phone bills. The mobile company will collect the money for you and then distribute it to you. You will no longer need to beg for payment channels. I can help you join the first batch of the Mobile Dream Network's Shuang program and strive for the highest profit-sharing ratio. This news completely stunned the three of them. Ma Huateng, who was both a technical and product manager, understood the significance of the term charging on behalf of users very well. In today's internet, the difficulty lies in payment channels. If fees can be deducted directly from phone bills, it would be like opening a printing press. Moreover, Chen Hao promised the highest profit-sharing ratio. Director Chen, is this information reliable? Ma Huateng asked hesitantly. Did I come all the way to Pengqing just to deceive you? Chen Hao pointed to the floor beneath him. I intend to invest to give you money. Do I have any need to deceive you? Before they could digest this news, Chen Hao threw out another bait. Additionally, I have a navigation website called Chu 123. Currently, it has around 1200 daily active users. Chen Hao said casually. As long as an agreement is signed, I can offer the top advertisement space on Chu 123 to OICQ. This traffic entry should help you save a considerable amount on promotion costs, right? Ma Huateng looked at Chen Hao, his gaze filled with complexity. If the previous 2 million could be considered a lifeline, then these resources were actually worth even more than that 2 million. In this regard, the seemingly low valuation became reasonable. Ma Huateng pressed the cigarette, but into the glass jar already filled with butts, and said hesitantly, Director Chen, your resources are indeed what we urgently need. I cannot refute this point. However, this valuation is simply too low. At IDG and Inca, I am afraid I will find it hard to explain. After all, when they invested, the price was much higher than this. He looked at Chen Hao with hopeful eyes. Could you add a little more? Even raising the valuation to 15 million RMB would give me something to work with. Chen Hao did not answer immediately. He took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. Mr. Ma, you are a smart person. How come you are confused at this moment? You said it yourself, that was back then. What kind of world is it now? Nasdaq is bleeding every day and internet companies are seen as a plague in the eyes of capital. What IDG and Inca are thinking now is not to hope for your doubling, but to stop the losses. He pointed outside at the group of shirtless employees coding. Without money, the servers will shut down next week and they will have to leave. By then the user data in your hands will just be a worthless list. Your shareholders are even clearer about this than you are. For them, now that someone is willing to take over even at a bargain price, it is a stroke of luck. Ma Huateng's face. Don't use shareholders as a shield. Chen Hao's voice was cold and hard. You call them right now? Tell them verbatim that someone is offering 2 million cash to save the penguin's life, but they want 20% equity. Ask them if they would rather watch the penguin die in their hands with not a penny to recover or dilute a bit of equity for a chance to survive. Chen Hao raised his wrist and glanced at his Patek Philippe. I will sit here and wait. You have 10 minutes. This tactic of turning the tables completely shattered Ma Huateng's final psychological defense. He knew very well that Chen Hao was speaking the truth. General Wang, in charge of the project at IDG, had recently stopped answering his calls. At Inca, rumors had long spread that they planned to package and sell off their internet projects. Good. Ma Huateng gritted his teeth and suddenly stood up. Director Chen, please wait. I need to make a call. He grabbed the Nokia on the table and walked out the door. In the cramped office, only Chen Hao, Zhang Zidong, and Zheng Liqing remained. Zheng Liqing looked at Chen Hao and couldn't help but ask, Director Chen, do you really think we can survive? Whether we can survive depends on fate and people. Chen Hao lit another cigarette, looking through the smoke at these two future tech giants. As long as the money is in place, and with the path I provide, if you still can't make it, then no one in this world will be able to succeed in instant messaging. This sounded arrogant, yet it provided some comfort to Zheng Liqing and Zhang Zidong. Within 5 minutes the door was pushed open. Ma Huateng walked in. His steps were heavier than when he went out, but the anxious look on his face had dissipated considerably. How did it go? Chen Hao asked knowingly. Ma Huateng let out a bitter laugh and sat back in his chair. The shareholders agreed. They said they welcomed Director Chen to join the Penguin. Chen Hao smiled to himself. He understood those venture capitalists too well. At this moment the Penguin had already accrued bad debt risks on their books. If an unsuspecting investor suddenly appeared willing to inject funds for survival, they would be delighted and wouldn't care about the dilution of those few shares. As long as the company doesn't go bankrupt, there remains hope for them to cash out. Since they agreed, don't dilly-dally. I don't like to engage in those superficial due diligence processes. They are too slow, you cannot afford to wait, and I don't have that kind of free time. Sign the agreement now. Now. Ma Huateng was taken aback, so urgent. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Chen Hao adopted a stance of being considerate for the penguin, but in truth, he wanted to secure the deal. Money sitting idle in the account is just that, the sooner it gets into your account the sooner you can buy servers. What, mister? Ma, do you still want to keep it overnight? No, no, no. Ma Huateng repeatedly waved his hands fearing Chen Hao would backtrack. Old Zeng, hurry. Draft the agreement. Just modify the previous round's template. Zeng Liqing reacted quickly, rushing to the computer at the desk. Chen Hao stood up, walked behind Zeng Liqing, and looked at the terms on the screen. The investor is to be listed as Jingdu Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. Chen Hao pointed to the blank space on the screen. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the piercing sound of the dot matrix printer, 3 copies of the freshly printed contracts were ready. Chen Hao took out a red brocade box from his bag and opened it to reveal a stamp engraved with Kyoto Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. Seeing the stamp, Ma Huateng and the others were a bit shocked. Did Director Chen bring the seal with him? Had he planned to take control of Penguin from the very beginning? This feeling of being schemed against was unpleasant, but thinking of the 2 million that was soon to be in hand, Ma Huateng ultimately said nothing. With a slap, the red ink pad pressed onto the contract. Chen Hao signed his name. Su Jing transferred 2 million to this account at the bank marked as an investment. In front of them, Chen Hao dialed Su Jing's number and reported Penguin Company's public account number. Less than 20 minutes after hanging up, the landline on Ma Huateng's desk rang. It was a call from the finance department. Ma Huateng picked up the phone, listened for a moment, and his previously tense expression relaxed considerably as he looked gratefully at Chen Hao. Director Chen, the finance department says the funds have arrived. Ma Huateng tightly grasped Chen Hao's hand. Thank you for your investment. From now on, Penguin will be our shared enterprise. Chen Hao smiled and shook hands. Mr. Ma, you are too kind. A family doesn't speak of family matters. Let's go, we shouldn't keep the leaders waiting. The group left the office and headed upstairs. The office of Lu Chong, the general manager of Sage Technology Park, was spacious and bright with plenty of air conditioning. Deputy Director Zhang and Wang Jigang were sitting on a genuine leather sofa drinking tea. Finished chatting, Wang Jigang asked with a smile as he saw Chen Hao enter with Ma Huateng and the others. Chen Hao sat down beside the sofa, looking relaxed. I'd like to report to the 2 leaders. Just now, Mr. Ma and I have come to an agreement that Matrix Technology has invested 2 million to acquire shares in Penguin Company. Puffed. The sip of tea that Deputy Director Zhang just took almost spewed out. He couldn't be bothered to wipe his mouth and stared wide-eyed at Chen Hao. How much? 2 million. Wang Jigang looked equally astonished. They had originally thought that Chen Hao's discussion about financing was merely to introduce some policies or connect with a few venture capitalists. Who would have thought that in the time it took to smoke a few cigarettes, Chen Hao himself would invest 2 million? This was the year 2000. 2 million could buy several apartments in Pengcheng. Brother Chinyu, aren't you being too decisive? Don't you need to evaluate this further? Wang Jigang stammered. I never hesitate when I see the right people and things. Chen Hao pointed to Ma Huateng behind him. Penguin is a good seedling. I have great confidence in Mr. Ma and their team. Supporting the growth of quality projects is also the original intention of our base in incubating industries. Deputy Director Zhang looked at Chen Hao with a complex expression. He hadn't expected that this young man not only had a background, but also enough capital. Deputy Director Zhang put down his teacup and applauded vigorously. Thank you, Director Chen, for supporting the development of our Pengcheng enterprises. Chen Hao skillfully steered the conversation back to the main topic. Director Zhang, since I am now a shareholder of Penguin, I hope you can take care of them in the future. They are currently applying for the SP certificate from the Bureau. Could you help expedite the approval? We will definitely support it. Deputy Director Zhang patted his chest with a booming sound. Since Penguin is a project incubated by your base, we will handle it as a special case. Mr. Ma, come to the Bureau again tomorrow. I will approve it right away. However, if you apply for the national one, we will have to see what the department says. He glanced at Chen Hao. I will handle the procedures with the department. As long as the procedures here in Pengcheng are complete, I guarantee that the SP certificate will be processed within half a month. Ma Huateng, Zhang Zidong, and Zeng Liqing, who were standing in the back, listened as these 2 big shots settled the issue that had troubled them for half a year, with just a few words, feeling a mix of emotions. This is the efficiency of power. The banquet was arranged at Tian Yu Gang near Sage Technology Park, and was hosted by Lu from Sage. Without the daytime's restraint, and with 2 million safely in hand, Ma Huateng completely let go. Director Chen, I toast to you. Ma Huateng raised a full glass of baijiu, his face as red as guanyas. This glass is to thank you for Penguin's support. Chen Hao sat firmly in the main seat, and raised his cup to take a sip. Old Ma, drink less. We have to work tomorrow. It's fine. Today I'm happy, so I'll drink. Ma Huateng threw his head back and downed the drink. Zeng Liqing and Zhang Zidong also took turns to raise them. Deputy Director Zhang and Wang Jigang sat beside them, and the atmosphere was lively. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ma Huateng was already a bit slurred. He held Chen Hao's hand, rambling about the hardships of starting a business. Chen Hao listened quietly. He looked at this future business giant, who would one day control a $1 trillion empire, now pouring out his emotions like a child. That night Chen Hao did not get drunk. he remained alert. Watching Ma Huadeng, who had passed out at the table being helped away by Zheng Liqing, Chen Hao stood at the hotel entrance feeling particularly bright under the night breeze. He silently calculated in his heart. 2 million bought him shares worth several hundred billion in the future. Unfortunately, this joy was something he could not share with anyone. The next morning, as dawn broke, the Consta and Accord convoy departed from the Wuzhou Hotel, heading west along the Guangshan Expressway. Xining City is located in the northern mountainous region of Guangdong. At the entrance of the National Road, a Santana police car had long been parked in the shade of a tree with its lights off. 2 police officers leaned against the car door, smoking, occasionally glancing at their watches. In the distance, dust rose as a black Honda Accord led the way, followed by a beige Consta. "They're coming." One of the police officers threw away his cigarette, but extinguishing it with his foot, and quickly jumped into the car. The police lights flashed, and the sirens blared, leading the way. The convoy showed no signs of slowing down as it entered this somewhat dilapidated county-level city. Drivers of motorcycles and farmers carrying burdens on the roadside hurriedly avoided them, their eyes filled with curiosity. In this era, a convoy with UO license plates combined with a police escort signified that a big shot from the province had arrived. Xining City Government Guest House, an 80s-style Soviet building. The air conditioning in the private room was very strong, and the old window-type air conditioner buzzed. The round table was filled with local specialty game and mountain delicacies. Deputy Mayor Song, in his 50s, had already developed a receding hairline. He held up a wine glass, his face beaming with smiles. "Director Chen, Director Wang, thank you for your hard work on the journey. This poor and remote place of Xining has simple conditions and inadequate hospitality. Oh, please bear with us." Deputy Mayor Song downed the Maotai in his cup and showed the bottom of the glass. "I will drink this as a sign of respect." Wang Jigang also finished the wine in his cup and then pointed to Chen Hao. "Mayor Song, you are too kind. This time we mainly accompanied Director Chen to conduct research and see the actual situation at the grassroots level." Mayor Song quickly turned to Chen Hao, filling his cup again. "Director Chen is young and accomplished. I've heard that experts from Kyoto have come to give us a diagnosis. It's just..." He paused and said somewhat awkwardly, "Xining is an agricultural city with a weak foundation. You said you wanted to research the internet industry. This is really a challenge for us. There isn't even a decent software company in the entire city. There are only a few servers at the Telecommunications Bureau. How about we go to the Telecommunications Bureau for a discussion this afternoon? The comrades at the Bureau have also prepared a report." Chen Hao put down his chopsticks and looked at Deputy Mayor Song. He was well aware that grassroots leaders were most afraid of inspections from above that found no highlights, which would lead to them being criticized. "Mayor Song, don't misunderstand. We are not here to make things difficult for you," Chen Hao explained in a calm tone. "I did my homework before coming. I understand the situation in Xining. There are still hundreds of cities like Xining in our country." Deputy Mayor Song was taken aback for a moment, not expecting this young Beijing official to be so easy to talk to, and his previously tense heart relaxed a bit. "So what does Director Chen mean? No internet enterprises do not mean there are no internet users." Chen Hao took out a Zhonghua cigarette from his box and handed it to Deputy Mayor Song. "Internet cafes are the window to urban informationization. I want to see the ecology of the most grassroots internet cafes. See internet cafes." Deputy Mayor Song's hand, which received the cigarette, paused, looking utterly bewildered. In the eyes of Mayor Song, internet cafes are merely places where a group of idlers waste their time playing games filled with smoke and noise, and considered a focus for public security management. How could they be deemed a window for information technology? "Yes, let's go check out an internet cafe." Chen Hao helped him light a cigarette. "Only by understanding what the lowest tier users are using and what they care about can our policy making be grounded in reality. Mayor Song, I'll need your assistance with this." Although Vice Mayor Song did not understand, as long as it did not require him to conjure up high-tech enterprises, arranging a few internet cafes was a trivial matter. He turned to the city's Telecommunications Bureau director, who was sitting in the last seat. "Old Lu, what larger internet cafes are there in the city? Choose a few with good environments, nothing too shabby." Director Lu was deeply immersed in his food, but upon hearing his name, he hurriedly put down his chopsticks and quickly ran through the list in his mind. "Mayor Song, Director Chen, there are 3 larger ones in the city. One is Wanding Internet Cafe, located near the old bus station with the most machines. Another is Jisu Shirkong, across from the second middle school. There's also one called Boda Network, which ranks 3rd. Hearing the name, Boda Network, Chen Hao's hand that was picking up food paused imperceptibly for a moment before returning to normal. "Then let's go with these 3. Chen Hao said casually. "We'll go right after we finish eating, no break. Let's hurry up." Vice Mayor Song immediately made a decision. "Old Lu, you go arrange this right away. Make sure they are ready to receive us, and don't let anything go wrong." Director Lu nodded, repeatedly wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly ran out of the private room with his phone. In the corridor, Director Lu dialed the office director's phone, keeping his voice low, yet filled with urgency, quickly informed the bosses of Wanding, Jisu, and Boda. "Big leaders from the provincial capital are coming for an inspection. Make sure to clear out all those unruly characters." No minors are allowed to stay. The hygiene must be spotless. If the leaders see cigarette butts all over the floor, I will have their internet lines ripped out. Wanding Internet Cafe, the largest money sink in Xining City. Boss Xiong was shirtless, sitting with his feet on a chair, a cigarette in his mouth, playing cards with a few younger brothers behind the counter. Bomb. Pay up, pay up. Xiong slammed his cards down on the table, his face trembling with anger. Suddenly the landline on the counter rang. Xiong impatiently picked up the phone. Who is it? I'm busy. This is Li Kai from the Telecommunications Bureau. The voice on the other end was roaring. Meng Xiong, you dog, get moving. In half an hour the vice mayor is bringing big leaders to inspect your place. If something goes wrong, don't expect to use your fiber optic in the future. The cigarette butt in Xiong's hand fell onto his thigh, burning him, causing him to yelp and jump up. Inspection. Lika, what do I do? I haven't prepared anything. What do you mean? Get rid of all those punks with dyed hair and tattoos. Clear out all the students. And you better put on some clothes. Hurry up. After hanging up, Xiong looked at the chaotic scene in the room, his cold sweat pouring down. Everyone stop playing. Xiong shouted immediately. Defei, take a few people and kick all those student brats out the back door. Tell them today doesn't count, they'll have to make up for it tomorrow. Get going. And you guys, those with dyed hair and tattoos, hurry to the bathroom and hide. Sweep up the cigarette butts on the floor. Open all the windows to air it out. The entire internet cafe was instantly thrown into chaos. Half an hour later, a convoy stopped at the entrance of Wanding Internet Cafe. 2 police motorcycles sealed off the road, drawing the attention of passersby. Chen Hao got out of the car and glanced at the sign. Most of it was broken. The 2 characters for Wanding only had the one intact, while the other was crooked and almost falling off. At this moment, Xiong had already put on an ill-fitting white shirt buttoned up to the top, squeezing his neck fat out. He stood at the door, drenched in sweat, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our establishment. Xiong extended his hands, wanting to shake hands, but hesitating, rubbing his palms on his pants several times. Vice Mayor Song looked at him with disdain, not extending his hand, simply stepping aside to let Chen Hao out. This is Director Chen from the provincial capital. Chen Hao had no airs about him, shaking Xiong's damp hand. Boss, your business is thriving. Sorry to interrupt you. Thanks to the leaders, I'm just trying to make a living. No trouble at all, it's our honor to have you here. Xiong was flattered, bending even lower. Upon entering the internet cafe, a strong scent of air freshener hit him. Over 100 large monitor screens were neatly arranged, but only a sparse number of seats were occupied. The few people online were sitting upright, not even daring to type loudly. Chen Hao's heart was clear as day. This occupancy rate was an insult for an internet cafe in a county during the summer vacation. He walked behind one of the machines. The person online was a man in his 30s, stiffly gripping the mouse and staring blankly at the screen. Chen Hao glanced at the screen. It was that familiar page, Hao 123. Did you set this homepage yourself? Chen Hao asked, pointing at the screen. Xiong quickly leaned over with a smile. In response to the leaders, this was set up by a local young man named Li Xingping. Customers love using it, saying it's convenient for finding websites. We've set it as the homepage for everyone. Chen Hao nodded and said nothing. This is the terrifying aspect of Hao 123. In this information desert, it occupies everyone's desktop without needing any promotional expenses. He walked around the internet cafe. The equipment here was a whole generation behind Kyoto, still using a Celeron 300A CPU with a pitiful memory of 64M. Boss, your business doesn't seem too great. Chen Hao casually remarked. With so many machines empty, is your electricity bill manageable? Xiong felt bitter inside, but still had to force a smile. The electricity bill is definitely manageable. It's mainly afternoon now, everyone is taking a nap, it'll be busier at night. Chen Hao patted the row of empty leather seats. Running a compliant business is a good thing. Chen Hao looked at Xiong meaningfully. Minors are the flowers of the nation, and they indeed should not be allowed to indulge in the internet. It seems you are enforcing this well. Xiong's cold sweat trickled down his temples. Yes, we firmly support the policy and never let students in. That's good. Chen Hao turned to walk out. Let's go check the next one. Upon hearing this, Xiong felt a heavy weight lift off him. Vice Mayor Song and Director Liu also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as they weren't caught red-handed on the spot, they had passed this hurdle. A group of people exited the internet cafe grandly and climbed into the air-conditioned vehicle. The sirens blared again, and the convoy kicked up dust as it headed to the next destination. Through the dark glass of the van, Chen Hao saw the boss, named Xiong, standing at the door waving non-stop. Once the convoy turned the corner, he was completely out of sight. Xiong sat down heavily on the steps, loosened his collar, and gasped for breath. Defei, he shouted hoarsely. Where is everyone? Where have they all gone? Quickly open the back door. Let those kids come back. Damn it, wasting half an hour of my business. How much money did I lose? The iron gate in the back alley was pushed open, and dozens of boys in school uniforms or tank tops rushed out like they were released, hurrying towards the empty seats. Boss, turn on the machines. Give me a bottle of cola. The noise instantly filled the space with the sounds of keyboard typing and shouting overlapping. This was the most authentic scene of a county internet cafe in the year 2000. In the car, Chen Hao withdrew his gaze and leaned back in his seat. What's the next one? He asked, pretending not to know. Director Lu, sitting in the passenger seat, turned back. Director Chen, the next one is Boda Network. It's not far from here, about 10 minutes away. The convoy stopped in front of a 3-story self-built building to the east of the city. The exterior walls were covered in white tiles showing signs of age with stains washed down by rain resembling tear streaks on the wall. A sign reading Boda Billiards Hall hung on the first floor, while large red characters were pasted on the second floor window. Boda Network, fiber optic surfing. Lu Boda stood at the entrance of the billiards hall, his legs slightly wobbling. He had specially worn the shirt he bought for his wedding, but unfortunately, he had gained weight in recent years, causing the buttons to strain tightly. He clutched a half-pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes in his hand, wanting to throw it away, but unable to find a trash can, so he shoved it into his pocket, creating an unsightly bulge. An employee from the telecommunications bureau jumped down from the first car and waved at Lu Boda. Old Lu, what are you standing there for? The leaders are here. Lu Boda felt a shiver run through him, quickly bending down with a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Vice Mayor Song got out of the car first, not even glancing at him, just turning around to assist Chen Hao. Director Chen, this is Boda Network. This is the owner, Lu Boda. Vice Mayor Song introduced casually. Lu Boda hurriedly extended his hands, welcome leaders to inspect. Chen Hao shook hands, saying, Lu boss has a good name, broad and profound. Let's go inside and take a look. The billiards hall on the first floor was empty, with only a few dim hanging lights lit. Several billiard tables were covered with plastic sheets, and there were no customers. Clearly in preparation for the inspection, the place had already been cleared. Leaders, please go upstairs. The internet cafe is on the second floor. Lu Boda turned sideways to lead the way. The staircase was narrow and steep, with red non-slip mats laid over the concrete steps, which had already been worn black. Upon reaching the second floor, the view opened up slightly. The decoration here was a bit newer than that of the Wanding Internet Cafe, but still limited. The large white walls and ceiling fans were whirring, with about 100 computers lined up along the base of the wall. At this time, approximately 70% of the seats were filled, mostly by young people in their 20s, but they dared not make loud noises. In a corner, a few internet administrators in blue work uniforms pretended to be cleaning. One of the young men, thin as a bamboo pole, wore a yellowed white tank top and flip-flops, bent down to wipe the back cover of a monitor. Chen Hao walked back and forth in the aisle with his hands behind his back like an old cadre. Vice Mayor Song and Wang Jigang accompanied him, while Lu Boda followed at the back, not daring to breathe too loudly. Lu boss, I see your management here is quite orderly. Chen Hao casually complimented. Lu Boda was surprised. It's all thanks to the government leaders, who we just follow the policy. Chen Hao stopped, turned around to look at Lu Boda. Just now at Wanding, I was thinking of something. We have quite a few internet cafes in Xining, but each one operates on its own, which can easily lead to chaos. I started an Internet Cafe Industry Association in Haidian District, and it's been quite effective. It can regulate operations and help everyone fight for benefits like discounts on broadband fees. Upon hearing discount on broadband fees, Lu Boda's ears perked up. Association? Lu Boda asked cautiously, is that government-run? It's semi-official, a self-regulatory organization for the industry. Chen Hao smiled, implying, however, this requires a leader with prestige and capability. I see that although your internet cafe isn't large, you are quite down to earth and have a high awareness. The implication in this statement was too obvious. Lu Boda's heart skipped 2 beats. After mixing in Xining for so many years, he was just a slightly wealthy small boss, having to bow and scrape whenever he saw someone in uniform. If he could become the president of this association, wouldn't that make him part of the regular forces? Perhaps he could even have connections with Mayor Song and the others in the future. Director Chen, do you think I am qualified? Lu Boda asked cautiously. As long as Mayor Song and the Telecommunications Bureau support it, how could you not be qualified? Chen Hao glanced at Vice Mayor Song beside him. Vice Mayor Song was also shrewd and immediately responded, Director Chen's proposal is great. Self-regulation in the industry can save us a lot of trouble. Lu boss, if you have this idea, just submit a report later and the Bureau will look into it. Lu Boda felt as if his ancestors' graves were smoking with joy, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, Director Chen. I will definitely work hard and never cause trouble for the government. The atmosphere reached a peak, and Lu Boda now looked at Chen Hao as if he were his own father. Seeing that the timing was right, Chen Hao turned and walked to a computer near the window. The young man surfing the internet was startled and attempted to get up, but Chen Hao pressed his shoulder. Sit, I just want to take a look. On the screen, it was still that familiar page. How 123. Chen Hao pointed at the screen, frowning. Lu boss, is this what you provide to your customers? Lu Boda, still lost in his dreams of being president, was thrown off by the question and leaned in for a look. This is the navigation page. Everyone loves to use it. The navigation page is fine. Chen Hao's finger tapped the screen. But look at these links. Passionate chat rooms, beautiful pictures, and this cracked software download. Lu boss, we just mentioned industry self-regulation, and this website is filled with pornographic or pirated sites. Doesn't that count as spreading harmful information? This hat is a bit too big. In this era, spreading obscene information can lead to criminal charges. Liu Boda's face turned pale and cold sweat instantly broke out. Just as he had a glimmer of hope for the president position, he didn't want it to be ruined by this. I didn't do this. Liu Boda panicked, turning to shout at the tall, thin guy. Li Xingping, you son of a dog, come over here. The tall, thin guy trembled all over, dropped the mop, and jogged over. Boss, what's wrong? Li Xingping kept his head down, not daring to look at the circle of leaders. What happened to this webpage? Liu Boda scolded, pointing at the screen. The leaders said there are pornographic sites on it. Are you trying to get me killed? Li Xingping turned pale, stammering an explanation. No. It's not a porn site, just some pictures are a bit revealing. Did you make this navigation website? Chen Hao interrupted him, asking sternly. Li Xingping raised his head, glancing at this big leader who was a few years younger than him, timidly nodding. It was me fiddling around, without purpose. It was just to make it easier for everyone to find websites. Chen Hao examined him from top to bottom. The white tank top was stiff from washing, and his arms were covered in mosquito bites. Who would have thought this was the big shot selling the navigation site for a sky-high price? The young man has some insight. It's not easy to be self-taught. Chen Hao first gave him a compliment, then his expression darkened. But your legal awareness is too weak. Look, Chen Hao pointed at the link to the pirated software. This is an infringement of intellectual property rights. And look at this image link. It is suspected of spreading vulgar content. Do you know that if this is pursued, the website creator will bear legal responsibility? This is called the production and dissemination of illegal information. Li Xingping was just an internet administrator with a middle school education. How could he understand these legal terms? Scared by Chen Hao, his legs went weak. Leader, I really didn't know. I just thought it was fun and didn't mean to do anything bad. Li Xingping's voice was tinged with tears. He'll close it right now. Delete it immediately. Delete it? Chen Hao sneered. The evidence is all stored on the server. Li Xingping was completely panicked, looking at Liu Boda for help. Liu Boda didn't dare to protect him and quickly stepped back, afraid of getting involved in the trouble. All right. Chen Hao saw that the timing was right, and his tone suddenly softened. Ignorance is no excuse. I see you're not intentional, and you haven't profited from this, right? No. Li Xingping shook his head like a rattle. I didn't earn a dime. I even spent several hundred on server rent and wages. Chen Hao sighed, showing a look of exasperation. Although you've made a mistake, that spirit of researching technology is good. Our country is developing information technology, and we lack grassroots talents like you who are willing to think. He turned to Vice Mayor Song. Mayor Song, we should treat such potential young people with education as the main focus and punishment as a secondary measure. Vice Mayor Song nodded quickly. Director Chen is right. Treat the illness and save the person. Chen Hao looked back at Li Xingping, his expression becoming gentle. How about this? Since I happened to come across this today, I'll give you a hand. Although this website is in violation, the code is written quite neatly. I'll personally pay to buy it. Buy it? Li Xingping froze in disbelief. Yes. Chen Hao extended a hand. I'll give you 50,000 yuan. A hush fell instantly over the crowd. All eyes locked onto Chen Hao's outstretched hand. 50,000. In this small county, where the average monthly wage stood at merely 300 yuan, that sum could build a respectable two-story house in a prime location. Liu Bodai's mouth gaped wide open, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This shabby website. Worth 50,000. Li Xingping meanwhile stood utterly dumbfounded, his mind buzzing with static, convinced he must have misheard. How much? 50,000 yuan. Chen Hao replied, feigning nonchalance. Part of this sum compensates you for the losses incurred from renting servers. The rest serves as encouragement to steer you onto the right path. Use it to enroll in a formal training program and systematically master computer science. No more improvising on your own. Li Xingping's heart pounded wildly. He had never dared dream of such a figure. Director Chen. Liu Bodai swallowed hard and couldn't resist interjecting. Isn't this amount excessively generous? What's this kid really worth? 500 yuan would suffice to dismiss him. 1,000 gold pieces for a horse's bones. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of inscrutable wisdom. What I value is his passion for the internet. This money isn't for the website. It's for talent. He turned to Li Xingping. Well, do you agree? If so, let's draft an agreement now and finalize the payment. From now on, the site will fall under my management. I'll oversee its restructuring, and you'll bear no further risk. How could Li Xingping possibly refuse? It was nothing short of manna from heaven. Not only would he escape punishment, but he'd walk away with 50,000 yuan. I agree. Li Xingping stammered, overcome with exhilaration. Thank you, Director. Chen Hao turned to Zhao Gang and instructed. Go fetch the laptop from the car. We'll draft a contract. 10 minutes later. A simple transfer agreement lay upon the cashier counter. Its terms were straightforward. Li Xingping would irrevocably transfer ownership of the domain Hao123, including all backend data and source code, to Matrix Technology, a company registered under Chen Hao's name. As an additional clause, Li Xingping pledged not to engage in the development or operation of navigation websites. In compensation, Chen Hao appointed Li Xingping as an external promoter for Matrix Technology, tasked with promoting navigation services across Xining and surrounding areas. at a monthly salary of 300 yuan. Another delightful surprise, 300 yuan per month constituted a respectable income locally, and as an external employee he wouldn't even need to report to an office. Li Xingping's hand trembled as he gripped the pen, signing his name in shaky, uneven strokes. He also compiled every administrative credential, the backend access, domain registrar accounts and passwords, onto a single sheet of paper and handed it to Chen Hao. Chen Hao produced a brown paper envelope containing 50,000 yuan in cash, exchanged deliberately in Shenzhen, where he had prepared 4 such envelopes, intending to raise his offer incrementally by 50,000 each time. He hadn't needed the remaining ones. Keep it safe, Chen Hao said, clapping Li Xingping gently on the shoulder. Work diligently from now on. No more detours down shady paths. Li Xingping cradled the brown paper envelope, tears welling in his eyes, and bowed deeply before Chen Hao. Director Chen, thank you. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten. Chen Hao observed Li Xingping's elation, suppressing the surge of inner triumph. For 50,000 yuan he had secured exclusive rights to a future traffic gateway valued in the tens of millions. His face remained composed, radiating that same gentle smile, before he folded the contract and addressed Liu Bodai, who still stood dazed beside him. Mr. Liu. Yes. Here. Liu Bodai snapped back to attention. Please look after Xiao Li a little more closely. After all, our association needs capable hands to get things done. Absolutely, absolutely. From now on he'll serve as manager of our shop, overseeing all network administrators. Liu Bodai promptly promoted Li Xingping, demonstrating swift, instinctive political acumen. Chen Hao nodded approvingly and handed the contract to Zhao Gang for safekeeping. Mayor Song, this visit to Xining has yielded remarkable returns. He turned toward Deputy Mayor Song and continued. Not only did we witness the vigorous growth of grassroots internet cafes, but we also discovered exceptional talent. Indeed, Xining's information technology popularization efforts are impressively robust. Deputy Mayor Song beamed with pride, grinning ear to ear. All thanks to Director Chen's exemplary guidance. Shall we proceed to the next venue? Let's go, see what else there is to see. Chen Hao's spirits soared. At the next cafe he merely conducted a cursory walkthrough. Nothing else mattered. The objective had been achieved, the remainder was mere formalities. With the Xining survey concluded, Wang Jigang accompanied Chen Hao back to Guangzhou. By now Wang Jigang's perception of Chen Hao had transformed entirely since the outset of the field trip. 2 million yuan invested in Tencent, and 50,000 yuan spent on a ramshackle website. To Wang Jigang, such boldness bespoke only one thing: a man intimately acquainted with vast sums of money. Back at the provincial department, Director Li Jiaming had specially reserved half an hour for the briefing. Director Li, this survey truly broadened my horizons, Chen Hao reported, sincerely seated comfortably on the sofa. Guangdong province lives up to its reputation as the vanguard of China's reform and opening up. Even a mountainous prefecture like Xining pulses with extraordinary grassroots vitality. Director Li held the report Wang Jigang had just handed him, glancing through it briefly before removing his reading glasses and idly twirling them in his fingers. Xiao Chen, spare me the flattery. I know Xining's situation well. It's among the province's top priority poverty alleviation zones. Yet your ability to unearth talent there speaks volumes about your discernment. Wang Jigang chimed in at precisely the right moment, his tone laced with theatrical admiration. Director, you should have seen it yourself. In Shenzhen, Director Chen acted with lightning decisiveness, investing 2 million yuan outright into an internet startup without even conducting due diligence. Later in Xining, he spent 50,000 yuan on a junior network administrator, citing the ancient adage, 1,000 gold pieces for a horse's bones. His vision truly commands my respect. Oh. Director Li's interest quickened. Which company received the investment? Tencent in Shenzhen. They're developing OICQ. Chen Hao explained matter-of-factly. I believe in their team, and even more so in Guangdong's fertile soil for internet innovation. As for that network administrator, he's a self-taught prodigy needing only proper guidance to blossom into true talent. Director Li nodded slowly, his gaze now infused with genuine, unfeigned admiration. These days many officials from Beijing descended upon provincial posts for inspections, most engaging in superficial tours, banquets, and departing with local specialties. Few like Chen Hao committed real capital and tangible effort. More significantly, his actions indirectly advanced Guangdong's industrial development, thereby enhancing Director Li's own prestige. We extend our sincere gratitude to Director Chen for your invaluable contribution to Guangdong's development. Director Li rose and extended his hand. Do visit Guangdong often. Please call Comrade Wang Jigang directly if you require any coordination from our department. Chen Hao clasped Director Li's hand firmly, smiling warmly. I certainly will. Upon returning, I'll compile these findings into a formal report for submission to the ministry. After bidding farewell to Director Li, Chen Hao departed Guangzhou without delay, flying straight back to Beijing that very day. In Kyoto, in the office on the 4th floor of Matrix Technology, Chen Hao stared at the computer screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The screen displayed the backend management interface of HAO 123. Although Li Xingping's skills were not top-notch, this set of code was indeed concise. However, the aesthetic of the interface was far from commendable, cluttered with colorful advertisement links resembling a utility pole plastered with posters. Chen Hao did not have the luxury of time to optimize the interface. He executed the simplest and most straightforward operation. He directly copied the front-end page code from Chu 123 and overwrote the original files of HAO 123. Except for the logo in the top left corner still reading HAO 123, the rest of the code had been completely replaced by Chu 123. Save, upload, refresh. When he reopened the domain of HAO 123, what greeted him was no longer the crude page, but the clearly categorized Chu 123 interface. At this moment, HAO 123 had been entirely usurped by Chu 123. Chen Hao clicked to check the backend statistics. Chu 123 originally had about 120 daily active users, while HAO 123 boasted a high market share in southern 3rd and 4th tier cities nearing 250 daily active users. Combined, the two websites approached an average of 400 unique IPs per day. What does this signify? In the year 2000, this was already at the top tier of internet traffic in the country. Although portals like Xinlong and Suhu were famous, they attained their status through heavy expenditure. In contrast, Chen Hao held pure organic traffic in his hands. After handling the matters of HAO 123, Chen Hao's thoughts shifted to the Penguin. He had boasted grandly in Pengcheng, helping the Penguin secure the national SP license and finalize the initial access to the Mobile Dream Network. If this fell through, even holding on to 20 of the shares would be a burden. Although Ma Huaten and his group currently regarded him as a savior, once they realized they had been misled, the backlash would be significant. Moreover, once trust was lost, future collaborations within the Penguin would become difficult. The key was that this matter was truly complicated. The SP business in the year 2000 was just budding, and Longwa Mobile was hastily seeking business to fill the gaps after splitting from telecommunications, yet caution was ingrained within the system. They were only willing to engage with large companies like Xinlong and Wangyi that had strong backgrounds, looking down upon smaller enterprises like the Penguin that were still struggling for survival. As for the ministry's approval process for the national SP license, that was an even longer journey. Following the normal procedures, it would take at least half a year to see any results. By then it would be too late. It seemed he needed to find a way from the ministry. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray, and picked up the landline phone on the desk, dialing a number. Hello, is this Director Chen? This is Chen Hao. The voice on the other end was Chen Hao, slightly lazy with the sound of papers rustling in the background. You're back in Beijing. How's it going in Guangdong? Just returned, and I wanted to report to you right away. Chen Hao replied with a smile. This trip was incredibly fruitful, and I have some ideas I'd like to discuss with you in person. Alright, I was just thinking about hearing your research report. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., come to my office. Ministry of Electronic Information, Department of Information Promotion. Hao placed a research report on Chen Hao's desk and casually set down 2 boxes of premium dried tangerine peel he had brought back from Guangdong on the coffee table. Brother Hao, this is a local specialty from Xinhui. Brew it in water to soothe your throat. Chen Hao glanced at the 2 boxes of dried tangerine peel, said nothing, and pointed to the chair opposite. Sit. Let's talk. What insights did you gain from this trip? Chen Hao sat down, his posture straight and his expression serious. Brother Hao, my biggest takeaway from this trip to Guangdong is 2 words: disconnection. Disconnection? Chen Hao raised an eyebrow, putting down his pen. Yes. The policies from above are disconnected from the execution below, and the development of technology lags behind regulation. Chen Hao spoke earnestly. I saw a company in Pengcheng called Penguin which does instant messaging with a vast user base and strong technology. But because they couldn't find a profitable model, they almost sold the company. Penguin? Chen Hao pondered. I think I've heard of it. Isn't that the OICQ everyone is using? That's them. This company is quite representative. They want to provide mobile value-added services, namely SP business, by offering information and entertainment to users through SMS. This is originally a very good monetization avenue and is the embryo of mobile internet. But, Chen Hao paused, observing Chen Hao's expression. But what? But the approval process is too slow. Chen Hao sighed. They have applied for the national SP license and their materials have been submitted for 2 months with no response. The local telecommunications departments also dare not easily grant them access. A good, innovative enterprise is being dragged down in this waiting game. Chen Hao lifted his teacup and took a sip, his tone flat. The slow approval is due to the need for caution. There are so many chaotic companies out there. If we open the floodgates and a mass incident occurs, who will be responsible? The rules of the ministry cannot be broken. Chen Hao had heard this bureaucratic rhetoric too many times. He did not refute, but changed his approach. Brother Hao, the rules certainly cannot be broken. But the internet is an industry where the fast eat the slow. If we continue to manage the internet with the mindset of traditional industries, our country's companies will never catch up to the beautiful nation. Chen Hao set down his teacup and looked at Chen Hao. You didn't come here just to lobby for that Penguin company, right? Chen Hao smiled and leaned forward. Brother Hao, I came here for our base's work. I was thinking since the ministry is worried that opening up approvals will cause chaos, can we create a test bed? Test bed? Yes. I want to establish a special incubation zone for mobile value-added services in our information technology popularization base in Hadian district. Chen Hao presented his carefully packaged concept. Chen Hao furrowed his brow. What do you mean? In simple terms, we would bring in small and medium enterprises that want to engage in SP business and have technological capabilities to our base first. The base would conduct initial reviews and oversight for them. Any enterprise that joins the incubation zone, we can apply to the ministry for a pilot program on record keeping. Chen Hao observed Chen Hao's reaction while quickening his speech. This means that as long as the base has reviewed them, the ministry would issue them a temporary trial operation certificate to get them started. If they perform well without any issues, they can be regularized. If problems arise, the base can shut them down directly, and the ministry can revoke their license at any time. Chen Hao was momentarily speechless, quickly digesting Chen Hao's suggestion. This idea was bold, yet as the head of the Department of Promotion, he was very supportive of institutional innovation. So you want to create a special zone? Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao with a half smile. You want to indirectly take the approval power into your own hands, eh? Who would dare? Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly. The approval power is always with the ministry. The base is merely a filter helping the ministry oversee and share some of the work pressure. Moreover, this way, if something goes wrong, the base takes the heat, and if there are achievements, it's the ministry's leaders who are capable. This is called risk sinking and performance elevation. These last 8 words hit Chen Hao's soft spot precisely. What do officials fear most? Being held accountable. What do they desire most? Achievements. Chen Hao's proposal perfectly addressed these 2 pain points. Chen Hao was silent for a long time, picking up the cigarette box on the table and pulling out a stick. Chen Hao was quick and pulled out a lighter to light it for him. Chen Hao took a deep drag and exhaled smoke. The idea is good, quite innovative. But this matter is not under the purview of our Department of Promotion. The certificates are issued by the ministry's directly affiliated Information Management Bureau overseen by Deputy Director Su Kai. As for Director Su, Chen Hao asked cautiously. Su Kai entered the ministry at the same time as me, and our relationship is decent. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Hao. But he is quite rigid. If you want to persuade him, mere words won't suffice. Chen Hao felt a surge of joy. As long as Chen Hao was willing to help, this matter would be halfway accomplished. As long as you help introduce me, brother Hao, I am confident I can get Director Su to agree. Chen Hao took out a document he had prepared earlier from his bag. Implementation plan for establishing a regulatory sandbox pilot for mobile internet value-added services. This plan was written in great detail, from entry standards and regulatory mechanisms to risk mitigation measures, with every detail clearly laid out, demonstrating significant effort. Chen Hao took the plan, flipped through a few pages, and the surprise in his eyes grew stronger. Regulatory sandbox. Did you coin this term? Chen Hao asked, pointing at the title. I saw that some foreign financial regulators used this concept and thought it suited our current internet environment, so I borrowed it. Chen Hao said modestly. In reality, this is a concept that became popular in later years, but presenting it in 2000 would undoubtedly be a dimensionality reduction attack. Chen Hao closed the proposal and extinguished the cigarette, but, alright, this proposal is quite interesting. If we can actually make it happen, it will be a highlight for our Xinshan system. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed an internal number. Hello, is it Lao Su? This is Chen Hao. Chen Hao's voice became casual instantly. Are you free tonight? Old place hot pot. Hey, we can talk about it when we meet. By the way, I'm bringing a little brother over. He's quite an interesting person. I'll introduce him to you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao looked at Chen Hao. 6 o'clock tonight at Donglashan. Su Kai enjoys his drinks. Whether we can make him happy depends on your skill. Chen Hao stood up, a confident smile on his face. Brother Hao, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. After walking out of the office building, Chen Hao let out a sigh of relief. The evening in Kyoto felt somewhat sweltering, but he felt completely at ease. As long as he could win over Su Kai and obtain the regulatory sandbox, he would hold the key to the gold mine of the mobile internet. By then, not only would Tencent, but also any company in the entire Dragon Kingdom wanting to do SP business would have to seek entry into his base. The Audi arrived beside him, and Chen Hao opened the door to get in. Xiao Wu to Donglashan. De Jun had become the head of Shui Le Duo Logistics, so Chen Hao couldn't keep making him drive. Xiao Wu was a newcomer recommended by De Jun, also from the Automobile Corps. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Hao closed his eyes and began to mentally rehearse the evening's dinner. Su Kai, the deputy director of the Communication Administration, was technically skilled, serious in character, but enjoyed his drinks. Such a person cannot be approached with discussions about money, nor can one talk fluff. He needs to discuss technology, how to achieve perfect regulation through technical means. Of course, he must also be accompanied to drink well. Chen Hao patted his stomach. Although he had been reborn, his alcohol tolerance had yet to be cultivated. Tonight's hard battle would likely require him to go all out. The entrance of Donglashan was adorned with red lanterns casting light on the blue brick wall. Chen Hao arrived at the private room half an hour early. He walked around the table, checking the arrangement of the utensils and the charcoal fire of the hot pot. This traditional copper pot required a strong fire and clear water. Zhao Gang walked in carrying 2 unlabeled white porcelain bottles of liquor. This special matai was obtained through connections in a special channel. At exactly 6 o'clock 2 figures entered the long corridor. Chen Hao walked in front, followed closely by a burly middle-aged man with a square face and wearing black-framed glasses. That was Su Kai, the deputy director of the communication administration. Brother Hao, Director Su. Chen Hao greeted him at the door, slightly bowing. Chen Hao pointed to Chen Hao and said to Su Kai, Lao Su, this is Chun, the little brother I mentioned to you. The association in Hadian district was established by him single-handedly. Don't be fooled by his young age, he thinks ahead. Su Kai first scrutinized Chen Hao. Today Chen Hao wore a white shirt looking like a college student who hadn't graduated yet, but his demeanor was exceptionally calm. Director Su, nice to meet you, I've long admired your reputation. Chen Hao smiled and extended his hand. Only then did Su Kai extend his hand to shake Chen Hao's. Director Chen rarely praises people in the department today. I need to see what abilities this little brother truly has. The 3 sat down. The red charcoal in the fire pit crackled softly, and the ginger slices and scallions floating in the clear broth rolled with the splashing water. Chen Hao didn't rush to discuss business. He picked up the copper kettle and first poured some hot water for Su Kai's cup. The hand-cut lamb was arranged on a blue and white porcelain plate, the patterns clear, standing upright, without falling. Director Su, try this meat. It just came out from the kitchen, hasn't been in the freezer. Chen Hao used the public chopsticks to put some lamb into the pot. The meat color changed from red to white in just a few seconds. Chen Hao raised his wine glass and filled a small cup with liquor. Lao Su, today is a family gathering. We are all our own people. Chen, this little brother comes from a profound family, knows the rules, and is solid in his work. He just spent a week researching in Yu province and brought back a lot of first-hand materials. Su Kai took a sip of liquor. The spicy flavor made him squint. He put down his glass and looked at Chen Hao. I have seen your proposal. The concept of the regulatory sandbox is quite innovative. However, Xiao Chen, you must understand that the responsibility of the communication administration is to ensure communication security and market access. What you described as a pilot program essentially bypasses the existing approval process. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility for it? Chen Hao put down his chopsticks and his expression became professional. He pulled out a printed A4 paper from his bag, which displayed a flowchart. Director Su, the current difficulty in approvals lies in the inability to determine the actual business content of the enterprise. When a company submits an application, we can only see the data on paper. As for what messages they send after connecting to the servers, whether the content violates any rules, we in the department cannot monitor that. Chen Hao pointed at a node on the diagram. My proposal does not bypass regulation, but instead places regulation in advance. In the base's server room, we will deploy a set of traffic filtering gateways. All business data from resident enterprises must first pass through this gateway. We can preset a large number of sensitive word libraries and connect to the operator's real-time billing interface. Su Kai was instantly captivated by this idea, leaning forward slightly. If the content sent by the enterprise triggers a red line, the system will automatically intercept it within milliseconds. At the same time, the monitoring system of the base will provide the communication administration with a real-time observation account. You can sit in your office and see the traffic curves and content sampling from each pilot enterprise at any time. Chen Hao spoke slowly, ensuring that every technical term was accurately conveyed. Su Kai stared at the flowchart for a long time. He came from a technical background and knew all too well the simplicity of the current regulatory methods. Current regulation relies mainly on reports and post-event investigations, which are highly inefficient. Chen Hao's proposed real-time online monitoring model indeed captures the pain point. Can it be technically implemented? Su Kai asked. We have a top-notch algorithm team, and we can develop this system quickly. Chen Hao replied decisively. Chen Hao chimed in, Lao Su, if this works out, you would be the first in the country to implement dynamic regulation. The department has been emphasizing management innovation this year. This is a ready-made example. Su Kai said nothing, raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Hao. He had already recognized more than half of it in his heart, but such a significant decision would not be casually promised at the dinner table. Director Chen, this idea indeed solves many of our problems. Su Kai looked at Chen Hao, his tone softened a bit. However, doing a pilot not only depends on the proposal, but also on who will execute it. You are young, can you handle those internet bosses and make them willingly accept regulation? Chen Hao laughed heartily. Lao Su, you have misjudged this. This kid has managed to keep those troublemakers running internet cafes in Hadian district in line. Come on, little brother, let's toast to Director Su. You need to show some sincerity for Director Su to feel comfortable handing this responsibility to you. Chen Hao knew it was time to express himself. In his previous life, he struggled in the business world, and the biggest fear was social dinners ultimately meeting his demise there. But in this life, he still could not avoid it. He stood up holding the small 3-dram wine cup. Director Su, I am young and inexperienced, relying entirely on the guidance of you and Brother Hao. I will drink this, you feel free. Chen Hao tilted his head back. The spicy liquid slid down his throat like a burning fuse igniting his stomach. He suppressed the rising alcohol fumes and poured himself another glass. This second cup is a toast to those struggling internet companies in the cold winter. Your support is like a life-saving medicine for them. Su Kai watched Chen Hao. The young man's face was already starting to flush, yet his gaze remained steady and his hand holding the cup did not tremble. What he appreciated most was that Chen Hao did not carry the arrogance typical of a scion from a wealthy family, but rather exuded a tenacity born from rising from the grassroots. Enough, drink less. If you can't hold your liquor, don't force it. Su Kai pressed down on Chen Hao's hand and turned to Chen Hao saying, this kid is not bad, he's practical. That night Chen Hao could not recall how much he had drunk. He only remembered Su Kai patting his shoulder and saying, I'll take the proposal back. I'll report to the director tomorrow. As long as the director gives the nod, I'll present it at the team meeting. Upon hearing this, the tension that had been taut in Chen Hao's mind snapped. Later memories became hazy. He vaguely remembered being helped into a car by Xiao with the farewell voices of Chen Hao and Su Kai lingering in his ears. A gust of wind blew and his stomach churned. When he opened his eyes, sunlight was streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor. This was the bedroom of Hua Qingjiyuan. His head throbbed as if it would split open and his throat felt dry and parched. On the bedside table sat a glass of warm water and a few hangover pills. Zhao Gang was sitting not far away, speaking softly on the phone. You're awake. Zhao Gang heard the movement, hung up the phone, and came over handing Chen Hao a damp towel. You threw up all the way last night. Director Chen said you performed well and Director Su was very satisfied. Chen Hao rubbed his temples and sat up, drinking more than half the glass of water before feeling his soul return to his body. What time is it now? Almost 11. Just now Manager Qian called and said that the custom version of Matrix computer for the internet cafe has been completed and wanted to know when you are free to take a look. Chen Hao nodded, not in the mood to deal with computer matters. All his thoughts were focused on resolving the SP approval issue. In the morning at the office building of the Electronic Information Department's Information Management Bureau, Su Kai went straight to the director's office with the proposal as soon as he arrived at work. The director was an old comrade nearing retirement known for his steady work style. After listening to Su Kai's report, he flipped through the proposal, finding the ideas intriguing, and agreed to discuss it at the afternoon team meeting. At 2 in the afternoon in the third-floor conference room, the oval-shaped conference table was filled with people. Su Kai sat on the left side with Chen Hao's materials in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the regulation of mobile value-added services, our bureau has been facing challenges such as pressure from approvals and outdated regulatory measures. To address these issues, we collaborated with the Kyoto Information Popularization and Incubation Base in Heian District to develop a pilot proposal for a regulatory sandbox. I would like to report this to everyone. Su Kai took 15 minutes to explain the core content of the proposal. The conference room fell silent for a moment. A middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Kai put down his pen. He was another deputy director of the Information Management Bureau, Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai was a few years younger than Su Kai, and his family had considerable influence in the Beijing circle. The two had always been in a competitive state within the bureau. Su Kai had expected Zhang Huai to jump out to oppose as usual. To his surprise, Zhang Huai merely nodded. Director Su's proposal truly reflects considerable thought. Dynamic regulation and traffic filtering are very advanced concepts. I support this proposal in principle. Su Kai was taken aback, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. Sure enough, after sipping his tea, Zhang Huai shifted his tone. The proposal is good. However, I think the choice of the base for the pilot requires further discussion. Oh, what insights does Director Zhang have? Su Kai asked coldly. Zhang Huai replied that base in Heian District is probably not state-owned. How capable is their incubation? Do they have the strength to undertake such a national-level pilot task? We lack on-site investigations for these. Zhang Huai turned his gaze to the director sitting at the head of the table. For pilot work, safety comes first. I believe that if we are to proceed, it should be in a place that is more secure and capable, like an established incubator within our system. Zhang Huai pointed out a name, the Electronic Technology Incubator under the Kyoto Electric Vacuum Plant. That is an established state-owned enterprise, politically aware and well-managed. I believe placing the pilot there would be more prudent. Su Kai's expression darkened. The incubator at the electric vacuum plant was run by a relative of Zhang Huai, who was currently in a state of near bankruptcy, struggling to pay salaries. Zhang Huai was trying to leverage the bureau's policies to rescue his own family. Director Zhang, does that incubator understand the internet? Su Kai retorted sarcastically. They probably don't even know what an SP is. This proposal was designed by the Kyoto Information Popularization and Incubation Base. Oh, only the designers fully understand its technical logic. Handing the proposal over to a bunch of outsiders for execution is the greatest insecurity. Director Su, your words are extreme. The execution capability of state-owned enterprises is beyond doubt. Technology can be introduced, talent can be recruited, but the political red line must be guarded by those we, the Information Management Bureau, absolutely trust. Zhang Huai stood his ground. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Several directors exchanged glances, some nodding in support of Su Kai, while others sided with Zhang Huai. Those supporting Su Kai believed that the internet industry emphasized efficiency and that Hadian District had natural talent advantages. Supporters of Zhang Huai emphasized that the pilot must be controlled as private institutions posed too great a risk. Both sides held their ground, arguing for over half an hour. The director had remained silent. He was well aware of the underlying struggle between the two deputy directors. As the head, he did not want to see too much harmony within the team, but he also could not allow the conflict to become too intense. The director closed the folder in his hands and tapped the table. The conference room immediately fell silent. Stop arguing. The proposal itself is good. This is a consensus among us. As for where the pilot should be placed, we cannot just listen to the reports. The director looked at Su Kai and Zhang Huai. Next week, directors Su and Zhang will lead a team to conduct on-site research. Tuesday, we will go to the Hadian District base, and Thursday, we will visit the electric vacuum plant. Listen to the reports from both sides and see the actual situation. Ultimately, who has the capability to take on this task will be decided then. Su Kai tightened his grip on the pen. He knew that this was the fairest outcome the director could offer. Upon exiting the conference room, Su Kai immediately called, "Xiaoqin, there's been a change. Zhang Huai has intervened, trying to seize this pilot." Su Kai said anxiously. "Tell that young Chen to prepare. Next Tuesday the Bureau will go for research. This is not just a report on the proposal, this is a competition now." On the other end of the phone, Chen Hao was silent for a moment before saying, "All right, Lao Su, don't worry, that kid won't disappoint you." The office on the 4th floor of the Matrix Technology Building. The Nokia on the desk emitted a sharp ringtone. Chen Hao glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Chen Hao's office. Upon answering the phone, Chen Hao's serious voice came through. "We just had a meeting at the Bureau of Information Management." Chen Hao skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Su Kai clashed with another deputy director, Zhang Huai, during the meeting. Zhang Huai introduced the Vacuum Electronics Factory Incubation Park, attempting to snatch your pilot qualification. Chen Hao's expression instantly turned cold. What was the outcome? The director said they need to conduct research before making a decision. They will visit you next Tuesday and the Vacuum Electronics Factory on Thursday. On-site research, everyone will collectively score. Chen Hao paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Brother, this is an opportunity that Su Kai has fought for you. If the performance is poor, your path in the department will become narrow, and Su Kai will also be in a passive position. Don't worry, Brother Hao." Chen Hao immediately pretended to be full of confidence. "They'll arrange it right away, ensuring that the leaders feel the strength of our base. Alright, as long as you know what you're doing." After hanging up with Chen Hao unconsciously rubbed the button with his thumb. The research was scheduled for next Tuesday, leaving only 4 days. Zhang Huai wants to place the pilot project in the Vacuum Electronics Factory's Incubation Park, which is an established state-owned enterprise. Although it's nearing its end, it still has some people and projects. In contrast, what they had was merely a Kyoto information and incubation base, which could only be considered a large internet cafe. The incubator on the 3rd floor was often empty, with training sessions being the only time it was used. If the leaders from the Bureau of Information Management saw this scene, forget about the pilot project. Both Chen Hao and Su Kai would lose face. A genuine incubation base must have enterprises that are incubated. It must be filled. Chen Hao sprang up from his office chair. To create a decent high-tech incubator in 4 days and attract external investments would definitely not be enough time. The only way was to dismantle and reorganize their own projects, packaging a batch of incubation projects. He pushed open the office door and called out, "Su Jing, put down what you're doing, summon Lu Lan, and bring all the operational data for Shui Le Duo. Come to my office immediately." Within 3 minutes, Su Jing and Lu Lan entered. Lu Lan still held a freshly printed purchase order. "General Chen, what's the matter?" Seeing Chen Hao's serious expression, Su Jing couldn't help but feel anxious. "The leaders from the department are coming for an inspection next Tuesday." Chen Hao pointed to the sofa, indicating for them to sit down. "From now on, Shui Le Duo will no longer be a tea business associated with our internet cafe. We need to package it as a digital demonstration project for a chain restaurant based on internet supply chain management." Lu Lan was confused, blinking a few times. "What?" "In simple terms, we need to showcase how we precisely control inventory through data analysis and how we reduce losses through standardized processes." Chen Hao spoke rapidly. Su Jing organized all the data for Shui Le Duo into a PowerPoint presentation over these 2 days. "Don't talk about how many cups of milk tea we sold, focus on how we control inventory precisely through data analysis and how we lower losses through standardized processes. Capture screenshots of our management system interface, create display boards, and hang them on the conference room wall." Chen Hao looked at Lu Lan. "Bring back a few well-presenting store managers from the stores, have them wear professional attire, and mark off an area on the east side of the 3rd floor, hanging a sign for Shui Le Duo Restaurant Management Co. Ltd. Cover the table with reports and computers, and simulate remote dispatching there. When the leaders arrive, you will demonstrate how to monitor sales and raw material consumption for all of Kyoto through the system." "Acting." Lu Lan understood, grinning. "I can do that. This isn't just acting, it's about showcasing our core Chen Hao corrected her, and then waved his hand. Go and get it done, the sooner the better. After sending the two away, Chen Hao did not linger in the office. He called Zhao Gang and Xiao Wu and headed straight to Zhongwan Village. The Hailong building in Zhongwan Village was bustling like a market. Chen Hao pushed open the glass door of Tian Clan Electronics, which was plastered with advertisements. Qian Hongyan was squatting on the floor wielding a screwdriver against an open chassis. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he threw the screwdriver to the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey General Chen, you are a rare visitor. I was just about to call you if the prototype is out. Is this the machine exclusively for internet cafes? Chen Hao walked over and kicked the black chassis with his toe. It is, Qian Hongyan said proudly, patting the chassis lid, producing a solid thud. As per your request, it has a full steel structure, double locks on the side panels, and excellent anti-theft performance. I didn't cut corners inside either. It's a second-generation Celeron overclocked version with memory increased to 128 megabytes, and the graphics card uses a small factory's card, but it's guaranteed to run games smoothly. Chen Hao crouched down to inspect carefully. The chassis was designed to be rugged, even a bit ugly, but it was indeed practical. All interfaces were reinforced, and the power button was replaced with an industrial button that could withstand heavy use. Most importantly, there was a dedicated lock hole reserved at the back of the chassis that could be directly secured to the table leg with a steel cable. What is the cost controlled at? Chen Hao asked. Qian Hongyan gestured. This whole setup, including the monitor, is kept under 4200. This is definitely unique in Zhongwan Village. Not bad. Chen Hao stood up and surveyed the messy shop of Qian Hongyan. It was filled with graphics card boxes, motherboard packaging, and several shirtless young men testing hard drives in the corner. Old Qian, I have an urgent task. Chen Hao took out a box of cigarettes from his bag and tossed a cigarette to Qian Hongyan. I need you to take this prototype along with a few technicians and all the assembly tools and testing equipment and move to my place for work. Just as Qian Hongyan lit his cigarette, he trembled. Move to your place. Then what about business here? Just leave 2 people to look after the shop. Chen Hao helped him light it. Next Tuesday, a high-ranking leader will come to inspect my place. I need to fill that empty large room on the 3rd floor. We will set up our computer company's hardware research and development center there. You will be the RD director to the outside world. RD. Qian Hongyan nearly choked on the smoke. General Chen, I'm just an assembler. You want me to do RD? What will I say if the leaders ask? How did I overclock the Celeron 300A to 450? Exactly, just say that. Chen Hao patted him on the shoulder. This is called hardware optimization technology, targeted at high-frequency usage scenarios. And that anti-theft chassis is a hardware security solution based on public internet access places. I've already thought of the terms. You just need to have your people there with a soldering iron and multimeter, making it look like they are building an atomic bomb. The more professional it looks, the better. Even if they are fixing a motherboard, it must look like they are constructing something sophisticated. Qian Hongyan was a businessman with a quick mind. He immediately understood Chen Hao's intention. Got it. Qian Hongyan's eyes twinkled. Should I bring those oscilloscopes from the back warehouse too? Although they are broken, they look impressive. Bring them. Anything that looks high-tech, bring it all. Chen Hao nodded in approval. This week's employee wages will be double paid from the joint venture company. If the performance is good, it'll start the computer group purchase business for the association next week. Qian Hongyan's eyes instantly lit up like a light bulb. General Chen, you are generous. He'll call people to pack up right now. After securing Qian Hongyan, Chen Hao wasted no time and began assigning tasks to Zhao Gang while in the car. Gangzi, go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau now and find that old Lu. Chen Hao looked at the passing street scenery, speaking quickly. Register a new company called Kyoto Smart Business Technology Co. Ltd. The legal representative will be you. Zhao Gang nodded while driving. Smart business. What will this company do? This company will focus on software and internet business in the future. Chen Hao explained. Matrix Internet Cafe is a physical business and Shui Le Duo is a restaurant chain. Neither is sufficient for the internet. This smart business technology will nominally be the main company developing the Matrix Internet Cafe Management System ERP system and that navigation website. Will we incorporate all these businesses? Yes. We need to show the leaders that we not only have hardware, but also software. We not only have a physical presence, but also a platform. Chen Hao rubbed his temples. Register the capital at 100, expedite the procedures, and even if it costs a bit more, we must get the business license before Monday. Understood, he'll take care of it right away. The Audi immediately pulled over and Zhao Gang got out to hail a taxi to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chen Hao dialed Liang boss number. Hello Bo Gu, this is Chen Hao. On the other end of the line, the sound of keyboard tapping could be heard. Chen, how did the system encounter a bug? The system is fine, there's a new project, Chen Hao replied casually. The company wants to do a major version upgrade to the Internet Cafe Management System. They plan to integrate a music player for PCs and a matching music download website. A music player? Liang Bo became interested. Like Winamp. Even simpler and more user-friendly. It should automatically display lyrics and allow for one-click downloads. Chen Hao dangled the bait. This project is urgent. Manager Zhao wants you to bring a few people to the office for on-site development. In addition to the project budget of 10,000, there's also a daily meal and transportation allowance of 50. For Liang Bo, it didn't matter where he developed. An extra 50 each day was very appealing to several graduates. On-site development. Liang Bo hesitated for a moment, but school starts in 2 weeks. Then just 1 week to facilitate early product plan discussions. Chen Hao interrupted him. Fine. I'll bring 3 classmates over. Liang Bo agreed readily. Back at the Matrix Technology Building, Chen Hao stood in the spacious office area on the 3rd floor. This space was originally reserved for an incubator, but later became a training venue for Duo. After more than 80 new stores opened recently, Chen Hao decided not to rush into expansion planning to stabilize management and the supply chain first. Currently, the 3rd floor was mostly empty except for a few tables simulating a water bar for training with some folding chairs piled in the corner. Now it was crucial to set it up as an incubator quickly so everyone could move in. Dejun, Chen Hao shouted down from the balcony. Dejun, who was moving goods downstairs, hurried up. Boss, what's the instruction? Bring a few people and clean up this floor for me. Then go to the market and buy 40 office desks all in the same style with complete sets of tables and chairs. Also buy several pots of green plants like money trees and pothos to fill the corners. Get printers, water dispensers, and other office supplies too. Got it. Dejun didn't ask much and turned to... In the afternoon, the large open space on the 3rd floor had all the desks set up. Dejun was bringing in red cedar and money trees with a few veteran friends. These tall potted plants were placed at the corners and along the corridors. Qianhongyi inside was also quick. Several hardware workstations had already been pieced together piled high, with oscilloscopes, soldering irons, and various scattered circuit boards. Liang Bo sat at the innermost part with 3 classmates' lines of code flickering across 4 computer screens. The 3rd floor looked much livelier, but the weight in his heart remained. Duo Matrix Computers, Huishang Technology, these were all his own businesses. The people from the Information Management Bureau were coming next Tuesday for research. If they saw the room filled with projects of Chen Hao's own, the title of this incubator would lose its meaning. Experts can see the tricks of the trade. This kind of sleight of hand wouldn't escape Su Kai, let alone Zhang Huai, who was waiting to catch something. He needed an external project that could hold its ground. Ideally, it should be a well-known company with strong technology, currently in an upward trajectory. Chen Hao mentally went over the well-known internet companies. Penguin and Pengxing is too far to help in urgent times, and this time it was to fill the pit he dug while boasting about Penguin, so he definitely couldn't call them. Xinlong and Suhu are already giants and impossible to come here. He needed a company that had a good reputation but wasn't too large yet. After thinking for a while, Chen Hao thought of Old Li from the Jingdao Resource Building. That is Qindu. Boss Li had just returned to the country with $2 million at the beginning of the year, renting 2 rooms in the resource building to start. Qindu hasn't set up a search portal yet. Its main business is providing back-end search technology support for portal websites. This perfectly fits Chen Hao's requirement for hardcore technology. If he could bring Qindu into this incubator, his base would have the most suitable case. Chen Hao didn't plan to go direct. Boss Li, having returned from overseas, inherently carried a sense of pride from being a returnee. A freshman barging in to say he wanted to incubate him would probably not even get through the door. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Hadian District. Director Zhao, are you busy? Chen Hao greeted him warmly. Chen Lao Di, long time no see, what's the matter? Director Zhao laughed heartily on the phone. Next week some leaders from the ministry are coming to my place for research, wanting to understand our base's incubation business. Chen Hao sighed. You know, my base is just starting up, the foundation is still a bit shallow. I'm worried the report next week won't go well. I heard that Jingdao Science Park started early and has many quality projects if I want to learn from them. But I'm not familiar with them and would like to ask you to help make an introduction. Director Zhao didn't think much. Such cross-park exchanges are common in Hadian District. You came to the right person. General Manager Zhou Changqing of Jingdao Science Park has a good relationship with me. Although they fall under the education sector, their territory is here and we have often interacted. I'll give him a heads up and you can go find him directly tomorrow. Thank you so much, Director Zhao. Once this busy period is over, I'll treat you to a drink. The next morning, a black Audi slowly drove into Jingdao Science Park. Though it's called a science park, it's actually just a few older red brick buildings and a slightly more impressive resource hotel. It lacks the modern feel of later glass curtain wall buildings, exuding a strong academic atmosphere. Zhao Gang parked the car and turned to look at Chen Hao. Boss, are we really here to learn? Learn my foot. Chen Hao adjusted his suit collar. We're here to poach talent. General Manager Zhou Changqing was a typical scholarly official wearing thick-framed glasses and a somewhat wrinkled jacket. He received Chen Hao in his office, his attitude polite but distant. In his view, Chen Hao, this so-called base director, was just another second generation relying on connections to get resources. Director Chen, our park's model mainly relies on Jingdao's research strength, combining production study and research. Zhou Changqing pointed to the planning map on the wall, introducing it in a flat tone. Currently, there are over 100 incubated enterprises mainly focused on biomedicine and new materials. Chen Hao patiently listened for 10 minutes, then interjected at the right moment. General Zhou biomedicine is indeed a national treasure. However, I also heard that our park has many star enterprises in the internet field. For example, the one that does searches Qiandu. Zhou Changqing was taken aback, pondering for a moment. There is such a company. However, they are students returning from studying abroad, and their situation is quite special. They are still in a money-burning phase. Burning money is not a concern. The future of the internet is built on burning money. Chen Hao stood up with a smile. General Zhou, can you take me to see it? I'm very interested in this model of overseas returnees starting businesses. Zhou Changqing hesitated a bit, but nodded, considering Director Zhao's reputation. Alright, it's in the adjacent building. But General Li has a rather straightforward personality. If there are any clashes in conversation, please bear with it, Director Chen. A group of people walked through the tree-lined path to a small building covered in climbing ivy. Just before entering, they heard a heated argument coming from the second floor. The data has already been provided to you. Why is there still a payment hold? We are technical partners, not your Zenlang's contracted workers. The voice was filled with obvious anger. Zhou Changqing's footsteps halted, his expression slightly embarrassed. Well, it seems General Li is handling a business dispute. Chen Hao, however, became more interested. Arguments are good. They indicate pain points, and where there are pain points, there are opportunities. Since we're here, let's go take a look. Chen Hao took the lead and stepped upstairs. The second-floor office area is small, with a dozen people crammed into narrow workspaces typing away at their code. The door to the innermost conference room is open, revealing a handsome but haggard man shouting angrily into the phone. Sitting nearby are several partners, each looking dejected, fiddling with their pens. That is Li Yanhong. At this moment, he lacks the calm demeanor of a future tycoon, his face filled with the anxiety of an entrepreneur. Upon seeing Zhou Changqing enter with others, Li Yanhong did not immediately hang up the phone, but instead shouted into the receiver, "If you don't settle the payment by next week, I will suspend your search services." With a loud bang, he slammed the phone down on the desk. Li Yanhong took a deep breath, turned around, and forced a polite smile. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you here?" "I brought a friend to take a look," Zhou Changqing introduced somewhat awkwardly. "This is Director Chen Hao from the Information Technology Base under the Electronic Information Department." "Director Chen," Li Yanhong extended his hand. "I apologize for making you witness this. Is Xinlong once again in arrears with service fees?" Without any pleasantries, Chen Hao directly pierced through the tension. Li Yanhong's movements froze for a moment, and he let out a bitter smile. "Director Chen, your news travels fast. The major portal websites exploit customers, and we who provide back-end technology have no status. Since you have no status, why not take the initiative to rise up and take charge?" Chen Hao pulled out a chair and took a seat, turning the tables. "Mr. Li, have you ever thought that making clothes for others is ultimately not a long-term plan?" Li Yanhong's expression hardened as he gestured for others to leave. Only Chen Hao, Li Yanhong, and Zhou Changqing remained in the conference room. "What do you mean by that, Director Chen?" Li Yanhong sat across from Chen Hao. "Currently, Qianda's model is to provide search technology to portal websites and earn fixed technical service fees." Chen Hao's gaze fixed on Li Yanhong. "This model appears stable and guarantees income. However, in reality, you are raising someone else's child." Li Yanhong pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter with a snap, and took a puff. "What do you mean by that?" "When users are searching, they remember Xinlong and Suhu, not Qiandu. All traffic data remains with the portal web. If one day they find you too expensive, or if they hire a few technical experts to cover this area, they can easily kick you out. What will you have left then? Just a pile of code." Li Yanhong fell silent. "Director Chen, I understand the logic." He extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray filled with leftover butts. "When I was in Silicon Valley, I also witnessed how Inktomi was manipulated by Yahoo. But the current environment does not allow for such flexibility. We need to transform into an independent search engine, which means burning money on promotion, buying servers, and building a sales team. Right now, our investors Defengjia and ADG value the fixed technical service fees Qiandu receives every month from Xinlong and Suhu. That is solid cash flow. On the balance sheet, it looks much better." He sighed, leaning back in his chair, his eyes revealing a deep sense of helplessness. "At this point, if I tell them I'm going to cut off this income and pivot to a search box that has no clear monetization strategy, and I still need to raise another round of funding to burn, do you think they would agree? They would only think I am crazy and then activate the clauses to kick me out. Since the current valuation logic cannot support your transformation, why not change your approach? Mr. Li, are you interested in raising a pre-B round?" Pre-B. Li Yanhong paused for a moment. This term was still quite fresh in the domestic investment circle in 2000. Qiandu is currently at a crossroads, transitioning from B2B to B2C. If you raise a B round based on the current financial model, the valuation will surely not rise, because your explosive growth point has not yet arrived. Chen Hao analyzed clearly. "So you need a transitional fund, but this money is not for burning, it's for validating." Li Yanhong smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Director Chen, this isn't just about money. Even if you give me 5 million now, I can't guarantee that I'll have the traffic up in 3 months. Do you know how high the customer acquisition cost is now? Xinlong spends over $10 in advertising just to pull in a single user. What can I use to compete for traffic? What if I can solve the traffic issue? Chen Hao smiled, saying this with a meaningful tone. Li Yanhong's eyes filled with doubt. Solve the traffic issue. Director Chen, you wouldn't mean to suggest forcing the government to promote it with official documents, would you? That's impossible. Internet users won't buy that. I never rely on administrative orders to do business. Chen Hao waved to Zhao Gang at the door. Zhao Gang immediately walked over. Chen Hao took an IBM laptop from Zhao Gang's bag, plugged it into the office phone line, and dialed in to access the internet. With the sound of static, the little computer icon in the lower right corner of the screen lit up. Chen Hao opened the browser and loaded two websites. Chu 123 and Hao 123. Once the pages loaded, Chen Hao turned the laptop toward Li Yanhong. This is... Li Yanhong stared at the densely packed text links on the screen, his brows furrowing even tighter. A navigation website. Such a technically devoid thing is everywhere on the streets. Indeed, there's no technical content, Chen Hao readily admitted. But it's useful. Mr. Li, you are an elite returning from abroad accustomed to using Yahoo and Google. But have you been to the third and fourth tier cities in the country? Have you visited those dirty and chaotic internet cafes? For the vast majority of Longhua people who are just getting acquainted with computers, they can't remember domain names or type in URLs. These two websites are their first stop on the internet. Chen Hao opened the backend statistics page and pointed at the numbers that were fluctuating. Chu 123 has an average of 120 independent IPs daily. Hao 123 has an average of 250 independent IPs daily. Moreover, the user overlap of these two websites is extremely low. One is in northern universities and the white-collar circle, while the other is in southern internet cafes and grassroots markets. Together, they have nearly 400 daily active users. Mr. Li, you come from a technical background and should understand what this number signifies. Li Yanhong could hardly believe the numbers he was hearing. 400,000 daily active users. In an era where the total number of internet users in Longhua had just surpassed 10 million, this was an astronomical figure. Although Xinlong and Suhu claimed to have millions of daily active users, that was achieved through a massive amount of content. Yet these two simple web pages have gathered such a massive flow merely through a pile of hyperlinks. Are these two websites yours? Li Yanhong's voice sounded a bit dry. They belong to the Matrix technology under my control. Chen Hao traced his finger across the screen, pointing to the blank area right under the Hao 123 logo. Mr. Li, what if I give you this spot? Li Yanhong followed his finger. That was the most golden spot on the entire web page, the first thing users would see when they opened the website. If a Qiandu search box were embedded here. Chen Hao's proposal was highly tempting. This means that every day 400 users across Longhua would instinctively use Qiandu when they look for something. You wouldn't need to beg for partnerships with portal websites. The traffic would flow into your servers like running water. Li Yanhong's hands resting on his knees unconsciously clenched tighter. He understood the business. With this traffic source, Qiandu could instantly transform from a back-end technology provider to a glamorous front-end traffic entrance. This would completely free them from dependence on portal websites. What are your terms? Li Yanhong was a smart man. There were no free lunches. 3 million in cash, Chen Hao said with a smile as he laid out his proposal. Add to that the exclusive search entry rights for these two websites for the next 3 years, and we will waive advertising fees until you complete your Series B financing. Additionally, it'll give you a complete commercial monetization blueprint. For all of this, I ask for 5% of Qiandu. When Li Yanhong first heard 3 million, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. For an internet company intent on doing something grand, 3 million yuan was indeed modest, even meager. Yet the mention of an exclusive entry and a concrete monetization plan rekindled a light in his gaze. I see the entry. It is unquestionably valuable, he admitted. But a monetization plan. Director Chen, with all due respect, search engines around the world are bleeding money right now. Yahoo survives on portal advertising. Google is still finding its way. What monetization could you possibly propose? Monetization had long been Qiandu's thorn and the shared nightmare of every search technology firm. Why should this young man, barely 20, dare claim he had the antidote? Li Yanhong's skepticism was natural. In the internet of 2000, free was the prevailing orthodoxy. Although Yahoo was plastered with ads, those display ads suffered pitifully low click-through rates. Google was still tinkering with PageRank in a garage, not only unprofitable, but furiously burning cash on servers. Chen Hao did not rush to reply. He produced another cigarette from the pack and tapped it out. Do you know of a company across the ocean called Overture? Li Yanhong considered for a moment and said, the one that used to be GoTo. Yes. Chen Hao held the cigarette between his lips, lit it with a lighter, and drew a deep breath. They don't sell display slots, they sell keywords. Whoever pays more gets placed first in the search results. Li Yanhong, having returned from Silicon Valley, knew Overture's approach well. That company had birthed the prototype of pay-for-position, yet among technophiles who worship technical purity, such a method was regarded as a stain on the fairness of search. That's a shabby trick for small sites. Li Yanhong frowned, his tone tinged with the complacent hauteur of a silicon. Chen core is hyperlink analysis. We must deliver users the most accurate results, not the wealthiest results. Can accuracy put food on the table? Chen Hao sneered. Xinlong owes you service fees. Can accuracy be used to offset that? The colleagues waiting for paychecks. Can they live on lofty technical ideals? Li Yanhong was momentarily speechless, his face ashen. Chen Hao watched the last of his resistance, and could not help but smirk inwardly. Once you taste the sweetness, you profit more than anyone. Mr. Li, China's small and medium business owners do not care about hyperlink analysis or algorithms. They want one thing when they search for an excavator: can they at a glance see my phone number? If they can see it, they will pay. That is the most elemental commercial logic. Left hand, the 400,000 precise visits brought by Hao 123. Right hand, the cash flow delivered by bid-based ranking. This combination can put you into positive cash flow within 3 months. Then it will not be you begging venture capitalists, it will be venture capitalists begging you for money. The cigarette in Li's hand burned down to the filter and scalded his fingers. He crushed the butt into the ashtray. In his mind, he ran the scenarios at speed. Overture's model had already been proven viable in America. Mainstream search engines simply refused to stoop. But if Chengdu hoped to survive and break free from the control of portal sites, this appeared to be the only path. Moreover, the traffic that Chen held from that navigation website was irresistibly tempting. It was an entry that fed the mouth directly. This plan is feasible. Li Yanhong soon raised his head. The sharpness of the businessman returned to his eyes. Words are cheap. Director Chen, though the logic is simple, the execution involves many details. I need to see your complete plan. Chen Hao smiled. He leaned back and beckoned to Zhao Gang, who had been posted at the door. Zhao immediately produced 2 documents from his briefcase and slapped them onto the table. The first was an investment memorandum of intent. The second was a commercial confidentiality agreement. Mr. Li, let's be pragmatic before being noble, Chen Hao said, holding the 2 papers. This thin sheet of paper is worthless unless I pierce it. If I pierce it, it becomes a printing press. Sign, and we'll talk details. Don't sign, and I walk out to Suhu or Wang Yi. I believe Zhang Qiuyang will take an interest in this entry. Li Yanhong looked at the documents, then at Chen Hao's young face, surprised. He had not expected this ostensibly student-like insider to act with the craft and preparation of a seasoned investor. Very well. Li Yanhong did not hesitate. He was decisive. Qiandu now teetered on a precipice and had no luxury of picking and choosing. He took the pen and scanned the clauses. The terms were harsh, the penalties alarming. Especially the stipulation concerning intellectual property of the bidding system, for which Chen demanded joint ownership. Li bit his lip and signed his name on the 2 documents. Chen Hao took them, checked that everything was in order, and handed them to Zhao Gang to file away. Mr. Zhou. Chen Hao glanced toward Zhou Changqing, who had sat to the side sipping tea and saying little. Zhou, having been somewhat lost in the discussion, set down his cup at Chen's summons. Director Chen, is it settled? The broad strokes are agreed, Chen Hao replied as he rose. The ensuing technical particulars involve Qiandu's core commercial secrets. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Changqing, schooled in the system, heard the dismissal. Though this office was his domain, given the involvement of commercial secrets, he could not insist on staying. Understood, understood, Zhou said with an awkward smile as he rose. You carry on. I'll wander down to the building management. I've arranged a simple lunch in the canteen. After Zhou left and the door closed, Li Yanhong stood and pointed to the corridor's end. This place has poor soundproofing. To my private office. Li's personal office was barely 10 square meters, stacked with technical books and printer paper. Chen Hao did not mind. He pulled over a folding chair and sat. Can you speak freely now? Li closed and locked the door. Chen Hao took a blank sheet and, uncapping a pen, drew a funnel-shaped model. The essence of bid-based ranking is not whoever pays most stays first. That is to kill the goose for the eggs, Chen Hao said as he sketched and explained. You must introduce a quality score. Bid multiplied by quality equals final ranking. That prevents merchants who pay more yet run shoddy sites from occupying the front page and protects the user experience from collapse. He drew an administrative interface as well. Provide business owners with a foolproof back-end top-up. Choose keywords, place bids, view reports. Make it feel like a game so they can see where their money goes and how many clicks it brings. I call this system Fengxiao. Li listened with intense focus, jotting notes now and then. As a technical master, a few prompts from Chen allowed him to instantly fill in the underlying engineering logic. The more he heard, the more alarmed he became. Chen's design was far more complete than Overture's primitive bidding model. It even contemplated anti-fraud measures and defenses against malicious clicks. This was unquestionably not the invention of an amateur. Director Chen. Li set down his pen and looked at Chen with altered eyes. Are you really just a mere incubator operator? Even many product managers in Silicon Valley might not have thought this through so thoroughly. What I am is of little consequence, Chen Hao replied, pushing the sheet filled with diagrams toward Li. What matters is that this can save Qiandu. Li drew a long breath and stared at the paper. Those 5% are worth it, Li Yanhong concluded. Since it's worth it, let's implement this investment. Although you are the founder de Fengjie and Eddie G hold the majority. When it comes to investors, Li Yanhong's brows furrowed again. Last time at the board meeting they insisted that I focus on the B2B market and turn Xindu into the Inktomi of the Dragon Country. Now suddenly wanting to pivot to this end and bring in new minority shareholders, even if it's just 5A, the process is quite troublesome. Then let's call them now. Oh, if you want to pivot you must convince them. Li Yanhong, do you lack even this little control? Li Yanhong's expression darkened, having hit a sore spot. He picked up the phone and dialed a long-distance number. I am Robin. No small talk. Li Yanhong directly presented Chen Hao's plan. I found a new strategic investor. He can provide the largest navigation entry in the Dragon Country with 4.0 daily active users. In exchange, we need to dilute 5 of the shares priced at 3 million RMB. What did you say? That valuation is simply a joke. Moreover, we don't need any navigation traffic. What we want are contracts with Xinlong and Suhu for the next quarter. Xinlong has already owed 3 months of service fees. Li Yanhong shouted into the phone, his neck muscles tensing. Bob, you must face reality. The B2B model does not work in the Dragon Country. Portals are draining our resources. If we do not pivot, Xindu will go bankrupt within half a year. No. The other party clearly did not agree. The risk of pivoting is too great. We cannot agree to this cheap financing. This will lower our return on assets. Li Yanhong glanced at Chen Hao, who was calmly smoking across the table. Chen Hao mouthed 4 words, bidding ranking. Li Yanhong gritted his teeth and threw down his trump card. Bob, listen. This investor not only brings traffic, but also a whole new monetization plan comparable to Overture. If you refuse now, I will exercise my voting rights as the founder and force this resolution through. Or you can activate the buyback clause now and kick me out. I'm done. This declaration was resounding. On the other end, there was a moment of silence. Now Xindu, without Li Yanhong, is just an empty shell. The patent for hyperlink analysis is in his hands, and the tech team was brought back by him. Investors may dare to withdraw their funds, but they absolutely do not dare to push out the founder. After a full half-minute, a helpless sigh came from the receiver. Robin, you are too impulsive. But, alright. If that traffic data is real, we can consider it. But we must sign a bet agreement. If we do not see cash flow growth within 3 months, you need to compensate for the dilution. Okay. Li Yanhong coldly uttered a word and hung up the phone. At 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, 2 black Audis flanked a beige coaster as they slowly drove into the slightly worn iron gate of Lihua Factory. Chen Hao and Zhao Gang were already waiting downstairs. As the car doors opened, Su Kai was the first to step out, followed by a middle-aged man of slightly plump stature with sparse hair. It was another deputy director of the Bureau of Information Management, Zhang Huai. Following him were 7 or 8 accompanying personnel, some with notebooks, others carrying briefcases. Welcome leaders to provide guidance. Chen Hao quickly stepped forward, extending his hands. Su Kai shook Chen Hao's hand and introduced, Director Zhang, this is Comrade Chen Hao. He is young and accomplished. This base was established solely by his efforts. Zhang Huai extended his hand, but only lightly touched the tips of Chen Hao's fingers before retracting it, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding old factory buildings with red brick exteriors. He snorted, Director Su, this place is quite rudimentary and simple. If our department's pilot project is placed here, can security guarantees keep up? He began to pick at the flaws. Chen Hao did not engage with the criticism, maintaining his smile. Director Zhang, your criticism is well-founded. The hardware conditions are indeed a bit crude, but we have invested our resources where they matter. Please let's head upstairs and take a look at some substantial work. The group ascended the concrete staircase to the 3rd floor. As they pushed open the door on the 3rd floor, the scene before them was completely different from their imagined incubator. There were no old state-owned enterprise corridors or partitions. Instead, it featured transparent views and a highly technological layout. With a black ceiling, silver-gray metal pipelines, and computers on every workstation, there was also a massive projection screen on one wall. Dozens of staff members were engrossed in their work, and the room was filled with the sound of various keyboard strokes. This is quite interesting, Su Kai smiled and remarked. Leaders, this way please. Chen Hao gestured to lead the group to the first area, the Matrix Computer Hardware Laboratory. Qian Hongyan, dressed in a blue work uniform emblazoned with the word Matrix, held a circuit board and was intently focused on a magnifying glass. Seeing the leaders arrive, he put down his work and stood up straight. This is our incubated hardware project, Matrix. Chen Hao introduced, focusing on the development of dedicated computers for internet cafes and public internet access venues. A custom-built machine. Zhang Huai glanced at the parts on the table with a disdainful expression. In Zhongguan Village there are countless custom-built machines. Is this really high-tech? Chen Hao smiled and gestured for Qian Hongyan to bring over the specially designed case. Director Zhang, this is not an ordinary custom-built machine. It is a brand-customized machine for a niche market. Chen Hao patted the solid steel case. Qian Hongyan added from the side. We redesigned the airflow structure to address the pain points of high frequency use, poor heat dissipation, and ease of theft in internet cafes. We also added dual physical anti-theft locks and performed low-level optimizations at the motherboard BIOS level, making the boot speed 15 faster than similarly configured brand machines. Currently, the company has secured intention orders from over 30 internet cafes in Haidian district with an expected annual shipment of 3,000 units. We are not just selling computers, we are providing a complete hardware solution. Hearing the 3,000 units annual shipment, everyone was somewhat surprised. Chen Hao did not give Zhang Huai much time to ponder and led the group to the next area. This is Huisheng technology primarily engaged in traffic distribution and internet entry points. Several monitors displayed the backend interfaces of Hao 123 and Chu 123. These two websites currently have nearly 400,000 daily unique visitors. Chen Hao pointed at the sharply rising curve on the screen, casually dropping a bombshell. 400,000. A director behind Su Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't that traffic almost on par with the three major portals? They have indeed reached the top in their niche field, Chen Hao explained. This 400,000 traffic precisely covers the university demographics in the north and internet cafe users in the south. For promoting internet applications, this is the most optimal soil. Zhang Huai stared at the number for a long time, trying to find traces of fraud, but the real-time fluctuating IP addresses did not seem simulated. High traffic is a good thing, but how do we regulate it? Zhang Huai sees the crux. With so many users, what if harmful information spreads? This is precisely our intention for applying for the regulatory sandbox pilot. Chen Hao was well prepared, pointing to the server beside him. We have integrated a keyword filtering system in the backend, and all external links undergo dual verification through manual and machine checks. This review mechanism is what we aim to further refine in the pilot. Next was Zuela Duo. Lu Lan stood in front of a map of Kyoto which was densely covered with red pins. This is the distribution map of nearly 100 direct and franchise stores of Zuela Duo. Although Lu Lan was nervous, she delivered her presentation flawlessly. Through the inventory management system jointly developed with Huisheng Technology, the headquarters can monitor the raw material consumption and sales data of each store in real time. Last month, our monthly revenue exceeded 1 million yuan. 1 million. Zhang Huai was genuinely, in an era where the average salary is only a few hundred yuan, a monthly turnover of 1 million is quite impressive. This is not just an incubation project, it's practically a cash cow. Can selling milk tea also be digitalized? Zhang Huai asked. Everything can be interconnected, Chen Hao interjected. Zuela Duo is an information-driven innovative catering enterprise different from traditional food businesses. The company can analyze data to understand customer preferences, peak times, and thus accurately manage inventory. This is how internet thinking transforms traditional industries. Su Kai nodded, frequently showing a satisfied expression. The answers Chen Hao provided exceeded his expectations. Finally, Chen Hao led everyone to the central area. This is Qiandu Search, currently our base's most technologically advanced project. Li Yanhong, dressed in a casual suit, exuded an elegant demeanor. Unlike others, he was not anxious, instead greeting everyone naturally. Leaders, we are developing a Chinese full-text search engine. Li Yanhong pointed to an interface on the screen. The core technology is hyperlink analysis, and we are among the top tier globally. Search. Zhang Huai frowned. Aren't Yahoo and Google already doing well? Chinese search must be controlled by our own countrymen to master the core algorithms. Li Yanhong replied with composure. We have completed our first round of financing jointly invested by the internationally renowned firms Defengji and Adiki, amounting to $120,000. In 2000, a foreign exchange was still precious in our country. For a startup that has yet to turn a profit, to receive over 10 million yuan in foreign investment is quite significant in the eyes of bureaucratic officials. Zhang Huai was left speechless. The incubation park at the electric vacuum factory couldn't even manage to secure $120,000 in technical improvement funds. The two are simply not on the same scale. After the tour, Chen Hao invited everyone into the conference room, where a banner reading, "Pragmatic Efforts for National Prosperity and Industrial Contribution," hung on the wall. On the table were cut watermelon and bottled mineral water. As everyone took their seats, the atmosphere was far more subtle than when they first arrived. Su Kai picked up his teacup, took a sip, and broke the silence. Everyone has seen the presentation. Xiaochen, please have these project leaders provide more detailed explanations of each project. For the next half hour, each project leader reported in accordance with the rehearsals from the day before. Qian Hongyan discussed how to build a brand in a niche market, how to integrate the supply chain, and how to minimize costs. Zhao Gang spoke about how to address the challenges faced by ordinary citizens in our country accessing the internet, lowering the barriers to internet penetration and subsequent promotion plans. Lu Lan explained standardized replication and how to manage nearly 100 stores with data. Li Yanhong shared his unique algorithm and the future logic of business monetization. Every project has products, technology, cash flow, and even backing from international capital. After listening, Zhang Huai's expression turned sour as he hadn't found any points to attack these projects. However, as a seasoned player in bureaucratic battles, this did not prevent him from nitpicking. Zhang Huai set down his teacup, scanned the room, and finally fixed his gaze on Chen Hao's face. Xiao Chen, these projects are indeed quite good, Zhang Huai said slowly. But I have a question. Please direct. You have projects related to search milk tea sales and custom building computers, all mixed up without a coherent system. It looks lively, but what does this have to do with your base? To put it bluntly, you are merely lucky that these companies happen to rent your space. If this is considered incubation capability, then any property manager from any office building in Zhongguan village could be called an incubation expert. This statement was quite heavy. A few accompanying directors looked down at their notebooks, not daring to interject. Su Kai's expression darkened slightly, and just as he was about to speak up, Chen Hao smiled and signaled that he could handle it. Chen Hao did not rush to defend himself. Instead, he stood up and walked to the whiteboard at the front of the meeting room, picking up a black marker. Director Zhang, that is an excellent question, directly hitting the core. Chen Hao uncapped the marker and wrote 2 large characters in the center of the whiteboard, hatching. Before addressing your question, I would like to ask all the leaders a question. What exactly are the majority of so-called technology incubators in our country doing? Without waiting for a response, Chen Hao wrote the words second landlord beside it. Collecting rent, leasing workspaces, and at most helping enterprises with business registration and applying for some policy subsidies. Chen Hao turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Once a company enters, its survival depends entirely on fate. If it survives, the park collects taxes. If it dies, the park replaces it with a new batch of tenants. This model is better described as a property management office than an incubator. Zhang Huai furrowed his brow, feeling that the remark was too blunt and directly struck a nerve with several state-owned enterprise incubation parks, including the vacuum electronics factory ruled by his relative. The young man has quite a bold attitude, Zhang Huai snorted. So what is different about your approach? Isn't it just renting out spaces to them? The houses are the least valuable resource. Chen Hao tapped the whiteboard with his pen. Our base differs fundamentally from traditional incubators. We do not rely on rent to survive, we can even waive rent. What we aim to create is an ecosystem. He drew a circle around the word hatching and extended 3 lines: funding, resources, collaboration. First, we can provide funding support to the incubating enterprises. Chen Hao pointed at Li Yanhong. Canjuo Search is globally leading in technology, but has encountered bottlenecks in the capital market. Traditional incubators cannot provide them with funds, and banks will not lend to a company that has only code and no collateral. But we will. Just yesterday, the industrial fund under our base completed a new round of pre-B investment in Canjuo. This money is not for controlling shares, but to ensure they have enough ammunition to validate their business model before the next round of financing. The officials present were somewhat moved. In the year 2000, a few understood the logic of venture capital in China, and those who could provide real cash for pre-B rounds were even rarer. Secondly, it's about resources and market access. Chen Hao continued. Providing money is just the most basic support. What do enterprises need the most? They need customers' flow and orders. Canjuo has technology, but lacks traffic. What has our base done? We connected Canjuo directly with Hao 123 and Chu 123, the 2 largest navigation portals under Huaishang technology, giving them direct access. Chen Hao did not pause, pointing at Qian Hongyan. Let's talk about Matrix Computers. Originally, Qian's team was merely a PC assembler in Zhongguan village with profits as thin as paper. Once they entered our base, what did we do? First, we repositioned them, guiding them towards brand development. Then we utilized the channels of the Haidian District Internet Access Service Industry Association to directly connect them with hardware update orders from hundreds of internet cafes in the district. Now Matrix Computers is no longer a small retailer waiting for customers to come, but a brand computer manufacturer with stable bend orders. Can traditional incubators achieve this kind of resource matching? Zhang Huai's expression darkened. He realized that his earlier attack was completely unfounded. Moreover, our base promotes internal collaboration. Chen Hao drew a closed-loop arrow on the whiteboard linking Shuilidua Huaishang Technology and Matrix Computers together. Shuilidua has nearly 100 stores nationwide, facing immense pressure in inventory management and logistics scheduling. This is a pain point for traditional retail. Meanwhile, Huaishang Technology has software development capabilities but lacks practical application scenarios. We facilitated their collaboration, allowing Huaishang Technology to tailor a stock management system for Shuilidua. What was the result? Shuilidua achieved digital management, reducing costs by 15. Huaishang Technology obtained a set of ERP software products validated through practical application, which can be packaged and sold to other retail enterprises in the next step. Chen Hao put down his pen and smiled at everyone present, radiating confidence. This is the model of the Matrix base. We are not landlords, we are partners. We manage the resident enterprises as if they are part of our own industrial chain. When they lack funds, we provide funds. When they lack manpower, we provide manpower. When they lack market access, we provide market access. Here there are no isolated projects, only an interdependent ecosystem. We refer to this model as all-factor incubation. Su Kai observed Chen Hao's eloquent presentation while discreetly monitoring Zhang Huai's expression from the corner of his eye. He knew the situation was stable. Chen Hao's proposed theory was an overwhelming advantage in this era. Not to mention the outdated park of the vacuum electronics factory, even the several research institutes directly under the ministry do not possess such advanced operational thinking. Zhang Huai stared at the complex ecological diagram on the whiteboard, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. He wanted to refute, but swallowed his words at the last moment. Because this logic is tightly knit and backed by data. In contrast, the incubation park run by his relative has nothing but a few dilapidated buildings and monthly reports requesting subsidies from the ministry. Ahem. Zhang Huai cleared his throat, trying to regain some decorum. The concept sounds good. But Chen, this approach also carries significant risks. The interdependence is too high. If one thrives, all thrive. If one suffers, all suffer. As a regulatory pilot, we place greater emphasis on stability. Director Zhang is right. Chen Hao climbed the ladder of dialogue, giving the other party enough face. Thus we applied for a regulatory It is precisely because the business model is new and the development speed is rapid that we need advanced technical means for real-time supervision rather than imposing a one-size-fits-all regulation. This is also the original intention of Director Su in proposing this scheme. He passed the ball back to Su Kai while also giving him a compliment. Su Kai timely chimed in, Director Zhang, I believe today's research has been quite thorough. The model presented here by Chen indeed represents a new direction in the internet industry. Since it is a pilot project, it should allow for different attempts. The vacuum electronics factory represents the exploration of traditional reformed enterprises, while this represents the innovation of emerging private forces. Both have reference value. This statement was impeccably phrased, affirming Chen Hao without completely offending Zhang Huai. However, Zhang Huai knew that the so-called both have reference value was just a formality in the bureaucratic arena. Comparing the two sides, the difference is immediately clear. If the ministry ultimately awards the pilot to the vacuum electronics factory, that would truly be a joke. Alright, the time is getting late. Zhang Huai stood up. He did not further evaluate Chen Hao's project, but glanced. There is another meeting in the afternoon, so we won't stay long. Chen Hao immediately followed up. Director Zhang, Director Su, we arranged a simple lunch at a nearby restaurant, all home-cooked dishes according to work meal standards. No need. Zhang Huai waved his hand, his tone stiff. Skip the meal. Research should adhere to the discipline of research. We cannot accept invitations from the units being researched. Moreover, we need to return to the bureau, and time is tight. Su Kai also stood up, smiling as he patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen will have a meal another time. What you demonstrated today carries significant weight, and we will take it back for serious study. Have all the materials been organized? Hand them to the secretary. All is prepared. Zhao Gang hurriedly handed over the introduction documents to the accompanying personnel. The group headed downstairs. In the stairwell, Zhang Huai walked ahead, moving quickly, appearing somewhat impatient. Upon reaching downstairs, the driver had already started the car, and the air conditioning was set to a comfortable level. Let's go. Zhang Huai climbed into the car and slammed the door shut. Su Kai lagged behind and whispered to Chen Hao, well done, wait for the news. After saying that he also got in, the convoy slowly started and drove out through the iron gate. Chen Hao stood in place, watching the tail lights disappear around the corner. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, and he squinted his eyes. Boss, how is it? Zhao Gang leaned in, handing Chen Hao a cigarette. That Director Zhang left with a dark expression on his face. His dark expression is because he realized he lost. Chen Hao took the cigarette, and Zhao Gang promptly lit it for him. We've secured this pilot project. Qian Hongyan and Li Yanhong also came down from the building. President Chen Yu articulated that perfectly. Qian Hongyan looked at him with admiration. I used to think of myself merely as a computer salesman, but after what you said, I feel like I'm part of the ecological chain now, elevating my status instantly. Li Yanhong, however, was much more composed. He looked at Chen Hao with added respect. Director Chen, the concept of comprehensive element incubation you mentioned is something that has only emerged in Silicon Valley in recent years. You've never been to the great beautiful country, how would you understand these? Chen Hao chuckled. All paths lead to the same goal. He turned and walked upstairs while giving orders. Gongzi, go register a new company. Zhao Gang quickly followed, still under Matrix Technology. A wholly owned subsidiary of Matrix. Let's call it Kyoto Palm Infinite Technology Co. Ltd. Palm Infinite. Zhao Gang pondered over this. It sounds quite grand, but what exactly does this company do? Still focused on software. We're the suppliers in the SP industry. Zhao Gang didn't understand, but he was used to not asking questions and just executing. Back in the office, Chen Hao loosened his tie and sank into the large boss chair. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the past life memories of the development of the Dragon Kingdom's SP industry. In the year 2000, the mobile communication market of the Dragon Kingdom was on the brink of a subtle explosion. Mobile phones had begun to spread, but their functions were lamentably singular. Aside from making calls and sending messages, there were very few other functions. Tens of millions of mobile phone users held terminals in their hands, yet faced a severe lack of content. A few months later, the Dragon Kingdom Mobile's plan to launch the Mobile Dream Network would be the key to unlocking Pandora's box. Chen Hao was well aware of the intricacies involved. The so-called SP business in plain terms was to transfer content from the internet to mobile phones and charge users through their phone bills. In hindsight, this seemed simplistic, but at the time, it was a money-printing machine. However, this industry was fraught with deep waters and rampant chaos. Chen Hao mentally reviewed the most lucrative SP businesses of the coming years, identifying 4 of the most profitable content types. The first category was SMS jokes. This had almost zero cost and virtually no copyright issues. You only needed to hire a few college students or simply scrape from BBS. Humorous jokes were mere surface, while adult-themed jokes were the core. Those suggestive yet ambiguous jokes were the spiritual sustenance for countless lonely men in that entertainment-starved era. There were also emotional motivational messages aimed at capturing the sentiments of young women. Prank messages were favorites among students. The second category was images and wallpapers. Although the resolution of mobile phone screens was pitiful, it did not hinder people's pursuit of beauty. Even black and white dot graphics could be creatively crafted, transforming celebrity photos into black and white pixel art, or creating wallpapers featuring cartoon characters like the Rogue Rabbit and Lazy Bear. Even slightly revealing images of beautiful women could be tested on the edges of policy as long as they didn't show too much, resulting in astonishing download numbers. Here, a copyright library for images could be built. The third category was the best-selling ringtones. At this time, it was still the era of monophonic ringtones, while polyphonic ringtones were reserved for high-end devices. Taking the climax parts of popular songs and turning them into simple beep 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 melodies priced at 2 yuan each, users flocked to them. There were also classic lines from movies like I Love You for 10,000 Years from A Chinese Odyssey, which was a veritable money-making tool. The fourth category was the most lucrative fortune-telling and zodiac services. While people verbally espoused materialism, their bodies revealed the truth. Daily fortune name, scoring, Zhou Gong's dream interpretation, and mobile number fortune calculations. The development cost of such offerings was merely a simple random algorithm, yet the willingness to pay was outrageously high. Chen Hao opened his eyes and took out a notebook to start planning. The current situation was that licensed state-owned enterprises lacked content, companies with content lacked technology, and small workshops with technology lacked channels. Everyone was fighting their own battles like a swarm of headless flies. Since the department had given him the pilot project of the regulatory sandbox, if he didn't utilize this privilege to do something, it would be a disservice to the opportunity of rebirth bestowed upon him. Chen Hao planned to create a central kitchen for the SP industry. He intended to leverage this regulatory pilot to build a comprehensive platform that integrated content aggregation, regulatory filtering, and channel distribution. For those small companies wanting to enter the SP space and obtain a nationwide license, they could settle in my base and connect to my platform. Your content would be vetted by my system, your traffic would be distributed through my interface, and your revenue would be settled. If you lack content or your content is insufficient, you could download from my SP content library. I would not only charge you rent and technical service fees, but I would also take a cut of your profits. However, to realize this grand vision, mere words were not enough. This system was exceedingly complex. It needed to implement the real-time keyword filtering and traffic monitoring promised to Su Kai, as well as incorporate enterprise registration access, content upload review, underlying interface integration with mixed networks of operators, and complex billing and revenue-sharing functionalities. This was no longer a simple enterprise software, it was a telecom-grade business support system. Although Liang Boss team had decent technology, it was only suitable for inventory management and simple web pages. If they were asked to write the underlying code for high concurrency, high stability, and integration with the outdated systems of mobile operators, it would likely overwhelm them. This matter needed a proper team. Chen Hao thought of the Chengdu team. With a top-tier team brought in by someone like Li Yanhong, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Chen Hao immediately set off for the incubator on the 3rd floor. At that moment, Li Yanhong was sitting in front of the computer staring blankly at a string of C code on the screen. Though he had been persuaded by Chen Hao to play along, he was still preoccupied with his search engine. Chen Hao walked straight over. President Li, are you busy? Chen Hao pulled over a chair and sat down across from Li Yanhong. Li Yanhong took off his glasses, rubbed his nose, and upon seeing it was Chen Hao said, Director, Chen, not too busy, what's the matter? Chen Hao lowered his voice. President Li, we are now on the same side. They'll speak plainly, the department's pilot project is likely to fall on us. That's a good thing, Li Yanhong nodded. Chen Hao stared into Li Yanhong's eyes. To align with this pilot, I plan to develop a comprehensive management platform for mobile value-added services. Li Yanhong's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Director Chen means, I want to borrow your team for a while. Chen Hao was direct. Our existing team's technology is insufficient. This system involves massive data concurrency processing and requires real-time text analysis and filtering. That is precisely your forte in search technology. Li Yanhong frowned, instinctively wanting to refuse. Director Chen, our own search system is still in iteration, and we are already short-staffed. President Li, Chen Hao interrupted him, his tone becoming serious. His search technology is indeed impressive, but the current application scenarios are too limited. Have you considered that on this platform your technology could receive the utmost practical training? Chen Hao began to paint a grand vision. Once this system is launched, it will need to process millions of SMS and data requests daily. This would be an excellent stress test for your server architecture and load balancing capabilities. Moreover, the keyword filtering technology is the best application scenario for your segmentation algorithms, isn't it? Li Yanhong fell silent. This high concurrency scenario indeed held some value. Seeing him waver, Chen Hao continued to push. Furthermore, I am a shareholder of Qiandu, and Qiandu is also an incubator enterprise of the base. Now that the base is facing such a significant technical challenge as the technical representative of Qiandu, it would be unreasonable not to step up at this time, wouldn't it? This was leveraging his shareholder status, but it was indeed a reasonable argument. Li Yanhong sighed. He was currently benefiting from Chen Hao's traffic, relying on Chen Hao's investment, and residing on Chen Hao's territory, making it indeed hard to be assertive. How long will development take? Li Yanhong conceded. 1 month. Chen Hao quietly calculated the approval timeline for this pilot project. I expect the system to go live within 1 month. Functionality need not be flashy, but the 4 core modules, integration, review, distribution, and billing, must operate flawlessly. 1 month. Li Yanhong paused and thought. All right, I'll assign 3 senior engineers and a few interns exclusively to this project. But let me be clear, if bugs arise, I bear no responsibility. So long as the code logic is sound, I'll shoulder. Chen Hao rose and clapped Li Yanhong on the shoulder. Director Li, you'll thank me for this project one day. It will show you that technological monetization is far simpler and far more ruthless than you imagine. With the technical team secured, half of Chen Hao's burden lifted. Late August in Beijing. The autumn tiger still raged with oppressive heat. Inside the Jinghang University dormitory, an aging ceiling fan creaked overhead, stirring only waves of stifling air. As Chen Hao pushed open the door, a wall of heat rushed to meet him. Damn it, this internet speed is worse than a slideshow. Wang Chong sat bare-chested in sagging sweatpants, fuming before his relatively high-end desktop. On screen flickered the newly released beta of Counter-Strike. His character twitched helplessly in a corner before being instantly headshot by an opponent. Lubo leaned out from beneath his mosquito net on the upper bunk, lazily fanning himself with a tattered palm leaf fan while holding a copy of Readers. Hearing the commotion, he glanced down. Well, what a rare guest. I'd assumed Brother Hao had struck it rich and abandoned this hovel, perhaps renting some elegant apartment to hide away with a sweetheart. Lubo teased, tossing the magazine aside. Chen Hao set 2 plastic bags of fruit onto the desk, giant Kyoho grapes bought at the campus gate. Enough jokes. I'm just earning extra through part-time work. I didn't even go home for summer break. Chen Hao pulled up his chair and casually plucked a Hongtishan cigarette from Wang Chong's pack, lighting it. Everyone back yet? Long ago. Old 6 still holed up in the library, Mr. Scholar himself. He and us academic underachievers clearly traveled different paths. Wang Chong exited the game, turned around, and snatched a cluster of grapes, unwashed, shoving them straight into his mouth, purple juice dripping down his chin. Brother Hao, you're like a mythical dragon seen only in glimpses. Rumors are flying across the department after Lin Xiaya broke up with you. You supposedly snapped. Some claim they saw you peddling CD-ROMs in Zhongguancun. Others swear they spotted you climbing into a wealthy woman's car. Wang Chong spat out grape skins as he gossiped, his eyes betraying quiet concern. Hell, I'd love to find a wealthy benefactor. If only fate would grant me such luck. Chen Hao exhaled a slow curling smoke ring. Let's eat. 3rd cafeteria. My treat. Again. Wang Chong blinked, then dropped the grape skins into the wastebasket. Save your allowance. Today I'm treating. Just got my monthly stipend from home. Plenty to spare. Don't argue, just get up and go. Chen Hao stood and patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Wang Chong grinned, yanking a rumpled t-shirt off the back of his chair. Fine. If Brother Hao's playing the big spender, I won't hold back. I want braised pork, 2 servings. At noon, the sun blazed mercilessly, shimmering off the asphalt. They shuffled barefoot in flip-flops toward the 3rd cafeteria. With formal term not yet begun, the cafeteria was sparsely populated. True to his word, Chen Hao ordered braised pork, black bean sauce, spare ribs, steamed fish, and 2 bottles of chilled Ludao beer. 3 rounds of wine passed, 5 courses were savored. Wang Chong let out a loud, satisfied belch, picking his teeth with disposable chopsticks, his face radiant with contentment. Ah, pure bliss. Nothing beats campus food, the aroma, the richness. Home-cooked meals are too bland. My mouth's gone utterly tasteless. Xiangzi. Chen Hao drained the last half-glass of beer. What's up? Wang Chong lifted his head, eyes slightly glazed. Want to earn some extra cash? At that, Wang Chong laughed. Brother Hao, you're kidding me, right? My monthly stipend is 2,000 yuan. I'm practically a tycoon in our department. Why chase side income? Besides, I've got no technical skill. Coding gives me migraines and handing out flyers bores me to tears. No exhaustion, just sit and do it. No technical expertise required. only basic literacy. Chen Hao lowered his voice, adopting an air of conspiratorial mystery. My company recently landed a sizable outsourcing contract, but I simply lack time to handle it. Wang Chong perked up, setting down his chopsticks. What kind of job? Isn't your firm all about cutting-edge tech? Do you really need illiterates for this? Building a humor content website. Chen Hao improvised the excuse casually. He certainly couldn't reveal this was to seed the future SP platform's content repository. Those SMS jokes, risque anecdotes, and prank messages would soon become a per-message revenue engine. Yet a massive database had to be built now. You know how it is. The dot-com bubble burst, and everyone's struggling. Our boss wants light entertainment traffic, which demands vast quantities of humorous material. Scrape it from anywhere. Online books, magazines. Anything that makes people laugh. Chen Hao raised 2 fingers and waggled them before Wang Chong's eyes. 2 mao per piece. 2 mao. Wang Chong curled his lip. Brother, how that's insultingly cheap. I can earn 30 yuan in half a day handing out flyers. Did someone slam a door on your brain? Chen Hao shot him a look of exasperated disappointment. Flyering means sweating under the scorching sun, legs aching from endless walking. This job? You sit in your dorm, cool breeze from the fan, browsing online, copy-paste done. And consider the math. Chen Hao dipped a chopstick into his wine and drew a bold 100 on the table. At 1 piece per minute, you'll complete 60 in an hour, 300 in 5 hours. 300 pieces, 2 mao, 60 yuan. In a month, that's 1,800 yuan, just working solo. Wang Chong's eyes darted. Mental abacuses clicked furiously in his mind. 1,800 yuan. That year, an ordinary Beijing worker earned mere hundreds, yet a university student could earn several times that merely tapping keys in his dormitory. Holy hell, that much? Wang Chong's eyes lit up. Brother Hao, you're not pulling my leg, are you? This sounds almost too easy. That's just the beginning. Chen Hao smiled faintly, guiding Wang Chong toward the path of capital. I'm subcontracting this entire task to you, not to turn you into a manual laborer. Have a little ambition, will you? Wang Chong was stunned. So what you mean is, he'll give you 20 cents per piece. You go find someone to do it, and give them 10 cents each. Chen Hao pointed to the students in the cafeteria holding their trays. Look at all these people in the cafeteria. How many are from families with financial difficulties wanting to work and study? And what about those in our department who spend all day in internet cafes playing games, struggling to pay for their internet bills? If you give them 10 cents, they'll treat you like a god of wealth. The 10 cents difference is your management fee. Wang Chong understood immediately and recognized the enormous profit potential. Although he was lazy, he wasn't foolish. This was a classic case of empty-handed wolf herding. If I find 10 people and each does 300 pieces a day, that's 3,000 pieces. Can I make 300 lying down for a whole day? Wang Chong became a bit excited. That's 9,000 a month. 9,000. What does 9,000 in the year 2000 mean? You could buy 2 square meters of an apartment in the 3rd ring of Beijing. The premise is that you can find reliable people and ensure quality, Chen Hao added. The company wants unique jokes. Whether it's from story meeting Jean or online BBS, as long as it's funny. But if there are duplicates, the system will find out and deduct money. That's easy. Wang Chong slammed the table, causing the empty bottles to rattle. Our school's BBS is full of talent. Finding a few fast typists is simple. Besides, Air and San are worried about not having money to replace their graphics cards. At this point, Wang Chong suddenly paused, his excitement fading a bit as he looked at Chen Hao, his gaze turning sincere. Hauge, since this job is so lucrative, why aren't you doing it yourself? Or how about we split it 50-50? This money is from you. Oh, I can't take it all. He'll take 15 cents and leave you 5 cents. Chen Hao looked at the naive fat guy and smiled. In the face of profit, he could still think of his brother. The fat guy wasn't stupid and knew the project had to be handled by him. Forget it. Chen Hao waved his hand. The part-time job I have now pays better. I don't care about this little money, and I don't have the energy to manage it. You just earn this money steadily. I'll consider it a practice project I found for you. Later I will find a way to outsource other jobs from the company. Besides, do you think being a contractor is easy? You have to be responsible for auditing, paying, and ensuring they don't slack off. These are all hard-earned money. Wang Chong felt a bit emotional. He knew Chen Hao was looking out for him. Although his family wasn't short of money, the feeling of asking for money was completely different from earning it himself. Hauge, no more talk. Wang Chong raised his glass. Although it was already empty, he still clinked it vigorously with, I'll take this job. If I don't do well, I'll come see you with my head. Don't bring your head, just bring the jokes. This week let's test the waters. You get a few thousand pieces up first. They'll settle the money with the company weekly cash. Deal. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the cafeteria. At this moment, Wang Chong walked with vigor, his back straightened completely, shedding the lazy demeanor from earlier. He was no longer the fat guy who only knew how to play games. He was about to become General Wang, earning nearly 10,000 a month. Upon returning to the dormitory, a wave of heat hit him again, but Wang Chong felt no warmth at all. San, stop looking. Get down. Wang Chong shouted as he entered. Lu Bo was startled, nearly dropping the reader in his hand. What's wrong with you? Are you on stimulants? Do you want to make money? Wang Chong stood in the center of the dormitory, hands on his hips, exuding a commanding presence. I found you a good job. Typing 10 cents per piece. Pay upon completion. 10 cents. Lu Bo rolled his eyes. Is that enough to send a beggar? You don't understand anything. Wang Chong glared at him. Do you know about copying and pasting? Go to Shuemu BBS, find those joke sections, Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, you can easily do several pieces in a minute. That's several bucks an hour. Doesn't that cover your internet bills? Hearing this, Lu Bo poked his head out from the bed, his eyes darting. Is there really such a good deal? It's outsourced by Chen Hao's company, guaranteed credibility. Wang Chong pointed at Chen Hao, who was sitting at the computer. Without a second thought, Lu Bo jumped down from the upper bunk, not even bothering to wear his shoes, and rushed to the computer. You should have said it earlier. How guest projects are definitely reliable. I want in. Wang Chong's mind was racing. You guys wait, I need to recruit some more people first. He sat down at his computer, skillfully opened the browser, and connected to the campus network with the sound of dialing. He opened the internal BBS forum of Jinghong, which was the most active place for all students. Wang Chong typed furiously on the keyboard, his speed surpassing even when he played CS. Title: a certain high-tech company is recruiting part-time workers, earn over 1,000 a month if you can type. Limited spots come quickly. The content was very provocative. Are you still worried about not being able to afford a new phone? Are you still shy about treating your girlfriend to dinner? The benefits for the brothers of Jinghang are here. A well-known internet company urgently needs to organize text data. Job: content, collect and organize funny jokes. Requirements: humorous, witty, and unique. Compensation: paid per piece. The more you work, the more you earn, with no upper limit. You can work in the dormitory with flexible hours. Contact person Wang Tongxua. QQXXXX. Note: limited to the first 20 spots, be quick. He pressed the enter key and the post was published. Wang Chong turned to Chen Hao, a sly smile on his face. How go? What do you think of this copy? You have a bit of a schemer's quality. Chen Hao nodded in approval. Within 5 minutes, Wang Chong's QQ began to flash madly. Ding 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 ding. The sound was dense, like a machine gun firing. Wow. So many people. Wang Chong looked at the dozens of chat boxes that popped up instantly and felt a bit flustered. Classmate, is this real? 10 cents per piece. I'm from the Chinese department. Oh, I have a lot of joke books. Can I do it? I'm a sophomore. I type super fast, blind typing at 120 words per minute. Wang Chong replied excitedly while turning to Chen Hao and shouting, how goo, it's exploded. These people are so enthusiastic. I think this week we won't just get a few thousand pieces, we can get tens of thousands. Chen Hao watched Wang Chong, who was sweating but exhilarated and couldn't help but chuckle. This was the internet of 2000, filled with raw vitality and a thirst for wealth. Work hard. Chen Hao stood up, took a basin and a towel. I'm going to take a shower. Remember to summarize the first batch of data for me tonight. I'll help you check it so you'll know the format in the future. Don't worry. Wang Chong didn't even look back, his fingers flying over the keyboard, fully embracing the role of a contractor. After taking a shower, Chen Hao left the dormitory building, and the sun outside blazed fiercely. He found a shady spot under a tree and pulled out his phone to call Su Jing. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Boss, Su Jing's voice came through. I have a task for you. I've arranged for a few students from Jinghang to work part-time, responsible for sorting jokes and textual materials. The leader is a student named Wang Chong. What do you need me to do? You will be in charge of coordination and settlement. Every Friday, have him send the sorted documents to your email, and you arrange for someone to verify them. If the repetition rate is below 5 and the format is correct, just transfer the payment. Chen Hao paused and added, charge by the piece. Oh, I've already negotiated a price of 2 dimes per piece. This payment will be accounted as labor costs for Matrix Technology. Make the books look good and don't mix it up too much with the main business. Understood. Do we need to sign a confidentiality agreement? No need. A few broken jokes have no secrets. The main goal is to accumulate volume. Note down his number and contact him later. Chen Hao recited a string of numbers, and Su Jing could be heard jotting it down on paper. Also reserve a sum of petty cash with the finance department. Chen Hao thought for a moment and added, this kind of small expense will be frequent in the future. I don't want to sign off on every single one. Set a limit and manage it yourself. Additionally, I haven't disclosed my identity to him. He thinks I'm a part-time worker at the company. Don't let it slip. After hanging up, Chen Hao stood under the shade, lit a cigarette, and pondered over the subsequent matters. With Wang Chong leading this group of cheap labor, the library of text messages would soon be filled. Completing the library of jokes was just the first step of a long journey. Jokes are text. Although the traffic is large, the unit price is low. Ringtones and image downloads are the real mainstay of future SP business. Although polyphonic ringtones have not yet become widespread, there are already signs of demand for simple monophonic melody downloads. As for images, those pixelated pictures of beautiful women and cartoons were traffic harvesters back in the days before WAP networks emerged. Chen Hao's original plan was simple, just throw money at it. The awareness of digital copyright was appallingly low at the moment. A few record companies could be approached, and with several tens of thousands of yuan, a large batch of digital copyrights could be secured. This deal might seem like a foolish investment now, but as long as he could endure these few months until the mobile dream network launched, it would be immensely profitable. He held the cigarette between his fingers, walking along the tree-lined path out of the school, his mind calculating the few major record companies and publishers he remembered, Hwana Gunshi, and a few established local audiovisual companies. If he wanted to obtain legitimate licensing, he would have to deal with the distribution departments of these organizations. Chen Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A gust of hot wind swept by, stirring up a few fallen leaves on the ground. He stared intently at a weathered publicity board on the roadside, his expression darkening. He had overlooked a critical hidden danger. The cultural circle in the capital was too small. Those mingling in this circle could all trace their connections back 3 generations. The presidents of major publishing houses, executives of record companies, and even leaders in the cultural sector formed a tightly knit network. And one of the core figures in this network was the very tiger skin he was currently borrowing, the Sun family. The old man of the Sun family had once served as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Culture, and his former students and associates were spread throughout the entire cultural system. The 4 daughters of the Sun family had branched out with countless grandchildren. This was originally the basis for Chen Hao's audacity to impersonate a distant relative of the Sun family. After all, no one would go out of their way to verify with the old man of the Sun family whether, do you have a distant nephew named Chen Hao? But if he began to purchase copyrights on a large scale, the situation would change. What he was buying was not just a song or two, but a massive copyright library. Such movements would inevitably draw the attention of people in the circle. Once he sat at the negotiation table, if the other party casually asked to get closer, since you're from the Sun family, how well do you know the 3rd son-in-law of the Sun family? We just had dinner together the other day. Or worse, the other party might call a relative of the Sun family directly. Hey, the young man, named Chen Hao from your family, is buying copyrights from me. Should I give him a discount as a favor? Then the web he had so carefully woven would be instantly torn to shreds. In Kyoto, impersonating someone from a prestigious family often occurs, but being found out would lead to serious trouble. Once exposed, everything he currently possessed would vanish in an instant. He would be branded as a fraud, and would find it impossible to rise again in this circle. Chen Hao threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and crushed it with his toe. This path was not viable. At least until he resolved his identity, he could not boldly touch the core resources of the cultural circle. However, without engaging in copyright, the SP business would be lacking a crucial leg. Chen Hao stood by the roadside watching the passing vehicles with a furrowed brow. It seemed he must first solidify this identity. Only by turning the false into the true could he freely rake in money in this circle. But how could he do that? Should he seek out someone from the Sun family to claim kinship? That would be a death wish. He had no connection to the Sun family, not even the most distant blood relation. Chen Hao's mind raced with memories of the Sun family from his past life. The old man of the Sun family was extremely protective, but had a strict family discipline. The sons-in-law of the Sun family were all sharp-witted individuals holding considerable power in their respective fields. These people were completely inaccessible to him domestically, nor would he dare to approach them. The only breakthrough point was abroad. Sun Kai, the only heir of the Sun family, the apple of the old man's eye. In his past life, Chen Hao met Sun Kai around 2014. By that time, Sun Kai had already returned to the country. They had crossed paths at a few banquets and later had some business dealings. Chen Hao understood Sun Kai's character well. Although he appeared arrogant, he was deeply lonely at heart and extremely eager to prove himself, not wanting to live in the shadow of his family. Calculating the time, Sun Kai should currently be a sophomore in a prestigious foreign university. In the year 2000, Sun Kai was only 19, 3 months younger than Chen Hao. At this age, Sun Kai had yet to experience the harsh realities of society and had not yet transformed into the shrewd young master he would later become. He was likely at his most confused, rebellious, and easily influenced. More importantly, he was abroad. On the other side of the ocean, there were no entangled relationships of the Sun family to contend with, nor were there any elders watching over him. There he was, just an ordinary international student. Chen Hao's eyes narrowed. If he were in the country, meeting Sun Kai would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But abroad, as long as he operated correctly and created an accidental meeting, establishing a friendship would be a piece of cake. If he could become friends with Sun Kai in the United States, and even rope him into some entrepreneurial project, then Chen Hao would no longer be a fake, distant relative, but a partner and good brother personally endorsed by the young master of the Sun family. By then, who would dare to question his identity? A single word from Sun Kai would be more effective than any explanation. This was not just about solving the copyright issue, it was about addressing the biggest hidden danger in his growth. With this connection to Sun Kai, his foundation in Kyoto would truly be solid. It seemed he must make a trip to the United States. Since he had to go across the ocean to solidify this arrangement, he could not go empty-handed. In the year 2000, the Long country had strict foreign exchange controls. For ordinary people, taking large sums of money out of the country was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The meager foreign exchange quota for each person per year was insufficient for Chen Hao, who needed to stage an entrepreneurial performance in the money pit of Silicon Valley. Chen Hao stepped out of the school gate, and notified Xiao Wu to come pick him up, heading straight to Zhongguan village. The Hailong building was still bustling with noise as porters rushed through the narrow aisles carrying huge machine cases and shouting, "Excuse me," coming through. Chen Hao skillfully found the storefront where Qian Hongyan was located in Zhongguan village. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, Qian Hongyan slapped the shipping order on the table, beaming as he greeted him. "President Chen, what brings you here in person? If you had instructions, I could have just gone over with a phone call. I was passing by and wanted to ask you something." Chen Hao made himself comfortable, pulling over a folding chair and casting his gaze over the rows of brand new graphics card boxes on the shelves. "Please go ahead." Qian Hongyan offered a cigarette. Chen Hao took the cigarette, not bothering to light it, and got straight to the point. "You have a broad supply channel. Do you know of any less conventional agents for importing bulk hardware?" Qian Hongyan, an old hand at this, raised an eyebrow at the tone of the question. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "President Chen, what exactly are you referring to? Are you looking for smuggled gray market graphics cards? Or, I need to exchange some money for use in the big, beautiful country. The amount is considerable and legitimate channels are too slow." Qian Hongyan let out a sigh of relief. In Zhongguan village, who hasn't dealt with cash flow problems? The daily cash flow here was astronomical. As long as there was money, nothing was impossible. "You came to the right person for this." Qian Hongyan took out a lighter and lit Chen Hao's cigarette with a snap. "Most of my goods come from Pengcheng. There are a few major players over there who specialize in the import and export of electronic components. Their cash flow is immense." He exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke with a hint of reverence. "The biggest supplier in Pengcheng is named Guoyaguang. He is the chairman of the South China Electronic Import and Export Group and one of the early pioneers of Huiqiangbai. This man has wild connections and operates on both sides of the law." Chen Hao recognized the name. In his past life, while trading phones in Huiqiangbai, he had heard legends about Guoyaguang. This person later got involved in a huge smuggling case and went to prison, but back in 2000 he was definitely a revered figure in the South China electronic circle. "How does he operate?" Chen Hao asked the crucial question. "It's simple," Qian Hongyan explained. "He has a trading company in Xianjiang. You give him RMB in the mainland, counted as payment for goods or some other pretext. He directly transfers USD to your account from Xianjiang. This is a well-known secret in their circle referred to as cross-trading. Every day hundreds of millions in funds are exchanged this way, and no one can trace it." Chen Hao nodded. The early form of this underground money exchange was the only quick channel for many private enterprises to go overseas in that era. Though there were risks, the efficiency was extraordinarily high. "Can you make the connection?" "No problem." Qian Hongyan patted his chest to assure him. "Although my volume isn't large right now, my reputation with him has always been good. Plus, with your background, as long as I mention you, he would be eager to forge a good relationship with you. These big players care most about the winds from above." "All right, help me get in touch." Chen Hao decisively replied. "Tell him I am interested in becoming friends with him. In a while I will visit Pengcheng and discuss it in person." "Got it. However, President Chen, there is a prerequisite for this." Qian Hongyan reminded him. "You need to have an account in Xianjiang first. Bosqua only deals with funds transferred to Xianjiang. How you transfer it to the big, beautiful country afterward will be much easier. I can handle that myself. Once the funding channel is secured, the remaining task is to obtain the ticket to the other side of the ocean." The visa environment in 2000 was far from the lenient standards of later years. Especially for the big, beautiful country, the rejection rate is frighteningly high. If you are single, young, and lack substantial asset proof, the visa officer will assume you have immigration intentions and directly stamp a black mark on your passport. Although Chen Hao had some money, it was company cash flow. For personal assets apart from a few properties that hadn't appreciated, he couldn't provide solid proof. If he followed the normal process and queued for an interview, he would need to prepare a ton of materials similar to a household registration check, and just the appointment would have to wait until next month. He couldn't afford to wait. The window for SP business was fleeting. He needed to solidify his relationship with Sun Kai and secure the copyright before the mobile dream network officially exploded. Chen Hao extinguished his cigarette, bid farewell to Qian Hongyan, and left Zhongguan village. Half an hour later, he appeared at the Electronic Information Department. Wang Qiming was reading a newspaper in the office while holding a teacup. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, he set the newspaper down and instantly wore a warm smile. "Hey, brother Chen, what brings you here?" Wang Qiming walked around the desk, gesturing for Chen Hao to take a seat on the sofa. "Would you like something to drink?" "I just got some preaching Ming Longjing." "Brother Wang, don't fuss over it. It's hot out." "Oh, I won't have any tea." Chen Hao waved his hand, his face slightly anxious. "I never come here without reason. I have an urgent matter to trouble you with. No need to be polite with me. Just say it." Wang Qiming replied generously. "My old man is urging me to go to the big, beautiful country." Chen Hao sighed, his tone revealing helplessness. "My cousin Sun Kai is studying over there. My old man misses him and worries that he's not doing well there, but he says he's too busy with school to come back. So my old man wants me to go take a look. I also want to investigate the internet market there to see if there are any opportunities to pick up the pieces after the bubble burst." Upon hearing the name Sun Kai, Wang Qiming's mind quickly connected the dots. Even though he had never met Sun Kai, the name of the only heir of the Sun family was no secret in their circle. This further solidified Chen Hao's identity. That's a good thing. You should definitely go take a look. Wang Qiming nodded repeatedly. But you know how slow the embassy is to process applications. Chen Hao frowned. My project is at a critical moment. How can I afford to waste time waiting in line with those foreign devils? I just wanted to ask if there was any fast track in our department. Wang Qiming laughed. This was not a problem for him at all. As the department overseeing the national electronic industry, countless personnel from subordinate enterprises and research institutes needed to go abroad for inspections and conferences each year. If everyone had to stand in line, how could we get our work done? Little Chen, you came to the right person. Wang Qiming took a sip from his teacup, appearing quite confident. Our department has a special connection with the Foreign Affairs Office. However, since this is a personal matter for you, we can't go through the official passport route. But that's easy to handle. He opened a drawer, pulled out a business card holder, and handed Chen Hao a card. You need to find Lu Jin, a business manager at Kyoto Foreign Enterprise Human Resources Service Company. Their company specializes in issuing visas for the tertiary enterprises under the ministry and those large foreign companies. They have quotas for green channels that waive interviews. Chen Hao took the card, which read Lu Jin, Senior Manager of Foreign Affairs Department. Brother Wang, is this person reliable? Rest assured. Wang Qiming lowered his voice. He is the nephew of an old leader in our department, and this is his specialty. I'll give him a call to explain the situation. Just use your identity as the chairman of Matrix Technology and say you want to go to the big, beautiful country for a business inspection. As for the rest, he will arrange everything clearly for you. Thank you so much, Brother Wang. Chen Hao stood up. When I come back, I'll bring you 2 bottles of fine foreign wine. Hey, we brothers don't do that. Wang Qiming smiled as he escorted Chen Hao to the door. After leaving the ministry's courtyard, Chen Hao took a taxi to the International Building in Jiaoyang District, following the address on the business card. Lu Jin's office is located on the 28th floor, lavishly decorated with a panoramic view of the bustling CBD outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. As Chen Hao was let in by the receptionist, Lu Jin was on the phone, his tone quite brusque. I don't care about the format of the invitation letter. What I need is the official seal from above. Without the state government seal, this material is just useless paper. Redo it. After hanging up, Lu Jin turned around and saw Chen Hao, his expression instantly brightening with a smile. It was clear that Wang Qiming had already made the call. Is this Mr. Chen? Wang just briefed me about you. Lu Jin approached and shook Chen Hao's hand. Please have a seat. Chen Hao got straight to the point. I need to get a B1 business visa for the United States as quickly as possible. Mr. Chen, since you are a friend of Director Wang, it'll be straightforward. In the current situation, a business visa requires an invitation letter from the other company. Do you have any partnering companies on your side? No, Chen Hao replied. Then we will have to prepare a set for you. Lu Jin took out a document. We have partnerships with several technology associations over there. They can issue a formal business visit invitation letter on behalf of the chairman of Kyoto Matrix Technology to visit the United States. That works, Chen Hao nodded. This set of materials will go through our company's green channel for businesses, Lu Jin continued. You want me to attend the in-person interview? Just provide me with your passport and photo, and the visa should be ready in about a week. However, the cost is a bit high. 50,000. 50,000 in the year 2000 was a significant amount. Paying 50,000 for a visa was indeed a steep price. But Chen Hao did not hesitate. As long as it's quick money is not a problem. He didn't bargain at this moment, he only wanted to race against time. He took a bag from Xiao Wu, opened it, and counted out 5 stacks of cash to hand to Lu Jin. Lu Jin accepted the cash, his smile growing even more radiant. Mr. Chen is straightforward. Lu Jin pulled out the forms. Fill this out, and he'll take care of the rest. Chen Hao picked up a pen and began filling out the form. Name Chen Hao. Position Chairman of Kyoto Matrix Technology Co. Ltd. Purpose of visit to the United States business inspection. After completing the application for the U.S. visa, Chen Hao looked up at Lu Jin. Manager Lu, there's one more thing. Before I go abroad, I plan to make a trip to Hong Kong. Can you help me arrange the Hong Kong-Macau travel permit as well? Lu Jin paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Mr. Chen, you've come to the right person. Although the procedures for individuals going to Hong Kong are cumbersome, for us processing a business visa is very quick. With your status, obtaining a multiple entry business visa will be no problem. How long will it take? Chen Hao asked. We can handle it together with the U.S. visa. Come by next Wednesday, and you can pick up both items then, Lu Jin assured. Chen Hao nodded and signed another form. The materials are fine now. Lu Jin put away the forms. Next Wednesday, have someone come to collect them. All right. Stepping out of the International Plaza, the sunlight outside was still glaring, but Chen Hao felt invigorated. With funding channels established, the visa was on the way. Everything was in place, just waiting for the right moment. He looked at his watch. It was still early. Chen Hao got into the Audi and had Xiao Wu drive them back to the company. The air conditioning vents of the Audi A6 blew cool air. Leaning back on the leather seat, Chen Hao's mind raced with thoughts. The core purpose of going to the United States was to deal with Sun Kai. Simply spending money was not enough to establish a true, revolutionary friendship with someone of Sun Kai's caliber. Did Sun Kai lack money? Though Sun Kai didn't receive much from his family, it was sufficient for his regular study abroad life. He wasn't particularly desperate for money. Did he lack women? Not at all. Sun Kai was handsome and had a good physique. He was at Berklee College of Music, the most vibrant hub of arts and beautiful people in the United States. Studying in such an environment, he would surely attract many admirers. To win over someone like him, one needed to offer something a sense of achievement. Or more bluntly, make him the center of attention in his circle, making him feel that associating with Chen Hao would lead to success. Starting a business was a good approach. But what project to undertake was crucial. Chen Hao's initial thought was Facebook. That little blue website would completely change how humans socialized in just a few years. But this idea was quickly extinguished. It was the year 2000. Digital cameras were still luxury items with pitiful pixels, and taking photos with a mobile phone was a fantasy. Getting users to take selfies and scan their photos to upload. The barrier was too high and would block 99. Moreover, real-name social networking in the current internet environment had no foundation and might even cause panic among users. The foundation of Facebook is realness, while the current internet mainstream is venting and hormones. Another name flashed through Chen Hao's mind. Hot or not? This was the true weapon of this era. In his previous life, this website would only be created months later by two engineers from Silicon Valley. Its logic was brutally simple. Users upload photos and others rate them from 1 to 10. No complicated personal pages, no tedious friend requests, just the most primal aesthetic judgment. This was the internet version of the Colosseum of ancient Rome, but instead of gladiators it featured men and women eager to flaunt their looks. It didn't require a complex technical structure. PHP, combined with MySQL, could make it run smoothly. It also didn't need users to have high loyalty, as long as they were bored, lustful, and vain it worked. The key was that Sun Kai was at Berklee. Where was that? It was a future base for aspiring stars. As long as Sun Kai could bring a few striking classmates to upload their photos, this spark could ignite the entire college circle in Boston. At that time, Sun Kai would no longer be just an ordinary overseas student from the Dragon Country. He would be a co-founder of the hottest website in the United States, the mastermind behind the rankings of beautiful women at Berklee. The satisfaction of such vanity would be stronger than giving him a Ferrari. Chen Hao's smile grew increasingly radiant. This is it. On the third floor of Matrix Technology, the sound of keyboard tapping was sparse. Liang Bo, sporting two dark circles under his eyes, stared blankly at the Winamp source code on the screen. Ever since he took on Chen Hao's music project, he had been coming to the office every day, often accompanied by a few people rushing to meet deadlines. Although Chen Hao's company paid well, the work intensity was no joke. "Bo, go take a break," said a classmate next to him, handing over a bottle of mineral water. "Hasn't the decoder module of that player already been completed? The remaining interface optimization can be done slowly." "No way, school starts soon," Liang Bo replied, twisting open the water bottle and taking a swig. "We should try to make as much progress as possible before returning to school. It likely slow down once classes begin." Just then Chen Hao pushed the door open and walked in. "Everyone here." Chen Hao scanned the room, his gaze landing on Liang Bo. "Bo, go come to the meeting room. I have an urgent matter." Liang Bo's heart sank. Typically, when someone in the company mentioned urgent matter, it often meant overtime changes in requirements or both. He followed Chen Hao into the small conference room with a grim expression. Chen Hao casually closed the door, pulled up a chair, and took out a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, tossing one to Liang Bo. "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Liang Bo took the cigarette and skillfully tucked it behind his ear. "Chen, how can we skip this? Just tell me what additional features you want. It has nothing to do with the player." Chen Hao lowered his voice. "The company has taken on an overseas outsourcing project, a big job." Hearing the words big job, Liang Bo's eyelids twitched. He knew Chen Hao too well. This so-called big job usually came with a hefty reward. "Then let's start with the good news." Liang Bo straightened up. "The good news is this project is very simple, with almost zero technical difficulty." Chen Hao held up two fingers. "And because of the tight schedule, the price is high. 20,000. 20,000? Liang Bo looked a bit worried. "Very simple. It wouldn't be some illegal software, would it?" "What are you thinking?" Chen Hao pulled over a piece of white paper and sketched a rough diagram on it. "It's just a website. The functionality is absurdly simple." He drew two boxes on the paper with VS written in between. "This is a picture voting website. The logic is as follows: users can upload photos to the system's database. The system randomly displays two photos or one photo. The viewer only needs to perform one action: rate it. Either select hot or not, or give a score from 1 to 10. While drawing, Chen Hao explained, the backend calculates the average score based on the ratings and creates a ranking. Today's hottest, this week's hottest, all-time hottest. That's all there is to it." Liang Bo stared at the rough sketch for a long time, his brow furrowed. "That's it. Isn't this just an online beauty contest?" "Exactly, it's an online beauty contest," Chen Hao confirmed with a nod. "Regardless of its significance, this is what the client wants. Can it be technically realized? It's too simple. Liang Bo scoffed, rolling his eyes. There are just a few pages, build a database in the backend to store photos and scores, write a sorting algorithm, and that's it. There aren't even any complex interactions. PHP can handle it in 2 or 3 days. Don't be careless. Chen Hao added more requirements. There are 2 rigid requirements. First, the interface must be entirely in English. This is for foreigners, and not a single Chinese character can appear. You need to find someone proficient in English to translate all the text buttons and prompts authentically. I don't come up with some Chinglish like GD study. That's easy. Oh, I have acquaintances in the foreign language department, and it can be done for a few $100, Liang Bo readily replied. Second, it needs to be fast. Chen Hao stared into Liang Bo's eyes. I need to see the finished product online within 2 weeks with no bugs whatsoever. He'll have Laoli help configure an overseas server. You just need to handle the code. 2 weeks. Liang Bo calculated for a moment. The timeline is a bit tight, but if we pause the player side and have a few people take shifts, it shouldn't be a problem. He'll take this job. The temptation of 20,000 was just too great, and Liang Bo had already decided to sacrifice some of his recent sleep time. Chen Hao smiled at the sight of Liang Bo getting lost in thoughts of money. Don't rush to thank me, there's bad news too. Chen Hao kindly helped Liang Bo light his cigarette. Liang Bo's uneasy premonition resurfaced. He looked at Chen Hao warily. What's the bad news? The other party wants to settle in yen. Not at all. Chen Hao replied with a hint of embarrassment. The bad news is that the company is sending me on a business trip next week. I'll probably be gone for half a month. So what if you go on a business trip? It's up to you. The problem is school starts next Monday. Chen Hao added softly. Liang Bo's hand holding the cigarette froze in midair, the ash falling on his thigh without him noticing. Liang Bo's smile froze on his face. He was Chen Hao's counselor, and the first week of school was the crucial period for student check-ins, registrations, and textbook distributions. For a sophomore student to disappear on the first day of school and be gone for half a month, if this got out, it would be a huge responsibility for him as a counselor. Chen Hao, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Liang Bo's tone became serious. You're a student, your priority is to study. Missing school without reason during the first week is a serious teaching incident. If the department investigates this, I won't be able to protect you. Bro, I'm doing this for the company. Zhao said that if we can secure resources over there, the company's business will double in the future. Will there be less outsourced work then? I'm also working hard for you to secure projects, bro. Besides, if I don't go, the company will think I'm not invested in its affairs, and if they fire me, there won't be any more outsourcing opportunities. Chen Hao stared into Liang Bo's eyes, starting to play the emotional card. Bro, just treat it like there's an urgent family matter, and I've taken a long leave. If I'm called out, you can help me explain to the teachers. When I return in half a month, I'll immediately go to finance and clear up that 20,000 project payment, no delays. Liang Bo fell silent. He looked at the simple sketch on the table, and then at the earnest look on Chen Hao's face. He realized he had been ensnared by this student. Since he took on his first outsourcing project, he was no longer just a simple teacher, but had become a part of Chen Hao's profit chain. Half a month, that's the limit. Liang Bo gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. They'll report to the department saying that you have an urgent family situation, you figure out a leave note, and the dates need to match. Bro, you're my real big brother. Chen Hao grabbed Liang Bo's hand and shook it vigorously. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. When I come back, let's go to Donglashan, it's on me. They'll treat you to a few drinks. Alright, hurry up and prepare for the— Liang Bo waved his hand helplessly. Also, please detail the website requirements and send them to my email. After securing Liang Bo, Chen Hao returned to the office on the 4th floor. He lounged on the sofa with a relaxed posture, but the tension inside him didn't ease. Previously, Qian Hongyan had helped connect funding channels, but there was a prerequisite: Chen Hao needed an account in Xiangjiang that could handle the money. Currently, he only had a savings book from the mainland. If he waited until he got to Xiangjiang to open an account, not only would the procedures be cumbersome, but the strict review process alone would take 3 to 5 days. He couldn't afford to wait. This needed to be done in Kyoto. In the year 2000, the banking industry had clear barriers between domestic and foreign banks. Foreign banks like Huagi and Huifeng had very few branches in the mainland, and had high thresholds, primarily serving multinational corporations and top-tier millionaires. Ordinary people couldn't even enter the door, let alone open an account. If you wanted to witness the opening of a Xiangjiang account from a different location, it was impossible, without solid connections or impressive asset proof. Chen Hao extinguished the cigarette in his hand, pulled out his phone, and scrolled to the number of Director Zhao from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission in Haidian District. Director Zhao managed the district's vast state-owned assets, and often toasted with the presidents of major banks, being a celebrated guest in the financial circle. Even foreign banks wanting to do business in Haidian District had to look to him first. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Hello, Director Zhao, it's Chen Hao? Chen Hao said with a smile. Hey Chen bro. Director Zhao's voice sounded pleasant with the crisp sound of a golf club striking a ball in the background. I heard that the leaders from the ministry came to survey your situation last time, and they were very satisfied when they returned. That's thanks to you. Without your help there wouldn't be the current situation. Chen Hao offered a polite remark before quickly shifting gears. I'm calling you today to ask for a personal favor. No need to be polite with me, just say it. I'm going to the great beautiful country for an inspection soon, and it'll pass through Xinjiang. You know when going out for business having a functioning card is essential. I want to open an account at a foreign bank like Huagi or Huifeng, preferably sorting out the Xinjiang account while still in Kyoto. But I'm not familiar with these foreign bankers, so I wanted to ask if you have any acquaintances. Director Zhao laughed heartily on the other end. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. This is simple. The branch manager of Huagi in Kyoto is named Steve. He's familiar with Longhua and has a good relationship with me. They've been trying to secure the US dollar settlement business for some high-tech companies in our district and have been reaching out to me recently. That's fantastic. Wait for me for 2 minutes, I'll give him a call. They'll send you the contact information in a bit. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, Chen Hao's phone vibrated. A text message arrived: Grace assistant to the branch manager of Huagi Bank in Kyoto, phone XXXXXX. Chen Hao looked at the information on the screen and smiled. Done.